I can't wait. The college entrance exam is coming soon. I wonder if I can awaken my divine domain. It is said that every year less than 1 in 10 examinees can awaken their divine domain. In other words, at most 1 person out of 10 can successfully awaken. No, even though it's 1 in 10, at least half of those divine domains have no supernatural particles and cannot form a unique supernatural civilization. They are just dead domains. A dead domain is still decent. At least it can become a resource star, and one can live a prosperous life from then on. But if you awaken a divine domain with supernatural particles, no matter how ordinary or humble your background, you instantly become a person above others in unattainable existence for commoners. Heaven and hell, nothing more than this. In Tangi City, a huge square filled with people. A group of teenagers around 17 or 18 years old whispered among themselves, discussing what they had heard. On their young faces, various emotions were written. Fear, nervousness, anxiety, and anticipation. Every expression was present. They were a group of graduating high school seniors facing the major turning point of their lives, the college entrance exam. This exam was different from the one we know. They were not tested on word games or foreign languages. Instead, they awakened divine domains. But one thing was the same: whether they could leap over the dragon's gate and soar to the sky still depended on this final exam. Amid the crowd, Fang Yan stood unusually calm, silently listening to everything. He was not from this world. He had been transmigrated here for over 3 months, not a short time. But he still felt somewhat out of place. After all, the worldview he had developed over 20 years in his previous life had been greatly shaken in these 3 short months. Many incredible supernatural events frequently occurred around him. Those startling scenes, who could bear them? But he gradually came to understand this world. It was a world where everyone could awaken a divine domain, and everyone had one chance during the college entrance exam. For ordinary people, it was the only chance, the only opportunity to cross class boundaries. If missed, they would fade into the masses, living a mediocre life of toil. As for the cost of awakening a divine domain on the market, it was at least 5 million, far beyond the reach of ordinary families. You see, in this world, an ordinary person's salary was around 3,000. 5 million. A person would have to work nonstop for 139 years to earn it. For most people, there was no second or even third chance to awaken a divine domain. Only by seizing the present could they hope to succeed in one go. Once successfully awakened, they would inevitably formulate complete rules and examine the corresponding supernatural particles. After identifying the supernatural particles, they could apply what they had learned, develop the divine domain accordingly, and enhance their own strength. Of course, this also involved the book knowledge they had learned. Without a solid foundation, even the planning of the divine domain would be weaker. A little short here, a little short there. Ultimately, the strong would grow stronger, and the weak would become weaker. A tall building rises from the ground, though every brick and tile is the foundation. Without a good foundation, how could there be a good ceiling? Past cases were everywhere. You see, the awakened divine domain was in theory an enclave. An enclave with no rules, never developed by anyone. In short, 10 years of hard study sharpened a single sword. Today the blade was drawn to test its edge. Would it be a life of mediocrity, working forever, or awakening a divine domain and crossing classes? Dong 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 dong. At that moment, on the central platform of the square, an old man with white hair tapped the microphone and then said loudly, "Silence." Instantly, the whispering voices disappeared. Everyone held their breath and looked up at the old man on the platform. They knew the show was about to begin. The old man did not rush to speak. He slowly scanned the students full of youthful vitality, then smiled. Today is the moment for the 26 high schools in Tangi City, nearly 280 senior students, to obtain the origin and awaken their divine domains. And on the same day, across all of Huaxia, over 31 million students will awaken their divine domains like you. I believe you are no worse than anyone else. 10 years of hard study, unknown to the world, a single success, known to all. Young ones, go prove yourselves. Next in the order of the draw, each school will enter the origin tower for divine domain awakening. As the old man's voice fell, the countdown to awakening officially began. The draw order had been determined a month ago. For Fang Yan School No. 15 High School, they drew the 19th position, the 19th school to awaken, a relatively late order. This was not a good sequence for awakening a divine domain. You see, the earlier the order, the more helpful it was for awakening, even if only slightly. But it certainly had an effect. This had been verified through decades of actual statistics. A group of young people began full of confidence, believing that their fate was in their own hands. A good mindset would surely yield good results. But as student after student failed, the impact of the sheer number would psychologically affect those who came later. They would doubt, guess, and deny themselves. Awakening with a nervous heart would naturally bring about corresponding results. Of course, it all came down to talent. Gold always shines. Even in the desert, gold is gold and sand is sand, an unchangeable fact. As the first school No. Two high school prepared to enter. Their teachers organized the students to enter the origin tower in an orderly manner. On the way, they kept saying something, obviously reminding them of important matters to remember. Sure enough, all the students sighed inwardly. Every year, either no. One high school or no. Two high school entered first. Who would believe there was no internal manipulation? After all, these two schools were known as the aristocratic high schools of Tongi City. Inside were either children of power and wealth or descendants of divine domains, and at the very least children of rich families. With such influence, a complex network of relationships naturally formed. How could ordinary high schools compare? Moreover, these two high schools had the highest awakening probability, reaching an astonishing 1/3. 1 in 3 could successfully awaken. This terrifying probability was more than 4 times that of ordinary high schools, leaving them far behind. Not only was the probability high, but the quality was also unmatched by other ordinary high schools. Every year, those who entered key martial universities almost all came from these two schools. Every few years, there might be a genius from an ordinary high school, but they were just leftovers, not comparable. Why did this situation arise? Naturally, it is the result of genes and bloodline. According to statistics, couples who both awaken divine domains have an extremely high probability of producing children who successfully awaken, even exceeding half. Through constant screening, years, decades, centuries, gradually an insurmountable chasm formed between ordinary people and divine domain transcendence. At the base of the Origin High Tower, as time passed, all the students of No. 2 High School, nearly 2,000 of them, walked into the tower. The Origin High Tower, soaring over 10,000 meters in height, never failed to bring Fang Yan unimaginable shock every time he happened to look at it. After all, in his previous life, the tallest building had been just over 800 meters, nowhere near the same league as this 10th-meter edifice. Majestic, stunning, unbelievable. Someone has awakened. At last, during the long wait, someone was the first to awaken a divine domain. What kind of divine domain did they awaken? Do you know what extraordinary particles it contains? Awakening a divine domain is nothing to make a fuss over. After all, the numbers and probabilities are what they are. Among 280,000 people, roughly 28,000 can awaken. The only thing truly worth paying attention to is naturally the extraordinary particles, for they are the most critical factor in determining whether one can step into the extraordinary in the future. According to the feedback from the Origin High Tower, the divine domain contains true Qi extraordinary particles. True Qi extraordinary particles can at least develop into a martial arts civilization, which counts as a mid-tier existence. If later one can break through realms through martial arts and attain the legendary martial god, overall combat power won't be inferior to top-tier divine domains in the early stages. So envious. Some sighed, some were curious, some envied. Others sneered in contempt. It's just a martial arts civilization, what's all the fuss? Once my divine domain awakens, it will definitely shock you. Then all the top-tier martial universities will admit me without an exam. As he spoke, the student seemed to actually believe his own words and almost drooled. Many around him sneered. Being able to awaken smoothly was already a blessing to thank heaven and earth. One wouldn't dare to hope for a top-tier divine domain. I wonder whether our class can awaken a few powerful divine domains. I don't know about this year's results, but last year someone awakened spiritual power, a divine domain that could develop into an immortal cultivation civilization. It said that as soon as he awakened, he was directly admitted without an exam by the top academy, Jingdu Martial University. Once in there, one naturally gets more resources than at ordinary schools. Many students showed longing expressions. Whether it was the divine domain with spiritual power or Jingdu Martial University, either one was in existence far beyond their reach. It wasn't just that. At the time, several top-tier martial universities all valued this senior student and offered excellent conditions. Tuition and fees were waived, and he was even rewarded on the spot with an origin crystal said to contain 10,000 points of origin power. 10,000 points of origin power. Many people wore shocked expressions. You see, 1 point of origin power could be exchanged directly for 1,000 credit points at market price, and it was still in short supply. 10,000 points thus equaled a full 10 million credit points, an astronomical figure that ordinary people could never touch in a lifetime. Geniuses indeed enjoy treatment beyond ordinary people. While the crowd was still discussing last year's graduates, the Origin High Tower once again burst out with shocking news. Incredible! Someone has awakened Titan divine power. Boom! The entire square erupted into uproar, spreading like a magnitude 10 earthquake. Titan divine power. This is one of the legendary top-tier divine domains. Although it falls slightly short of top-tier immortal cultivation civilizations, its lower limit is very high. The Titan race born there, as long as they reach adulthood, possesses demigod-level strength. This is a demigod who alone can destroy an entire divine domain. For example, the previously mentioned martial arts civilization would be casually destroyed in front of an adult Titan. Even an underage titan is something the martial arts divine domain has no way to handle. If the martial arts divine domain further sublimates and gains a martial god-level existence, it could only fight an adult titan to a draw. You can progress, you can sublimate. Does that mean the titan divine domain will stay still? The gap between these two types of divine domains cannot be bridged by anything. Even if it develops the same immortal cultivation divine domain, the titan divine domain can step up and compete, not falling behind in the short term. The only drawback is extremely low fertility, making population development a troublesome issue. But is that really a drawback? One person alone can slaughter an entire divine domain. What use are more numbers? I didn't expect that right from the start such a shocking dark horse would appear. Wow, this is huge. This person is going to soar to the heavens. As long as he doesn't die midway, he will definitely stand at the top in the future. At this moment, not only were the students alarmed, even the instructors, the principal, and the Education Bureau officials were all alarmed. Several figures appeared out of thin air, in midair, their overwhelming pressure making it hard for everyone to breathe. Fortunately, the pressure came and went just as quickly, vanishing without a trace within less than a second. Who were those? Everyone looked up at the figures in the sky simultaneously, their faces filled with shock. These people are the admissions directors of several top-tier martial universities in our Huaxia. I can't believe they were alarmed too. Surprised? Perhaps so, but there was more relief than surprise. Awakening such a divine domain would naturally attract the competition of top martial universities. It would be strange if no one competed. In the leaders' seating area, the principal of No. 2 High School wore a delighted expression, talking excitedly with animated gestures. No. 2 High School has a student awakening the Titan Divine Domain right at the start of this year's batch. What a great beginning, setting an excellent example for the students below. Exactly, this year the overall awakening quality at No. 2 is much higher than last year. Not just quality, even the numbers are likely to break through. Only half an hour has passed, and already over 400 to 500 people have awakened their divine domains one after another. In a while this number will probably double. Congratulations, Principal Zhang. This year you'll take another step forward. In the face of everyone's compliments, the principal of No. 2 High School naturally responded modestly, but inwardly he was already blooming with joy. As time went on, the awakening rate of No. 2, an aristocratic school, directly exceeded one-third, approaching half. Among nearly 2,000 students, over 900 had awakened divine domains. And of those awakened students, the vast majority possessed extraordinary particles. It must be said that bloodline and genes played a vital role. As for ordinary colleges, even with tens of thousands of students, they might not have as many awakenings as No. 2 High School, which had only 2,000 students. Among No. 2 High School students, several fairly good divine domains also appeared. For example, Elemental Divine Domain, which could construct a world of magic; Demon Origin Divine Domain, which constructs an era of myriad demons; Yin-Chi Divine Domain, which constructs the underworld. Compared to other students, these were already quite impressive. But compared to the Titan Divine Domain, the two were not on the same level at all. There was no comparability whatsoever. This class of students was destined to live under its shadow, suffocated by its pressure. Talent decides everything. This is a chasm that many people cannot cross in their entire lives. The awakening continued. No further dazzling displays followed, all overshadowed by the initial Titan Divine Domain. During this time, several individuals awakened impressive domains enough to secure entry into key martial universities. Unfortunately, no one remembered them, for people only remember the highest peak. As for second, third, fourth, fifth, or sixth, who truly cares? Students of No. 15 High School, please line up and enter the Origin Tower one by one for your divine domain awakening. Finally, it's our turn. As students of No. 15, they were all eager, rubbing their fists and ready to showcase themselves. Through awakening, they aimed to shock the world with a single feat. As for the numerous failures before them, what connection did those have with them? It wasn't their own awakening that had failed. Unless disaster struck directly, who would willingly admit defeat? Fang Yan followed the crowd step by step into the majestic Origin Tower. The moment he stepped inside, the power of Origin surged toward him. It was like a gentle breeze in the warm spring of March, intoxicating and refreshing, impossible to resist. Taking a few more deep breaths induced a sensation of floating on air. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. Many stretched out their arms as if to embrace it all. Before he could savor the feeling, he was jostled awake by those behind him, returning to reality. He began to survey the tower's interior. What met his eyes was a colossal space. Its vastness couldn't be felt from outside, one had to enter to truly experience it. This area was nearly half the size of his entire high school. Within this immense space, clear square lines were marked, each containing a different number, presumably corresponding to each examinee's designated position. At that moment, a voice announced, "Candidates, please locate your positions according to your admission ticket numbers. The Divine Domain Awakening will commence in 15 minutes. Those who fail to find their spots will be disqualified." During this period, no talking, no noise, and no disturbing others. Violators will be expelled from the Origin Tower and have their qualifications revoked. Glancing at his admission ticket, Fang Yan quickly found his spot based on the instructions. After surveying his surroundings, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and felt the increasingly dense Origin energy in the air. He gradually slipped into a deep state of focus. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The power of Origin continuously gathered, continuously absorbed. With every breath, every minute, it felt like a rebirth, his body undergoing earth-shattering transformations, until a certain threshold was reached. Boom. Within his mind, it was as if Pangu had split open the heavens and earth forcibly, cleaving a new world into existence. The Divine Domain was initially formed, a hazy gray expanse. Here there was no time, no space, and no rules whatsoever. Relying on instinct, it began to constantly transform. Simultaneously, a landmass began to rapidly take shape at a visible speed, expanding, growing larger. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. With no intention of stopping, it grew, and grew, continuously growing. At that moment, Fang Yan was like a Taoya devouring all surrounding Origin energy and converting it for his own use. Moreover, this rate of devouring was continuously accelerating. Fortunately, the tower provided an endless supply of Origin energy. The moment the surroundings were depleted, they were instantly refilled. If you're fast, others are faster. There was no need to worry about depleting the Origin energy. Meanwhile, within his Divine Domain, the landmass was growing exponentially. 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers. The larger the area grew, the more Origin energy it naturally required. At some point, with Fang Yan at the center, the surrounding Origin energy began to rapidly converge towards him, forming a small-scale vortex. Had the supervising instructor not noticed in time and used divine power to shield this vortex, the surrounding students would likely have been affected. Meanwhile, several staff members monitoring the Origin energy concentration within the tower noticed something amiss. What's going on? The consumption rate of Origin power is skyrocketing. The concentration has dropped by a whole percentage point in just a few minutes. Could someone have awakened an extraordinary divine domain? The staff members looked towards the tower with puzzled expressions. After all, these were just ordinary high school students. A successful awakening would already be a stroke of incredible luck. As for awakening a powerful divine domain, that would be an ancient millennium event. As the Origin concentration dropped again, one of the staff members shouted, "Quick! Increase the Origin energy input. We can't afford to disrupt the students' awakenings." Who is it? The ability to absorb such a vast amount of Origin energy in such a short time had already attracted considerable attention. Using feedback from the tower's information system, they quickly located the target. Finally, their gaze settled on Fang Yan, and his divine domain at this moment was also revealed to everyone present. Even the seasoned staff members were rendered speechless with shock. How is this possible? Even the typically insightful admissions tutors from various martial universities wore expressions of astonishment. A newly awakened divine domain can't possibly be this large. It defies all logic. No, it's still expanding. It shows no sign of stopping. It's already reached 9,000 kilometers. No, it's hit 10,000 kilometers now. Faced with this sudden anomaly, everyone wore looks of utter shock. Who could awaken such a vast area on their first try? Even the student who awakened the Titan divine domain had only managed a mere 50 kilometers. The highest record in all of humanity was just over 200 kilometers, a record that had stood unbroken for over 50 years. Now someone had already reached over 10,000 kilometers. And judging by the trend, there was no intention of stopping. Unprecedented. Which high school is this student from, and what's his name? No. 15 High School. His name seems to be Fang Yan. Fang Yan. This unremarkable name suddenly captured everyone's attention. Fang Yan, deeply immersed in his divine domain awakening, was completely unaware of the commotion outside. He continued to absorb the power of Origin, wanting to convert it all for his own use. As for his divine domain space, it continued to multiply in size. 10,000 kilometers, 20,000 kilometers, 30,000 kilometers. It finally stabilized at 40,000 kilometers before ceasing its growth. At this very moment, the landmasses within his entire divine domain space had perfectly connected to form a sphere, just like a planet. No. Observing from a distance, it was a planet. A desolate, barren planet untouched by any form of development. Its total area was comparable to that of Blue Star, only slightly smaller, a difference almost negligible. Others awakened divine domains that were vast flat spaces between heaven and earth, but Fang Yan had directly awakened an entire planet. Folks who can truly comprehend this. However, this planet currently harbored no life whatsoever. It didn't even have a single cell, filled with desolation. Compared to the Blue Star, it shared no similarities. There was no life and certainly no resources. It was as if the world had just been created, full of primordial wilderness waiting for someone to shape it. Because this was only the beginning. The news emanating from the Origin Tower stirred everyone, filling them with a jolt of astonishment. Shock. Inconceivable. Was this a divine domain one could awaken? To awaken a planet outright, a sphere spanning 40,000 kilometers in diameter. The divine domain had become a divine sphere. Anyone would be utterly bewildered. Yet the sheer size of this divine domain begged the question, what kind of transcendent particles did it possess? Its area was staggering, shattering humanity's previous record by a factor of 200. Even so, people were fixated solely on the transcendent particles within. Without them, no matter its size, the domain was considered worthless. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the Origin Tower's analysis. One of the staff, noticing an anomaly, spoke with uncertainty. Based on my years of experience, this divine domain appears to contain no transcendent particles whatsoever. Impossible. How could such a vast domain lack any particles? Scrutinize it again. An authorized figure immediately commanded. Tower, scan this person's divine domain. Acknowledged. After a few seconds, the Origin Tower presented its findings. Name: Fang Yan. Examination number: Awakened Divine Domain 4000 km diameter. Initial scan: no transcendent particles detected. What? No transcendent particles at all? How is this possible? Such a colossal domain is a wasteland. Everyone who heard this was baffled. Even the most common particle would have been preferable to having none, rendering the domain utterly useless. It was truly the most absurd joke. The largest divine domain ever awakened by humanity was a barren wasteland. The very notion was laughable. Meanwhile, oblivious to the outside world, Fang Yan remained immersed in his own divine domain. Even if his domain were rich in transcendent particles, he wouldn't follow that path. He had already envisioned a grander road, the path of technological civilization. In this world, it was considered one of the most inferior paths, often associated only with void domains lacking any particles. It was seen as having no future. Their strongest weapons were mere bronze cannons and matchlock guns powered by gunpowder. In the face of any transcendent divine domain, these were as helpless as chicks, utterly devoid of any real destructive power. Its only perceived value lay in developing agriculture, providing cheap goods for the real world and other domains. Even the communication devices of the real world were not true technology. They were adapted from cultivation civilization's transmission talismans, known as spirit phones, possessing most functions of a mobile phone. Similarly, cars were called spirit cars, named for being powered by spiritual energy. Technology itself was barely represented in this world. They failed to realize that understanding the underlying principles could allow technology to replicate all these wonders. Not only replicate, but surpass them. Once the principles were understood, mass production became trivial, a capability most divine domain civilizations lacked. And when it came to offensive capabilities, the possibilities were limitless. It would rival even the top-tier divine domain civilizations. Firearms, artillery, missiles, nuclear warheads, dimensional collapse weapons, star-destroying cannons, black holes. With continuous advancement, even the mightiest domains could be easily conquered. What truly set technological civilization apart was its capacity for mass production, a terrifying ability. Once technology reached a certain level, it could churn out weapons of immense power. Other transcendent civilizations could only rely on relentless cultivation, perhaps producing a single peak expert. This was unique and nearly impossible to replicate. After all, the same cultivation method yields different results for different individuals. Without the right talent, one could never reach great heights, disqualifying the vast majority of people. As for the extremely rare few who might succeed, they could either reach the pinnacle or perish midway. Too many uncertainties. Technological civilization was the exact opposite. As long as top-tier weapons could be produced given enough resources, it wouldn't be long. Before long, there would be 1,000, 10,000, even 100,000 of these ultimate weapons. It would show all transcendent domains the true terror of overwhelming firepower. The fundamental reason technological civilization had never flourished here was that its core principles, the four fundamental forces of the universe, had never been properly established. But all of that knowledge resided within Fang Yan's mind. He was not only a transmigrator, but also the bearer of the pinnacle of legendary technological achievement. This was why he chose this path. Its immense power was all imprinted in his consciousness. Other transcendent civilizations might be powerful from the start and remain so, but compared to the infinite potential of technological civilization, they would ultimately fall short. Now that my divine domain space is stable, it's time to start planning its development. Fang Yan murmured to himself, then proceeded with the next step, guided by the memories in his mind. He began to construct the four fundamental forces. They were gravity, the strong force, the weak force, and electromagnetism. Gravity, as the name suggests, is the attractive force between any two objects with mass. If you have mass, you have gravity. From galaxies and planets down to electrons and protons, this force is omnipresent. The strong force is the interaction that holds the atomic nucleus together. Nuclear fission, nuclear fusion, and even the sun's power are but minor manifestations of this force. Even these insignificant displays could easily annihilate an entire divine domain. Against the attack of a nuclear bomb, ordinary domains would have no defense whatsoever. The weak force is related to the transformation of hadron states. It can shatter spacetime and distort dimensions with ease. As for electromagnetism, it's ubiquitous in daily life and has vast applications. At its peak, it could accelerate any object to the speed of light. Even a simple throw would carry unimaginable destructive power. When combined with other technological weapons, even many top-tier civilizations couldn't withstand many hits. These are all the powers of technology. Yet this was only the very beginning. Its true ferocity had not yet been revealed. As the four fundamental forces were continuously perfected, Fang Yan's divine domain underwent a noticeable transformation. It still appeared desolate, but it felt more substantial. The previously lifeless space seemed to come alive. This vitality wasn't biological, but a vibrancy of the laws themselves. The increasingly complete laws laid a solid foundation for future growth. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A towering building starts from its foundation. The development of a divine domain cannot be rushed. It must be built step by step, otherwise one might spend 10 or even 100 times the effort correcting past mistakes or risk stagnation. To do otherwise would be a profound loss. At the very start, one must advance steadily. What a pity. Many onlookers observed Fang Yan, their faces etched with regret. What did it matter if the divine domain was vast or its laws were complete? Without a single trace of transcendent particles, its fate was sealed. This was a domain of waste. The path forward was either to develop agriculture and become a feeble resource star, ensuring a life of comfort dozens of times better than an ordinary person's, or to pursue a so-called technological civilization, becoming cannon fodder wielding crude weapons in battles against other races. Soaring to the heavens was never an easy feat. Dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and the children of rats know how to dig holes. After countless years of development, the hierarchy had long been solidified. Those who awakened supreme divine domains were invariably from prestigious families. Commoners were thankful just to awaken an ordinary one. With a regretful shake of his head, he averted his gaze from Fang Yan. Huff! Fang Yan exhaled deeply, then opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. The vast majority of students were still anxiously awaiting their awakening, many sweating profusely with no reaction whatsoever. Talent was truly an insurmountable wall. He shook his head, re-entering a state of serene emptiness, and his divine sense drifted back into his divine domain. The four fundamental forces were now perfected, and his domain approached perfection. But he could not rest on his laurels, wasting the remaining time. The tower held an immense amount of primordial essence, the source of all matter. Technological civilizations were the most resource-hungry of all, so the more the better. As for other transcendent civilizations, their resource demands were also significant, but compared to a technological one they were but a drop in the ocean. Moreover, the two pursued fundamentally different goals. All transcendent civilizations focused on transcendent particles, enhancing individual power through cultivation, which required far more than mere common minerals. A technological civilization, however, was vastly different. It devoured all resources. Whether common, rare, or imbued with mystical properties, even sand and stone could be fashioned into extraordinary things. Especially when certain resources were combined, they could easily forge weapons of world-shattering destruction. This was the allure of a technological civilization. Transcendence was the transcendence of the individual, while technology was the technology of all. Perhaps that was the fundamental difference. Fang Yan glanced at his divine domain, an endless expanse of desolation and ruin. He stirred his thoughts. The primordial essence rapidly transformed. All the absorbed essence morphed at an incredible speed, and vast deposits of iron or materialized on the planet. On the surface, deep within, exposed to the sky, and hidden underground, it was everywhere. Beyond iron, there was copper, aluminum, cobalt, zinc, chromium, manganese, molybdenum. In short, every element on the periodic table was present, along with rare elements and minerals not on at all manifesting within the divine domain. The more complete the resource variety, the fewer obstacles for future development. The two were directly proportional. Rumble. The earth trembled. As resources were conjured from nothing, millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of tons of minerals appeared simultaneously on the planet. The immense weight stirred the barely stabilized land masses once more. Under the crushing pressure, tectonic plates shifted rapidly. Volcanoes erupted with reckless abandon, spewing ash that formed a haze blotting out the sun. The entire surface of the planet underwent another cataclysmic transformation. This resource conversion was no less than a nuclear baptism for the world, completely overturning its previous appearance. This was just the beginning. The most primitive energy resources, coal, carbon, petroleum, were indispensable. They were all directly converted from primordial essence. For these to form naturally would require tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of years of patient waiting. Who could afford to wait that long? It was far better to convert them using primordial essence. After all, it was free. Why not use it? And once again, the sheer power of the essence was proven, solidifying its status as the root of all things in the universe. With enough essence, a mere thought could conjure anything one desired. Gradually, the entire planet became saturated with resources, energy sources, metallic minerals, atomic and subatomic trace elements. Everything imaginable, and even things beyond imagination, now materialized on this planet within Fang Yan's divine domain. Only after completing all this did Fang Yan breathe a sigh of relief. In the early stages of a technological civilization, the competition was all about resources and foundations. Looking at his divine domain, he had the resources, but it was still inhospitable for human life. Not just because of the sun-blocking volcanic ash, but also the environment itself was unsuitable for living beings. So there was only one option left: time acceleration. Primordial essence could not only transform resources, but also alter the flow of time within the divine domain. This was basic knowledge known to anyone with an education. Normally, 1 point of essence could accelerate time by 1 year for every hour in the real world, but this was the essence tower, and some standard rules didn't apply here. Boom. In an instant, though the domain appeared unchanged, time began to flow at a terrifyingly accelerated rate. Active volcanoes gradually ceased their eruptions, settling down until they were as silent as the dead. The ash that had blotted out the sun began to precipitate at a visible speed. The sky slowly cleared and became pristine. Vast amounts of water gathered in low-lying areas, forming lakes of various sizes. Following rivers, they flowed downwards, forming the initial concept of an ocean. Seeing that the time was ripe, Fang Yan willed some plants into existence on the planet. With the appearance of the first plant, the prologue of life was officially unveiled. It was no longer a planet devoid of life. Soil, hills, and plains were now teeming with their presence, spreading across the entire globe. From a single centimeter to 10 to a meter to 100 meters, they eventually grew into towering ancient trees. This transformation happened in the blink of an eye. Behind it all, the primordial essence was burning at an alarming rate. After dozens of cycles, the planet's environment underwent a complete and radical change. It was lush and verdant, teeming with unending life. Now for the next step. A sharp glint flashed in Fang Yan's eyes, and a multitude of animals appeared on the planet like mushrooms after rain. They ran, they frolicked, they reveled in nature's bounty. Within a short period, they had conquered every corner of the planet. Over time, the animals began to diverge. Herbivores, carnivores, omnivores. It seemed to enter a virtuous cycle, stabilizing the populations of all flora and fauna at a sustainable level, unlike the initial chaotic overgrowth that competed for resources. After dozens of generations, an equilibrium was achieved. Seeing that the awakening time was almost over, Fang Yan could no longer contain himself, using his essence blood as a medium and primordial essence as energy. Finally, humanity was born. It wasn't a grand spectacle, nor was it the mythical creation of man. It was simply essence blood combined with primordial essence, the most primal energy, giving rise to ordinary humans within the divine domain. Tens of thousands of humans appeared in a pre-designated area. Men and women alike, completely naked, stood upright on a grassy plain. They all appeared to be in their early 20s, the peak of human intellectual and physical prowess. Their sudden appearance left them bewildered, unsure of what to do. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed within the minds of this group of humans. I am technology, and you are all my children. Strive diligently to learn and develop, and in the future fight for me. As the words faded, their bewildered gazes instantly became clear, as if they had been brought to life. Simultaneously, Fang Yan utilized his primordial power to materialize countless books. There were primers for learning to read and write, as well as more profound texts for reading comprehension. Among these, the most crucial were the foundational sciences, namely fundamental mathematics and fundamental physics. Fundamental chemistry was also included. Humanities, history, sociology, and philosophy were given relatively lower priority. After all, the advancement of technology is primarily built upon the foundation of basic mathematics, with physics and chemistry providing the framework. Having accomplished all this, Fang Yan finally revealed a look of relief. Next, it was up to his children to prove themselves, whether they would surge ahead or remain mediocre. As Fang Yan was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted everyone's contemplation. Attention, all students, the awakening period has ended. Please line up and exit the origin tower in an orderly fashion. Whether they had awakened their domains or not, everyone stood up and filed outside. As for refusing to leave, one wouldn't even dare to think about it. The experience of those who came before had fully demonstrated the consequences. At best, they would be locked away for years. At worst, they would be executed on the spot. The origin tower is the lifeblood of all humanity, not a place for you to act shamelessly. Go cause trouble outside where no one cares. Fang Yan smiled, stood up, and followed the crowd outside. Although discussions and noise were prohibited within the Origin Tower, it was evident from the expressions on everyone's faces who had awakened their divine domains and who hadn't. Joy, excitement, chagrin, and regret were all written on their faces. This kind of examination was no less significant than the imperial examinations of ancient times. A single success could instantly separate people into two different worlds, a clear divide between those who leap into the upper echelons of society and those who remain at the bottom. Fang Yan, a leader from the Education Bureau, wants to see you. Just as he stepped out of the tower, a staff member quickly approached and called out to Fang Yan amidst the flow of the crowd. Fang Yan paused briefly, then returned to normal, not overly surprised. He knew he held the record for the largest divine domain awakening in human history, and now that he had shattered it by such a staggering margin, the attention was only natural. So he's Fang Yan, the one who awakened that enormous divine domain. As his name was called out, many people looked on with curiosity, mixed with disdain and mockery. A divine domain without a single superparticle is useless no matter how large it is. It's still just a waste domain destined to be inferior. Exactly, in a while he won't even be worthy of washing my feet. It's a pity. If he had any superparticles with such a vast domain, he could have developed much better in the early stages. Others laugh at me for being insane. Oh, I laugh at them for their blindness. Facing the ridicule and sarcasm, Fang Yan just brushed it off with a smile. You all want to compare with a technological civilization. Even the top-tier civilizations would have to stand aside. Soon Fang Yan was led into a spacious room. From here one could clearly observe everything within the Origin Tower, and even the process of students awakening their domains could be seen in detail upon authorization. The room appeared large, yet it was already packed. Besides the principals of various universities, there were also admissions mentors from military academies. As for the rest, they were all influential figures of Tangyi City, some of whom frequently appeared in the news. It seemed that the annual college entrance examination attracted significant attention from all quarters. They weren't just there to observe the students' domain awakenings, but also to scout for investment opportunities. When Fang Yan stepped into the room, many turned their gazes towards him. A man in his 40s stepped forward and spoke first. Welcome, student Fang Yan. He has broken the record for the largest divine domain area on the first awakening in human history, with a diameter of a staggering 4,000 kilometers. Without waiting for others to react, he continued, according to the regulations of the Education Bureau, any student who makes a significant breakthrough in their divine domain is entitled to a reward, let alone one who breaks the record. Despite his words, the atmosphere in the room was noticeably cold, with everyone wearing an indifferent expression. They all knew that Fang Yan's awakened domain contained not a trace of superparticles, rendering it worthless for cultivation. Who would invest in that? Naturally, they adopted a mind-your-own-business attitude. Student Fang Yan, according to the relevant regulations, and to encourage students to set new records, the Education Bureau hereby awards you a piece of Origin crystal containing 100 units of primordial essence. At this point, the man paused briefly before continuing. Of course, if student Fang Yan has other preferences, we could also exchange this Origin crystal for credit points. Although he didn't state it explicitly, his implication was clear. Fang Yan's domain had no potential for development, so it might be better to just exchange it for credits. In the real world, credit points are money. 100 units of primordial essence at the standard market rate could be exchanged for 1,000 credit points, equivalent to the total annual income of an average family. There was no need to hesitate over this choice. They didn't believe in Fang Yan because they had never witnessed the power of a technological civilization. Thank you for the reminder, sir, but he'll choose the Origin crystal. The Education Bureau leader was silent for a moment, but didn't press further. They had all been through this age. They knew one must experience disappointment before tasting despair. Very well, this Origin crystal contains 100 units of primordial essence. I hope you will consider it carefully. With that, he handed Fang Yan a crystal clear Origin crystal. What a pity. Breaking the record only earned such a meager reward. If his domain had contained superparticles, he would have received substantial rewards not only from the Education Bureau, but also from the city and universities. He might have even been interviewed as a model student and gained access to more resources. As for the admissions mentors from the military academies, they didn't even spare him a glance. Aside from the exceptional size of his domain, he didn't impress them in any other aspect. And domain size was the most useless trait of all. With enough primordial essence, anyone could expand their domain to a massive scale. It was utterly pointless, only saving some resources in the later stages without enhancing one's actual strength. What do military academies look for in admissions? Potential, of course. Without potential, even your own grandmother wouldn't pay you any mind. Keep up the good work. After a brief encouragement from the Education Bureau leader, Fang Yan was escorted out of the room. As for the elites of Tangyi City, they naturally held the same negative view. A domain with no value wasn't worth their investment. In response, Fang Yan let out a soft chuckle. Fingering the origin crystal he had just received, he was confident that before long his technological civilization would astonish everyone. So what if it was a waste domain? What if others had super domains? Even the top-tier domains were nothing special. The technological civilization was about to be fully unveiled before everyone's eyes. It was not weak. The weak were only those who failed to develop. Who dares to say that technology is inferior? Although Fang Yan was not favored by any martial arts university, these academies regarded him with exceptional importance. A divine domain of such vast area with only a limited investment of resources in the early stage would yield substantial returns later. Moreover, for a youth who had yet to step into society and had never experienced the harshness of the world, how could he fathom the treachery of others? With a little coaxing, he would certainly fall for it. Once the contract was signed, they could sit back and collect money. A surefire profit with no losses and all benefits. Who wouldn't want such a student? Fang Yan hadn't gone far before he was stopped by someone. "Hello, classmate. I am the principal of the Supernatural Academy in the Magic Capital. Are you interested in attending our academy? Just sign a contract and you will receive preferential resource allocation from our academy. By then, how can those key martial arts universities compare? Those who look down on you will eventually regret it. 3 years, just 3 years, and you will leave them all behind." The man gesticulated wildly, speaking in an endless stream. Coupled with his infectious tone, he could surely stir the blood of any young person. Who doesn't want to grow stronger? Who doesn't want to become famous? However, Fang Yan cast a glance at him and snorted in disdain. In his previous life, academies were synonymous with technical schools and ordinary junior colleges. In this world, compared to the worst martial arts university, they were like heaven and earth, not on the same level at all, with no basis for comparison. Even the so-called resource investment was just empty talk from the other party, never materializing. The contracts mentioned were all a play on words. Many students who failed the college entrance exam had been deceived and ended up working for the academy for half their lives. Hence a saying circulated among high school students: better not to study at all than to sign a contract with an academy, because you never know when you'll be sold off and still be counting money for them. Classmate, think it over. A student with potential like yours won't be worse off at our academy than at a martial arts university. Seeing the other person still droning on painting a rosy picture, Fang Yan was clearly growing impatient. "Sorry, I plan to apply for a martial arts university. I have no interest in your academy." With that, he got up to leave. Classmate, you know very well the situation of your divine domain. The first requirement for applying to a martial arts university is a practical combat assessment. If you fail that, everything is over. Why not come to our academy? Not only is there no assessment, but you'll also be admitted for free. Fang Yan shook his head and paid no further attention to him. However, one point the other made was correct. During the college entrance exam period, apart from students who awakened top-tier divine domains and were admitted without examination, the others had a gap of about a month. This month was used for practical combat assessments, and ultimately rankings determined which martial arts university they could attend. Another point to note: awakening a supernatural particle did not guarantee a smooth path to a martial arts university. If one failed the practical combat assessment, even those with divine domains of low potential would have no chance. This was precisely why the other party did not think highly of Fang Yan. A divine domain with supernatural particles could not guarantee a 100% pass, so how could he, with a divine domain devoid of any supernatural elements, possibly pass the practical combat test? The college entrance exam was still ongoing. Either stay and watch the awakening of other students, or go home and do as they pleased. Fang Yan was not at all concerned about others' awakenings. Instead, he preferred to develop his own divine domain. He took the bus alone back to the only house his parents had left him. Calming his mind, he prepared to absorb the source power within the crystal. 100 units of source power was not much, but it could play a crucial role in early development. Every year after the college entrance exam, the practical combat assessment would begin 3 days later. Those who passed smoothly within the first 3 days would receive excellent rewards. The rewards multiplied exponentially for each day earlier. If one passed on the very first attempt, not only would they receive abundant rewards, but they could also choose any key martial arts university. He stopped thinking about it. His mind gradually settled, and he entered the divine domain. As the source power was infused, the entire divine domain became active again. The 10,000 subjects had already begun hunting and building thatched huts. Under Fang Yan's accelerated cultivation, many people started to learn to read and write, studying the basic disciplines. But all this was still too slow. With a clear goal in mind, to rapidly strengthen a race, there was only one way: time acceleration. As long as source power was available, everything in the divine domain could be altered, even time itself. 1 hour in the outside world equaled 1 year in the divine domain, consuming 1 unit of source power in the process. Fang Yan had 100 units of source power, enough to let the divine domain develop for 100 years. 100 years was sufficient to bring about earth-shattering changes in his technological civilization. With time acceleration, humanity developed rapidly. In the blink of an eye, thatched huts rose from the ground. The insignificant humans transitioned directly from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. The Bronze Age had barely begun before it gave way to the Iron Age. Almost every interval brought unexpected surprises. Boom! A thunderclap erupted from the ground as the first crude gunpowder bomb was born. Meanwhile, as the basic disciplines were gradually mastered, matchlock muskets and bronze cannons appeared in society and began to be used in combat. Thus, humanity became the undisputed overlord of the divine domain. Carnivorous animals, upon seeing humans, would flee as far as possible. If they couldn't win, they could at least avoid them. With increased strength and a growing population, humans were no longer satisfied with their current habitat and began to expand outward. Beasts and trees could no longer block their path. Even mountains, under the relentless bombardment of gunpowder, lost their former stubbornness and obediently made way. As the first generation of humans aged, their ability to learn and adapt gradually dulled. The development of the divine domain seemed to hit a bottleneck. As the second generation came of age with favorable living conditions and good education, they acquired more knowledge. Once they delved into research, they broke through one incredible achievement after another, gradually making their mark. Finally, in the 52nd year of the human era, the first steam engine was born. Its birth propelled the entire mechanical industry and social development of humanity. It solved the most critical problem in large-scale machine production, drove unprecedented progress in transportation, and accelerated mineral extraction. Work that originally required several people, or even dozens, could now be easily accomplished by one or two people with a single machine. It not only sped up the process, but also greatly liberated human labor. With the liberation of labor, more people were able to devote themselves to scientific research. Fully embodying the principle, technology is the primary productive force. With labor liberated and the external environment posing no threats, a population explosion commenced in earnest. Within a few short years, the numbers surpassed 100,000, and this figure continued to multiply geometrically each passing year. In the 75th year of the human era, a year destined for the annals of history, the population reached the watershed of 500,000. The first generation had aged, the second was no longer young. Now it was the era of the third generation. Through continuous development, humanity transcended the tribal societal structure and strode directly into an imperial system. Only an empire suited the progression of the divine domain. In the conflicts to come, only imperial rule could ensure swift unification and efficiently unleash the potential for war. At a single command, all military forces would unconditionally enter a state of war, unlike those federations that endlessly voted and paraded. By the time their deliberations concluded, the war would be nearly over. At that rate, they'd be too slow to even catch a break. The imperial system was the only path forward. With the refinement of the social system and the unification of scientific research, technology surged once more, gradually approaching a modern near-World War II level. From the smallest screw to colossal steel behemoths, everything was forged. Their war potential reached an unprecedented zenith. To achieve such a state in under a century was remarkable. They were not inherently more intelligent, they stood on the shoulders of giants. With Fang Yan, the master of technology, guiding them, rapid development was inevitable. As the primordial source energy waned, time within the divine domain finally froze at the 100th year of the human era, with the population reaching 1 million. Bereft of that energy's support, time within became perfectly synchronized with the outside world. During these 3 days and nights, Fang Yan watched the divine domain's development, every moment fearing his people might choose a wrong path. He knew that 1 hour in the real world equaled an entire year within the divine domain. The early stages of development allowed no room for error. A single misstep could lead to utter ruin. Xian, gather the people, train the army, and prepare for battle. Xian, the first great emperor of humanity, heard this voice and instantly stood, receiving the decree with the utmost reverence. Their master of technology had issued such a command for the first time. There was tension, excitement, and even a hint of fear. Hadn't they developed all this time for this very day? From having nothing to commanding a steel torrent, their struggles and efforts were now ready to be showcased to the world. Order the Central Army is to enter a state of emergency combat readiness, prepared to engage at a moment's notice. Order the Eastern and Southern armies are to force march to the imperial capital and join the Central Army in combat readiness. Order the Western Army is to defend the Empire's southern and western borders, preventing any enemy from setting foot within. Order the Northern Army is to defend the Empire's eastern and northern borders, annihilating all invading foes. Order the Imperial armaments factories are to operate 247, producing weapons without pause. Let the machines never halt. Order all Imperial citizens are to enter a state of wartime mobilization. With each decree, the entire empire began to churn into motion like a colossal machine running at full throttle, showcasing its war potential for the first time. An army is maintained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. At that moment, the entire divine domain was filled with an aura of grim determination. Everything was being prepared for war. Fang Yan exhaled deeply before opening his eyes. He calculated that today marked the official commencement of the practical assessment, a crucial hurdle for university admission. Against a steel torrent, everything else was but a fragile bubble easily pierced. Fang Yan was confident. He was determined to claim the rewards for clearing the assessment within the first 3 days. After a quick wash, he took the bus to the plaza outside the Origin Tower, the designated venue for the practical exam. Many had already arrived early, gathering in small groups to speculate about the nature of this year's challenge. No way. This year's university practical exam is this. We're doomed. My Warchi civilization definitely won't pass. A level 1 Zerg civilization. What? Level 1 Zerg. Our divine domain has only been awakened for 3 days. Even with origin acceleration, it's only developed for about a century. How can we possibly defeat the Zerg, one of the mightiest races in the universe, even at level 1? The plaza erupted in groans of despair, with many wearing looks of utter hopelessness. Their initial confidence was doused with a bucket of ice water. Fang Yan was slightly taken aback. This year's practical exam was truly unexpected. The Zerg. As one of humanity's hostile races, they were born warriors with formidable combat prowess. Their coordinated command was especially terrifying, allowing every single creature to move with unified purpose, a nightmare for all other races. It was no wonder many were wailing in despair, as such a foe was impossible to handle at their current stage. The rewards for the first 3 days were utterly out of reach for them. Look, Li Kun, the one who awakened the Titan Divine Domain, is here. Wasn't he already specially recruited by the Kyoto University? Why is he still here? He's here for the rewards, of course. Any graduating student who clears the assessment within 3 days gets the corresponding prize. I wonder if he can pass on the first day. Dream on. The Titan Divine Domain is notorious for its long development time. Even if he used origin acceleration constantly for these 3 days and nights, that's only about a century of development. 100 years and Titans are still in their infancy, nowhere near their full strength. Hearing this explanation, many nodded in agreement. The Titan Divine Domain was indeed powerful, one of the top-tier domains. But an undeveloped Titan domain was nothing special. Look, Li Kun is actually applying for the challenge. Oh, this is going to be good. Seeing a prodigy get humbled on the first day is a rare treat. Many, believing they themselves lacked the strength to succeed, also doubted others' abilities. The assessment instructor, watching Li Kun with an appreciative gaze, asked, "Are you ready?" "Instructor, I'm ready to begin." "Open your divine domain, and let the optical computer create a wanton simulation of its power." Prepared, Li Kun immediately opened his mind, linking his divine domain with the optical computer. Though called a practical exam, it actually involved simulated battles between divine domains via the optical computer. If they were to fight with real forces, their civilizations would be annihilated before they even had a chance to develop. If every assessment or competition caused a wave of death, humanity would never progress. Simultaneously, a massive projection appeared in the sky for all to watch. The view revealed a desolate land. Occasionally, a few animals darted across the scene before vanishing without a trace. Boom! A towering gate suddenly materialized upon the land, its sheer presence scattering the wildlife in a frantic, disoriented panic. In the same breath, a figure stepped forth from within the gate. The moment its colossal foot touched the ground, a collective gasp echoed from the onlookers. It was impossibly huge. A single foot was larger than an entire human being. If the full body were revealed, how towering must it stand? As the giant fully emerged, it became clear that all present could only crane their necks to behold it, estimating its height at 7 to 8 meters at least. 7 to 8 meters. And this was merely a juvenile titan. In adulthood, they would easily reach dozens, even hundreds of meters. With such sheer mass alone, they were virtually invincible across many divine domains. Big they were, but whether their other attributes matched their size remained to be seen. Following the first titan, a second, then a third appeared before the crowd. Each one boasted an equally colossal frame. However, as the fifth emerged, the gate seemed to lose its momentum and fell silent. 5 juvenile titans seemed few in number, and indeed they were. Yet their scarcity was more than compensated by their immense combat power. Even a single juvenile titan could rival the combined strength of their entire divine domain. 5 of them could easily crush the vast majority of extraordinary divine domains. However, these 5 juvenile titans were far from sufficient to contend with the swarm. Everyone stared gravely at the projection in the sky, wondering what hidden trump card Li Kun possessed to face such a challenge with confidence. The moment the titans set foot in this world, the swarm detected their presence. Several nearby raptor bugs swiftly charged toward them, crashing through everything in their path with reckless abandon. As they closed the distance, the Titans noticed the approaching bugs, and one of them stepped forward. Squelch. With a single stomp, the Titan crushed the raptor bugs into a pulp, their remains sinking deep into the earth like mud. The first encounter ended in a decisive defeat for the swarm. They never even had a chance to retaliate, meeting their end on the spot. It wasn't that the swarm was weak, but that the Titans were overwhelmingly powerful. As the raptor bugs were annihilated, the swarm queen in the rear received the feedback. The intruders were formidable, and a few raptor bugs would clearly be of little use. The swarm queen immediately issued orders, and a massive horde of bugs began to converge. Yet as time passed, the expected great battle never erupted. The battlefield was eerily silent, unnaturally so. Then thud, thud, thud. The ground trembled, and the sky changed color. "They're here." Everyone present felt their hearts tighten, mouths going dry, yet a flicker of excitement shone in their eyes. An endless tide of bugs surged forward like a flood, forming a horizon that stretched beyond sight. Countless. There were simply too many. Boundless and overwhelming, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. Who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? All the students were stunned, their earlier hopes shattered. Withstand it? How? With their bare heads. This is a complete hell mode, offering no chance of survival. Forget it, a single glob of spit from each bug could drown my domain. This is far beyond what I can handle now. A level 1 swarm, terrifying indeed. Amid the students' complaints, the swarm drew ever closer, their ferocious forms now fully visible. Faced with the tidal wave of bugs, even the Titans had to retreat. The disparity in numbers was simply too vast. But retreating endlessly was not an option. They would soon be cornered. Li Kun, looking at his subjects, steeled his resolve. Charge. Ignoring the danger, the Titans charged forward, fists swinging, and the battle erupted. The moment they clashed, a brutal, unimaginable melee began. In an instant, the swarm suffered heavy casualties. The Titans, leveraging their immense size, claimed the lives of one or even several bugs with each blow. But the swarm was relentless. As soon as one fell, another filled the gap, leaving no respite. Within seconds, the first Titan was swallowed by the sea of bugs, never to rise again. And this was only the beginning. Following the first, the second, third, and fourth Titans were successively engulfed. In the end, all 5 Titans lost their lives, and the battlefield was filled with nothing but the sound of the swarm devouring their remains. A wave of despair washed over the students. Tens of thousands of bugs launching a suicidal assault. Who could endure that? Even the Titans were wiped out in just half a minute. What chance did their meager forces stand? Even Li Kun, who had been so confident, initially wore an expression of utter disbelief at the scene before him. He knew the swarm could be powerful, but not to this extent. He hadn't even used his trump card, and yet he had already suffered a crushing defeat. At this moment, he felt like a clown. The more confident he had been at the start, the more humiliated he was now. His clenched fists tightened and anger slowly relaxed. Using his trump card now would be pointless. It couldn't change the outcome. He had underestimated the swarm's strength, and even more so the quality of this year's graduates. After all, only a few hundred people typically pass the practical assessment within the first 3 days, and most of them do so on the 3rd day. Those who pass on the first day are exceptionally rare, each one a monstrous prodigy. As Li Kun retreated in disgrace, the students in the square fell into a collective silence. If Li Kun with his Titan domain couldn't succeed, then they had no chance at all. Rather than seek humiliation, it was wiser to return and develop their domains. In a week or two, once their domains had evolved for a few hundred or thousand years, the level 1 swarm wouldn't seem so daunting. That was the theory, but they were severely lacking in resources. Normal consumption required 1 point of source energy per hour, which could accelerate time within the domain by a year. A month required a staggering 720 points, equivalent to 720 credit points, the value of an average family's home. This was nothing for those from wealthy families, but for ordinary households, it was a financial strain that would drain them dry. Parents would endure any hardship for their children's sake. The house Fang Yan held was his parents' preparation for his college entrance exams. As the crowd began to disperse, the supervising instructor called out, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Who would dare face the level 1 swarm?" Li Kun's example was a perfect lesson. He had tried to show off with his top-tier domain only to be thoroughly humiliated and forced to slink away. Don't try to show off until your domain is fully developed. Seeing no one step forward, the instructor showed little reaction and returned to his seat. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a rest, a voice rang out from the distance. "He'll do it." Seeing no one step forward, Fang Yan walked up and declared loudly, "He'll take the challenge." Was it not just a first-tier insectoid? Was it not just the raptor bugs mentioned in textbooks? Was it not just their overwhelming numerical advantage? Fang Yan was truly not afraid. In terms of numbers, a technological civilization had never feared anyone. What? Someone still dares to challenge. Whose subordinate is this so fierce and yet doesn't announce their name? Many who heard about the challenge thought their ears were playing tricks on them. The bloody examples from before were still vivid in their minds, yet someone was so eager to be humiliated. It's him. When Fang Yan stood on the stage, many recognized him. So it's the one from the biggest waste domain this year, Fang Yan. I heard he even broke our race's highest record. I was wondering who dared to challenge. How dare you even step on stage? Don't tell me you're just here to make a spectacle of yourself. Exactly, even Li Kun left in disgrace. You don't actually think you're better than Li Kun and will succeed, do you? They wouldn't dare utter a single word against Li Kun, but against Fang Yan, who possessed no supernatural particles whatsoever. Many students below the stage began to mock him with sarcastic remarks, and some even fanned the flames by cheering on the commotion. People love to worship the strong and bully the weak, and in their eyes Fang Yan was weak, someone to be bullied. Seeing the sneers and taunts of these students, Fang Yan visibly frowned. He didn't even want to bother with these fools. Moreover, from now on they would never be people from the same world. Instructor, let's begin. Fang Yan opened his mind, allowing the optical computer to scan his divine domain while replicating his true strength on a wanton scale. Boom. A colossal gate suddenly appeared on the grassland, continuously growing larger and wider. The scene was clearly somewhat different from Li Kun's, but not by much. At the same time, a projection was cast into the sky, broadcasting the entire assessment live from all angles. As the gate connected with Fang Yan's divine domain, he didn't hesitate and directly issued a divine decree. Prepare for battle. The human Emperor Xian was already fully clad in battle attire. Seeing the sudden appearance of the gate and receiving the divine decree, he immediately drew the long sword at his side. Warriors, follow me into battle and destroy all enemies. Kill. 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 In that moment, the war machine was fully activated. Countless armored vehicles and coffin-like tanks were the first to advance. They crossed the gate and arrived on the battlefield. They stood in strict formation, their artillery loaded and ready, prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice at any moment. As the modern mechanized divisions came into view, many showed expressions of confusion. What are these things? I've never seen anything like them. Looking at the war machines in the projection, many were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such an opening move before. Hey, these moving things look a bit like the spirit hearses we usually ride. You're right, they do have many similarities. And those coffin boards, why do they have a long steel tube sticking out vertically? Look, there are things flying in the sky. As fighter jets streaked by one after another, everyone's eyes were filled with expressions of disbelief. They knew Fang Yan had awakened a waste domain, which had been authoritatively verified by the tower to have no supernatural particles whatsoever. But how were these things flying? Inconceivable, truly inconceivable. Everyone was extremely curious about how Fang Yan managed to do it, and what energy source drove these iron behemoths. As the mechanized divisions secured advantageous positions, a large number of soldiers began to emerge from the portal one after another. Following the prearranged strategy, they began to adjust and form a defensive formation. Meanwhile, the aircraft in the sky dispersed in all directions to scout for insectoid activity. 01 calling HQ, 01 calling HQ. HQ receiving. Large numbers of bugs are gathering 50 kilometers to the northeast. Repeat, large numbers of bugs are gathering 50 kilometers to the northeast. Requesting permission to bomb. HQ received. 01, hold your position for now. We have already dispatched aircraft for support. Proceed with the bombing in sequence. 01, understood. Within just a few short minutes, the human side had already dispatched 50 aircraft to the location where the insectoids were gathering. Looking down at the swarm below, the humans initiated the attack first. Bombs began to drop as if they cost nothing, letting out bursts of howling whistles. Then boom, boom, boom. The brilliant explosions instantly engulfed the still gathering insectoid swarm, delivering a devastating blow. Perhaps this swarm never even knew what hit them, that the things flying in the sky were sides of death. In just a few dozen seconds, all the bombs carried by the 50 aircraft were dropped. After the sparks faded, blood flowed like a river. All that was left on the ground were corpses and huge craters. The insectoids, usually fearless in the face of death, now showed expressions of terror. They had been completely wiped out without even knowing who their enemy was. This wave of operations shocked all the students so much that their jaws nearly dropped. Holy shit. They were stunned, completely stunned. What kind of godly attack was this? Even the insectoids that Li Kun couldn't handle were like paper in front of Fang Yan. That brief moment of indiscriminate bombing lasted just a few dozen seconds, and in those few dozen seconds at least 1,000 bugs were killed. What a terrifying existence this was. This wasn't war, this was a massacre. A blatant massacre. However, no one felt pity, instead they were exceptionally excited. Strong. Too strong. They had been blind before failing to see the true nature of Mount Lu. This was no waste domain, it was probably a domain even more supreme than a top-tier divine domain. To develop such powerful offensive capabilities in just 3 days, if this was a waste domain, then they were worse than waste, directly qualifying as trash. They had been careless, they hadn't dodged. Why pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger? Youngsters these days have no martial ethics, deceiving us fellow youngsters. As Fang Yan's true strength gradually unfolded, everyone's assessment of him did a complete 180-degree turn. Yes, the strong are bound to be respected, though this respect came a bit late. As the first wave of attacks ended, the fighters began to prepare for their return flight. But were the insectoids really so easy to kill? Didn't they possess any means of air defense? A bolt of plasma shot out unexpectedly, streaking directly towards the fighter jets in the sky. Boom! The struck fighter jet exploded, instantly turning into a fireball and plummeting to the ground. Then the second, the third, the fourth. Countless plasma bolts were rapidly fired from various forests and rocky outcrops. In almost an instant, the entire sky seemed to form a kind of forbidden zone. Calling HQ, we are under attack, requesting support, Climb. Quick. Max climb to escape their attack range. Unfortunately, it was too late. Their reaction was a step too slow. All 50 fighter jets were lost. Meanwhile, the human headquarters received news of the fallen fighters along with some transmitted footage. The Zerg, it turned out, possessed not only melee capabilities, but also ranged attacks. Their biological plasma in particular could sweep across vast areas in a single blast, making it incredibly difficult to evade. It was only natural to be unfamiliar with the Zerg's tactics during their first encounter, just as the Zerg were equally unfamiliar with the methods of technological civilization. However, the human Emperor Xian wore a grim expression. He hadn't anticipated losing over half of their fighters right from the start, instantly erasing their advantage in air superiority. So they have ranged attacks, do they? Well, we have our own. Order 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Artillery Brigades, target the direction 50 kilometers out. Launch a carpet bombing campaign and annihilate those bugs. At your command. All artillery units, adjust your coordinates. As the orders were issued, the soldiers sprang into action. Adjusting coordinates, loading shells. All movements were executed in one fluid motion. Weighing dozens of kilograms each, the artillery shells were loaded into the breeches with mechanical assistance. Take your positions. Fire. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke billowed from the 3 artillery positions. The immense recoil was deafening, causing tinnitus for anyone standing nearby. Propelled by gunpowder, shell after shell tore through the clouds, hurtling towards their targets with a piercing howl. 50 kilometers was nothing. These cannons could easily strike targets 100 kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. As the shells landed, dazzling fireworks blossomed across the landscape. From front to back, left to right, an area spanning several kilometers was engulfed in a sea of fire. The plasma bugs lurking and hiding were caught completely off guard by the carpet bombing. By the time the Zerg Queen realized what was happening, it was already too late. The 2nd and 3rd waves of shells were already raining down on their hiding spots. There was no time to react. The human forces bombarded the area for a full half-hour before finally ceasing. When the smoke cleared, the entire battlefield had been carved several meters deep. When it came to ranged attacks, technological civilization feared no one. As for the Zerg, they had been blown to smithereens. Not a single intact body could be found. After 2 exchanges, the Zerg were clearly at a disadvantage. Their overall casualties, while significant, were negligible compared to their total numbers. Not enough to cripple them. They still had the strength to fight. Having witnessed the power of technological civilization, the Zerg Queen grew wiser. She ordered all Zerg to burrow underground and stay hidden while secretly gathering strength, intending to deliver a fatal blow to the invading forces. Consequently, no further skirmishes occurred in the following period. They didn't even encounter each other again, let alone engage in battle. Everything proceeded in silence. The humans strengthened their defenses while deploying numerous reconnaissance aircraft to locate the Zerg's main base. The Zerg, however, remained hidden, seemingly preparing something momentous. With no battles for an extended period, the students gathered in the plaza grew restless. Had it not been for their desire to learn more about the strength of the Tier 1 Zerg. In preparation for the month-long practical assessment ahead, many of them would have already left. They were curious and deeply impressed by Fang Yan's displayed power. But ultimately, that was his strength, not theirs. The most important thing was to develop their own abilities and steadily improve. They understood what truly mattered. However, in a war of extinction, neither side would go alone before leveraging their own advantages. Both were seeking opportunities. For the students, this period of waiting was itself a learning experience. Some of the more talented ones picked up valuable techniques that would aid them in future battles. After an unknown amount of time, the Zerg finally reappeared. But their method of arrival was unlike anything anyone had imagined. They didn't come from the ground or the sky. They erupted from beneath the earth. As massive burrowing worms emerged, colossal bottomless pits opened up across the terrain. Following them, hordes of raptor bugs surged forth from the holes, charging directly at the humans within the defensive fortifications. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Move it, move it. Everyone battle stations. No one had anticipated the Zerg attacking this way. Not the students, and certainly not the war planning department. After all, this was their first battle against the Zerg. Who could have predicted such a tactic? With the Zerg's emergence, war erupted instantly. Tens of thousands of raptor bugs poured through the tunnels, screaming with bloodlust as they charged their foes. It's over, completely over. Against such a sudden assault, can Fang Yan's divine domain even hold? Who knew the bugs had this trick up their sleeves? Quite the unexpected surprise. Yet despite the onslaught, the defensive line showed no panic, methodically organizing their defenses against the invaders. A torrent of bullets erupted, halting the charging raptor bugs. This attack was so sudden and launched from such close range, a mere kilometer away. At full sprint, the raptor bugs could cross that distance in 15 to 20 seconds. Suppressing their offensive momentum in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. Within a dozen seconds, the raptor bugs had closed to within 100 meters, and the distance was shrinking fast. But did the humans only have rifles? Suddenly, countless Gatling guns opened fire at full capacity, spewing out 6,000 rounds per minute. The muzzles, glowing with blue flames, instantly suppressed the leading wave of raptor bugs. Under such ferocious firepower, the Zerg fell in droves, lying in neat rows like harvested wheat, utterly still. As the humans withstood the initial wave, reinforcements arrived from behind. Mortars, artillery, multiple rocket launchers, tanks, and even aircraft began to take to the skies. More and more technological weapons were brought into action. For the first time, the true potential of warfare was laid bare for all to see. They realized that war could be fought like this. Within mere seconds, the scales of victory began to tip in humanity's favor. The Zerg's initial ferocious charge was now clearly faltering, suppressed by the relentless hail of ammunition and artillery fire. Watch out. Plasma bugs. All artillery saturation fire. Wipe out those plasma bugs. Early-stage technological civilization boasted an array of offensive capabilities with formidable power. But their most critical flaw was the fragility of their own bodies. If they were engaged at close range or struck by ranged attacks, they would suffer massive casualties. Therefore, the moment a ranged attacking Zerg like the plasma bug was spotted, it had to be eliminated immediately, or the consequences would be dire. Fortunately, they were spotted in time. The moment they appeared, they were instantly destroyed. The battle had now reached a fever pitch. Yet despite their grievous losses, the Zerg continued their relentless assault. They seemed utterly devoid of pain or fear, charging forward blindly. Even in death, their corpses fell upon the path of their advance. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. What race could boast such fearless tenacity? Certainly not humanity. There was a saying, while the front lines starve, the rear gorges itself. It was a painfully accurate depiction of the human condition. Even in the face of extinction, humanity still found time for infighting. Watch your feet. Just as the human forces were consolidating their gains, the soil within the defensive works began to shift, as if something was about to burst forth. Damn it, it's bugs. They're tunneling beneath us. Quick, first platoon, spread out. Second platoon. Before the officer could finish, a massive burrowing worm erupted from the ground, its drill-like head still spinning as it impaled him clean through. With a sweeping motion, it sliced through the nearby soldiers who had yet to react, cutting them in half. Simultaneously, a swarm of raptors poured from the tunnel, their blade-like arms reaping lives with terrifying speed. It happened so fast that in mere seconds the position was on the verge of collapse. So that was why the Zerg outside had been attacking so relentlessly, even at such a high cost. It was all a diversion. Now they had achieved their objective. When it came to close quarters combat, the Zerg held a one-sided advantage, fully exposing humanity's weaknesses. Tanks. Where are the tanks? Get them in here to plug this hole. Don't bother with the bugs on the surface, just roll right over them. Facing the bloodthirsty swarm, humanity fought back with equal ferocity, throwing bodies at the enemy to stem the tide. As tanks rumbled into the tunnel, they managed to temporarily halt the Zerg advance. But this was not a permanent solution. The Zerg would eventually tunnel elsewhere. The human Emperor Xian, learning of the attack on his headquarters, surveyed the reconnaissance photos and asked, "Have you located the Zerg's lair?" Analysis of reconnaissance imagery suggests 3 potential Zerg nest locations. One is 30 kilometers to the northwest, an area with signs of previous human activity that appears abandoned, possibly an old hive. Another is 80 kilometers to the southwest, a mountain riddled with caves, clearly artificial, which would be ideal for Zerg habitation. The final location is 110 kilometers to the northeast, suspected to be the primary hive. The staff's analysis concluded with these 3 prime suspects. The human Emperor was far from satisfied with this answer. Unfortunately, time was short. Identifying a likely hive location from the available intel was already a significant feat. He tapped the table thoughtfully. The Zerg Queen had already discerned their weaknesses. They could not afford to delay any further, or the enemy would devise a strategy specifically against them. Underestimating Zerg intelligence would be a fatal mistake. The human Emperor made his decision and gave the order. Initiate the extermination plan, codename Ground Zero. Sir, yes, sir. With the plan underway, 10 cylindrical launch tubes rose slowly from within the defensive complex. Each stood roughly 5 meters tall. Unlocking launch codes. Final systems check. Targets acquired. Ignition sequence start. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. With a thunderous roar, crimson flames erupted from the base of the cylinders, propelling them skyward with immense force. Within seconds, they broke the sound barrier and continued accelerating. The exhaust trails from the burning fuel painted long streaks across the sky, resembling the tails of comets. These 10 missiles were each aimed at the 3 distinct targets. In just a few more seconds, the first one struck its target. Instantly, a colossal fireball bloomed into existence, its blinding radiance forcing all to look away. The fireball continued to expand, growing from 10 meters to 100 and then to 1,000 meters in diameter. As it expanded, it radiated an intense, searing heat that melted everything in its vicinity. Metal, soil, rock, and trees were all consumed, reduced to nothingness in an instant. Against such temperatures, all matter seemed utterly insignificant. Even the very air itself seemed to glow red hot. Any ordinary human who took a single breath of that air would be vaporized instantly. Not just humans, but the Zerg as well were doomed to the same fate. Against temperatures reaching tens of millions of degrees, there was no defense except for civilizations that had reached a sufficiently advanced stage of development. This was the pinnacle of early technological civilizations' weaponry, the nuclear bomb. Before a nuclear bomb, all are equal. This was not just a saying, but a stark reality. Whether you were a commoner or a superhuman, rich or poor, the only option was vaporization. As a massive mushroom cloud clawed its way into the sky, the entire battle was catapulted to a new climax. Holy shit, what is that? A fireball, a colossal fireball over a kilometer wide. How is that even possible? The live feed shows intense thermal radiation, and the shockwave is affecting an area dozens of kilometers wide. Is this some kind of forbidden art? It was shocking. Unbelievable. This attack was far too powerful, something that should not have been possible for a newly awakened student. And this devastating attack was not a one-off. A second fireball, then a third, until all 10 had appeared in succession, illuminating the entire sky. The heat was so intense it could be felt even 100 kilometers away. The 3 suspected Zerg nest locations were utterly obliterated, leaving behind craters dozens of meters deep. As the hellfire subsided, the Zerg offensive suddenly faltered, and then changed. They no longer fought with reckless abandon, but instead began to flee in disarray. Many stumbled around aimlessly like headless flies. Without the unifying commands of the Zerg Queen, the remaining swarm could no longer fight as a cohesive unit, each fighting for itself. It seemed the plan had succeeded. The Queen had perished in the nuclear blast. Even if it hadn't, there were still more nuclear weapons in reserve, ensuring they retained the power to fight on. Congratulations to student Fang Yan for completing the practical assessment on your first day. Operation Ground Zero had concluded successfully. With the notification, his passing of the assessment was fully confirmed. A dizzying spin later, Fang Yan's consciousness returned to reality, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had done it, passing the practical assessment on the very first day. Among every year's graduates, those who passed on day 1 were exceedingly rare, never more than a handful, and each was an anomaly among anomalies. And now Fang Yan was one of them. What did it matter if it was a top-tier divine domain or a prodigious genius? Faced with the relentless onslaught of technological civilization, they would all raise their hands and surrender. How is this possible? The instructor in charge of the assessment, who had gone from initial disdain to slight satisfaction, was now utterly incredulous. Having presided over these graduate practical assessments for so many years, he had never encountered anyone passing on the first day. Even those who passed within the first 3 days were few and far between. Today the record had been thoroughly shattered, and it was broken by someone everyone had dismissed, someone whose domain had been branded a wasteland. It completely upended people's perceptions and delivered a resounding slap to the face of the crowd, its echo lingering in their ears. Yet being a seasoned instructor who had weathered countless storms, he quickly regained his composure and stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Congratulations, student Fang Yan. Who would have thought our humble Tongyi city could produce such a true dragon? Passing the practical assessment on the first day means the doors of every prestigious academy in China are open to you. Fang Yan responded modestly to the instructor's flattery. The students in the audience, however, wore grim expressions. Respect me a foot, and I respect you 10. Oh, wrong me by a grain, and I will take 3 pecks in return. The earlier sneers and taunts were ignored out of magnanimity, but magnanimity does not equate to being a pushover. Many students attempted to approach and ingratiate themselves, but Fang Yan simply ignored them all. This practical experience had revealed numerous issues. Though he had emerged victorious, his shortcomings were glaringly apparent. His future development would need to focus on biotechnology and personal mechs to enhance his individual combat capabilities. Otherwise, when an enemy closes the distance for melee combat, many technological weapons prove largely ineffective. The moment Fang Yan passed the assessment, the instructor in charge had already reported the events in full detail up the chain of command. A prodigy who passes the practical assessment on the first day could not be hidden even if they tried. Almost instantly, several figures materialized in the sky above. Judging by their imposing auras alone, they were undeniably figures of high authority. Moreover, as time passed, their numbers continued to swell. Who passed the practical assessment? They knew someone had cleared it, but had no idea who it was. A few sharp-eyed individuals spotted Fang Yan in the arena and had already pieced together the truth. Alongside the influential and powerful, the principals of various high schools also began to appear one after another. Passing the assessment on the first day was not merely a personal achievement, it represented a monumental breakthrough in education. With such results, they too wished to claim a slice of the glory. It's him. He's the student who broke the record and awakened that massive wasteland domain. Right, what was his name again? Many had recognized Fang Yan, knowing only that he possessed an enormous wasteland domain, but were utterly clueless about his name. After all, who would bother taking an interest in someone with a wasteland domain? Never in their wildest dreams did they expect such a stunning reversal. A 360-degree turn that played a colossal joke on them all. Only after repeated confirmations were they forced to believe it. Ha ha ha. The Education Bureau leader who had previously offered a reward was the first to break the silence, laughing heartily as he clapped Fang Yan on the shoulder. Student Fang Yan, the surprise you've given us is no small feat. Passing the practical assessment on the first day. This is no wasteland domain, it's absolutely a top-tier divine domain, and its potential is unimaginable. Exactly. I had my eye on student Fang Yan from the very start. Would you be interested in accepting an investment from our Liangtian group? At this moment, Fang Yan had fully demonstrated his potential. With such aptitude, he would inevitably attract the attention of higher-ups. Resorting to coercion was out of the question. They'd only end up ensnaring themselves. The only viable approach was to appeal to him with sincerity and goodwill. Even if a partnership proved impossible, as long as he wasn't an enemy, that was acceptable. After all, a small city like Tongyi could never contain a true dragon. He would inevitably leave, and they would likely have little contact with him in the future. Fang Yan politely declined the Liangtian group's overtures. His primary concern now was when the resources promised for passing the assessment would be distributed. He was counting on those resources to fuel his progress. Without the acceleration of source power, even the mightiest divine domain would lag far behind. Aside from the Liangtian group's initial tentative attempts at recruitment and investment, which were all rebuffed, the other factions in Tongyi City collectively chose to remain silent. They were self-aware enough to know that such a prodigy was beyond their ability to recruit, and he would never accept corporate sponsorship anyway. Accepting sponsorship meant accepting constraints, and many geniuses were unwilling to be bound by such ties. With the rewards from the various academies alone, he could easily secure what he needed. There was no need to live under someone else's roof. The principal of No. 15 High School arrived late to the scene. He had received word that someone had passed the practical assessment, but never in his wildest imaginings did he entertain the thought that it could be a student from his own school. Such a notion was beyond even his boldest dreams. When he spotted Fang Yan surrounded by the crowd, he blurted out a crude expletive. Bloody hell, how is that possible? In that moment, all traces of his principal's dignity vanished as he shoved his way through the crowd. Make way, make way. I'm the principal of No. 15 High School. Let me through. The student who passed is from my school. It was the first time the principal of No. 15 had spoken with such boldness. When he finally squeezed his way to the front, the top-tier academies were already presenting their offers to recruit Fang Yan. Once you ignored me, now I am beyond your reach. Perhaps that saying perfectly captured this moment. Student Fang Yan, our Jingdu Military Academy, is the most prestigious institution in China. Whether in teaching quality or faculty expertise, we rank among the very best in the world. If you choose Jingdu Military Academy, we will provide you with 10,000 points of source power annually until you graduate. It must be said the offer from Jingdu Military Academy was quite generous. Ordinary geniuses received at most 10,000 points total, and that was a one-time deal. But for Fang Yan, they were offering 10,000 points every year, amounting to a minimum of 40,000 over his academic career. Student Fang Yan, our Modu Military Academy, is in no way inferior to Jingdu. We are willing to provide 15,000 points of source power annually as a scholarship. Additionally, we'll offer 1 million credit points for living expenses. With such deep pockets, how could Modu Military Academy possibly let such a prodigious student slip away? Passing the practical assessment on the first day not only demonstrated strength, but also revealed immense potential. When these two elements combined, his value became even more extraordinary. The rivalry between the two top military academies left all other institutions utterly silenced. With their limited annual resources, it simply wasn't worth expending such a hefty sum on a single student. Whatever Modu Military Academy offers, Jingdu Military Academy will match. As the most elite academies, they fully understood the value of a genius. No matter the cost, it would be worth it. As long as he could grow and develop smoothly, he would undoubtedly repay them manifold. They were not focused on the present, but on the future. This was precisely why the top academies remained at the top. If they were unwilling to invest, why would any genius choose their institution? After weighing the options, he ultimately chose Kyoto Martial University. While both institutions offered excellent conditions, Kyoto Martial University held a unique advantage. No other academy could match its unparalleled experience in combat against other races. The combined battle prowess of all other academies barely equaled that of Kyoto Martial University alone. Of course, Fang Yan thought, striving for the glory of humanity is everyone's duty. Without the sacrifice of our predecessors, where would our current peace come from? Moreover, resources acquired during battles against alien races belonged entirely to the individual. Fang Yan wasn't driven by these resources. His primary motivation was to contribute to humanity. As for the conditions offered by Kyoto Martial University, an initial grant of 20,000 origin points followed by an annual allowance of 15,000 origin points. Additionally, to cover living expenses, they provided 2 million credit points. The total value of all these resources, if converted to credit points, amounted to nearly 67 million. To put that into perspective, an average worker earning 3,000 credit points a month would need to work for over 22,300 months, a staggering 1,861 years. Working until death, and then working beyond it, would take dozens of lifetimes without food or rest to amass such a fortune. Even the major conglomerates in their city of Tongyi would struggle to produce that amount of liquid capital at once. Of course, this sum wasn't paid up front, and it came with usage restrictions. The funds had to be invested exclusively in his divine domain and could not be diverted, sold, or transferred. Any violation would result in penalties and the forfeiture of all previously invested resources. Fang Yan scoffed at these restrictions. Who do they think they're dealing with? This paltry sum, even multiplied 100-fold, would be devoured entirely by his technological civilization. He had no intention of using it elsewhere. Undeniably, Kyoto Martial University invested heavily in recruiting geniuses. After successfully securing Fang Yan, they tactfully withdrew from pursuing other promising students. The world wasn't about ruthless competition, it was about understanding human nature and social grace. The two admissions officers who had been locked in heated debate moments ago were now chatting and laughing, as if the earlier confrontation had never happened. Work was work and life was life. They knew how to keep them separate. Student Fang Yan, those who passed the practical assessment within the first 3 days are eligible for a special trial, an overtime round. Overtime round. Fang Yan was visibly taken aback. No one had ever mentioned this to him. Passing within the first 3 days unlocked a special assessment, but did this overtime round offer any rewards? Does this assessment come with a reward? Haha, yes, of course it does. Clearly the officer was amused by Fang Yan's question. Passing the practical assessment on the first day grants 3,000 origin points as a reward. As for the overtime round, if you can clear it within the assessment period, you'll earn at least 100,000 origin points. 100,000. Fang Yan was startled by the figure. The strong only get stronger, and humanity spared no effort in nurturing its geniuses. The officer had only mentioned the first part, there was more unsaid. For decades, no one had managed to clear the overtime round within the allotted time. Typically, rewards were given based on individual performance, with outstanding performers receiving corresponding prizes. Clearing it entirely was considered nearly impossible. Seeing Fang Yan's eager expression, the officer decided against voicing the rest. Perhaps this young man would surprise them all. Of course, the officer said. But you'll need to give it your all. Clearing it won't be easy. Afterward, everyone offered their congratulations before heading home. Once the agreement with Kyoto Martial University was signed, the 20,000 origin points were handed directly to Fang Yan, and the 2 million credit points arrived in his account shortly after. Their efficiency would put any office worker to shame. Beyond the university's resources, he also received the 3,000 origin points for passing the assessment on the first day. Additionally, the city's education bureau and the No. 15 high school provided their own rewards. All combined, these amounted to 500 origin points and 100,000 credit points in scholarships. In total, he had 23,500 origin points and 2,100,000 credit points. With these resources, he wouldn't face a shortage anytime soon, and the technological civilization could advance even further. Back at home, he treated himself to a simple meal before re-entering the Divine Domain. Consuming 1 origin point allowed 1 hour of real-world time to equal 1 year within the Divine Domain. This was the most cost-effective and efficient exchange rate. Further acceleration was possible, but it simply wasn't necessary. For instance, accelerating the Divine Domain to 2 years for 1 hour of real-world time would require 100 origin points. The cost increased 100-fold, yet the gain was only double. Even a fool could see which was the better deal. Unless one had a bottomless pit of resources, even the heirs of prestigious families couldn't sustain such extravagance. Despite his newfound wealth, Fang Yan was no fool and understood the value of efficiency. Time acceleration. In 1 hour of the outside world, a year passed within the divine domain. The technological civilization once again entered an era of rapid development. With his abundant resources, Fang Yan directly utilized origin points to influence the divine domain, accelerating its progress. Wealth truly afforded such boldness. 1 year, 10 years, 100 years passed. Time flowed like a river, and the years sang their silent song. As time marched on, the human race experienced explosive growth once more. Not only did the population surge, but technology also advanced continuously, with breakthrough achievements occurring at regular intervals. Both productivity and combat capability underwent earth-shattering transformations. At this point, the technological civilization had fully entered the modern era and was still steadily surpassing its former limits. Basic mathematics, chemistry, physics, materials science, and bioengineering all saw significant advancements. Humanity flourished. In the year 110 of the human era, Emperor Xian, the great emperor of humanity, had grown exceptionally frail. Finding it increasingly difficult to manage state affairs and unable to continue leading humanity forward, he was compelled to abdicate and make way for those with greater vitality and capability. In that same year, the second great emperor of humanity formally assumed this supreme authority, taking command of the race. Upon ascending the throne, he formulated numerous plans, not only encouraging population growth, but also significantly increasing funding for technological research and development. In the year 138 of the human era, the first anti-cancer drug was born. It could comprehensively and permanently cure any form of cancer without side effects. Meanwhile, through relentless experimentation with cancer cells, scientists successfully developed a life-extending elixir in the year 145. This allowed humans to escape the confines of a lifespan under 100 years, firmly entering the triple digits, with some long-lived individuals reaching 150 years. This life-extending elixir was officially named the Life Potion. Genetic engineering opened a brand new chapter. In the year 162 of the human era, encouraged by favorable policies, the population surpassed 10 million. That day, the entire nation celebrated. It was also on this day that countless young couples conceived, making further contributions to the empire. The following year was expected to see a significant peak in the birth rate. In the year 168 of the human calendar, combat mechs became a reality. Sheathed in metal with seamless, streamlined contours, they possessed an aesthetic akin to the human form, while boasting formidable defensive capabilities and stable shock absorption. Standard automatic rifles could no longer penetrate their armor. Even machine gun fire only produced a slight tremor, with an utterly incapable of harming the pilot. Due to current technological limitations, integrating various thermal weapons into the suit's frame, like in the case of Iron Man, was impossible. Weapons had to be carried externally, held in hand, or slung across the back. Fortunately, the mech provided immense kinetic force, greatly enhancing the pilot's raw strength and stability. Large-caliber firearms felt as light as chicks in their hands. Consequently, mechs were equipped with hypervelocity cannons of immense bore, making even a sniper rifle like the Barrett seem inadequate. After all, the initial purpose of designing mechs was to enhance the individual combat capability of humanity, ensuring they would at least not be at a disadvantage in unknown confrontations. Given the current state of technology, designing such a mech was already a remarkable achievement. However, significant flaws remained. The issue of power had yet to be adequately resolved, as batteries were still the sole energy storage system. These batteries could barely sustain operation for a few minutes, and even less than 3 minutes under high-intensity activity. In the heat of actual combat, the duration would be drastically reduced, as rapid movement demands a robust energy supply. Similarly, withstanding heavy impacts required energy to activate the mech's internal cushioning systems. Without it, the human body couldn't endure such immense force. All these functions demanded substantial energy. Though the energy problem might remain unsolved for a long time, research into mechs must never slacken. In the year 199 of the human calendar, after prolonged and relentless effort, the first controllable nuclear fusion reactor emerged. Its size was massive, its design imperfect, and it had many flaws. Nonetheless, humanity had finally mastered controllable nuclear fusion. Unlike nuclear fission, fusion was cleaner and safer. Naturally, it released far greater energy, making it one of humanity's most ideal energy sources. With continuous development and research, the day would come when it could be commercialized and miniaturized. Most importantly, they were standing on the shoulders of giants possessing the complete blueprints. By following the design step by step, they could eventually replicate the technology and then thoroughly understand it to make it their own. How else could technology have advanced so rapidly in such a short time? It was all thanks to Fang Yan's silent support from behind. Of course, the idea of directly manifesting a controllable fusion reactor using fundamental essence had been considered, but the cost was simply too immense. After all, a technology far beyond your civilization's current grasp could not simply be conjured from thin air. If it were that easy, top-tier deities would just use their fundamental essence to rapidly create subjects of immense power. But it's not that simple. Fang Yan had tried it. A large-scale fusion reactor required a staggering 1.0 points of fundamental essence to materialize, even with the blueprints in hand. As for smaller versions, or even ultra-compact cold fusion reactors the size of a palm, like Iron Man's, the cost was an astronomical figure. Fundamental essence by its nature is meant for exchanging things closest to the source, raw minerals, base materials, elements from the periodic table. These fundamental items can be exchanged in large quantities for just a few points. It was not meant for directly conjuring finished products or instantly boosting your subject's power. Everything operates within the rules. In the year 210 of the human calendar, controllable nuclear fusion entered the commercial stage, and humanity finally broke free from the shackles of energy scarcity. A single reactor could effortlessly power over 10 million people. Building a few would achieve complete energy independence. Simultaneously, technological progress seemed to enter a period of stagnation. The human race appeared to continue advancing, with new breakthroughs emerging from time to time. Yet core technologies seemed to be treading water. Fang Yan had little recourse in the face of this situation. It was akin to the subjects in other divine domains hitting a bottleneck in their cultivation. Aside from providing resources and allowing time to pass, there was no direct way to intervene. Time marched slowly on. In the year 250 of the human calendar, the population surpassed 100 million. The anticipated grand celebrations did not occur. For the vast majority, it was merely a number, an immense, abstract figure. In that same year, a spacecraft carrying 250 people departed from the Divine Domain for experimental research and to explore its deepest reaches. Ultimately, due to insufficient energy, it was forced to return. Since the initial awakening of the Divine Domain, the space within Fang Yan's mind had been continuously expanding, never ceasing. It was like the Big Bang, an endless expansion. Though the landmass remained unchanged, the overall space had grown to nearly 1,000th the size of the solar system. Even a fraction of such a colossal scale was immense. After spending a long time with his divine sense within the domain, Fang Yan felt a momentary disorientation upon returning. Seeing the technological civilization stagnate, he realized that without sufficient accumulation, a technological explosion wouldn't occur. Perhaps staring at it constantly was less effective than taking a proper break. He checked the time and was surprised to find he had been sitting for 6 days. Though awakening the Divine Domain had made him a legendary nascent deity capable of going without food or water for days, he was still a social creature. He needed to understand the outside world. Secluding himself wouldn't lead to good outcomes. He picked up his Lingji cell phone to check for messages. As his potential became known, countless classmates had sent him messages. Some he knew, many he didn't. All sorts of people were coming out of the woodwork. Many invited him out to gatherings, with some persistently sending invitations every day. Fang Yan ignored them all. He scrolled through the class chat group, finding only a flurry of meme battles, and gleaned no significant information from it. As the saying goes, better to ask than to look, and better to do than to ask. He decided to simply ask directly in the group. Fang Yan, does anyone know how many people passed the practical assessment in the first 3 days? The moment his message was sent, the entire group erupted. While the big shot appears. Quick, grab his leg. Let me absorb some of your power. I hope to pass the practical assessment within a month. With the Divine Domain you awaken, you have no chance unless the big shot personally leads a team. Fang Yan, a total of 137 people in our Huaxiao passed the practical assessment in the first 3 days this year. For passed on the first day, 19 on the second, and the rest on the third. This was even on the news, so the numbers are accurate. I heard that the total number from all other countries combined is about the same as ours. By the way, Fang Yan, Li Kun from our city also passed the assessment on the last day. I wonder how many resources it costs to bring a Titan to adulthood. Staring at the messages in the group, Fang Yan fell into silence for a moment. There were quite a few prodigies, for people had passed the practical assessment on the very first day. What beasts! To defeat such formidable Zergs after only 3 days of development. Was that even humanly possible? Alright, he was one of those 4, so it was fine. As for those who passed on the second and third days, Fang Yan jotted down the numbers briefly, and then stopped paying attention. Still, he was slightly surprised that Li Kun managed to pass on the third day. He remembered the first day of the assessment, utterly crushed by the Zergs. In direct combat, he hadn't even lasted a minute before the 5 juvenile Titans were overwhelmed. Yet on the third day, the outcome had completely reversed. Raising a mature Titan in such a short time must have come at a tremendous cost. Even now, days later, Fang Yan could still smell the scent of source power burning furiously. Fang Yan, since everyone has graduated now, would the Big Fang have time to attend a class reunion? Exactly after this gathering, many of us might never meet again. Indeed, Those who had awakened their divine realm, and those who hadn't were already people from two different worlds. Besides, everyone would soon go their separate ways, studying or working in different cities, and precious few would remain in touch. Though Fang Yan had only been reincarnated here for a little over 3 months, his predecessor had gotten along well with several of them. Since he had inherited this body, he had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. He pondered for a moment, then asked when. We already discussed it earlier, tomorrow. We couldn't reach you for the past few days, and thought our class might have a little regret. With you coming, Fang Yan, I believe no one will be absent. Exactly, count me in. The venue is the Yuhua Hotel, not far from school. There's a hall on the 2nd floor big enough for the whole class. We'll invite the tutors too, and have a good time together. The Chinese literature tutor always brags about how much he can drink. Let's have the boys toast him one by one, and see how tough he really is. Ha ha, deal. It was still the same group chat filled with laughter, banter, and memes. But the people were no longer the same. Fang Yan's goals had clearly diverged from theirs. The next day, he attended the class reunion as promised. There were no dramatic face-slapping moments or unexpected incidents. Everyone got along harmoniously, spending a wonderful time together amid final laughter. Why do you ask why tears well up in my eyes? It's the sunset of our youth slowly fading away as we run. After returning home, Fang Yan entered the divine realm again to check on its progress. Year 282 of the human era. Technology had not advanced significantly, but the population had grown considerably. The population had been increasing slowly earlier, not because people were unwilling to have children, but because the overall foundation was limited. Even if those of childbearing age gave birth more, the increase was marginal. Now, with the base expanding and lifespans extending, the population naturally swelled. Year 300 of the human era. A major breakthrough occurred in the miniaturization of controlled nuclear fusion. Reactors that once spanned tens of meters in length and width were now reduced to the size of a car engine. Though still not installable on Mecha, this was already a precious epoch-making breakthrough. At least large-scale war weapons no longer had to worry about energy. Fighters, tanks, and armored vehicles fitted with such reactors could operate for months or even years without needing an energy replacement. Even if they were scrapped on the battlefield, the energy consumed would likely be negligible. But the cost was too high. Only a few could be produced and tested on fighters. Year 345 of the human era. On this day, an accident fully activated the legendary nanotechnology. Though it was only the most primitive contact, it would bring unimaginable benefits to humanity in the future. Ordinary wounds could be rapidly healed through nanotechnology, restoring them perfectly. Even some congenital disabilities became child's play, for nanotechnology easily resolved. By then, humanity would be free from all diseases. The Iron Man scene in movies only utilized the basic form of nanotechnology. Yet even that basic form allowed him to go toe-to-toe with the Norse gods, a testament to its formidable power. As for the ultimate form of nanotechnology, God forging, creating gods within technological civilization, beings immortal and able to alter the laws of neutrons and atoms. At that point, a single thought could decide the outcome of a war. But speaking of this is still premature, as it was merely a technology humanity stumbled upon by accident. It couldn't even heal wounds, yet let alone anything else. Suffice it to say, nanotechnology held infinite possibilities. Year 380 of the human era. The population had already exceeded 500 million. The entire divine realm was filled with human figures. That year, controlled nuclear fusion achieved another major breakthrough, reaching an important milestone in miniaturization. It was also the year that the first generation of individual combat mecha was officially deployed. Previously shelved due to the lack of a suitable energy source, the problem was now completely resolved. As for this mecha, it was slightly different from the well-known Iron Man. The front was a streamlined, seamless armor full of sci-fi aesthetics. The power source, the reactor, was not placed on the chest, but on the back, resembling a bulging backpack. Visually, it was not jarring at all. In fact, it looked remarkably balanced. The design was not just for housing the reactor. Beneath it were 4 thruster nozzles. This allowed the mecha to soar through the sky and also assisted in rapid ground movement. As for defensive capability, after years of continuous research, it had reached a terrifying level. It could even withstand a tank shell heat-in. Not only would the pilot be unharmed, but the mecha's surface would only be slightly deformed. Of course, with the help of the mecha's onboard computer, it could destroy the enemy before they even fired, striking preemptively and never being hit directly. As for weapons, they had also been upgraded. Electromagnetic railguns had become mainstream. Unlike gunpowder weapons, electromagnetic guns had faster firing speeds and longer ranges. The maximum muzzle velocity of ordinary gunpowder was about 800 meters per second. But the current electromagnetic gun achieved an astonishing 5 kilometers per second, a difference of more than 6 times. Besides speed, the range was incomparable. A gunpowder-propelled rifle had a maximum effective range of about 2 kilometers, while the electromagnetic gun reached 20 kilometers, far beyond visual range. The mecha was equipped with an electromagnetic rifle and a melee weapon. When wearing the mecha, all aspects of performance were enhanced, and its close combat prowess was not to be underestimated. According to various data, when facing a level 1 swift bug again, it could definitely harvest their lives as easily as slicing watermelons. Beyond the electromagnetic railguns, electromagnetic rail cannons had long been fully equipped. Both their rate of fire and range had reached astonishing levels, and when combined their destructive power multiplied exponentially. The combat effectiveness of the entire technological civilization had undergone earth-shattering changes. Now even militia forces could sweep through first-tier Zerg swarms without needing regular troops. Apart from standard weaponry, over 100 3-stage thermonuclear bombs were stockpiled. These warheads, a type of nuclear weapon, were 1,000 times more powerful than atomic bombs. While a single atomic bomb could annihilate a city, a 3-stage thermonuclear bomb could obliterate an entire small nation outright. For a nation the size of the Stick Kingdom, a single bomb would suffice. This was precisely why only 100 or so were kept in reserve. Weapons of such terrifying magnitude could only serve as a final trump card. If they proved useful, a dozen or so would be more than enough. If they proved useless, even an infinite number would amount to nothing. In the 400th year of the human era, even with the combined strength of all humanity, only 30 mechs had been produced over the past 2 decades. Aside from 10 training units, there were merely 20 brand new combat models. The mech designs were simply too advanced. Both the alloy materials and the miniaturized controlled cold fusion reactors represented the absolute pinnacle of current human technology. Only the most elite military factories could manufacture the components, while no other facility could even meet the standards, not even a tenth of the requirement. Moreover, the production of miniaturized cold fusion reactors was extraordinarily complex, making any short-term expansion of output utterly unrealistic. With such scarce numbers, the only path was to focus on elite forces. Still, humanity now possessed formidable individual combat power, though it remained uncertain how it compared to Li Kun's Titan race. Data analysis yielded no definitive conclusions. Only through actual combat could one truly gauge their standing on the hierarchy. It was time to see what the so-called overtime match had in store, and what surprises it might bring. After quickly freshening up, Fang Yan, now a man of means, simply hailed a cab to the assessment site. Such was his audacious confidence. His wealth was seemingly inexhaustible. The assessment site was notably sparse, with only a dozen or so people present. With 17 days having passed since the college entrance exam, excluding the initial 3-day gap, there remained half a month, leaving ample time for the assessment period. Thus, at this neither liar liner late juncture, few had come to attempt the practical assessment. Most were either at home diligently developing their divine domains for a final sprint, or possessing self-awareness, had simply given up, convinced that a single month would not be enough to pass the combat test. At that moment, a candidate was undergoing the practical assessment on stage, their battle footage projected into the air for all to observe and learn from. The visuals made it clear that this individual had awakened a magic civilization. The dazzling spells left the audience utterly mesmerized. Facing the relentless onslaught of Raptor Zergs, over 1,000 mages calmly chanted incantations and unleashed their magic. A single volley claimed numerous Zerg corpses. Indeed, the offensive power of the magic civilization was formidable, suppressing the Raptor Zergs so thoroughly that they could barely raise their heads, its efficacy rivaling that of a Gatling gun. The candidate held the advantage early on, but against the cunning Zerg broodmother, they fell slightly short in the final confrontation and failed to pass. However, they were close. With just a bit more development, they would surely secure a spot at Wu University. Hence, upon defeat, the student showed no trace of disappointment. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered across their face, the thrill of impending success. As the battle projection faded, everyone finally averted their gaze. It was then that someone noticed Fang Yan standing at the back. Look, it's Fang Yan. Him? Didn't he already pass the practical assessment? Why is he here? You wouldn't know this, but I heard that for those who pass within the first 3 days, there's a special assessment for prodigies afterward. If they pass that, they'll be rewarded with abundant resources. I was there too and heard the officials say it myself. Otherwise, how would we know? The crowd suddenly understood. Could Fang Yan be here today to take on the challenge? When it was another student's turn for assessment, that individual voluntarily stepped aside, yielding the opportunity to Fang Yan. No one raised the slightest objection. They too were curious about what this legendary overtime match entailed. Fang Yan didn't hesitate and stepped forward directly. The supervising instructor, slightly surprised to see him, asked, "Ready to attempt the overtime match?" "Yes," Fang Yan nodded, replying without hesitation. "I want to see what's so special about it, and at the same time test my own strength." "Very well. The optical computer has already uploaded your information. Let's begin." Fang Yan casually released his divine domain, allowing the optical computer to replicate everything within it wanton. Boom. The moment he opened his eyes, the entire world transformed dramatically. Where is this? Gazing at the bustling crowd, Fang Yan found himself standing on a street. Unlike the practical assessment this time, he was directly inserted into the simulation himself. He casually grabbed a candied hawthorn from a roadside stall. The sweet and sour taste felt so real that he could hardly distinguish virtual from reality. Just as Fang Yan turned to leave, someone grabbed him firmly. "You young rascal. You eat my candied hawthorn without permission, and now you're trying to skip out on paying. Pay up, or you're not going anywhere." The vendor glared at Fang Yan fiercely, his face displaying an extraordinarily vivid range of emotions, just like a real person. Boom. Before Fang Yan could even speak, a violent explosion erupted in the distance. Moments later, an intense shockwave sent everyone around scattering in disarray, tumbling dozens of meters across the ground. As for the vendor's stalls, they vanished entirely. The vendor who had just grabbed Fang Yan was also nowhere to be seen. This counted as successfully dodging the bill. Whoa! Air raid sirens instantly blared across the entire city. The piercing sound halted everyone in their tracks, causing them to look up at the sky. Such alarms were typically reserved for large-scale incidents or alien invasions. Fang Yan's pupils contracted slightly. His position wasn't far from the blast's epicenter, which explained the shockwave's intensity. Thus he could clearly see the scene nearby. As the smoke dispersed, a flood of creatures surged forth. Massive beings, each adorned with sharp horns, appeared before his eyes. Demons, it's the demons. Among all the races in the universe, they were renowned as one of the most formidable in combat. At the same level, almost no other race could match them in battle. They were strong, incredibly strong. Even the fearless Zergs would rather avoid the demons whenever possible, a testament to their terrifying might. Run for your lives. Demons, it's the demons, damn it. Find shelter, there's an underground parking lot, get in all of you. Damn it, where are our shields? Why isn't there any response? Where did so many demons come from? Chaos, utter chaos. Screams, cries, and pleas for help pierced the sky. This demon assault was meticulously planned, leaving no room for mercy. They slaughtered upon sight, granting no chance whatsoever. Crimson blood stained the entire street, filling the air with a pungent stench. The blood sprayed into the air, dyeing it red. Demons, how dare you! A roar erupted from the government building, and a figure instantly appeared intent on eradicating the demons. Just as this man was about to act, he was intercepted. Before him, a divine domain gate suddenly opened, brimming with demonic energy. Several powerful demons emerged surrounding him. Humanity had its strong reinforcements, but the demons had even more. In an instant, battle erupted everywhere. Divine domains opened one after another, countless subjects appearing in the city, war imminent. Fang Yan, standing nearby, looked at the flyer that had flown into his hand, which clearly displayed the city name. He frowned slightly. Lynching and a demon invasion. Could this be the collusion between internal and external forces 50 years ago that ultimately led to the massacre? Lianqing, with a population of 7 million, was decimated overnight, leaving fewer than 100,000 survivors. This was not just a number, it was blood-soaked lives. It could be said that this was one of the most brutal and bloody massacres in recent human history. From then on, humanity and the demons were locked in a conflict that would last over 50 years. Fang Yan could guess the origin of this simulation, and the students watching the projection roughly understood as well. Holy crap, is this? Could it be the Lianqing massacre 50 years ago? If so, how can anyone pass this assessment? A city of 7 million guarded by at least a heavenly god-level being, and even such an existence fell in this event, meaning the demons had at least one of the same level. And Fang Yan, a mere apprentice deity, without even divine power, how can he survive? If it weren't for the human traders destroying the city's shield, the demons couldn't have breached the city so quickly. With spatial barriers, not only was requesting reinforcements impossible, but even escape was out of the question. Difficult. Faced with such a situation, how could the deadlock be broken? Everyone racked their brains, but couldn't find a reasonable solution. Not only was there no way to break the deadlock, but there wasn't even hope of survival. Giving up and waiting for death might be a good choice. But would Fang Yan give up willingly? How could he? With such a great opportunity, how could he rest easy without testing the strength of a technological civilization? Open the Divine Domain gate. Boom. A massive gate appeared before him. Like a teleportation array, it connected the Divine Domain space to reality. Just as I thought. Fang Yan showed a look of understanding. Although he didn't have a Divine Domain gate yet in this simulation, if he couldn't open it, he couldn't very well fight demons barehanded. Divine orders were issued. The first to appear were 20 armored warriors who emerged from the gate and formed a heavy protective ring around Fang Yan. Seeing the charging demons, they wasted no time firing their electromagnetic rifles rapidly. The bullets, upon leaving the barrels, reached an astonishing 5 kilometers per second. At such speed, these low-level demons had no time to react and were instantly killed. Then a large number of armored vehicles and tanks appeared on the battlefield, one after another. They formed a formation and quickly set up defensive positions. Meanwhile, Fang Yan's commotion naturally attracted the attention of many demons. Their subjects, as if receiving divine orders, attacked toward them, aiming to destroy the Divine Domain Gate. Faced with the multiplying demons, Fang Yan remained unfazed. Under the formidable firepower of his technological civilization, not a single demon could break through the 100-meter perimeter. The demons wanted to destroy Fang Yan's Divine Domain Gate, and Fang Yan had his own plans for them. As the number of demon subjects on the battlefield increased, the situation could not be allowed to continue. He must destroy the enemy's Divine Domain Gate, cut off their source, and prevent them from reopening it in the short term. Implement the Falling Star Plan. The Falling Star Plan involved carrying a nuclear bomb toward the enemy and dying together with them. Fighting in the city, thermonuclear bombs could not be used carelessly. Otherwise, one detonation would kill more of their own than the enemy, which would be more absurd than absurdity itself. Only small-yield atomic bombs were usable, just enough to do the job. Instantly, a fighter jet carrying a small atomic bomb was teleported from the Divine Domain Gate. Its speed, already exceeding Mach 5, increased further, heading straight for a nearby demon Divine Domain Gate. Without any warning, boom. A 100-meter fireball appeared in the city. The brilliant light shone in all directions, capturing everyone's attention. At the same time, the Divine Domain Gate that had stood there collapsed, instantly vanishing from the world in less than a second. Fang Yan nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork. Whether you're a demon or a bug, before my nuclear bomb, all are equal. If you push me too far, I'll detonate a thermonuclear bomb and take everyone down with me before I die. Perhaps the commotion was too great, and with only Fang Yan's Divine Domain nearby, he was immediately targeted. Not good. Radar shows 3 targets moving rapidly toward us, their energy fluctuations extremely powerful. Which demon thought so highly of him to send 3 subjects with lower god-level strength at once? I thank you and your whole family. Electromagnetic railguns, attention. Aim at the targets and fire. Boom. Countless shells emerging from the dark barrels shot directly toward the targets. The 3 lower gods never expected to be attacked while still on the way. They hadn't gone far when countless attacks rained down like hailstones. If it were just rain, it might be fine, but these attacks were not only fast, but also exceptionally powerful. As lower gods, their bodies could not withstand such firepower. A hit to a vital point would mean death. They exerted every effort, even using extraordinary weapons, to barely survive the first wave. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, the second wave arrived without giving them a moment's rest. Boom, boom, boom. Shells exceeding 10 kilometers per second streaked past them. Several shells grazed their bodies, terrifying the 3 demons. Constant defense and evasion would ultimately lead to death. 2 demons were struck in vital spots and died instantly, while the third, severely injured, fell to the ground. As the saying goes, when you have the enemy on the ropes, finish them off. How could they let the injured demon escape? Countless shells instantly engulfed the spot where the demon fell, blasting it into oblivion. Dare to attack me. This is unbearable. Falling Star Squad, deploy fully. Blow up all the demon Divine Domain Gates around us. In an instant, dozens of fighter jets emerged through the Divine Realm's portal. Already possessing considerable speed within the Divine Realm, they could join the fray the moment they arrived. Locking onto their targets, they erupted with explosive velocity. Only the violent crack of sonic booms echoed through the air as streaks of light flashed by. There was no finesse, no elaborate strategy. Just one word: brute force. It was a simple matter of kill or be killed. Every fighter jet carried a small atomic bomb, and upon spotting their target, they dove straight in. A thunderous series of explosions erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs blossomed across every corner of the city, their searing heat melting everything in their path, turning the entire metropolis into a furnace. The core blast zones reached temperatures of thousands, even tens of thousands of degrees Celsius. Mushroom clouds soared into the sky, blotting out the sun and shrouding half the heavens. Under normal circumstances, a mushroom cloud wouldn't dissipate for at least half an hour. Yet here it lingered for a mere 10 seconds before being wiped away, vanishing without a trace, leaving not even a wisp behind. If not for the destruction of the demon race's divine realm portals, Fang Yan himself would hardly have believed his eyes. At that moment, a colossal figure materialized in the sky, hovering directly above them. An overwhelming pressure radiated outward without restraint, crushing the air from everyone's lungs. And this was from dozens of kilometers away. Had they been closer, they would have been flattened into pulp. A celestial god. Only a celestial god could possess such an aura. We're doomed. This is a total disaster. A celestial god from the demon race is actually targeting Fang Yan. Well, to die at the hands of such an entity. I suppose there's no shame in that. How is anyone supposed to pass a trial like this? Though outrage simmered among the onlookers, none held any hope for Fang Yan. A celestial god-level being could annihilate a probationary deity without even lifting a finger. Fang Yan cursed his luck inwardly, never expecting to be so unfortunate. Despite his considerable confidence in his own abilities, the chasm between their power levels was simply too vast to be bridged by mere conviction. Perhaps because this was only a simulated battle, the celestial god didn't strike immediately. In a real racial war, he would have been dead long ago, his corpse cold. But since you wish to witness my strength, then witness it you shall. All electromagnetic cannons target the being above. Disregard the consequences, unleash maximum power, and fire. In truth, aiming was hardly necessary, hitting the target was inevitable. It was just too massive. Boom, boom, boom. With the first volley from the electromagnetic cannons, a barrage of shells hurtled towards their target. Fang Yan clenched his fists, eager to see the enemy's defensive capabilities. A long moment passed, but the anticipated explosions never came. Each shell, just before impact, seemed to strike an invisible membrane, halting in its tracks. It was akin to punching a sponge. It sank in slightly, yet all its force was utterly absorbed. Fang Yan observed this without surprise, murmuring to himself, "It seems this level of attack can't even scratch its hide." The technological civilization's development was still in its infancy. Even at maximum power, the electromagnetic cannons could only accelerate a shell to speeds of over 10 kilometers per second. That speed was undeniably fast enough to overwhelm demon forces of lower god rank within a few volleys. But against a celestial god whose power was incomparably greater, it was woefully inadequate. If a shell could be accelerated to near light speed, or even the speed of light itself, the enemy might not find it so easy to handle. The speed of light, after all, reaches 300,000 kilometers per second. Any object accelerated to such velocity would possess unimaginable destructive force purely based on its own mass. Unfortunately, that was a distant dream for now. Who knew how long it would take for their civilization to achieve lightspeed capabilities? The demon celestial god had long since noticed the ants below, and was surprised they dared to resist. These attacks were pathetically weak, utterly incapable of harming him. Though the attacks were harmless, the sheer audacity of these ants raising their weapons against him was unforgivable. A figure stepped forth from the celestial god's presence. The celestial god didn't deign to act personally. Why waste a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A subordinate with upper god strength would suffice. The figure leaped, descending towards Fang Yan's position. The radar screamed in alarm, flashing red. Mecha squad, intercept him. Now, immediately, right this instant. Deploy all our tritium bombs, aim every single one at the sky. I refuse to believe we can't break through that hide today. This was madness, sheer madness. There was no hope of victory against such an entity. Forget victory, they couldn't even scratch its hide. How could they fight? You think you're so formidable, so invincible. You possess the power of a celestial god. Let's see if your demon celestial god's might, or my technological civilization's nuclear warheads, prove superior. A single tritium bomb was enough to annihilate a small nation. The simulated city he was in wouldn't stand a chance, given it wasn't even as large as a country. Detonating 100 of them at once would surely cause unprecedented devastation. The very thought was thrilling. As the tritium bombs were being transported, the mecha squad in the sky had already engaged the demon upper god. Despite being surrounded and attacked, the demon handled the assault with ease, not even bothering to fight back, toying with them like a clown. Moreover, the demon seemed enveloped in a special magnetic field, effortlessly deflecting every long-range projectile. This so-called magnetic field was in fact divine power. Lower gods possessed relatively inferior divine power, reaching their limit after absorbing just a couple of shells. Upper gods, however, were a different story. Each possessed a vast, purer, and more refined reserve of divine power capable of continuous replenishment. They could withstand more than just a couple of shells. Even sustained bombardment might not breach their defenses. Besides, was the enemy foolish enough to just stand there? If they could easily dodge the shells, why would they remain stationary? As time dragged on, the demon seemed to grow bored with the game, losing its initial interest. Seizing the opportune moment, it launched a sudden counterattack. A single strike swept through the ranks. 3 mechs were instantly destroyed, turning into fireballs as they plummeted to the ground. The disparity in strength was too vast. They were on completely different levels. Witnessing their comrades' demise, the others showed no signs of retreat. They gripped their weapons tighter and charged once more. This time there was no other choice. Farewell, comrades. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted in midair. With no hope left, they would forge their own final hope. Without hesitation, they detonated their nuclear reactors, choosing to fight to the death. One must not underestimate these nuclear reactors, barely larger than a palm. Their direct detonation rivals a small-yield atomic bomb capable of instantly engulfing a 50-meter radius. Caught off guard by the sudden self-destruction, the demon was directly engulfed by the fireball. In that instant, it frantically channeled its divine power, teleporting itself 100 meters away. Even so, the scorching flames charred its entire body, leaving it a blackened corpse, its original form utterly unrecognizable. With a furious roar, the demon seethed. Having toyed with its prey for 1,000 days, it was now pecked by the hawk. A profound humiliation. It glared venomously at the iron husks, realizing that while their own combat abilities were lackluster, the force of their self-destruction was not to be underestimated. Before the demon could react, the three mech warriors moved as one, encircling it completely. If nuclear weapons could gravely wound it, then this so-called upper god wasn't as invincible as imagined. Almost simultaneously, they all detonated their nuclear reactors. With a final cry of defiance, the demon was consumed by the fireball, vanishing into the sea of flames. Against the existence of an upper god, humanity's proudest mechs had been helpless, and this was how they ended their brief campaign. All 20 were lost, not a single survivor. Yet their sacrifice was not in vain. They had not only taken an upper god of the demon race with them, but also bought precious time for their kin. Hundreds of rockets stood erect upon the earth, aimed at the sky, poised for launch. Seeing that all was prepared, there was no hesitation. A command was given, followed by a thunderous roar as the rockets, propelled by the reaction force of controlled nuclear fusion, shot towards the colossal target in the sky. Within moments, the rockets reached an unimaginable velocity, hitting Mach 10 just before impact. This was not even their top speed. Had the distance been greater, they could have gone even faster. But Mach 10 was sufficient. In a flash, the sky was filled with numerous colossal fireballs, their light as bright as a polar day. Fang Yan felt his eyes sting from the brilliance, and then he lost all sensation, returning to reality. The explosion in the simulated world continued. The nuclear inferno exceeding 10 million degrees Celsius engulfed the entire city. Demon or human, the indiscriminate attack spared no living being. Not even the towering skyscrapers could withstand it, all reduced to rubble in an instant. With over 100 thermonuclear warheads detonating at once, the grand spectacle was reduced to a blinding white light. Within the projection space, nothing could be seen but the overwhelming brilliance. What's going on? Did the projection break? It's just a white screen now. What was the final result? Can anyone tell me? Who knows? But Fang Yan's strength is truly formidable. Those 20 armored warriors managed to take down an upper god of the demon race. That's an achievement unrivaled among his peers. Exactly. Even the lower gods were annihilated before they could even get close. It's terrifying. They doubted anyone else could accomplish such a feat. Even the most monstrous prodigies would likely fail to match Fang Yan's current achievement. An upper god, given time, could easily slaughter every graduate of this class without breaking a sweat. Yet Fang Yan had managed to kill such an entity. Just as everyone grew weary of staring at the blank projection, they saw Fang Yan open his eyes and look on with curiosity. Hey, Fang Yan's back in reality. He's watching the projection too. Does that mean something else happened after the flash? All eyes returned to the projection, eager to see what would happen next. After a full minute, the bright light began to fade, and the image slowly reappeared before them. The scene was one of desolation. The once towering buildings were gone without a trace, the entire city reduced to ashes, leaving only a massive crater. This crater was so vast it reached the simulation's maximum limit. Had there been no cap, it would have been even larger. As for the humans and demons, they had been vaporized by the intense heat, reduced to molecules, and scattered into the void. Look in the sky. Despite the world-shattering attack, the demon god's chariot, though damaged, had not been destroyed. On the ground, 2 divine domain gates stood firm, having survived the nuclear blast. One was human. The other, shrouded in darkness and emanating demonic energy, was clearly not. There were 2 demon gods. With a two-tone disadvantage, especially against the demon race renowned as the universe's greatest warriors, how could the human god hope to win? This was a secret they had never known. Textbooks only mentioned casualty numbers, never the specifics of the demon forces or their true strength. It was like the ancient records of Blue Star: great famine, people ate each other. These 6 words represented the horrific reality of thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands starving to death. It was no exaggeration. If the numbers weren't high enough, it wouldn't even be recorded in history. So regarding the lynching incident, the public knew only the vaguest details. The projection slowly faded and then vanished completely. Having found the answer he sought, Fang Yan muttered to himself, if even an attack like that can be withstood, then these god-level beings really do have some tricks up their sleeves. Forget it, dwelling on it is pointless. The best course of action is to go back and grind for levels. He had only come to test his strength, but had gotten carried away, unable to stop. In the simulated world, he had experienced the thrill of unleashing his entire nuclear arsenal. The destructive power was indeed impressive. Apart from those 3 anomalous beings, death was a great equalizer for all. Fair and just absolute nuclear equality. Shortly after Fang Yan left, many students uploaded their recorded videos to school groups, and some posted them online. Within minutes, the entire Tongyi City High School district was in an uproar. This was too overpowered. Were they sure he was a student who had just awakened alongside them? The comparison was on a completely different level. They believe it if someone said Fang Yan had already graduated from university, especially since some ordinary martial arts universities had graduates who only reached the demigod level. In the video, Fang Yan slaughtered gods as if they were mere dogs. Demigods who fought him were instantly killed, beaten so badly their own fathers wouldn't recognize them. The school network was flooded. The video uploaded online was still gaining traction, with views slowly climbing. Fang Yan was oblivious to all this. He was happily strolling down the street thinking about what his home was missing and taking advantage of this outing for a major shopping spree. Shocking. A fresh high school graduate dares to challenge a god-tier powerhouse. What if the demon race's combat prowess is unmatched? A high school student takes on a demon god in single combat. One shot to the soul. Witness how a city goes from existence to oblivion. One after another, these sensational headlines appeared online. As time passed, the view count climbed higher and higher, clearly showing potential to trend on hot search lists. This is way too fake. What year's college entrance exam has this kind of difficulty? If it's real, I'll eat my own shoe live. A fresh graduate. I think it's some big shot using a burner account to gain followers and then start live streaming sales. People these days will throw away all shame for a bit of hype. Watching the edited video, many dismissed it outright without a second thought, while others raised voices of doubt. Some even went so far as to make bold public pledges swearing they didn't believe it. Yet one had to admit the visuals in the video were genuinely impressive, striking to the eye, explosive in action, far more captivating than most battles. Ranged attacks, close quarters combat. Wasn't this the pinnacle every divine domain aspired to achieve? Especially the ultimate weapon at the end. It obliterated the enemy and the user alike, ensuring nothing fell into hostile hands. A brilliant suicide weapon. Its destructive force was not to be underestimated either, capable of annihilating an entire city. It felt like something out of a special effects film, but undeniably thrilling. I have to follow this, no question about it. No one believed a fresh high school graduate could accomplish such a feat. The power displayed was beyond even what elite military academies could achieve. Nevertheless, the skill on display earned widespread recognition. But what civilization was this? It was unlike anything they had ever seen. Their method of combat relied entirely on external tools. Moreover, the destructive power generated by these tools was extraordinarily formidable. For a moment, many were consumed by curiosity. As they delved deeper, everyone arrived at a startling revelation. Holy crap. No way, no way. It really is a fresh graduate. How is that possible? How did he do it? This is the legendary overtime round, only open to students who passed the practical assessment in the first 3 days. ID heard about it by chance before, never thought it was real. A trial of this difficulty. Is this really meant for high school graduates? A true master. An absolute legend. I was wrong to mock him. My bad, I was way too loud earlier. As more and more people learned the truth, their attitudes shifted from initial disdain to overwhelming admiration, a testament to their changing minds. It was truly unimaginable. A high school graduate displaying such power left countless university students feeling utterly ashamed. Others who had participated in similar trials barely lasted a few minutes before meeting their end, and they faced only low-tier demons. No one ever dreamed someone could achieve such a feat. Not only did he eliminate demons of various ranks, but he also went head-to-head with a god-tier demon. A true role model for our generation. But still, among the gifted, why must you be this exceptional? Who else could possibly do this? He had only awakened for such a short time, yet he was already this powerful. It had to be said the gap between some people was wider than the gap between humans and dogs. As the video went viral, it caused quite a stir. The admissions mentor from the capital saw the footage and grinned, so wide his mouth nearly split. He had fought tooth and nail to recruit this student back, then never expecting such an incredible payoff. With this battle performance alone, he was certain to earn the attention of top leadership. And as the mentor behind this special recruitment, he would naturally reap considerable rewards. Otherwise, who would put in such effort? The more brilliantly Fang Yan shone, the greater the mentor's benefits would be. Oblivious to the outside world's commotion, Fang Yan returned home and immersed himself in the development of his divine domain. Human Era Year 412. Technology had not seen major breakthroughs, but every industry had reached unprecedented prosperity. Investment in scientific research grew increasingly substantial, particularly in weaponry and equipment, which consumed nearly half of the total budget. Even so, achievements remained modest. Human Era Year 580. The cobalt bomb was officially manufactured. Its destructive power was such that a single bomb could eradicate all life on a planet. Its explosive force was over 10 times that of a 3-stage thermonuclear bomb, reaching a truly terrifying level. With the cobalt bomb, humanity had stepped into the realm of interstellar warfare. As for other industries, they too saw considerable progress. Through deeper research, the power of electromagnetic weapons was enhanced by more than double. Faster in velocity, greater in force. In this simulation, Fang Yan gained an initial understanding of divine power, while also uncovering the vulnerabilities inherent in a technological civilization. From now on, they would face more beings wielding divine power, an obstacle that could not be circumvented. To facilitate research, Fang Yan deliberately used his source energy to replicate a strand of identical divine power, tasking scientists with identifying its weaknesses or developing countermeasures. It was worth noting that conjuring even a single wisp of divine power came at a hefty price, a direct cost of 5,000 source points. Fortunately, the investment paid off. After over a century of relentless effort and more than 100 trillion experiments, a special metal was finally discovered. It could effortlessly sever divine power while remaining completely unaffected by it, much like an insulator. This insulation applied solely to divine power. The laboratory that first discovered the material was overjoyed, but once the excitement subsided, they gradually calmed down. They soon realized that the materials needed to synthesize this metal were extremely scarce, and some could hardly be refined on a large scale with current technology. Widespread implementation was simply out of the question in the short term. But with the correct direction already established, the hardest step was done. What remained was hardly a challenge. For the scarce materials, Fang Yan simply exchanged source energy to obtain them. As long as it wasn't a finished product, the power of source energy proved remarkably effective. As for the refining process, that was left to humanity itself. After all, this material was of critical importance, vital for eliminating beings imbued with divine power. With that, humanity manufactured vast numbers of machines for refining. Even so, only a minuscule quantity was produced. It was ultimately fashioned into bullets issued to a select few mechs. These bullets were officially named Godslayer rounds, bullets capable of slaying gods. With Godslayer rounds in hand, a corresponding firearm was essential. The current electromagnetic guns could at most eliminate lower-tier gods. Anything stronger was beyond their reach. Thus, the development of a firearm capable of unleashing overwhelming force began. A single shot could threaten upper-tier gods, while god-tier beings were temporarily out of scope. With resources funneled in and countless scientists working around the clock, a firearm with terrifying firing speed was finally born. The bullet's initial velocity reached an astonishing 50 kilometers per second, with an effective range exceeding 2,000 kilometers. Within its effective range, the bullet maintained a speed of 50 kilometers per second, but beyond that distance, its velocity dropped dramatically. The farther the distance, the greater the decline. Its power was formidable, yet its drawbacks were equally glaring. To achieve greater velocity before the bullet even leaves the muzzle, an immense and terrifying force must be unleashed. Consequently, this comes at the cost of the firearm's lifespan, which is exceedingly short. Each test firing can only manage a mere 10 rounds. Any more than that risks a catastrophic barrel burst. The materials used in the weapon's construction are already the pinnacle of what modern society can produce. Extending its service life must await further advancements in materials science. Yet this field has seen no breakthroughs for decades, and significant progress in the near future seems unlikely. Though 10 rounds may seem few, they can prove pivotal in the most elite of battles. Should he encounter an upper-tier demon god again, the Godslayer round's properties combined with its initial velocity of 50 kilometers per second would be more than sufficient to claim the enemy's life in a single unexpected strike. Even in a heated confrontation, it could suppress the opponent, utterly forcing them to remain on constant guard lest they meet their end. This is a far cry from a suicidal attack, offering a true means to hold the enemy at bay. Since the ammunition is called the Godslayer round, this firearm shall be known as the Godslayer, a firearm capable of slaying gods. Fang Yan had initially believed that his reserve of 23500 source points would be more than enough to last him an entire year. Under normal consumption rates, he'd only need about 24 points a day, totaling roughly 8760 points annually. By any calculation, it seemed more than sufficient. But as his civilization grew more powerful, the required knowledge and blueprints for manifestation increased dramatically. These did not appear from thin air, they all demanded source power. Coupled with other miscellaneous expenditures, his source power had now dwindled to less than 3,000 points. 3,000 points were perfectly adequate for normal consumption, but they were woefully insufficient for accelerating the development of his technological civilization and providing technology that surpassed the era. Fang Yan glanced at the time. 20 days of the practical assessment had already passed, leaving roughly 10 days before the deadline. 10 days. Only 10 days remained for the special assessment, and he felt he had no real chance of success. Against beings of the heavenly god level, conventional technological weapons were utterly useless. Only the cobalt bomb might have an effect. Yet even this weapon, hailed as capable of annihilating all life on a planet, offered him no real confidence. Although its core explosive yield is over 10 times more powerful than a 3-stage thermonuclear bomb, its most devastating aspect is its radioactive fallout. With a half-life of 5 years, it could spread across the globe, inflicting catastrophic damage upon every living organism on the planet. However, the cobalt bomb destroys life, not the planet itself. Against ordinary life forms, it would be a nightmare, but against a heavenly god, it was not as formidable as one might imagine. Using a cobalt bomb to pass the special assessment was utterly impossible, and even killing a demon god with it would be a monumental challenge. He had been so confident initially, but who could have anticipated the special assessment being this unreasonable? Pitting a group of students who had just awakened their divine domains against heavenly god-level opponents was essentially forcing them to forfeit. Looking at his remaining source power of just over 3,000 points, Fang Yan let out a helpless sigh. His technological civilization, following its normal development curve, could not expect any major breakthroughs in the short term. Since that's the case, there's no need to push so hard. It's time to ignite my divine fire. Faced with a heavenly god-level existence, even Fang Yan felt powerless, realizing it was far beyond his current ability to defeat. Rather than continue to struggle with developing his divine domain, it would be better to ignite his divine fire and grant his physical body the power to protect itself. The process of igniting the divine fire is not complex. One must use their divine sense to connect with their domain, choose an object to serve as the anchor, fuse it with oneself, and eventually make it a part of their body, thereby gaining the anchor's abilities. At this point, the initial step is considered complete. Subsequently, one must continuously absorb energy of the same type as the anchor, converting it into divine power to steadily grow stronger. This is a slow process requiring the constant support of the domain's people. Without it, improving one's strength is incredibly difficult. For instance, in a martial arts civilization, one might use true qi as the anchor. However, the ambient true qi within the divine domain cannot serve this purpose. Only the true qi refined by the domain's inhabitants is viable. To gain more divine power, one must continuously develop the divine domain. The better its development, the greater the feedback. When the people of the divine domain die, their true qi does not vanish. Instead, it reverts to their god and is ultimately converted into divine power. This is a virtuous cycle and the most optimal method. As for short-sighted approaches like slaughtering one's own people for a temporary power boost, such methods are completely unacceptable. For a technological civilization, the process of igniting the divine fire is likely similar, but what should he choose as his anchor? A firearm, a cannon, or missile? Perhaps nuclear energy. All of these could serve as viable anchors. However, Fang Yan already had an answer in mind for what to choose. What is the sun? Is it not simply a nuclear fusion reaction? Although it occurs under extremely complex conditions, its fundamental nature is inseparable from nuclear reactions. At the very core of the sun, temperatures reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, a heat so intense that no material can escape its grasp. Even the legendary supreme gods would likely be unable to withstand the sun's nuclear fury. Therefore, after careful consideration, Fang Yan chose a nuclear bomb as the anchor for igniting his divine fire. It offers immense power in the early stages and holds significant potential for growth. When developed to its limit, even supreme gods would have to step aside. Having made his choice, he did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense to connect with the nuclear bombs within his divine domain. As a small yield bomb slowly faded away, a transformation began within Fang Yan's body. Scorching heat began to radiate from within, making the air in the room grow stifling and hot. This was not the end. As time passed, the temperature around him rose by several degrees, eventually spreading throughout the entire residential complex. People in the area noticed the strange shift in temperature. They soon found themselves drenched in sweat after minimal exertion, unsure if the heat was from within or from the environment itself. As the nuclear bomb vanished entirely from the divine domain, a strand of divine power was naturally born. Do not underestimate this nascent wisp of power. Should Fang Yan wish it, he could instantly manifest it as a nuclear explosion engulfing a kilometer-wide radius. Moreover, this divine power-derived explosion is a form of clean energy, producing no nuclear fallout, allowing him to use it liberally in future battles. Not content with just a single strand of divine power, Fang Yan continued his efforts, greedily absorbing the nuclear bombs within his divine domain. 1, 2, 3. Gradually, an underground warehouse storing over a dozen small nuclear warheads was drained completely, leaving behind nothing but a hollow space. Having absorbed such a vast amount at once, his body felt noticeably distended. Absorbing any more risked tearing him apart, so he finally stopped. It must be said, possessing divine power made him feel like a completely different being. He was now a true deity, wholly distinct from a mortal. With a mere flicker of thought, he could decide the life or death of any mortal. For this, he was a god. With the conclusion of the practical assessment, major martial arts schools began their bustling recruitment drives one after another. As for the special assessment, Fang Yan did not continue to participate. Even if he had, it would have been futile. His technological civilization was no match for divine-level opponents. During this time, he had been absorbing nuclear warheads at home. Now, over a month later, he possessed 12 strands of divine power. Though it seemed exceedingly meager, it was not particularly abundant. Yet its potency was formidable. If Fang Yan wished, he could annihilate an ordinary person in an instant. Moreover, he would not even need to expend a single strand of divine power, at most a tenth of a strand would suffice. Gazing at the admission letter in his hand, he calculated the time and realized that today was the day he could go to register. He packed his clothes, simply grabbed his suitcase, and hailed a taxi to the teleportation array. Although the mainstream modes of transportation were still spirit vehicles and flying boats, the fastest method was undoubtedly the teleportation array. In just 1 second one could travel to any city they desired. However, it was also the most expensive. If not for the free ride provided by the admission letter to the Kyoto Martial Arts University, Fang Yan would never have chosen this mode of travel. A single trip cost 1,000 credit points, far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Moreover, flying boats were not slow, they could cover 1,000 li in an hour. The journey from Tangi City to Kyoto took only 3 to 4 hours, which was hardly significant. The main advantage was affordability. A trip cost at most 500 credit points, and during off-peak seasons, it was only 200 to 300 credit points. Compared to the teleportation array, the flying boat offered far better value. With a flash of light, Fang Yan found himself standing on a bustling plaza filled with the clamor of voices. "Hello classmate, are you a new student this year?" Before Fang Yan could react, someone nearby greeted him. Fang Yan gestured with his admission letter and asked curiously, "Yes, but where is this place?" "This is the internal teleportation array of our Kyoto Martial Arts University. As long as you hold the admission letter, you can be directly transported here." The speaker lightly tapped Fang Yan's admission letter, but noticed something unusual about it. A hint of surprise flickered in their eyes, though they asked nothing further and continued explaining. "That's why new students must carry their admission letters, otherwise they would be teleported to the Kyoto Transportation Department and need to transfer here." So that was the reason. Fang Yan showed a look of understanding. No wonder the admission letter had emphasized this point. Before Fang Yan's arrival, there were already 5 or 6 new students here. Through conversation, he learned that the person welcoming them was a sophomore who had taken on a school task to guide new students to the registration office. For a day's work, they would receive 5 origin points as compensation. For scions of noble families, such resources were insignificant, but for commoner students, it was an easy opportunity to earn resources. Seeing that the group was nearly complete, the senior student led them toward the registration office. Along the way, he explained some important notes. "What is that? Someone is sparring, and it looks like one person is getting thoroughly beaten. Who is that? So powerful." As the group approached the teaching building, they could see the projection in the sky more clearly. Within a few minutes, one person had already lost the match. At the same time, an arrogant voice echoed across the entire plaza. "You new students are truly pathetic, like garbage. Is there anyone else who dares to challenge me?" Ha ha. Hearing this, all the new students flushed with anger, their eyes bloodshot, wishing they could devour this person. However, in the face of absolute power, no one dared to accept the challenge. The previous new student was the best example. Within minutes, they had been overwhelmed by more than a dozen minions sent by the opponent, resulting in a one-sided massacre. The gap was simply too vast. "Aren't you ashamed? A sophomore bullying freshman who just registered. Don't you feel any shame?" "Exactly. Our divine domains have only been developing for how long? You've had how much time? Wait until I've developed as long as you have. You won't even be worthy of licking my shoes." Facing the sophomore's provocation, the new students refused to lose face even in defeat. Insults. Who couldn't hurl them? Wang Xuetuan, the provocateur, flashed a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. "Is that so? A bunch of cowards like you think you can defeat me? How ridiculous. Who was that cursing me just now? If you have the guts, step forward and fight me." After a long silence, no one answered. Wang Xuetuan spoke again. "If no one defeats me today, then every new student this year will have to give me 1 origin point, which will be deducted directly from your first month's resources." This statement was like a hurricane at sea, stirring up monstrous waves. "On what grounds? Do you think you're that important, demanding origin points from all of us new students? Absurd. Have you lost your mind?" Everyone looked at him with disbelief, daydreaming in broad daylight. Almost no one believed what he said. "Haha, you don't know the rules of the Kyoto Martial Arts University, do you? Every year, one senior student gets the chance to challenge a lower grade. This year, the opportunity to challenge the freshman was granted to me. Nearly 5,000 new students. 1 origin point each means 5,000 origin points." Wang Xuetuan laughed heartily. Last year, they had suffered the same treatment. Not a single one of them could defeat that senior student, and in the end, they had no choice but to hand over 1 origin point each. Although it wasn't much, it was particularly infuriating. This rule was deliberately set by the school to motivate students, making them realize the gap between themselves and others. Only through relentless effort could they take revenge sooner. It must be said that this method of inciting resentment was quite effective. The growth rate of these students was noticeably faster than before. Why not take advantage of it? However, the task of challenging lower grades was not easy and easily offended people. Those who lacked resources naturally wouldn't want to do such a thankless job. The prodigies were all busy with their own development and wouldn't bother with this. Almost no one applied every year, which allowed Wang Xuetuan to seize the opportunity. Recalling the senior who challenged last year, he was now so beaten that he had to hide and apply to go to the alien battlefield to avoid the challenges from those prodigies. 5,000 origin points was indeed a considerable amount, but it was also a hot potato. Of course, Wang Xuetuan had already planned to apply for deployment to the front lines after obtaining this resource, making it impossible for the freshman to find him. What? Still no challengers? If no one steps up within an hour, he'll be declared the winner. Compared to the reward, tormenting these new students was also a particularly enjoyable experience. And those who dared to challenge were always the cream of the crop. Just imagining the prodigies trembling at his feet was enough to excite him. He'll do it. Facing the relentless provocations from the sophomore-senior Wang Xuetuan, someone finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward. Good. Not all of you freshmen are cowards, as some of you still have blood running through your veins. Seeing someone accept his challenge once more, Wang Xuetuan's face lit up with excitement. He elevated the person before him, while simultaneously belittling those freshmen who dared not step forward. Since you accept my challenge, I never slay nameless foes. State your name. Song Tian, freshman. As Song Tian announced his name, a ripple of recognition passed through the crowd, with many revealing expressions of astonishment. It's him. This name was a dazzling presence in certain cities, the top scorer of a city's college entrance examination. Even on a national scale, he ranked within the top 100. During the practical combat assessment period for high school graduates, he was especially remarkable. The overwhelming news coverage made it impossible not to know him. Song Tian was one of the prodigies who passed the practical combat assessment within the first 3 days. Out of 137 people nationwide, he was one of them. To pass the practical combat assessment, in such a short time, one had to possess exceptional talent. At the same time, resources and effort were indispensable, otherwise, even the finest talent would amount to nothing. 2 months had already passed since then, and no doubt his divine domain had advanced remarkably, achieving significant improvement. Yet even so, it was still not enough to contend with a sophomore-senior. From the awakening of his divine domain to now, it had only been a total of 2 months. In just 2 short months, how could he compare with sophomore students who had already been developing for at least a year and 2 months? A full year's difference. As fellow students of Kyoto Martial University, a gap of an entire year could not be bridged by talent alone. No matter how extraordinary one's talent, it was not strength. Without sufficient time to develop, it was no different from an ordinary divine domain. Song Tian stepped onto the arena, looked at Wang Xuetuan, and said, "Let's begin." Without excessive words or boastful nonsense, the two almost simultaneously connected their optical brains. At the same moment, a projection appeared above the arena. An endless plain stretched out, devoid of any sign of life. Aside from the cracked earth, nothing else could be seen. A scene filled with desolation. The two combatants' divine domains did not activate immediately. They tacitly made their final preparations. Boom! A colossal divine domain gate materialized from nothing, appearing upon the battlefield. Following closely behind, figures began to emerge one after another, neatly dressed, marching in unison like ancient soldiers. Yet this formation exuded no sense of majesty. Instead, it was shrouded in a sinister, chilling aura. Moreover, these beings did not resemble the living at all. They were like corpses risen from the dead. Bearing their fangs and claws, they emanated a terrifying presence. Although many had long known what kind of divine domain Song Tian had awakened, seeing the ox head and horse face appear on the battlefield still evoked a sense of awe. As one of the top-tier divine domains, the underworld's ox head and horse face were undoubtedly iconic figures. They might not be the strongest, but their presence was essential. As for those veiled ghost soldiers, their individual combat capabilities were decent, holding considerable advantages at equivalent value. But compared to true powerhouses, they could only serve as cannon fodder. Cannon fodder, of course, had the awareness of cannon fodder. The ghost soldiers were exceptionally vast in number. As ghost soldiers continued to pour out from a few to dozens to hundreds, they had now amassed tens of thousands. And this number continued to grow relentlessly with no sign of stopping. As a freshman, Song Tian understood the gap between himself and a sophomore senior. Individual combat power was simply incomparable. He had to find another path, overwhelming his opponent through sheer numbers. Wang Xuetuan also noticed his opponent's intention, yet he remained completely motionless, not even opening his divine domain gate. Clearly, he was absolutely confident in himself and saw no need for advanced preparation. It was only when the ghost soldiers reached 100,000 in number that the flow finally ceased. Afterwards, several terrifying figures emerged from within their entire bodies, shrouded in dense Yin energy, their features completely indiscernible. This thick Yin energy affected everything within a 5-meter radius, making them impossible to underestimate. As for how powerful they truly were, no one knew. Only through battle could one determine their true strength. One thing was certain: their power was absolutely nothing to scoff at. Seeing that Song Tian was fully prepared, Wang Xuetuan finally opened his divine domain gate. It was done with great casualness. The gate was only slightly larger than an ordinary household door, utterly incapable of deploying troops in formation. Nor did he intend to send out too many. If he had to go all out against a freshman, then his entire year would have been wasted. 5 figures emerged one after another, each appearing utterly ordinary, just like common folk. Whether in height or appearance, they were completely unremarkable. Lost in a crowd, they would be impossible to pick out. Their only common trait was the sword each held, a razor-sharp blade. Upon these swords glimmered faint traces of cold light. Although Wang Xuetuan only sent out 5 men, no one considered him arrogant or dismissive of the freshman. After all, in previous battles, he had always fought alone, and that single fighter had already slaughtered several freshmen. Sending 5 this time was already a sign of considerable respect and a recognition of Song Tian's strength. Wang Xuetuan's divine domain might not be top tier, but it was still the formidable sword qi civilization renowned for its offensive prowess. That indestructible sword qi was formless and invisible, sweeping away everything in its path, like an unstoppable avalanche. Beneath his sword qi, almost no one could survive. While his overall strength was not the greatest in terms of attacking power, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the top-tier divine domains. This was the sword qi civilization, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, splitting everything in its way. As both sides finished their preparations, war was on the brink of eruption. The 5 seemingly ordinary men underwent an instantaneous transformation, like blades freshly drawn from their sheaths, their sharpness laid bare for all to see. Their fierce, overbearing aura pierced straight into the heavens. Facing the oppressive sea of ghost soldiers, they showed not a trace of fear, only burning battle intent in their eyes. With a single swing, a 1,000-meter arc of sword qi swept through the ranks like a rainbow, reaping countless lives in an instant. Thousands upon tens of thousands of ghost soldiers were cleaved in two by that one strike. Many died on the spot, dissolving into nothingness. Even those who survived were rendered combat ineffective. Truly worthy of the sword qi civilization famed for its combat prowess, that single blow alone had eliminated a significant portion of the enemy's effective strength. If they unleashed a few more strikes like that, how could these ghost soldiers and generals possibly hold the line? Fortunately, such a massive-scale sword qi attack could not be casually deployed. That single strike had been nurtured for at least 10 years. Even the sword qi civilization had to abide by the law of conservation of energy. Without prior accumulation, it could not manifest out of thin air. The war had just begun. In an instant, over half of the 100,000 Yin soldiers and generals were lost. The mountains and fields were strewn with severed limbs and wreckage, the broken corpses stretching beyond the horizon. The crowd was horrified, though these would soon dissolve into nothingness. Such massive casualties were not in vain, for they had drained the 5 adversaries' long-nurtured sword qi ultimate technique. Now it was time for close combat. A full charge. 10,000 Yin soldiers and generals rushed toward the 5, attempting to encircle them. Ideals were grand, but reality was harsh. Wang Xuetuan was hardly oblivious to their scheme. They intended to surround him first, then rely on the overwhelming numbers of Yin soldiers to whittle down their stamina and finally annihilate them when they were exhausted. He was no fool. He saw through their trap. The plan was sound feasible when the two sides were evenly matched. But they lacked self-awareness. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Wang Xuetuan's lips curled slightly. Did they truly believe they could grind down his people with sheer attrition? Even if they surrounded him, so what? In truth, they couldn't even manage to encircle him. One of the 5 lightly swung his sword, unleashing a sword qi that instantly claimed dozens or hundreds of Yin soldiers. If large-scale attacks were impossible, ordinary sword qi was still within reach. That was why it was called the civilization of sword qi. The 5 then descended like demons, slaying gods and ghosts alike. Whether Yin soldiers or crab soldiers, none could escape their sword qi. The dazzling sword qi repeatedly carved scars dozens of meters long across the earth. The remaining Yin soldiers, under the unending slaughter, now numbered less than 10,000. The expected fatigue never came. Instead, the 5 fought with increasing ferocity, piercing straight through the enemy formation. Witnessing the massacre of the Yin soldiers, all the freshmen wore expressions of regret. It seemed victory was almost certain. Even Song Tian could do nothing against them, and the other divine realms, which were somewhat weaker, had even less power to resist. Especially the sharp sword qi, an absolute anomaly that nothing could withstand. Any contact split things in two. Throughout, nothing had been able to resist it. It was truly infuriating. Facing the provocation of the sophomore students, they were utterly helpless. They could only hope that Song Tian would eventually dampen the enemy's arrogance, at least take 1 or 2 down to comfort themselves. Seeing that the war of attrition was no longer viable, Song Tian made a prompt decision, ordering the Oxhead and Horseface Soul Reapers armed with chains to form a semi-encircling formation and advance swiftly. The Oxhead and Horseface were not just 1 or 2, but a whole group launching harassing attacks. Meanwhile, the three entities behind them emanating thick Yin-Chi began to move. As if they had coordinated, they suddenly accelerated, targeting the person on the edge with their most powerful assault. A cleaver, a sickle, and a hammer. Three weapons of different shapes converged, capable of shattering the enemy's will. Facing the sudden assault, the adversaries were prepared, unleashing several consecutive attacks to repel them. But each sword chi shot into the Yin-Chi was like a stone sinking into the sea, only thinning the covering Yin-Chi slightly, without causing real damage. The continuous sword swings left the enemy barely enough time to raise their swords for defense. Confronting the converging three weapons, they forcibly blocked the attack, producing a dull thud. Then a bright sword light suddenly appeared, aimed at one of them, and quickly dimmed. The expected mutual destruction never occurred. Instead, one of Song Tian's side was split in two, revealing its true nature. As for Wang Zuotin's side, just as the three attacks were about to land, a faint glow emanated from the jade token at his waist. It formed a protective shield of sword chi encasing his entire body, absorbing all the attacks. While everyone was still anticipating, the jade token at his waist unleashed a barrage of 10,000 swords, instantly shooting forth. In the sky and on the ground, sword chi filled the space. Within its range, it annihilated all who dared to approach. Song Tian's prepared counters seemed like a joke now. Even the proximity was a courtesy shown by the enemy. In the face of absolute power, all efforts were futile. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Song Tian's defeat. The barrage of 10,000 swords silenced all the freshmen. Initially, they thought Wang Zuotin was strong, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. Push him further, and you'd find he could be even stronger. Especially that mysterious jade token capable of both defense and unleashing such formidable moves. It was clear that the opponent hadn't revealed his full strength initially, merely toying with them. Even so, they could do nothing about it. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. How could freshmen compete with him? If given some time to develop, they might have had a chance to turn the tables, but now the outcome was essentially sealed. At the root, they lacked development time. After witnessing Song Tian's crushing defeat, hardly anyone remained willing to fight. Even those who had passed the practical assessment in the top 3 days, including those who passed on the first and second days, chose to concede. Wasn't it just a bit of origin essence? Wasn't it just being ground into the floor by sophomores? It was something to endure. After a while, when they developed further, they could launch a frenzied revenge. Wang Zuotin stood on the stage looking at the growing number of freshmen, casually adjusting his clothes, and asked, "Are there any more challengers? If you're cowards, stay silent. If you wish to face me directly, come on up. Of course, if anyone can defeat me, the school will award 10,000 origin essence points. Conversely, I too will receive corresponding rewards." There were rewards. And 10,000 origin essence points at that? Fang Yan, who had been about to leave, instantly perked up at the mention of rewards. Why didn't they say so earlier? This person was truly annoying. With such good fortune, why not announce it in advance? He had to teach them a lesson. They clearly didn't know the order of importance. As for the other freshmen, they coveted the reward, but lacked the strength. Going up to be tortured was worse than being a coward. Seeing no one else vying for the spot, Fang Yan unhurriedly stepped onto the stage. This action immediately drew everyone's attention. Someone dared to challenge. The crowd was stunned. Could he be blinded by the huge reward? Wang Zuotin was not someone they could defeat now. Song Tian's example was the best proof. He gave his all only to force out a few of the enemy's tricks. No one believed the challenger could win, but his courage was still commendable. At this moment, Fang Yan became the brightest star in the arena. Even Wang Zuotin, a sophomore senior, was overshadowed by his radiance. To dare challenge such a formidable opponent under such dire circumstances was truly admirable. Regardless of the outcome, this spirit was invaluable. Fang Yan stepped onto the arena stage. Despite his utmost effort to restrain himself, the searing heat radiated from his body, forming waves of scorching air. Having only recently acquired his divine power, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. Freshman Fang Yan. As Fang Yan announced his name, a considerable commotion rippled through the entire square. Damn, he's Fang Yan. So he's the one from that viral video a while back, the one who could blast an entire city to smithereens. I sat up in shock from my dream, realizing the big shot wasn't me. I've watched the recording of that simulation battle from start to finish several times. In a word, his strength is absurdly off the charts. Especially that ultimate weapon he unleashed at the end. It could destroy the heavens, the earth, and even himself. He's so ruthless, he'd kill himself too. Even now, recalling it still feels surreal, knowing that this guy is in the same cohort as a nobody like me. With his strength, he's declaring, "I am invincible beneath the gods." Perhaps they hadn't seen Fang Yan in person and didn't know what he looked like. But almost all the examinees in his cohort had watched that duel, some even repeatedly. The power displayed within was unimaginably formidable. To have achieved such a level in just over 10 days of development was truly terrifying. Now another month had passed. Who knew to what terrifying extent his strength had grown? It wasn't just the freshmen who had seen the video of Fang Yan's battle. Students from all martial arts universities had watched it too. So when Fang Yan revealed his name, the senior students spectating all wore expressions of shock, never expecting such a genius to choose this particular school. But upon reflection, it wasn't all that surprising. As the most prestigious institution in China, Kyoto Martial Arts University naturally attracted countless geniuses. After all, each of them was a genius in their own right. Upon learning of Fang Yan's identity, the sophomores and juniors looked at Wang Xuetuan not with sympathy, but with expressions of schadenfreude. Bullying freshmen might be fun, but as those who had been through it, they held such acts in deep contempt. So apart from freshmen being susceptible to bullying, the sophomores and juniors wouldn't engage in such thankless tasks. It wasn't just about strength. More importantly, these geniuses felt it was unnecessary. The main reason was that the rewards were too meager. Such scant resources were better obtained by heading to the alien battlefields, where both the risks and the gains were far more worthwhile. On the arena stage, Wang Xuetuan had completely shed his previous arrogant demeanor, his face etched with a look of deep gravity. He had also watched the video of Fang Yan's duel, scrutinizing it several times over. The early surface-level combat, while impressive, was still fairly orthodox. But later, when the demon race's god-tier powerhouse joined the fray, Fang Yan unleashed an attack of terrifying explosive power. Forget him, probably not even a handful of sophomores in the entire Kyoto Martial Arts University could withstand that final strike. How could such an abnormally monstrous existence exist? Wang Xuetuan felt a throbbing pain in his skull, forcing himself to think. It was agonizing. He felt like crying. But since he was already here, he had to fight whether he liked it or not. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he had to uphold the prestige of a sophomore senior. Little did he know Fang Yan hadn't even considered him a threat. Facing a melee-focused divine domain civilization, he naturally opted for long-range attacks, keeping the enemy at bay from a distance. Sophomore Wang Xuetuan. Let's begin. The two adeptly released their divine domains, allowing the optical computer to scan them. Then the world around them shifted, and they both entered the battlefield simultaneously. This time Wang Xuetuan didn't bother with showing off. He deployed only a minimal number of his forces. Facing the unfathomably powerful Fang Yan, he immediately opened the gate of his divine domain, and a massive number of his subjects emerged from it. These subjects all shared a common trait: each held a sword in hand, or carried one on their back. The sword was their weapon, and also their very life. Just like firearms in a tech civilization, they were a warrior's second life. A force of over 1,000 formed a magnificent battle formation. Remember, at the start of the match against a freshman, he had only sent out a single warrior, and had easily dominated. He had sent a few more against Song Tian, but even then the total was just 5. Now against Fang Yan, he immediately dispatched 1,000 troops right from the start. What an extravagantly luxurious formation. Even if you tied up all the freshmen together, they probably wouldn't be enough for this 1,000-man force to slaughter. Moreover, Wang Xuetuan's strength was far greater than this. Oh, why didn't he send everyone? He naturally had his reasons. With these elite combatants at the forefront, it was sufficient for a conventional battle. As for unconventional warfare, that was beyond his ability to consider. Against a weapon that could even harm a god, he naturally had no confidence whatsoever. At this moment, the two figures leading the formation, with their snow-white hair and ruddy complexions, stood like a pair of sharp blades piercing the very sky. If they so wished, they could cleave the heavens in two. Judging purely by their aura, these two were absolute powerhouses, and they were Wang Xuetuan's trump cards. It remained to be seen what role they would play in the upcoming battle. While Wang Xuetuan was preparing on his side, Fang Yan was doing the same. A colossal gate suddenly materialized in the air, and mech warriors, leveraging their superior mobility, hauled out massive artillery cannons from within it. One after another, they were arranged neatly in formation. The dark, cavernous muzzles pointed directly ahead. At the same time, a vast army marched out from the gate. They were almost entirely artillerymen manning the cannons. There wasn't a single melee infantryman. As the domain had developed, they had been completely replaced by mech warriors. After all, soldiers of pure flesh and blood were too fragile, utterly defenseless against supernatural beings. Mechs, however, were a completely different story. They could engage in melee or ranged combat, soar through the skies, or burrow into the earth. With high mobility and speed, they could fight in any environment. They were also durable and resilient, boasting formidable defensive capabilities, able to withstand several hits from standard electromagnetic cannons. Coupled with their personal combat computers, they achieved reaction speeds 100 or 1,000 times faster than a human. And their functions didn't stop there. They also had radar scanning, target tracking, threat alerts, and the ability to make optimal tactical decisions. And so on and so forth. In short, a single mech was a weapon of war with its own independent system. From the inside out, it was the crystallization of technological civilization. While Fang Yan was still deploying his war machines, he had already precisely located the enemy's position. The moment the Divine Domain gate opened, several reconnaissance satellites were launched into the sky, and countless drones were also dispersed. What does modern warfare hinge on? Of course, it's about non-contact warfare fought over extreme distances with superior vision and reach. Clinging to the old war methods of previous generations was outdated. They should be tossed into the trash bin of history. Sir, the times have changed. 50 massive cannons were now ready, with the artillerymen performing their final adjustments. Calibrate targets 20 kilometers southeast. Load. Fire. The entire process was fluid and seamless, something that could only be achieved through thousands upon thousands of days of repetitive training. With a series of thunderous roar, shells streaked across the sky, hurtling directly towards their targets. The electromagnetic cannon and the gunpowder cannon had a stark contrast in their firing mechanisms. Both produced a powerful recoil that sent dust swirling, but the sound they made was significantly different. The electromagnetic cannon was almost silent. The ear-splitting roar was a thing of the past. Yet a quieter sound did not mean a reduction in power. The current electromagnetic cannon had achieved a staggering muzzle velocity of 20 kilometers per second, over 20 times that of its gunpowder predecessor. Greater power, higher speed, less noise. This was the unique advantage of the electromagnetic cannon over the gunpowder shell. At the same moment, a shell having left the barrel just 1 second prior had already traveled 20 kilometers and was descending upon the location of the Wanshua villagers. Boom! Countless shells fell from the sky, detonating violently upon contact with the ground. In an instant, everything within a few dozen meters was annihilated, and even 100 meters away, the immense shockwave whipped up a hurricane. Shrapnel flew everywhere, causing numerous casualties. Caught off guard by this sudden assault, the Wanshua villagers were utterly stunned. What was happening? The attack had landed before they even saw the enemy. Who wouldn't be bewildered? Fortunately, the Sword Chi civilization reacted swiftly. As shells continued to rain down, one of them quickly raised a jade token from his waist, conjuring a protective barrier of countless Sword Chi above everyone's heads. It blocked the plummeting shells, allowing all to breathe a sigh of relief. But their relief was premature. After enduring only a few shells, the barrier began to falter, as if its energy were being drained. It ultimately failed, shattered by a direct hit, dissolving into sparkles of light that faded into the air. A second person then raised his jade token, and its barrier just managed to take the place of the first, shielding the group from the bombardment. Yet this barrier too could not withstand many shells and was doomed to collapse soon. Moreover, they only carried a dozen or so such jade tokens, which wouldn't last many exchanges. Facing this dire predicament, an elderly man with a youthful complexion suddenly opened his eyes, his sharp gaze like a sword that stung those around him. He slowly raised his hand, and the sword in his grasp swept toward the sky from which the shells came. An invisible net of Sword Chi materialized before them, coalescing and expanding until it formed a colossal web that covered half the sky. This net was not woven from hemp, but from condensed Sword Chi, dense, impenetrable, and radiating a faint glow. The techno-human race remained unmoved by the enemy's countermeasure, launching shells at the fastest possible rate toward their opponents. No matter how strong the shield, it would eventually fail under relentless bombardment. After all, truth only lies within the range of a cannon. If truth fails to convince, it only means the cannon's firepower is insufficient. Under the rain of attacks, the massive net of Sword Chi began to buckle, and soon shells slipped through the gaps, once again crashing down upon the Sword Chi civilization. The shockwaves from the explosions sent dust flying wildly. It was clear they couldn't hold out much longer, and continuing to drag this out was not a viable strategy. They had already suffered considerable losses without even seeing the enemy. What could they do? Break out. Instantly, the 1,000-strong force dispersed, breaking down into small squads of 3 to 5, sprinting in the direction from which the shells were coming. It had to be said, this tactic for evading the cannon fire was indeed clever and quite effective. But did the techno-civilization have no other tricks up its sleeve? Surveillance satellites clearly captured the groups as they split up and advanced. The distance between them was 20 kilometers, a few minutes sprint for these physically superior beings. Yet those few minutes would prove to be an insurmountable chasm. Attention, aerial reconnaissance team, prepare to release the swarm. Roger. As buttons were pressed one after another, the belly hatches of the reconnaissance planes hovering at an altitude of 100 kilometers slowly opened. Countless palm-sized drones shot out, dense as a swarm of bees, hurtling rapidly toward the ground. Don't underestimate these drones. Despite their small size, their internal components were anything but simple. Each was powered by a compact cold fusion reactor capable of reaching a staggering speed of Mach 20. At such velocity, they would pass by unseen, leaving only a tremor in the air. Of course, unleashing their maximum speed meant their destruction. Their destruction was of no consequence, for these were suicide drones. They were built for a single flight, a single burst of their ultimate speed. After that, they would be shattered to pieces. It was their purpose and their glory. As the drone engines ignited, the cold fusion cores erupted with immense energy, and the thrusters instantly pushed them to full speed. All units direct the swarm to lock onto targets and launch suicide attacks. The command was given, and the drones split into countless streams, diving toward the ground to lock on. Charge. Boom. A massive fireball engulfed a 100-meter radius in an instant. The tens of thousands of degrees of heat vaporized those within, reducing them to fine molecules. The squad of 5 vanished on the spot, leaving no bodies behind, killed beyond all doubt. The cold fusion detonation packed the punch of a small atomic bomb. Under such force, even a god could not withstand many hits. With the appearance of the first fireball, it signaled the war entering a new intense phase. Across the battlefield, countless fireballs began to appear, each 100 meters in size. Inside them, all living things were consumed. Even a distant brush would turn a person into a charred husk. At this moment, the scales of victory seemed to tip decisively, turning into a near one-sided slaughter. The Sword Chi civilization's tactic of advancing in small squads to dodge the bombardment was sound, but not entirely. Because the moment they faced the techno-civilization, their defeat was already sealed. No matter how correct their strategy, it had become futile. Damn, what is this? A palm-sized flyer that instantly turns into a 100-meter fireball. It's like a fire attribute forbidden spell from the magic civilization. So powerful. I bet those sophomores won't be so cocky now. We're both freshmen, but I got beaten up by the seniors while you're secretly beating them up for me. You're awesome. The one-sided scene on the projection screen left everyone in awe. The seniors who had appeared lazy snapped to attention, their eyes glued to the screen. They had seen videos of these attacks online and thought they were strong, but not to this insane degree. In just a few seconds, hundreds of fireballs had erupted almost simultaneously. Not only were they powerful, but there were also so many of them. Were they buying ultimate attacks in bulk? Facing such a terrifying assault, the Sword Chi civilization suffered grievous losses. In an instant, half their number was annihilated, with casualties reaching a staggering 500. This was merely the beginning. The war raged on as countless palm-sized drones swarmed onto the battlefield. Locking onto their targets via radar scans, they accelerated to 20 times the speed of sound in less than a second, streaking toward the enemy in suicidal charges. The entire process was deceptively swift, a blur of motion. Like bolts of lightning, they reached their foes before the sound of their passage could even register. The self-destruct sequence initiated. Boom. Each drone effortlessly claimed its target, leaving no time for a reaction. Speed was their sole creed. React fast, strike fast, eliminate fast. As a technological civilization, our humanitarian principle is to ensure the enemy dies without pain or fear. Those who can be reduced to molecules are never left as mangled flesh. Those who can be turned into gore are never left in one piece. The core tenet: ensure the enemy dies with peace of mind and joy. Watching his people perish endlessly on the battlefield, Wang Xuetuan felt a creeping dread wash over him. He hadn't even seen the enemy, yet his forces were nearly decimated. At this rate, none would be left. How could this battle continue? In under a minute, the survivors could be counted on one hand. This was blatant cheating. It was utterly against the rules. And this terrifying assault was relentless, like a wholesale slaughter that showed no sign of stopping. Now, even evasion was futile. Moving at 20 times the speed of sound, covering nearly 7 kilometers per second, how could anyone possibly dodge? Forget dodging, even reacting was a struggle against such velocity. Before they could even comprehend what had hit them, they were instantly killed. Moreover, looking at the swarm in the sky, a profound sense of helplessness welled up within him. Damn it! Wang Xuetuan cursed under his breath. What kind of monsters were these? Even the prodigies in their sophomore year had never instilled such a sense of futility in him. It was truly terrifying. At the very least, he should have been given a chance for a close-quarters confrontation. Being wiped out without even seeing the enemy would be a disgrace to his senior status. How to respond? Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xuetuan issued a divine decree. His remaining subjects abruptly changed tactics, merging their bodies with their swords to transform into streaks of sword chi, rapidly fleeing the swarm's attack range. Impressive speed. This sudden burst was indeed surprising, but it was merely surprising, nothing more. The moment the Sword Chi civilization made their move, the technological civilization had already gathered the intelligence. It was all within manageable parameters. After all, the enemy's numbers now barely exceeded 20. With such a meager force, they couldn't possibly stir up any trouble. Furthermore, Fang Yan had no intention of giving them any chance. A squadron of mech warriors ascended, hovering in midair. Godslayer rifles ready. Targets locked. Fire. A faint whoosh emanated from the rifles as the bullets left the barrels. In under 0.3 seconds, the projectiles had traversed over 10 kilometers and struck their targets. Although the Sword Chi civilization warriors had transformed into Sword Chi, granting them a simple protective membrane, it was utterly useless against the Godslayer rounds. These bullets could insulate even divine power, a mere sword chi barrier stood no chance. They were pierced through without any resistance whatsoever. Almost simultaneously, the remaining 20 warriors were killed instantly. For enemies that only moved in straight lines without any erratic maneuvers, the guns found them easy prey, triggering a perfect 100% headshot rate. Their sudden demise was only to be expected. Without a deity-level existence, they were no match for a technological civilization. The battle had lasted this long only because Fang Yan hadn't deployed his ultimate weapon from the start. If he had launched a cobalt bomb immediately, it would have been over. Of course, such a mutually destructive tactic was not advisable, as it would have meant his own destruction as well. The distance between them was still too close, well within the blast radius of a cobalt bomb. It's over. Someone was the first to exclaim, and everyone else seemed to snap out of a trance momentarily at a loss. A freshman defeating a sophomore senior was undoubtedly the most explosive topic at Kyoto Martial Arts University this year. And it wasn't just a simple victory, it was a complete and utter triumph. The disparity in their strength was absolute, as if Fang Yan were the senior and Wang Xuetuan the freshman. Whoa! The entire square erupted. Countless freshmen jumped to their feet cheering as if they themselves had won the battle. The jubilant clamor lasted for a full minute without showing any signs of abating. Exhilarating. Absolutely thrilling. The once arrogant and domineering sophomore Wang Xuetuan was now slinking off the arena like a beaten dog met with a chorus of jeers. The more he had shown off at the beginning, the more pathetic he appeared now. Can you believe it? A sophomore senior was utterly dominated by a freshman. I recorded his arrogant display earlier. They'll upload it to the school network so everyone can enjoy it. Send me a copy. Oh, I want to watch it right now. Haha, brother Fang Yan is incredible. He turned the tide and effortlessly defeated a sophomore. I ask you, who else could do it? Amidst the adulation from the freshman, Fang Yan remained unmoved. It was just defeating a sophomore. What was there to celebrate? There were still juniors and seniors above. Only by defeating all comers in the school could he claim a modicum of achievement. His only concern now was where to claim the source the guy had mentioned. Since the man had fled, he'd have to ask the advisor at the freshman reception later. Just as Fang Yan was about to leave, a senior student drifted effortlessly onto the arena stage. Junior, care for a spar? Fang Yan frowned slightly at the newcomer. Without any benefit, this would just be a waste of time, and wasting time was wasting life. A truly contemptible act. He had only bothered to fight because war god Wang Xuetuan had resources on the line. What did it matter to him if a freshman was beaten? A freshman is a freshman. He is Fang Yan, unique and incomparable. Fang Yan couldn't be bothered to engage, replying bluntly, not interested. Seeing Fang Yan about to leave, the senior hurriedly blocked his path. Wang Xuetuan is only mid to lower tier among the sophomores. Beating him means nothing. If you can defeat me, you'd easily rank in the top 100 of the sophomore class. Fang Yan remained indifferent. What did that have to do with him? He wasn't a sophomore. What was the point of being in the top 100? Even if it were the first rank, without any benefit, not even the Heavenly King could make him fight. This society is all about money and profit, who still practices chivalric duels from ancient times. How childish. Power within the divine domain doesn't equate to personal strength. If you fight me, I'll tell you how to quickly convert your divine power. Fang Yan looked at him as if he were an idiot. This knowledge was common sense for any high school graduate. As for other methods, wouldn't Kyoto Martial Arts University teach them? Why would he need this guy's advice? Besides, judging by your appearance, your divine power isn't that deeply condensed either. You're not even a demigod. You are a demigod, and so am I. Though your divine power is somewhat more substantial, it merely indicates a greater accumulation of condensed divine force. I have little divine power, having only recently ascended to demigodhood. We both belong to the same tier, so what profound experience do you possess to boast of? Should I believe your Qin Shi Huang, or trust your nonsense? Fang Yan scoffed dismissively. Being a sophomore and still only a demigod was in his view an embarrassment. Without further concealment, he unleashed his divine power to its fullest. A wave of searing heat erupted from Fang Yan, surging outward in all directions, raising the ambient temperature by several degrees Celsius. Impossible. The sophomore was instantly dumbfounded. He had never imagined that Fang Yan had already condensed divine power and become a demigod. How could this be? Freshmen rarely condensed divine power prematurely, as it required finding a suitable anchor, and with the divine domain not yet fully developed, there were no ideal objects to serve as such. Choosing a random object as an anchor would result in low development potential and divine power far weaker than others. Just as individuals differ, so too does divine power vary in strength. Unless absolutely necessary, one would not condense divine power prematurely without an ideal anchor. This was crucial to one's potential and limits. Yet now Fang Yan had condensed his divine power ahead of time, and with just a slight release, he could influence the external temperature. His potential was certainly not low. This reminded the sophomore of the earlier battle of Palm's Eye's drone that could unleash a 100-meter fireball, a devouring inferno. That must have been his anchor, which explained the scorching air. Such terrifying power, if converted into divine force, was chilling to contemplate. At this thought, the senior unconsciously took a step back. He had intended to reclaim his dignity, but ultimately decided against it, for he could not afford such humiliation. The attribute of divine power stemmed from its anchor, and the two were nearly identical. In other words, with his divine power, Fang Yan could instantly detonate a fireball capable of devouring everything. With such extreme temperatures, few demigods could withstand it. What did it matter if his divine power was limited? If he could unleash a burst of power you couldn't withstand, then even boundless divine power was useless. Of course, having more divine power was advantageous, but that advantage only held when attributes were comparable. Against a prodigy, its effectiveness diminished greatly. As a student of Kyoto University, he was no stranger to challenging those above his level, especially those with top-tier divine domains. Their anchors were extraordinary beings with a single strand of their divine power in both might and intensity could often equal dozens or even hundreds of ordinary strands. This was why geniuses were so highly prized. Once developed, their divine power was naturally superior to ordinary domains, and by a significant margin. Especially in battles against foreign races, those with top-tier divine domains were the decisive factors. Fang Yan's sudden surge of divine power not only astonished the senior, but also left the freshman in disbelief. The competition was unbearably fierce. We're all still novices, and you went and secretly became a demigod behind our backs. What happened to sticking together and roaming side by side? Yet they felt no envy toward Fang Yan. The gap between them was simply too vast, so vast that they existed on entirely different planes, leaving only the awe of the weak gazing upon the strong. Seeing the other step back and yield the path, Fang Yan unhurriedly made his way down from the arena. I hear someone's been bullying our sophomores. Who is it? Come forth and face your doom. A brash voice approached, halting at the arena's edge, dripping with theatrical bravado. It's him, the madman Zhu Ji. As upperclassmen, they were all too familiar with the name Zhu Ji. Why call him a madman? Because he was a battle fanatic. He had challenged nearly every student in his year one by one. Losing to him was fine, but winning was the real trouble. In short, until he defeated you, he would come challenging you every single day. The gifted students of the sophomore class had all gone into hiding because of him. If you can't win, you hide. Simple as that. When Wang Xuetuan was defeated, many in the school group chat him sharing the battle video. Zhu Ji watched it and was immediately intrigued. So this is how battles could be fought. Fang Yan's displayed strength was impressive. Ranged artillery, suicide drones, and a final sniper shot. Both speed and power were unmatched by ordinary divine domains. Since the sophomore prodigies were hiding from him and hadn't returned, this was the perfect chance to test this newcomer. As for challenging juniors, he knew he wasn't there yet. He'd consider it once he grew stronger. Faced with this sudden turn, the freshman glared at him indignantly. Us freshmen bullying you sophomores. Don't make us laugh. Aren't you the ones always bullying us? Can't handle a loss. Beat one and another shows up. What is this, saving Grandpa Calabash one by one? A war of attrition. So this is what they call being a senior. Shameless. They'd seen shameless people, but never this shameless. No sooner had Wang Xuetuan lost than another sophomore stepped forward to block Fang Yan's path. Seeing Fang Yan's displayed divine power, he realized he was no easy mark. Of force was out of the question, and since Fang Yan refused to fight, he had to step aside. Yet just seconds later, another sophomore came to challenge him. Even in a relay of fools, they weren't this persistent. Zhu Ji cared little for others' opinions. When it came to sheer audacity, he'd proudly claimed second place with no one daring to claim first. That's how he managed to hound his classmates into hiding. He strolled forward and blocked Fang Yan's path. Zhu Ji's eyes locked onto Fang Yan, blazing with intense battle fervor. Fellow student, let's have a match. By now Fang Yan was growing exasperated. Were these sophomores truly without shame? Not only were they shameless, but they also wanted to use him for free. Not interested. Please move aside. Zhu Ji stood firm, grinning. Fellow student, let's just fight. You wouldn't want a life of constant disturbance, would you? At this, Fang Yan's expression darkened with displeasure. What did he mean by that? Did he dare to cause trouble at Kyoto University? Zhu Ji explained. They'll be at your dorm at 5 a.m. every morning to wake you up, and at midnight to tuck you in. Trust me, I'm punctual. My record stands at 1 month and 21 days. Hearing this, Fang Yan's forehead creased with exasperation. This was utterly deranged. But there was no need to worry, as a specially recruited student had been offered numerous perks, one being a private dormitory safe and sound. Wait, let me check my enrollment contract to be sure. Without hesitation, he pulled out a multi-page contract right in. Sure enough, there was indeed a housing clause in the enrollment contract. It had quite a lengthy name, the Elite Talent Exclusive Luxury Dormitory. Fang Yan asked with keen interest, if it's the Elite Talent Exclusive Luxury Dormitory, how would you handle that? Zhu Ji revealed a look of astonishment, never expecting Fang Yan's special recruitment contract to offer such superior terms. To reside in this exclusive luxury dormitory, one had to pay 100 source points per semester, equivalent to 100,000 credit points. Despite the hefty price, the demand far exceeded the supply. Many students with favorable conditions preferred this type of dormitory as it offered undisturbed privacy and tranquility, ideal for personal cultivation. Every year, it was fully booked before the semester even began. Securing a reservation didn't guarantee occupancy, one still had to pass a strength assessment. Those without capability were cast aside, as wasting resources on cultivating underachievers was seen as sheer folly. Of course, there was also the rule against arbitrarily disturbing others. An occasional transgression might go unpunished, but repeated offenses would lead to consequences ranging from probation and demerits to outright expulsion. Zhu Ji had also applied for this dormitory, but unfortunately, even with his 20 years of practiced hand speed, it wasn't quite enough. Since he couldn't use his shameless persistence tactic while living in such a dormitory, he absolutely couldn't let Fang Yan leave. Blocking Fang Yan's path, Zhu Ji cracked his knuckles and declared, "Fang Yan, let's have a match and see where each other's limits lie." It was often said that society was treacherous, but it seemed university was no different. Dealing with someone so brazen was truly exasperating. "I'm really not interested. I need to go register, so please move aside. Just once, only once. After this duel I won't bother you anymore." Seeing that threats were futile, Zhu Ji changed tactics, putting on a pitiful expression. The sight nearly made Fang Yan gag. If a cute girl made that face, one might feel sympathy and readily agree. But you're a grown man. Showing such an expression is utterly disgusting. Fang Yan was so repulsed he backed away, wondering if this guy had some peculiar fetish. Having exhausted all other options without swaying Fang Yan, it seemed bribery was the only way. "If you duel me, I'll give you 200 source points directly." To make the offer enticing, Zhu Ji gritted his teeth, produced a crystal, and named a reasonably moderate price. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Fang Yan said, swiftly snatching the source crystal and pocketing it with practiced ease, surprised by this unexpected windfall. Registration could wait, but the duel absolutely couldn't. A battle against a sophomore senior would provide a clearer, deeper understanding of his own shortcomings. Through continuous real combat, he could gradually learn, comprehend, experience, and thereby grow stronger. It definitely wasn't because of those 200 source points that he agreed. "Let's go." Fang Yan quickly took his position, ready for action. Seeing Fang Yan's rapid change of heart, Zhu Ji was momentarily stunned. As a specially recruited student, you must have received a substantial grant initially. Are you really that short on source points? Little did he know technological civilization was incredibly resource-intensive. Though 200 source points wasn't much, every bit counted. He was just upholding the fine tradition of diligence and thrift from Chinese civilization, unwilling to waste anything. Soon both were ready and began the connection. Entering the battlefield, they executed almost the same procedure. Reconnaissance satellites swiftly launched into orbit. What did war hinge on? Information, naturally. Whoever could spot the enemy first held the initiative. Whether launching a surprise attack or a full offensive, the advantage lay in your hands. Therefore, the first priority was to ascertain the enemy's location and gather as much intelligence as possible. Once this initial data was obtained, crafting a corresponding battle plan significantly increased the odds of victory. However, this time Fang Yan opted against conventional tactics. A sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "You wanted a match, right? So it's only fair that I unleash my strongest offensive move." Just then a truck emerged from the Divine Realm gate and slowly came to a halt. The crowd watching in the square waited for a long while, yet saw no one else emerge from behind it. Where were the soldiers? Where was the artillery? Where were the mech warriors? None of them came out. It was completely empty. Is he getting cocky? Just because he beat Wang Xuetuan, he thinks he's invincible and dares to look down on Zhu Ji. Sending out that thing is just asking for humiliation. Exactly. Zhu Ji is ranked in the top 20 in our sophomore year. Underestimating him like this, he's just begging to get thrashed. Faced with the sophomores' sneers, the freshmen weren't about to take it lying down. The skies have cleared, the rain has stopped, and the sophomores think they're hot stuff again. "You don't even know what this is, yet you dare spout nonsense here. We'll show you what fear really means." That's right. Fang Yan used this very thing to face a celestial god powerhouse. Would any of you sophomores dare do that? And you know what? The freshman's reminder jogged many people's memories. They quickly pulled out their spirit devices and skipped the video to the end. Comparing it now, it all made sense. No way. Many wore expressions of shock. He's unleashing his ultimate move right from the start, and it's a mutual destruction tactic. How does that make you feel? Many were already imagining what expression Zhu Ji would have when this was over. Meanwhile, the rocket on the truck's back slowly rose to a vertical position, meeting launch conditions, awaiting only the target coordinates. As the reconnaissance satellite ascended to a certain altitude sustained by cold fusion power, it hovered high above, beginning a sweeping scan of the ground below. Soon the target was acquired. At this moment, Zhu Ji was brimming with fighting spirit, unaware he was already in someone's crosshairs. Watching his subjects emerge from the divine realm gate, he felt a surge of confidence. His race was a warrior species born for battle. Every battle brought valuable experience. This was precisely why he constantly sought out challengers. He was either in a challenge or on his way to one. Although the optical computer was a simulated world, it still facilitated growth, albeit slightly less effectively than real-world combat. As he was preparing, he dispatched a few units to scout the surrounding terrain, aiming to locate the enemy. He understood the importance of reconnaissance. However, Zhu Ji could never have imagined that his every move was being monitored by the reconnaissance satellite displayed vividly before Fang Yan's eyes. The rocket truck also received the satellite's intel, instantly recalibrating its coordinates and entering launch mode. There was no countdown, nor any great solemnity. A soldier inside the truck simply pressed a button and the rocket ignited, soaring into the sky with a long trail blazing behind it. Through dozens of generations of improvements, the current rocket boasted an extremely terrifying range. In his past life, for instance, it could easily travel from Earth to the Moon and back. Not only was the range impressive, but the speed was phenomenal. Propelled continuously by nuclear fusion, it could reach a maximum speed of Mach 50 times the speed of sound. At such speeds, the human eye couldn't track the incoming projectile, only the fleeting sound of its detonation revealed its passage. And now the rocket, carrying a cobalt bomb, trailing a long plume of fire, hurtled toward its designated target. At this moment, Zhu Ji remained unaware that death was closing in. Even the entire space had entered a countdown to annihilation. Boom! Before anyone could react, a colossal fireball materialized, its searing heat devouring everything in its path. Zhu Ji, who had been brimming with confidence and ready for a grand battle, was utterly dumbfounded. Faced with this blazing inferno, his subjects evaporated in an instant, unable to offer even the slightest resistance. The destruction was so absolute, so immaculate. Not a single corpse remained. Forget bodies, even bone fragments were reduced to mere molecules under such extreme temperatures. The only one unaffected was Zhu Ji, existing in his spiritual state. He watched the fireball expand at a terrifying speed, reaching dozens of kilometers in mere seconds. And this was not its limit, it continued to swell rapidly. Finally, it reached a peak and ceased its expansion. Although the fireball stopped growing, its power was far from spent. A violent explosion erupted, sending out a terrifying shockwave centered on the inferno. The shockwave alone scoured the ground, carving away over 10 meters of the Earth's surface. This was not merely an invisible force, its internal temperature was nothing to scoff at, only slightly lower than the core fireball, still reaching several thousand degrees Celsius. At such temperatures, no living being could survive, and even steel melted into molten iron. The combination of searing heat and the shockwave created a terrifying catastrophe, spelling doom for all life and extending its reach for hundreds of kilometers. The entire simulation space was too small, spanning less than 200 kilometers, just over 100. It couldn't even accurately measure the attack's full range before everything was utterly annihilated. Witnessing this, Zhu Ji's face contorted with profound dread, his brows knitted tightly together. So, this is their ultimate weapon. Such a devastating attack radius. Even his divine domain space might not withstand a single hit. Not just his, but the domains of all sophomores could likely be destroyed in one shot. If one wasn't enough, then 2 or 3 would do it. Don't assume the enemy lacks the quantity. Ultimate weapons wouldn't normally be mass-produced, but Fang Yan's technological civilization was different. In the previous practical assessment facing the celestial deity, they had unleashed over 100 such attacks in one go. Over 100 rockets carrying nuclear warheads. Now doesn't that make you tremble in fear? And this isn't even the limit of a technological civilization. If you want to forget 100. With sufficient resources, 100,000, even 1,000,000 could be easily manufactured. When it comes to war potential, few civilizations dare to compare with a technological one. Although their individual strength is weak in the early stages, by leveraging external tools they could even slaughter gods. The reason this world hasn't flourished is mainly due to rigid thinking. It's not that technological civilizations are weak, it's those who fail to develop that are weak now. Matchlock muskets and bronze cannons are just the very beginning of a technological civilization's early phase. If developed further, reaching the modern era with World War I or I-level capabilities, their war potential would truly begin to manifest. They would hold significant advantages over low-level supernatural civilizations, potentially crushing them outright. The deficiency isn't in technology, but in the era's understanding. Fang Yan was the first to exit the simulation battlefield. He patted the source crystal in his pocket, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He had banked 200 source points, equivalent to 200,000 credit points, matching the income of an average family for 2 or 3 years. And how much time had passed? Less than 3 minutes. If this kind of opportunity comes up again, just send a notice and he'd be there to deliver immediately. As the projection slowly faded, the junior students watching in awe wore expressions of profound shock. That's truly staggering. Indeed, against an attack like that there probably aren't many sophomores who could withstand it. Never mind sophomores, not many juniors could survive this either. I know I couldn't. Just what kind of strength does he possess? Many wore puzzled looks. From start to finish, Fang Yan never seemed to fully reveal his true power. Many first learned of him through a viral video. That battle took place within a city where unleashing his full strength was impossible. After all, towering skyscrapers weren't suited for large-scale combat. The second time was his fight against Wang Xuetuan. He had deployed neither a large number of troops nor many war machines. Counting only personnel, the total was just over 200, not even reaching 300. With such a meager force, he routed Wang Xuetuan's Sword Qi civilization completely. The two civilizations never even met face-to-face before being utterly vanquished. Typically, such a decisive victory only happens when there's a massive disparity in power. And now the third time, this battle with Zhu Ji. A single nuclear warhead launched from the start, ending the fight instantly. At this pace, there are few students below senior year who could match him. Could he have the strength of a senior? A junior student chuckled at his own absurd thought. How could that be possible? How long has it been since he awakened? At most just over 2 months. Even if he used source acceleration every moment, it still wouldn't amount to 1,000 years. What can you accomplish in 1,000 years? At best, it would allow a civilization in the divine domain to achieve initial development, gaining some strength. Some might even shed their tribal forms and establish a social system. For slower ones, the population might still be pitifully small, focused purely on growth. Take Li Kun's Titan civilization, for example. Even now, its total population probably hasn't surpassed 100. As for the top-tier civilizations, they thrive on time. They might be invincible among their peers early on, but challenging those from higher tiers is unrealistic. The longer a civilization develops, the stronger it becomes. It would take a year or two to truly shine. But how much time has passed for him? Such a short period leaves no room for development, so he shouldn't be this powerful. Yet Fang Yan is the exception. Never mind sophomores, even some juniors might not be his match. He's truly monstrous. Not that he has any strange hobbies, but his strength is just absurdly overpowered. To think such a figure would emerge among freshmen. It seems the campus won't be peaceful from now on. Every genius is a troublemaker. The last one was 10 years ago. I heard a freshman back then carved his way through the entire junior class, causing a sensation across the school. That senior now serves on the front lines, earning the title God of Slaughter. He's already reached the celestial deity level, though it's unknown when he'll break through to Divine King. And now Fang Yan bears a striking resemblance to that senior. When Zhu Ji returned, he looked at Fang Yan with a complex expression. He never imagined a war would end like this. He never imagined war could be fought this way. The man who had been so confident now questioned his very existence. Is this a freshman? Since when are freshmen this formidable? As for continuing the challenge to avenge his defeat, he was a battle maniac, not a masochist. Attempting the impossible would just be foolish. Still, he said to Fang Yan, with your current strength you could easily challenge the myriad race's tower. The myriad race's tower. This was the first time Fang Yan had heard this name, and he had no idea what it was for. Looking at the bewildered Fang Yan, Zhu Ji held his head in exasperation. Didn't you do any basic research before entering university? Nevertheless, he explained the myriad race's tower, also known as the myriad race's combat tower. Pausing briefly, he continued, just from the name you can probably guess. That's right, every race can use this tower to battle other races across the entire universe. And these are real battles. If you die, you're truly dead. Hearing this, Fang Yan looked up and stared directly at Zhu Ji. Was he trying to send his people to their deaths by making someone who had only awakened for a little over 2 months engage in real combat? Just because had swindled him out of 200 crystals, was it necessary to seek his demise? Zhu Ji, unaware of Fang Yan's thoughts, continued. If you find yourself outmatched, you can choose to surrender directly. This way casualties among your people can be minimized. Of course, surrender isn't without its price. Calculated based on the number of days since your divine domain awakened, 1 point of source is deducted per day. I awakened roughly 435 days ago, so if I surrendered, I would lose 435 points of source. Of the deducted source, half is retained to maintain the tower's operations, and the other half goes to the victor. Fang Yan, who had been indifferent until now, suddenly became animated, a bright light shining in his eyes. Wasn't this tailor-made for him? All he had to do was force the opponent to surrender, and he'd get a reward. This not only weakened the foreign races, but also increased his own source. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why wouldn't he do it? Though the myriad race's tower was quite the unscrupulous thing, taking a 50% cut for itself. Even the wolves of Wall Street weren't this ruthless. The reason I urge you to challenge it is because of the tower's matching mechanism. You awakened your divine domain about 70 days ago, so you'll only be matched against opponents who are also around 70 days in. During this time, I believe you should be virtually invincible. With consecutive victories, the difficulty will gradually increase. But this isn't without its benefits. For every 20 days your opponent's awakening surpasses yours, you gain an additional 1 source. Hearing this, Fang Yan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, calculating it that way, a 200-day difference means 10 more source, and a 2,000-day difference would be 100 more. Adding that to the original half, that's 150. Wouldn't the tower be operating at a loss? Ha ha ha. Zhu Ji laughed heartily, then shook his head. Of course not. The tower only allows those who have awakened within the last 1,000 days to enter. Once you exceed that time, you can never enter again. This is also why senior students rarely stay on campus. They either go to guard the borders or head to the myriad race's battlefield. So that's how it was. Fang Yan suddenly understood. Even if you awakened on the very first day, you couldn't challenge someone with 1,000 days and get a 100 bonus. The tower would never run a losing business. Besides, no one that monstrous existed. Since the tower's inception, no such being had ever appeared. Being dozens, even 100 days ahead, was already impressive, marking one as a genius of their race. As for surpassing 1,000 days, that was unthinkable. Seeing the look of eager anticipation on Fang Yan's face, Zhu Ji added more fuel to the fire. How about I accompany you to take a look? Even if you don't go in, you can at least get familiar with the place. A genius like Fang Yan not going to harass other races early would be a waste. Fang Yan hesitated slightly. He had come to register today, never expecting so much to happen. Let's go. Zhu Ji grabbed Fang Yan and started walking towards the campus interior, knowing exactly what Fang Yan was worried about. The registration office is just ahead on the way. Give your documents to the instructor, and he'll have him process it faster. Hearing this, Fang Yan had no objections. Besides, he was curious to see this so-called myriad race's tower. And so the group of them walked towards the school in high spirits. It was clear Zhu Ji had some renown, as even the registration instructor recognized him. As the saying goes, it's easy to get things done when you know someone. After learning of their purpose, Fang Yan's registration was quickly processed. As for the reward for defeating the sophomore Wang Xuetuan, it was still pending approval and would likely not be available for some time. It wouldn't be distributed until the official start of the semester. Fang Yan had no objections to this, as long as he got it eventually. After the formalities were complete, Zhu Ji led Fang Yan in a specific direction. Seeing their unusual actions, many students trailed behind them, curious to see what the two were up to. As the group drew closer to their destination, some upperclassmen showed looks of realization. It made sense. Given Fang Yan's strength, he could indeed go and reap some benefits, gaining more source for his own development. The freshmen, however, were completely baffled. They didn't know where they were going or what was happening, but they figured following along was the right course. They'd eventually see the light. They all came to a stop upon reaching their destination. Unlike the Grand Source Tower in the awakened Divine Domains, the Myriad Race's tower was not tall, majestic, or sprawling. In fact, it was rather unremarkable. At first glance, it just looked like an ordinary 3-story building, nothing special about it at all. At that moment, Zhu Ji cautioned again. It's best not to use your real name inside the tower. Hide your identity to prevent retaliation from other races. Fang Yan let out a disdainful cold laugh. Even if I don't use my real name with the distinctiveness of my divine domain, do you think other races couldn't find me if they wanted revenge? Besides, I, Fang Yan, am an open and honorable person. Why would I need to use a false name? Using a fake name wouldn't help anyway, so I might as well not bother. Furthermore, he had absolute confidence in himself and his civilization of technology. With Zhu Ji's final warnings echoing in his ears, Fang Yan stepped into the Myriad Race's tower. Surrender was out of the question. He, Fang Yan, would slaughter his way through the myriad races. Competing with his own kind held no interest, but battling foreign races ignited his fighting spirit completely. Of course, the source was the most important thing. The moment he stepped inside, the entire space shifted as if he had entered a boisterous plaza. Here, creatures of every conceivable shape and form were present: upright humanoids, crawling beasts, winged flyers. There were even undead beings reduced to mere skeletons and ghostly translucent entities. If you could imagine it, they had it. Fang Yan was utterly astounded. How were there so many bizarrely shaped races? Little did he know his own appearance was just as strange and unusual to the other races. Besides those that defied appreciation, there were quite a few that fit human aesthetics. For instance, the cat-eared girl up ahead was quite attractive. Except for her vital parts, her body was completely exposed. Her delicate skin and long, slender legs captivated Fang Yan's gaze, and he was reluctant to look away. And not far off was a succubus with a figure and a face that were simply breathtaking. One should not look at what is improper. What am I here for? Of course, it's to see all the beautiful women of the myriad races. Since she was wearing so little and was so beautiful, it would be a waste not to look. He'll just take a peek in another. No wonder it was called the Wanzhou Tower. Wanzhou. 10,000 races, and that was exactly right. In just this short while, Fang Yan had already seen at least 100 different races. They were bizarre and varied, each with a distinct appearance. A very few shared similarities, but the vast majority were vastly different. If there was one commonality, it was intelligence. Only a race that had attained wisdom could be defined as a race. Those without it were merely animals destined to become flesh and blood. Personal preferences could not override the definition of a race. Though the beauties of various races were alluring, making it hard for Fang Yan to look away, such beauty was absent in human society, and even a seasoned wanderer might struggle to resist. He still knew why he had come. He began to explore. According to Zhu Ji's popularization, entering the Wanzhou Tower required only a silent invocation in the mind, and a personal interface would appear. Fang Yan silently invoked it, and indeed a personal information pop-up emerged. The content was extremely simple and clear. Name 250-250-2-502-502-507, 4 modifiable. Race human. Time since awakening divine domain 70 days. Battles fought 0. Win rate none. It was said that the name column did not contain a random set of numbers, but rather the number of the individual who had entered the Wanzhou Tower among all races. By the time it reached Fang Yan, the number had reached 200 quadrillion. The entire human race barely numbered 100 billion, yet the total number of races that had awakened their divine domains reached a staggering quadrillion, a truly terrifying figure. Not everyone could awaken, and even after awakening not all entered the Wanzhou Tower. One could imagine that the entire universe harbored an immense number of intelligent life forms. And how insignificant the human race was in comparison. Since the name column could be modified, Fang Yan did not hesitate. He changed it directly to Fang Yan. A true man never changes his name whether sitting or standing. He wanted to be in the spotlight, not hiding in a sewer. The so-called path of hiding. Hiding until the end turned one into a dog, losing all will to grow stronger. A true strong must be unyielding, obliterating all obstacles in their path, and ultimately standing at the pinnacle. That was the way of the strong. After Fang Yan changed his name, he focused his intent and tapped the challenge button. Instantly the world shifted. A powerful pulling force yanked him into an isolated space. He surveyed his surroundings. It was as if he stood upon the stars gazing at the cosmic scenery. He could clearly feel how minuscule he was, yet also how utterly unique. Faced with such a vast universe, life was but a fleeting blossom, and an individual was less than a speck of dust. Before Fang Yan could sigh, a voice echoed in his mind. A suitable opponent had been matched. The opponent's divine domain has been awakened for 70 days. Human race Fang Yan versus Bone Clan Kugu. Death is real death. Please cherish your respective subjects. Prepare yourselves. The battlefield will be randomly selected. The gray murky sky exuded an indescribable oppression. The barren land strewn with rubble showed no signs of life. At that moment, a brilliant gate burst forth into the sky, suddenly appearing upon the earth. Facing his first real racial war, even Fang Yan could not help but feel nervous. He feared losing, and he feared the sacrifice of his subjects. Yet fear was useless. The day he awakened his divine domain, he was destined to walk this path. For the human race, for himself, he had to fight on. As the divine domain gate opened, he quickly issued divine decrees, urging his subjects to prepare thoroughly. A lion uses its full strength even against a rabbit. How could one dare hold back in a war between races? Right from the start, he launched 3 small reconnaissance satellites into the sky. Even if the war ended, and they could never be retrieved, wasting these 3 satellites, he had to use them. But what had to be used must be used. Discovering the enemy first was crucial. It determined the most important initiative. As for the 3 small reconnaissance satellites, they were nothing. If he wished, he could churn out hundreds of thousands as easily as playing. It would only take some time and a modest amount of resources. Compared to the cost of a war initiative, such a small expense was negligible. As the reconnaissance satellites ascended, their optical lenses began to scan outward, rapidly centering on the divine domain gate. High-definition images streamed back to headquarters bit by bit. The satellites were not only scouting enemy movements, but also recording the terrain, providing a tactical advantage for future operations. As time passed, the entire battlefield fell into intense preparation. The Bone Clan had not found Fang Yan, and Fang Yan had not located them either. Then at the command center report, the reconnaissance satellite has found the enemy's position. Quick zoom in. Soon a clear image appeared in the command center. The Bone Clan was dispatching troops. Pairs of skeletal creatures emerged from their divine domain gate. Though many parts of their bodies were clad in armor, the exposed bones gleamed with a pale white luster. According to the knowledge in his mind, this was a race of exceptional vitality. Though they resembled skeletons similar to the undead, the two were fundamentally different. The Bone Clan excelled in pure strength. From birth, they possessed an unimaginable monstrous strength. In the entire universe, few could match the Bone Clan in raw power. This was their strength and also their weakness. Their power was immense, but it was confined to strength. Other aspects were lacking. For instance, many races wielded special energies like magic, spirit energy, or light energy, but the Bone Clan had none. They had great strength and decent defense, but that was it. Without close combat, they were almost useless. Faced with unrelenting ranged attacks, even their bones could be shattered. Even if their bones broke into 180,000 pieces, it was not fatal. The Bone Clan's vitality was extraordinarily tenacious. As long as a single bone remained, they could regenerate from it and recover completely. Thus the Bone Clan was also a member of the undead. This also led to them leaving a hand bone behind before going to war to enable resurrection. Overall, the Bone Clan's strength in the universe was at a mid-tier level. Defeating them was not difficult, but killing them was another matter entirely. While the Bone Clan was still assembling and preparing for battle, little did they know that every move they made was being transmitted back to the human command center via reconnaissance satellites, clearly observed. Even their exact numbers were counted one by one. At this moment, the Bone Clan was like a stripped body devoid of any privacy. Yet they were utterly unaware. They continued to follow their usual strategy, rapidly gathering their forces ready to move. Little did they know that their numbers, their coordinates, and every action were laid bare before the human race. This battle from the very start was unfair. What does war hinge upon? Some believe it is the strength of the opposing forces, others think it is their numbers, and still others consider it to be the art of tactical deployment. These factors are all undeniably crucial. However, for a civilization of science and technology, the decisive element is the disparity of information. I know where you are and your exact numbers while you remain utterly oblivious to my presence, unaware that you are already being targeted. This is the information gap. Though this is a simplistic explanation, it plays a vital role in a war between races. By the time the enemy is completely annihilated, they likely won't even know who attacked them or from where. Seeing the Bone Clan preparing to make their move, a soldier in the human command center asked, "Targets locked. Are we cleared to fire?" Fire. Without a moment's hesitation, the order was given to launch. Using a cobalt bomb was out of the question this time. The blast radius of such a super-powerful nuclear weapon was too vast for practical combat. After all, Fang Yan had no intention of annihilating himself along with the enemy. That would be a counterproductive strategy. Such tactics were only viable in simulations, not in reality. Within the myriad race's tower, death was permanent, and each of his subjects' lives was exceptionally precious. So he selected a hydrogen bomb with a considerable yield, one whose explosive power could cover dozens of kilometers, more than enough to obliterate the Bone Clan. As for engaging them in conventional warfare to gain practical experience, there was absolutely no need for that. If you can obliterate your enemy in an instant, why would you let them get close enough for a face-to-face fight? That would be sheer madness. A single decisive strike for a swift victory. That's what efficiency is all about. The rocket carrying its nuclear warhead streaked towards the designated coordinates, trailing a long plume of exhaust. Within a few short seconds, boom. The moment the warhead touched down, it triggered the nuclear reaction. Instantly, a fireball dozens of kilometers in diameter erupted, its searing heat consuming everything in its vicinity. Even the Bone Clan forces nearby were utterly vaporized. As for the Divine Domain gate, it was evaporated without a trace under the extreme temperatures. Stunned. Completely stunned. The Bone Clan and Ku Gu were dumbfounded. What kind of attack was this? It had instantly annihilated all his subjects. And he didn't even know where his enemy was. Could it be that this human had awakened his divine domain 700 days ago, not 70? Was the myriad race's tower malfunctioning? Anyone would be baffled by such an attack. No wonder Zhu Ji had urged Fang Yan to participate in the tower. He wanted other races to experience the feeling of being instantly defeated. After all, it wouldn't be fair for humanity to endure this alone. As the saying goes, shared joy is double joy, shared sorrow is half sorrow. Our human race is magnanimous and knows how to share. Good for him, good for us all. And sure enough, not long after the first race to be utterly confounded appeared, he stood there for dozens of seconds, unable to process what had happened, racking his brain for how it was done. Not only had he failed to detect the enemy, but he hadn't even sensed the attack itself. His subjects were gone just like that. Bizarre. Utterly bizarre. Ku Gu felt a pang of anguish. Hundreds of his strongest warriors in the Divine Domain had vanished in an instant. Although his subjects could be revived, doing so required resources and special energy to accelerate the process. They couldn't simply be resurrected on a whim. That would violate the law of conservation of energy. This loss would take at least several days to recover from. And one shouldn't underestimate those few days. When accelerated with origin source, it could equate to 100 or 200 years. That span of time is enough for some divine domains to widen the gap significantly. Ku Gu of the Bone Clan gnashed his teeth as he glared at Fang Yan's name before finally slumping down in defeat. He had only wanted to experience the thrill of real combat, but instead it became a terrifying ordeal that cost him dearly. After a long pause, he ultimately chose to surrender. Ding. The Bone Clan's Ku Gu has surrendered. You have been awarded 35 origin points. The moment the enemy surrendered, a notification chimed in Fang Yan's ear. 35 origin points were credited to his account, ready to be exchanged whenever he wished. Simultaneously, Fang Yan's figure reappeared in the central plaza. He looked at the various beings from different races, finding them all so endearing and adorable. Despite their grotesque appearances in Fang Yan's eyes, they were nothing more than walking money printers. Ha ha ha! He burst into unbridled laughter. This truly was a wonderful place. His technological civilization would never have to worry about a lack of funds or resources again. The sudden raucous laughter from Fang Yan startled the surrounding beings, who responded with curses, wishing they could swallow him whole. What was wrong with him acting like a madman all of a sudden? Unfortunately, fighting was prohibited here, or else a single punch from each of them would have been more than Fang Yan could handle. Keep it low-key. They'll just make my fortune in silence. He then glanced at his stats, noticing some changes. Name: Fang Yan, race human, divine domain, awakening time 70 days, battles 1, win rate 100. The first wave of attacks is the strongest. They lose momentum and exhaust themselves by the third. This was the perfect time to reap the benefits. Why would he give up now? Challenge again. As the words left his mouth, Fang Yan found himself back among the stars. This time the matchmaking was instantaneous. Opponents: Divine Domain, awakening 70 days, human, Fang Yan versus Dragon Clan Oclies. Death is permanent. Please cherish your subjects. Get ready, the battlefield will be randomly selected. Fang Yan frowned slightly, not expecting to be matched against the Dragon Clan this time. This race was incredibly powerful. Upon reaching adulthood, they possessed immense strength comparable to lesser gods. They were also a tridimensional combat type with impeccable melee, ranged, and defensive capabilities. Most importantly, they could fly, and their flight speed was considerable, becoming terrifyingly fast as their power grew. They were formidable in the sky and on the ground. One could say the Dragon Clan, much like the Titan Clan, had no significant weaknesses. Their only flaw was their low birth rate, making population numbers their biggest headache. Thus, in the early stages, the Dragon Clan typically favored an elite force strategy, while a massive, overwhelming army was simply not feasible. Some did opt for a numbers game, but they usually bred with other species to achieve it. While their numbers increased, their overall strength diminished. Although these offspring carried dragon blood, they were far inferior and couldn't be compared to true dragons. Over time, each generation became weaker. They were destined never to become a separate race, at best serving as vassals to the Dragon Clan. In short, the Dragon Clan was powerful, immensely powerful. But no matter how strong you are, you've only been awakened for 70 days. We're all at the same starting line. Without time to develop, how much stronger can you really be? Today, Fang Yan would slay a dragon and become a dragon slayer. Whether they chose the elite path or the numbers path, under the absolute firepower of a technological civilization, they would experience the true taste of fear. As the battlefield materialized before him, he found himself on a Gobi desert this time. The surroundings were nothing but jagged peaks and strange rocks, not a single patch of flat ground, not even a space of a few dozen square meters to stand on. Was this a targeted disadvantage? Why did this happen? Perhaps because his first battle was too dominant, instantly defeating his opponent. This left the myriad races tower uncertain about Fang Yan's assessment. To re-evaluate him, they randomly assigned this battlefield. The Dragon Clan might have deliberately orchestrated this as well. After all, this kind of terrain and battlefield is perfectly suited for flying creatures. For the vast majority of races, facing such terrain would put them at a great disadvantage. Any race relying on numerical superiority would likely see their combat power reduced by over 90%, leaving the last 10% just to save face and surrender. Fang Yan revealed a calm smile, murmuring to himself. It's a suppression for other races, but it doesn't have much of an impact on a technological civilization. When it comes to racial versatility, if a technological civilization dares to claim second place, no other race would dare to claim first. Since there was no foothold anywhere, he would simply open the Divine Domain gate midair. It wasn't as if he lacked flying units. Just as Fang Yan was searching for a hidden spot, a massive gate appeared directly ahead, a Divine Domain gate. It appeared very small due to the distance, but it could be clearly seen with the naked eye, no more than 20 kilometers away. This distance is not short in the real world, but for a battle between two races, it was far too close. It was as if they were at each other's doorsteps, ready for point-blank combat. Damn it. Though Fang Yan feared no unexpected events, he still grumbled. If you can see the enemy's Divine Domain gate, they can see yours. There was no need to find a position or hide. At this distance, where could he possibly hide? Boom. Instantly, a Divine Domain gate materialized in midair, facing the Dragon Clan's gate directly. Fang Yan was detected by the enemy the moment he opened his gate. Roar. A high-pitched dragon's roar echoed across heaven and earth, its sound waves carrying a special energy. A creature resembling a western dragon flapped its wings and flew swiftly towards him. There were no other creatures besides this dragon, suggesting the Dragon Clan favored an elite strategy. But relying on a single dragon to win this match was nothing but a pipe dream. Orders were given. A reconnaissance drone flew out at incredible speed, reaching several kilometers ahead in the blink of an eye. Within a dozen seconds, it was already very close to the dragon. At the moment of near contact, the drone pulled up, climbing at a 90-degree angle, soaring straight into the clouds. Seeing its delicious prey escape, the giant dragon roared in anger and chased after the drone. Unbeknownst to it, it had already fallen into a trap. When the drone pulled up, its underbelly had opened, releasing countless palm-sized drones. Despite their small size, these drones were incredibly powerful. Anyone who had experienced them would vouch for that. The giant dragon remained oblivious, still chasing the reconnaissance drone, intent on destroying it. At that moment, all the drones were activated. Intense cold fusion reactions granted them unimaginable speed in an instant. They suddenly accelerated, forming an encirclement around the dragon. Seeing the trap was set, the full might of technology was revealed. At that moment, the reconnaissance drone stopped playing games with the dragon. The thrusters at its tail increased energy output, and it surged forward. In just a second or two, they were kilometers apart. The dragon, which had been in hot pursuit, felt its pupils constrict. Its intelligent eyes seemed to realize something, and it suddenly decelerated. Watching the distant drone, it thought of something terrifying. The enemy hadn't been using its full strength, it was playing a game of cat and mouse. The enemy was the cat, and it was the mouse. If that were the case, the dragon immediately tried to contact its deity to terminate the match. Alas, it was too late. The swarm of drones had already surrounded it. As the reconnaissance drone departed, they launched a suicide attack. Fireballs, as if indifferent to their own destruction, exploded all around the dragon. These fireballs were as magnificent as fireworks. Each one was a blazing sphere over 100 meters in diameter. Seeing this, the dragon clan knew disaster had struck. It was too late to surrender and preserve their strength. The dragon was not just roasted, it was thoroughly cooked, reduced to molecules drifting in the air. Instant kill. Another instant kill. The technological civilization was on a rampage. The Bone Clan had failed, and now the Dragon Clan had failed too. Facing the sudden annihilation of the Dragon Clan was momentarily stunned. This proud dragon had won them many victories and was even hailed as a prodigy. Now it hadn't even survived a single wave of attacks and was dead on the spot. It had only been 70 days since the awakening. When did humanity become so strong? In their Dragon Clan teachings, although human divine domains were bizarre and varied, weren't they all supposed to be weaklings in the early stages? How did he encounter such a freak today? Watching the dissipating fireballs, the Dragon Clan finally etched Fang Yan's name into their memories and chose to surrender. There was nothing else to do when outmatched. Ding! The Dragon Clan Akels has surrendered. You have gained 35 source points. Hearing this sound, Fang Yan found it exceptionally pleasant. He had gained another 35 source points, bringing his total to 70. In such a short time, he had earned a considerable income. The Myriad Race's tower was indeed a good place. Although this battle seemed intentionally targeted, he still won in a crushing fashion. It wasn't that Fang Yan was too strong, but that his opponent was too weak. With that level of skill, they could dream on about earning source points. With 2 consecutive victories, he naturally wanted to keep the momentum going. Continue the challenge. The moment the scene changed, his opponent was already matched, the process incredibly fast. After all, this arena housed countless races, and with such a terrifying number of participants, an instant match was perfectly reasonable. This time, Fang Yan's opponent was different. Opponent's divine domain awakened for 100 days. Human Fang Yan versus Beast Clan Lapiteo. Death is real death. Please cherish your respective people. Do you wish to participate? This time was clearly different from before. The opponent's awakening time was a full 30 days longer. It seemed that his previous 2 matches, both ending in instant kills, had earned Fang Yan a high evaluation from the Myriad Race's tower. Hence, he was immediately matched with a stronger opponent. This also protected the weaker races, ensuring a degree of fairness, while also allowing Fang Yan to challenge stronger foes. However, it wasn't mandatory, as the final option indicated. The ultimate decision rested entirely with Fang Yan. With that being the case, there was nothing to hesitate about. There was nothing to ponder. After 70 days of awakening, all other races were nothing but trash. Let it be clarified that this wasn't directed at anyone in particular, but at every single one of them. Continuing to stay at this rank was a complete waste of time, yielding far too little primordial essence. Choosing the Divine Realm's 100-day awakening victory would grant the fixed half a reward of 50 points of primordial essence. Additionally, there was an extra 1.5 income, which over 100 days amounted to 15 points. Combined, this reached a total of 65 points. Just moments ago, 2 victories had only yielded 70 points. Now a single victory was nearly equivalent to the sum of the previous 2. Although it was still slightly less, the difference was negligible. Moreover, this was just 1 battle. 2 battles would yield even more than before. What was there to wait for? Fang Yan looked at the options above his mind, stirring slightly, as he directly selected yes. In an instant, the world spun, and he was once again on the battlefield. This time his opponent was the Beast Race, a relatively large race. Just like the human race, it didn't solely refer to a single species. There were also dwarves, barbarians, giants, ancient humans, and so on, all considered branches of the human race. However, ordinary humans typically didn't acknowledge these, believing the human race consisted solely of Homo sapiens. After all, the planet they inhabited was home to only one type of human, so why acknowledge distant relatives? The beast race was even larger and more complex than the human race. Any wild beast that evolved intelligence was called a beast man. This race was so extensive that Fang Yan had no idea which type he would be matched against this time. He would only know upon meeting them. Images transmitted from the reconnaissance satellite quickly provided the answer. Unexpectedly, it's the cat beasts. These cat beasts were completely different from cat girls. They were not fully evolved, resembling ordinary cats, but far more ferocious. Aside from having intelligence comparable to humans, they were utterly useless in every other aspect. Since this was a racial war, there was nothing more to be said. Annihilation and annihilation again. There was no suspense. This war was won, and won so decisively. The cat beasts of the beast race lost over 10,000 felines in one go. Who knows if they'd be crying in the bathroom. After this, Fang Yan had accumulated 135 points of primordial essence. For an ordinary person, this speed of earning was already extraordinary, but for Fang Yan, it was still a bit slow. So in the subsequent battles, he annihilated his opponents instantly, giving them no chance to react. As the saying goes, on the tree of bewilderment grow the fruits of confusion, beneath it stand you and I. In the moment of total obliteration, which race could remain clear-headed? They all plunged directly into a state of utter bewilderment. He was on a killing spree. Continuously annihilating opponents was indeed a good strategy. After over a dozen battles, he was directly matched against races awakened for about 500 days. Although his opponent's strength was increasing, the amount of primordial essence Fang Yan gained also kept growing. It was like a snowball effect. From initially gaining only 35 points of primordial essence per victory, the final battle directly netted him 357 points, an increase of more than tenfold. Moreover, with a total of 17 battles, he had now accumulated 2,801 points of primordial essence. This number was remarkable enough to make countless people who had entered the myriad race's tower feel ashamed. Others came to compete and deplete other races' strength, while Fang Yan came to stock up directly. The two were on completely different levels. If not for his weapons being nearly depleted, and the races he now faced having some real strength, he would have continued his challenge streak. To be absolutely safe, he decided to stop, exit, and stock up on war weapons first before returning later. To do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. This bit of time was worth waiting for. The main reason was that Fang Yan hadn't expected the myriad race's tower to exist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stocked so few weapons, running out before he was even satisfied. He then glanced at his personal data. Name Fang Yan. Race human. Divine realm, awakening time 70 days. Battles 17. Win rate 100. 17 battles, each one a victory, undefeated, without a single loss. Such achievements certainly had occurred in the myriad race's tower before. After all, with so many races, who hasn't produced a prodigy or two? But to continuously challenge higher ranks without rest and achieve such a record was truly rare. Now Fang Yan had done it. And he had done it with ease from start to finish, except for 2 instances of unexpected bleeding incidents. All other battles had no casualties whatsoever. Repelling enemies from afar was the most fundamental method of technological civilization. But for all other races, this method was nearly impossible to defend against, with no solution in the early stages. From beginning to end, technological civilization went on a rampage. Those who died under the nuclear bombs likely numbered no less than several 100,000. Such a terrifying figure was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Although the ones killed were newly awakened Divine Realm citizens holding little overall value, it still stalled their early development, indirectly making a huge contribution to the human race. It was certainly a significant merit. After reviewing his personal data, Fang Yan decided not to stay any longer. He exchanged his 2,801 points of primordial essence and chose to leave. Keeping it in the primordial tower was just data, having it in hand was what truly mattered. After choosing to exit, Fang Yan directly arrived outside. Looking at the unremarkable building before him, who would have thought it could facilitate battles against various races? It was truly wondrous. Just as Fang Yan was marveling, Zhu Ji walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and asked, how did it feel? Wasn't this his benefactor? Fang Yan said with a smile, not bad. The races in the universe are truly diverse and bizarre. From his words, it was clear he had gained a lot inside, and Zhu Ji's face showed curiosity. He said, seems like you encountered quite a few races. How was the harvest? Just so-so, about 1,300. Half-truths, half-lies. Fang Yan wouldn't honestly reveal his true situation. Giving a decent-sounding number enough to meet the standard of a genius was sufficient. Moreover, the myriad races tower existed in a separate space. Unless one willingly disclosed their data, how could others know their specific situation? This was a good feature, protecting personal privacy. He was a genius and would always maintain that status, but that didn't mean he couldn't have his own secrets. That much. Hearing that he had gained 1,300 points of primordial essence, Zhu Ji was genuinely startled. When he had first entered, he was nearly beaten half to death by other races. Forget about winning and gaining primordial essence. He was grateful just to lose fewer citizens. You see, those daring to enter the myriad races tower were all geniuses among their races. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the confidence or courage to go in. If ordinary people entered, they would lose not only primordial essence, but also their citizens, rendering all their early development futile. This was also why very few people entered the myriad races tower. They feared failure, feared the death of their citizens, and feared the loss of primordial essence. All the strength they had painstakingly developed could be wiped out in an instant, forcing all students to consider carefully. But Fang Yan was completely unafraid. With sufficient strength, one need not fear any challenge. For he himself is the challenge others face. As Fang Yan emerged, most of the students who had accompanied him had already departed, leaving only a handful who awaited the latest news. Upon seeing Fang Yan, they immediately surrounded him. After a brief exchange of words, the group dispersed. It was the first day of the new semester, and everyone had numerous matters to attend to. Seeing that Fang Yan had taken so long to come out, there was no point in lingering. A few stayed behind to keep watch. Fang Yan likewise had to return to report his arrival and check his assigned class and dormitory. He would be studying here for years to come, so it was necessary to understand the essentials. He couldn't afford to remain utterly in the dark. Soon Fang Yan learned from the school's notice list that he was assigned to Class 1 of the freshman year, the most elite class among all new students. Every student within it had awakened a top-tier divine domain, and notably had all passed the practical assessment within the first 3 days after the college entrance examination. Those who failed, regardless of how exceptional their divine domain was, could not enter Class 1. The number 1 was not merely a digit. It represented being first, being the leader, being the strongest among the new students, and it symbolized the allocation of the best resources. The student composition within might see some changes in the future, but Class 1 itself had never changed. Whether it was freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or even seniors, Class 1 was always Class 1, a class only the most powerful could enter. After learning his class assignment, Fang Yan asked several senior students for directions before finally locating the classroom. As he entered, he immediately drew the attention of all the students inside. Just over an hour ago, Fang Yan had faced a sophomore in front of countless new students, and the entire process had been a one-sided slaughter. It wasn't the sophomore who was dominating him, it was Fang Yan who was ruthlessly crushing his opponent. The fight was almost entirely one-sided, leaving the sophomore completely bewildered. Even Zhu Ji, who ranked within the top 100 among sophomores, was instantly defeated by him. With such strength and such a record, he could walk all over the new students without any issue. As everyone saw Fang Yan walk in, many wore looks of admiration, shouting loudly to express their excitement. Some showed disdain, but they were ultimately in the minority. Look who's here. Our freshman hero, Fang Yan. If it weren't for him, we freshmen would have been trampled by the upperclassmen as usual this year. Let's give him a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap. Warm applause filled the entire classroom, echoing for a long time without any sign of stopping. Clearly, everyone acknowledged Fang Yan's contribution. Especially after Wang Zuotin's challenge. With his arrogant expression and rude tone, everyone wished they could devour him alive. Unfortunately, several challenges had ended in failure. It wasn't that they didn't try hard, it was that their opponent was too formidable, simply on a different level. Fortunately, Fang Yan had delivered a resounding slap to their faces, venting all the frustration of the new students. At that moment, he was a hero. Facing such an enthusiastic scene, Fang Yan was momentarily at a loss, a rare hint of embarrassment flashing through him. Ahem. He coughed, deliberately pressing his hands down slightly to quiet the class. Let me just say a couple of things. If you need help with anything in the future, don't come looking for me. You're already swamped, and adding me won't solve anything. But, Fang Yan paused, feigning hesitation. If there are any long-legged beauties who want to grab a meal, sing karaoke, or dance, you must remember to call me. I guarantee you'll be there at a moment's notice, and I'll handle everything for you, bro. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter at Fang Yan's words. After all, they were all young people able to take a little joke like this. At that moment, a rather attractive girl stood up and said, "Brother Fang Yan, do you think my legs are long enough?" With that, she executed a split, presenting her flawless fair legs to everyone present. The girl's action caused another wave of laughter. To be fair, her legs were indeed quite impressive, a real treasure. Fang Yan even took a couple of extra glances. As someone who appreciates a free view, he wouldn't miss the chance to look a little longer. Pleasing his own eyes was the priority. Oh, is that so? How about I find you some long-legged instructors to keep you company? Just as everyone was in high spirits, a voice came from outside the door, instantly silencing the boisterous classroom. As instructors from the capital, they wore a uniform attire. If it weren't for the need to distinguish themselves on freshman registration day, few instructors would be willing to wear such unsightly uniforms. The school had no strict requirement. Wearing them was a matter of personal choice. Looking at the beautiful instructor walking in, Fang Yin showed an awkward yet polite smile. He then stepped down from the podium and casually took an empty seat at the back of the classroom. The beautiful instructor walked up to the podium but didn't speak immediately. She slowly scanned the room before finally saying, "Hello everyone, I am your head teacher Yang Chushua. I hope that in the time ahead you will work harder, and work even harder, because you are the seeds of hope destined to become the backbone of all humanity. Though my words may be heavy as top-tier geniuses while enjoying the best resources, you must also shoulder this great responsibility, to carry the burden for humanity and to fight for humanity." From the very first sentence, this beautiful instructor delivered a heavy blow to everyone. There was no praise, no congratulations, but rather such a somber topic. For many, this was clearly unsettling. Fight for humanity. These were words often seen in propaganda and videos. Today, however, they had unknowingly become their responsibility. Indeed, during the period right after their awakening, all they received was congratulations, and no one had ever mentioned such matters to them. Yet the moment they awakened their top-tier divine domains, this responsibility was already placed upon their shoulders. They were destined to become the strongest, for they possessed formidable power. With great power comes great responsibility. This saying couldn't be truer. Possessing immense strength naturally brings corresponding rights. These were granted to them by the common people, and they were obligated to be responsible for those people. That is the essence of responsibility. Pursuing one's own glory leads only to ruin. When humanity is surrounded by enemies on all sides, only through mutual cooperation can they withstand external threats. The desire to dominate is understandable, but excessive internal strife could ultimately reduce them to slaves of alien races, a fate worse than death. Such cases had occurred before in history, nearly wiping out the entire human race, erasing this branch of humanity from existence. Fortunately, they had managed to survive. "You may think I'm exaggerating," Yang Chushua said, her delicate features shadowed with solemn resolve. "We live in times that might be called peaceful. Humanity hasn't waged a large-scale war in decades. Yet even so, nearly 100,000 lives are lost at the front lines every single year. They sacrifice everything to hold back the enemy's advance, ensuring our rear can develop instability." As she spoke, a subtle change crossed her face. Her misty eyes seemed lost in memories of the past. "A class of 40, all but a few, fell in battle. They were just like you, every one a prodigy, a beacon of hope, each possessing a supreme, divine domain. But what did that avail them? Indeed, what could it avail them? A genius who never had the chance to grow was merely a genius, nowhere near a true powerhouse. I urge you to cherish every single moment. These are all precious hours you can use to strengthen yourselves." Composing herself, Yang Chushua picked up a file folder and read from the names listed within. For those who achieved remarkable results in the special assessment following the college entrance examinations, practical combat, the school will bestow corresponding rewards. I will now call out the names of these students. Please come to the podium to receive your rewards. Du Jun, for engaging 3 demonic deities in prolonged combat, buying precious time to save countless civilians. Though ultimately defeated, his fearless spirit and selfless courage deserve high praise. For this, he is awarded 500 points of origin. It's him. The name Du Jun was practically thunderous in its renown. At the time news of him had flooded every channel, it was impossible not to know of him. Especially his awakened primordial desolate civilization, which was said to be far more powerful than even the most supreme divine domain civilizations. There were even rumors that he possessed the potential to become a supreme god. One must understand, there were only 3 supreme gods in all of humanity. They were humanity's anchor, the very leverage that allowed them to stand as equals with other races. And Du Jun, if he could grow without hindrance, just might reach such heights. This was no idle boast. There had been real precedents. Yang Chushua glanced at her file and spoke again. Wang Zhangwen. For leveraging his unique advantages to survive until the very end, he is awarded 500 points of origin. I know this one. He awakened the Shanghai civilization. That civilization was supposedly recorded in ancient times. I heard it was called the classic of mountains and seas. Many among the students nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The Shanghai civilization is no weakling, it rivals the primordial desolate civilization. It's just that no one has ever managed to reach the summit with it. Even so, it's far stronger than my divine domain civilization. As the students whispered among themselves, Yang Chushua called out another name. Bai Shui. For infiltrating the demon race and eliminating a great number of their divine progeny, she is awarded 500 points of origin. Looking at the girl who stood up, Fang Yan showed a flicker of surprise. Wasn't this the girl who had just asked him about his leg length? So she was actually this formidable. This girl is extraordinary. She awakened the Nine-Tails civilization. Though it's also a type of Fox Clan civilization, one is the ancestor of ancestors, and the other is merely a descendant, yet she's even stronger than the ancestor of ancestors. It's said she possesses extremely powerful charm arts, which is how she managed to infiltrate the demon race. Many felt genuine admiration for Bai Shui. Very few could have pulled that off, as do Jun Wang Jiangwen and Bai Shui each claimed their well-earned rewards. The students below wore expressions of regret, not a trace of a smile on their faces. The special assessment was truly brutal. Many had been eliminated the moment they entered. Forget making achievements, even putting up a fight had been impossible. Next, I would like to give special mention to our student Fang Yan. Yang Chushuet glanced at Fang Yan, who sat at the very back looking rather idle, and continued. When faced with an invincible enemy, he chose a suicidal method of mutual destruction. His strike inflicted devastating losses on both enemies and allies alike. Our school's leadership had much debate over this, but ultimately decided to award him 5,000 points of origin. We hope he will continue to strive, and next time he encounters such an enemy, he will be able to annihilate them outright. Hearing the beautiful teacher call his name Fang Yan was visibly taken aback. Then upon hearing that he would receive a whopping 5,000 points of origin as a reward, he was momentarily ecstatic. Origin. Again, origin. What did Fang Yan lack? Why, it was the most beloved origin power of all. No one could ever have too much of it. The more the merrier. He took the origin crystal from his beautiful mentor's hand and was about to return to his seat when he was called back. Wait. For defeating the challenging sophomore on the first day of the new term, you are also entitled to 5,000 points of origin. He'll issue that to you now. With that, she handed him another origin crystal. Adding it all up, the origin power in Fang Yan's possession had now reached a total of 15,000. That was more than enough for another period of seclusion to accelerate the development of his technological civilization. At the thought, a blissful smile spread across his face. As for Fang Yan, all the students below were naturally quite familiar with him. But what exactly was the civilization he had awakened? In all of humanity's recorded history, nothing like his civilization's development had ever been seen. His dazzling, colorful attacks, and that world-shattering explosion, they had never appeared before. Everyone wore expressions of intense curiosity, desperate to know what it could be. One bold student stood up and asked, Fang Yan, could you tell us what civilization you awakened? I heard that when you first awakened your divine domain, it contained not a single trace of extraordinary particles. It was dubbed the largest wasteland domain in history. Who would have thought it would develop such formidable power, stunning everyone? Exactly. We're all extremely curious. It wasn't just the students who were curious about which divine domain Fang Yan had awakened. Even the beautiful mentor Yang Chushua couldn't hide her own intrigue. In her mind, she could not find a single divine domain that bore any resemblance to his. Hearing his classmates' questions, Fang Yan saw no need to keep it a secret. The reason his technological civilization had managed to thrive was entirely due to the knowledge in his mind, not because of a name. He smiled. Since you've asked with such sincerity, I shall graciously tell you. My divine domain is... Just as everyone held their breath in anticipation, Fang Yan deliberately paused. It was all about playing with mystery, playing with suspense. But at last he uttered the words with emphasis. The technological civilization. Hearing those final 4 words, everyone wore expressions of utter disbelief. The technological civilization. The kind that wielded matchlock muskets and pushed bronze cannons. Such a civilization couldn't even defeat any extraordinary civilization, and it had absolutely no future. It was the kind of thing some wasteland domains accidentally developed just to struggle for survival. There was no way the formidable power Fang Yan had displayed could come from a technological civilization. Everyone refused to believe it. Without extraordinary particles, how could it possibly grow so powerful? He had to be deceiving them. Or perhaps Fang Yan possessed a special kind of extraordinary particle that was unknown to the masses. That was the only explanation they could fathom. Because in their minds, a wasteland domain was a wasteland domain. It couldn't possess any real power. Only divine domains with extraordinary particles had the potential to develop. This fixed way of thinking had persisted to this day, having become a basic piece of common knowledge. The technological civilization. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Observing the incredulous expressions on everyone's faces, Fang Yan offered no further explanation. Their minds had long been ossified, their perceptions constrained. In their consciousness, they believed that only divine realms containing transcendent particles could be called divine realms, possessing the characteristic of growth. As for the abandoned realms, were they not mere waste? No amount of explanation now would be believed, and they might even think you were lying, for no one could truly listen. If Fang Yan were to become a supreme god, even his fart would be deemed fragrant, and no one would dare to refute it. Rather than exhausting himself with explanations, it was better to focus on developing his own strength. Yang Chushua, serving as the instructor, maintained a skeptical attitude toward Fang Yan's words, but did not show it. She cleared her throat lightly and continued. As the top class of the school, the elite of the elite, it is not merely a title. Each of you will receive 720 points of origin power every month, sufficient to meet the most basic development needs of everyone for a month. Do not think this is insignificant. For context, other classes only get 100 points per month, a difference of 6 times. So strive hard. Although the number of students in the top class is fixed, the personnel are not. If you are expelled, it will not be easy to re-enter. Moreover, the further you progress, the more resources you will receive. This is the benefit of being in the top class. The entire school's resources concentrated on it. Yang Chuxue enumerated the advantages of the top class to all students while also emphasizing the importance of this identity. Although they were now assigned to the top class, it did not mean they could stay there forever. Without effort, they might be surpassed by students from other classes. When that time comes, being expelled might mean never being able to return. The instructor is right. With so many resources granted each month, we must redouble our efforts to grow stronger. Our class has 720 points of origin power per month, which is already extremely generous. Ordinary martial universities might only have 10 or 20 points per month. If you don't believe me, ask your high school classmates. With such superior conditions, if you still cannot close the gap with ordinary classes, it only proves that your talent is inadequate and this top class is not suitable for you. Although it sounds harsh, that is the reality. Many students had already grasped these terms clearly. The moment the instructor finished speaking, they all expressed their thoughts. Of course, some were admonishing, while others were blatantly flattering. The class was not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Fang Yan had no interest in any of this. He simply wanted to remain a quiet, inconspicuous presence. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Yang Chuxue glanced at Fang Yan and asked, "Fang Yan, how about you serve as the class monitor this semester?" After all, among the entire top class, no, among all the freshmen, Fang Yan commanded the highest prestige. If he were to become the class monitor, no one would have any objections. The idea was bountiful, but reality was harsh. Fang Yan had no interest in the position of class monitor. Rather than wasting time on class affairs, he would prefer to focus on developing his divine realm. Although being monitor came with some benefits, he did not care for them. Moreover, as a man of the three no's, no initiative, no resistance, no responsibility, he was even less inclined to toil as the class monitor. Wasn't being a quiet, handsome man enough? Fang Yan stood up directly and declined. "Instructor, please choose someone else for the position. Once I enter seclusion, it could last 10 days or half a month. I might be the last to know if the class catches fire." Yang Chuxue was not at all surprised by Fang Yan's refusal. Geniuses were naturally aloof. The position of class monitor was best filled by someone with a knack for human relationships, with strength being secondary. Since Fang Yan is unwilling, I will appoint Tian Li as the interim class monitor. If he does not perform, well, we will hold a vote in a few months. Initially, when no one knew anyone else, direct appointment was naturally the best approach. Afterward, Yang Chuxue briefly explained a few matters and then left the classroom. Today was merely registration day, not the official start of the semester. Thus, there was not much to do. Seeing the homeroom teacher leave, the previously subdued classroom became lively again. As the newly appointed monitor, Tian Li naturally took the lead. "Since we are fortunate to be classmates, it is fate. How about we gather together later to strengthen our bond?" "Great idea. There's nothing to do on the first day, so let's have a meal together. It's almost noon now, just the right time for lunch." Almost no one opposed this proposal. Many echoed their agreement enthusiastically. Hurry, hurry. If we don't grab a spot now, the animals from other classes will snatch them all." "Exactly, move faster. Everyone, don't panic. I've already reserved a restaurant, and the spirit cars are on their way. We'll head to the school gate now." Since he had offered to treat his classmates to a meal, Tian Li had naturally made preparations. Moreover, these were the top-class students of the capital. Every one of them was a prodigy, at least on par with him. Building such connections early on was naturally beneficial, and the advantages for the future needed no elaboration. Our monitor is so thoughtful, arranging everything so quickly. Impressive and domineering. Many classmates joked as they praised Tian Li, and Fang Yan was among them. A free meal was not to be refused. Soon the group headed toward the school gate in high spirits. Walking in twos and threes, they exuded the vitality of youth. When they arrived at the school gate, a row of spirit cars had already parked by the roadside. Those in the know immediately recognized their value. Wow, Qingyan spirit cars. These cars are not easily obtainable. One must have made significant contributions to humanity to reserve one. And that's not all. Each Qingyan spirit car costs no less than 10 million, and even then there's a shortage. They are simply unavailable. Some car enthusiasts stepped forward to touch them, brimming with interest. It seems our monitor's family is not ordinary, being able to summon so many Qingyan spirit cars at once. Indeed. Monitor, what does your family do? This is incredible. Faced with the crowd's praise, Tian Li feigned modesty, saying, "It's nothing, just a small family business." No one believed him. A small family business that could summon over a dozen Qingyan spirit cars, each worth tens of millions. Who would believe that? Not even ghosts would be fooled, let alone them. Moreover, most of the students who had awakened divine realms and entered the top class came from fairly well-off families. Many were local economic powerhouses. They had enough discernment to see through the pretense. Since Tian Li was unwilling to elaborate, they did not press further. It must be said that the sight of over a dozen cars worth tens of millions, each driving together, was visually striking. Along the way, it drew the attention of many onlookers. Soon the group arrived at a five-star hotel. As a convoy of Qingyun hearses pulled up, their imposing presence immediately drew countless gazes. One or two such vehicles might not be unusual given that five-star hotels cater to such clientele. However, the sudden arrival of over a dozen of them was enough to stir wild speculation. Everyone wondered what kind of VIP warranted a motorcade of million-dollar Qingyun hearses. Shortly after, a group of vibrant young men and women stepped out of the vehicles. Upon exiting, many were immediately captivated by the luxurious decor before them. Indeed, the lives of the wealthy were so ostentatious, yet so understatedly simple. At first glance, it was nothing but high class and grandeur. Upon a second look, it practically reeked of money. While the students admired the hotel's decorations, the onlookers were sizing them up and turned curious about the origins of these young lords and ladies. They wondered what kind of power these youths possessed to warrant being chauffeured around in Qingyun hearses. Isn't that Tian Li from the Tian family of the capital? He's here too. While the others were unknown to them, everyone knew of Tian Li from the Tian family. When he awakened the top-tier Bagan Divine Domain, it had caused a sensation, with the entire capital buzzing about him, even dubbing him the future son of the capital. To commemorate this, the Tian family had thrown a grand banquet, inviting friends from all over. They never expected him to be among this group. Could it be that all these people similar in age to him were students? Clearly there were some astute observers who saw through the surface and guessed the identities of this group. If that were the case, did it mean this entire group consisted of students from the Capital Martial Arts University? Many in the crowd showed expressions of shock, some even wanting to go up and strike up a conversation to build a connection. Unfortunately, they were all turned away by the hotel security. Ordinary martial arts students would have been nothing special, hardly worth the effort of these social elites to curry favor with. But the Capital Martial Arts University was entirely different. They were a group of favored children of heaven possessing immeasurable potential. As long as they survived in the future, they were guaranteed prominent positions. Why say this? The Capital Martial Arts University gathered the most elite students from all of Huaxia, selecting 4,000 out of over 20 million people. With such odds, every single one was meticulously chosen. What they didn't know was that this group wasn't just any students, they were the cream of this year's freshman class. 40 were selected from the 4,000, and some even possessed the potential to reach the very top. Don't underestimate that slim chance. Even so, it was an unattainable dream for countless others. My. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, a faint ripple of divine power emanated from not too far away. Although it was extremely subtle and fleeting, it did not escape Fang Yan's perception. The source was well concealed, but the divine power carried a hint of something unusual, as if. In any case, Fang Yan felt he had encountered this before, but couldn't quite place it at the moment. That's it. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, Fang Yan's eyes turned serious. He scanned his surroundings, trying to identify a suspicious target. Unfortunately, all his efforts were in vain. The enemy had hidden themselves remarkably well, leaving no trace of abnormality on the faces of those around them. Everything was so natural, so harmonious. Yet Fang Yan trusted his senses. That feeling couldn't be wrong. An extremely faint vibration rippled through the surrounding frequencies, imperceptible to anyone but the most astute. Being highly sensitive, Fang Yan detected it instantly. A silent alarm went off in his mind. Not good. Immediately after, the environment around them seemed to undergo a strange transformation. Centered on them, the scene beyond 100 meters became invisible, as if it had been sliced off, creating two distinct lines of separation. The space they occupied seemed to be severed. Without a doubt, this was the mysterious art of spatial manipulation. One would need considerable power to achieve this alone, or perhaps it could be done with the aid of an external tool. At the same time, Fang Yan was coiling his power, his divine energy surging rapidly within him. He never expected the enemy to act so swiftly. From the moment Fang Yan sensed something wrong to the point they were cut off into another space was merely a second or two. No, it was more accurate to say the enemy had been prepared all along. The brief flash of divine power he sensed earlier must have been to activate the spatial device. Otherwise, if the enemy had been hiding in human society undetected by so many powerful beings, how could Fang Yan have possibly discovered them? Damn it, we're trapped. Is this spatial technology? Could it be the legendary spatial cut and isolate? Who is this? Don't you know we are students of the Capital Martial Arts University? These freshmen, true to being the absolute elite of their year, almost simultaneously sensed something amiss. They immediately huddled together, assuming defensive postures. Though their formation was full of holes, they showed no sign of fear. A grating laugh echoed from nearby. A man stepped forward slowly. His utterly ordinary appearance would not have warranted a second glance in a crowd, and that was precisely what made him suitable to be a mole. Now he ceased his pretense. A dense, overwhelming demonic aura erupted from him. If they still couldn't see it now, they were truly blind. Demon race. All the freshmen wore expressions of disbelief. Given the stringent screening for demons across all of Huaxia, how had this one managed to infiltrate? More than fear, curiosity was prevalent. Tian Li, the organizer of this event, was both shocked and enraged. He couldn't believe a demon had infiltrated his family's chauffeur team, putting him in an indefensible position. Frowning at the man, he asked, "Did you come back from Europa?" "Haha, I didn't expect the young lord of the Tian family to know a mere driver like me. Yes, I did indeed come from over there." Without any hesitation, the demon admitted it openly and frankly. Standing among the crowd, Fang Yan sensed the stench of a conspiracy. For the massacre of Lianxing 50 years ago, the demons couldn't possibly have launched a frontal assault. They weren't capable of that. That left only one possibility: an attack from within, and one that was organized, planned, and long in the making. Ha ha ha. The demon laughed arrogantly, the sound piercing and harsh. "I must thank the young lord of the Tian family for bringing so many freshmen from the capital martial arts university all at once. These are the true geniuses of the human race." Then a cruel smile spread across his face, his eyes involuntarily revealing a bloodthirsty glint. "Let me count. Oh, exactly a class of 40. Excellent. Not long ago, our demon race ambushed a graduating class of geniuses from your Huaxia. Although we paid a heavy price, only a handful of you humans escaped. The rest met their end. Who would have thought that today I, Mubel, would encounter such a stroke of fortune? A group of undeveloped human geniuses. This immense fortune is destined for me, Mubel, to be inscribed in the annals of the demon race." Facing the demons' arrogant provocations, these freshmen were utterly helpless. Though they were geniuses, they were still unseasoned ones whose divine power had yet to coalesce, and whose divine domain gates could not be opened in the real world. How could they possibly contend with the demons before them? Everyone huddled tightly together, whether by design or accident, placing Fang Yan at the very center, at least in the seemingly safest position. Facing an alien race, unity was paramount. They all understood that the conflict between the human race of China and the demons had reached an irreconcilable height, and surrender to preserve their lives was utterly impossible. Otherwise, the citywide massacre 50 years ago would never have occurred. Now their only hope for a sliver of survival lay with Fang Yan. "Well, burn our origin essence and forcibly open our divine domains. Fight them to the death. With so many of us, how can we fear a single one? Death comes to all. Even if we can't take him down with us, we'll tear a chunk of flesh from our foe." Clearly these students were ready to face death, resolve flashing in their eyes. "Ha ha ha. You pathetic trash dare to fight me to the death. A pipe dream. It seems you still don't grasp the chasm between us." Mubel sneered with contempt, his towering demonic aura laying his power bare. "Lower god. Only a lower god could exude such presence. We never imagined he possessed this level of strength. Fight. Damn it, the divine domain gate won't open. This space is flawed." One of them frantically burned his origin essence, losing tens of thousands of years of lifespan in mere seconds. Yet the gate remained utterly immobile, as if all connection had been severed. "Mine too. This space is definitely cursed." Nearly simultaneously, several others attempted to burn their origin essence to tear open a rift and summoned their strongest subjects from their divine domains. Alas, fate was not on their side. Mubel sneered at these humans trapped within a spatial suppression artifact, still dreaming of opening their divine domains. Even a celestial god would be suppressed to the core here. Utter fools. Do you truly believe you can shatter the barrier of a spatial suppression artifact? Mubel showed them no respect, his killing intent growing ever thicker. Several dozen seconds had already passed. He could wait no longer. If a human powerhouse detected the anomaly here, they could easily shatter this hastily constructed space. Human prodigies die. With that, Mubel launched the first strike. A bolt of divine power laced with demonic energy shot toward the crowd, intent on annihilating them. None of the students could withstand such a sudden assault. Yet no one flinched. They stepped forward, ready to shield the others with their own bodies. If not now, then when? Fang Yan channeled his divine power and snapped his fingers lightly. Boom. A fireball exploded midair, blazing fiercely. The temperature soaring past several thousand degrees Celsius instantly engulfed a 10-meter radius, consuming even the demonic attack without a trace. As the fireball detonated, the temperature of the entire isolated space skyrocketed by a dozen degrees, the scorching heat leaving everyone gasping. In this first clash of divine power, they seemed evenly matched, but in truth a victor had already emerged. The demon who struck first was clearly at a disadvantage. The anchors of their divine power were simply not on the same level, which was why lower gods might fell short of a demigod's. The power of divine force is indeed tied to one's rank, but only when comparing the same type of anchor. If the anchors themselves are on entirely different levels, the weaker can triumph over the stronger. It's like comparing a stalk of chives to an iron sickle. Even if the chives are of a higher grade, they will ultimately be ruthlessly harvested by the sickle. The stronger the anchor, the more formidable the divine power. This is why many races don't rush to condense their divine power at the outset. They aim to develop a stronger anchor within their divine domain, ensuring greater personal strength. As for the demon before them, despite possessing the strength of a lower god, his anchor was undoubtedly weak. It was likely tied to concealing his aura, the only explanation for how he could live undetected in human society. Fang Yan, having effortlessly blocked the attack, quickly formed his assessment. So the demon race, famed for its combat prowess, had such pathetic members after all. A lower god demon, nothing more than this. Returning the insult with equal measure, Fang Yan taunted, "You think you can annihilate us? Absolutely laughable." With that, his eyes sharpened and strands of divine power converged. The demon Mubel, sensing the grave threat, mirrored the gesture. He never imagined that among the human freshmen someone had already condensed divine power, and with an anchor of formidable strength. How is this possible? Though unbelievable, the truth stood before him. They had only awakened a mere 70 days ago. Such a short span, yet someone had achieved this level. A genius, an absolute genius. Too bad, he wasn't a demon genius. Thus this child absolutely could not be allowed to live. Just as Mubel prepared to strike again, he felt a searing radiance blaze before him. Before he could react, a sudden fireball consumed him whole. In the nick of time, Mubel burned his divine power, frantically boosting his speed to the extreme. Simultaneously, the burning divine force formed a crude protective barrier around him. However, he had gravely underestimated the power of a nuclear explosion. Ordinary flames might reach a few hundred degrees at most, easily blocked by a barrier woven from divine power. But a nuclear blast was a different beast entirely. It shared the same principle as the sun's reaction, though still far off, unleashing temperatures of several thousand to tens of thousands of degrees in an instant. It could ignite the opponent's divine power itself, turning it into fuel to be burned to nothing. Such an attack would be devastating even for a higher god, let alone a lower god. No one felt this more acutely than Mubel at that moment. What he had assumed was a sure thing had spiraled completely out of control. Now he was being crushed by a demigod, and that last strike had nearly cost him his life. What is this world coming to? A being awakened for only 2 months wielded such terrifying power. Damn it. Mubel glared at his charred body, fury burning in his eyes, his resolve to destroy the human prodigy before him hardening. If left to grow, he would undoubtedly become a mortal threat to the demon race. In that case, a look of grim determination crossed Mubel's face as he stared at the group of humans. "You've forced my hand." Burr displayed a maniacal expression. As a hidden agent of the demon race, he had remained dormant except for relaying crucial information. This fortuitous opportunity to escort the entire class of 40 students from the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy presented an overwhelming number of targets. Naturally, this ignited his greed, compelling him to annihilate them all. Furthermore, there was a prodigy of the human race who, despite being a full-level inferior, had gravely wounded him, a lower god. Perhaps his anchor, ill-suited for combat, prevented him from unleashing his true power. At the same time, his opponent was genuinely formidable, so much so that even with his level advantage as a lower god, he saw no path to victory. If he continued with conventional combat, defeat was highly probable. Casting a glance at Fang Yan, he decided it was time to make a final contribution to the demon race. A relieved, booming laughter escaped him. "You will all die with me." Without hesitation or fear, he initiated a suicidal attack. Burr activated a spatial forbidden artifact, frantically channeling his divine power to collapse the space itself, intending to take everyone down with him. But how could Fang Yan allow such a scheme to succeed? Just as Burr began his move, a brilliant light suddenly flooded the entire space. Boom! Immediately following, a deafening explosion resounded across heaven and earth. The intense sound left everyone's ears ringing, their minds momentarily dazed by the blast. At the epicenter of the explosion, Burr was reduced to a bloody, horrific mess. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, staining the ground a dark reddish-brown. The forbidden artifact he had clutched was blasted far away, eventually retrieved by Fang Yan. "Humph." Fang Yan sneered, looking at the demon in the distance. "Did you truly think so little of me? Attempting such tricks right before my eyes, trying to blow us all up without my permission?" Fang Yan's divine power was anchored to a nuclear bomb. It could unleash fireballs of immense heat and generate devastating shockwaves. With a mere thought, he could seamlessly switch between the two. From the initial fireball to the subsequent explosive blast, every action was deliberate. His goal was to launch a surprise attack, catching the enemy off guard for maximum effect. And indeed, Burr of the demon race hadn't anticipated such a tactic. Striken without any preparation, he was instantly incapacitated. It all happened so fast that no one could react in time. Those who had braced themselves for sacrifice witnessed a sudden 180-degree turn. They might just survive after all. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. With the demon temporarily incapacitated, Fang Yan wasn't about to give him a chance to recover. A fireball a dozen meters in diameter materialized around the demon. The temperature exceeding several thousand degrees Celsius engulfed him completely. It took over 10 seconds for the inferno to subside. When it was over, there was no trace of the demon left, not even his remains. He had vanished without a shadow. His body had been vaporized, reduced to fine particles dispersed into the air. At that moment, he was undeniably dead. Witnessing this, all the students wept for joy, embracing each other with expressions of pure elation. They were alive, every single one of them had survived. The immense tension finally released, leaving everyone collapsed on the ground like deflated balloons. Their genuine smiles spoke volumes of their current feelings. Who would choose death when life was possible? As Fang Yan examined the artifact in his hand, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Thank you so much, Fang Yan. If it weren't for you, I would have been the school's greatest sinner. The speaker was none other than their class monitor Tian Li. Had he not organized the dinner that led them here, none of this would have happened. He never imagined a demon spy could be hiding among his family's drivers undetected all this time. Most importantly, the demon had a legitimate identity in Europa, which allowed him to be safely transferred to Huaxia. Otherwise, the Tian family would never have hired someone with an unclear background to be a driver. That would only be inviting trouble. From the very beginning, this incident was far more complex than it seemed. Troubled times indeed. Fang Yan could roughly guess Tian Li's thoughts, but still spoke up. The rest of this is beyond our involvement. For now, let's focus on getting out of here. Although Mbur was destroyed, they were still trapped in this separate space. Tian Li surveyed their surroundings before speaking. This space was formed by a forbidden artifact. The one in your hand should be it. Just channel your divine power into it, and it should provide instructions. Following Tian Li's advice, Fang Yan poured his divine power into the spatial artifact. The moment his energy entered, it vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, in a mysterious connection, Fang Yan found he could control the crystalline barrier around them through the artifact. Break. With a mere thought, the protective barrier shattered into pieces, dissolving into specks of starlight. The isolated space merged back with reality, and the five-star hotel materialized before their eyes once more. The onlookers who had lingered nearby gasped in astonishment as the group reappeared. Had the security guards not been holding the line, the crowd would have surged forward to surround the students. Many were filled with curiosity. Where had they disappeared to moments ago, and now suddenly reappeared? They had no idea that in those brief 2 to 3 minutes, these genius students from Kyoto Martial Arts Academy had experienced a brush with death. As for dinner, no one had any appetite left. Under a unified arrangement, each person grabbed a boxed meal and headed straight back to the academy. Meanwhile, Tian Li reported everything that had transpired to his family elders. The final outcome, however, was beyond the influence of a junior like him. As the Tian family mobilized their resources for a thorough investigation, they uncovered quite a few demon spies. Though they occupied low-level positions, their official records showed clean backgrounds and unblemished histories. These demons shared a common trait: they had all immigrated from Europa. The investigation, once initiated, sent countless people into a cold sweat. The once heralded talent introduction program had exposed such a massive loophole, allowing countless alien races to infiltrate every corner of Huaxia. Moreover, the very person who had championed this program seemed to have considerable issues of their own. All of this was under secret investigation, and it had little to do with Fang Yan. He couldn't influence the decisions of those in power. After parting ways with his classmates, several of them approached him individually. Most expressed their gratitude for saving their lives, and some even offered themselves as a reward, by Shui being particularly enthusiastic. As for the class monitor Tian Li, he came to Fang Yan last. To express his gratitude, he presented Fang Yan with a source crystal containing 10,000 points. As for the losses incurred by the other students, their respective families would each provide compensation. A great clan was a great clan indeed. Their contribution of 10,000 units of origin was equivalent to a full 10 million credit points. Not to mention ordinary families, even middle-class households might not earn that much in a lifetime. For Fang Yan, however, origin could no longer be measured in credit points. These were the foundational resources most critical to his development. He made no pretense of refusal. More resources would allow him to develop faster. Should the other party ever need his help in the future, lending a hand when within his power would be no trouble at all. Taking the crystal, Fang Yan spoke. I won't say anything superfluous. These origin are of great importance to me right now, so I'll accept them. Tian Li could clearly distinguish Fang Yan's contributions and wore a gentle smile. You flatter me. These are all rightfully yours. Had you not intervened earlier, our entire class would have perished, and I would have become a sinner. His words carried a tone of genuine respect as he bowed deeply to Fang Yan, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. His own life or death mattered little. At worst, the Tian family would lose a promising genius. But the death of an entire class at the Kyoto Military University was no trivial matter. Not only would he bear the infamy, but it could also implicate the Tian family and even stir nationwide public opinion. Though Fang Yan was his classmate, that did not stop him from being his savior. If you ever need anything, fellow student Fang, do not hesitate to command me. Tian Li not only treated Fang Yan as his rescuer, but also silently placed a bet, building a rapport in advance. As long as Fang Yan continued to thrive, a certain friendship would endure between them. Should Fang Yan ever reach the pinnacle and mention the Tian family in passing, it would justify the early investment. After a brief exchange, Tian Li tactfully took his leave, leaving Fang Yan alone in the dormitory. With all matters settled, it was time to enter seclusion once more for development. This time he would be more aggressive, accelerating the expansion of the Divine Domain. The day's events had taught him that humanity's supposedly secure rear was not necessarily safe. Origin could be earned again, but lives lost were lost forever. Had the demon that attacked them been one specialized in combat, they might all have died. He needed to focus not only on the Divine Domain's growth, but also on his own personal power. Neither could be neglected. Setting aside the tangled thoughts, he gradually immersed himself in the Divine Domain. Major achievements from the previous technological civilization surfaced one by one in his mind. Human Era Year, 891. After relentless research and development, biotechnology achieved another monumental breakthrough. A single potion emerged capable of extending the human lifespan to 500 years. This invention instantly caused a sensation throughout society. What did 500 years mean? 70 or 80 years was once the span of an ordinary person's life, though 500 was equivalent to 6 lifetimes. One dose was 6 times more potent. It vastly extended one's prime years and reshaped the timeline of human adulthood. This was not only crucial to the scientific advancement of all humanity, it meant those with high intellect could live longer, learn more, and develop further. Though the potion was perfected, it could not be mass-produced due to manufacturing difficulties. Initially, it was reserved for key scientific personnel, granting them more time to devote to research. This invention also marked humanity's official entry into the threshold of the long-lived races. Human Era Year, 999. After countless generations of development, the plasma laser cannon finally met the conditions for deployment. This weapon boasted rapid fire and devastating power. Theoretically, with sufficient energy input, it could even blow a planet to pieces. Like the main cannon of a planet-destroying warship, a single shot could shatter a world. But that was pure theory. Current human technology could not supply such immense energy. The most powerful source remained controlled nuclear fusion. Despite generations of enhancement making it dozens of times stronger than the first iteration, it still fell short. At maximum output, it could only pierce 500 meters into a planet's surface. After such a shot, the cannon would require an extended period to cool down before functioning again, otherwise the entire system would collapse. Maximum power placed too great a strain on all materials, but standard attacks were far more forgiving. It could fire continuously for a full day without issue. Though regular shots were much weaker, each one could still easily penetrate a meter of steel or 10 meters of soil. Ordinary armored vehicles were like paper before the plasma laser cannon, utterly defenseless. Even special materials could withstand only a few hits. The electromagnetic cannon was still a projectile weapon, while the laser cannon was a pure energy weapon. In terms of individual penetration, it possessed overwhelming power, and its firing speed was absurdly fast. It reached sublight velocity, 2700 kilometers per second. At short ranges, the target was struck almost the instant the cannon fired, leaving no chance to react. It was a true weapon for interstellar combat, boasting Bayan visual range, ultra-long distance attacks. But despite its many strengths, it had equally numerous flaws. One was that it could only fire in a straight line. In ground combat with various obstacles, direct targeting was often impossible. One could hardly push the cannon flat to the enemy's face and engage in point-blank exchange fire. In such situations, the electromagnetic cannon proved more useful. Moreover, the laser cannon was a single-target weapon, hitting only one target at a time, and its area of effect was a fatal shortcoming. Against massed enemies, it was less effective than a nuclear bomb. One blast could instantly engulf tens or hundreds of kilometers in nuclear judgment. Even so, the laser cannon still demanded vigorous development. For individual combat, it was particularly vital. Moreover, battles between races occurred out in the stars. That was the true battlefield. Even humanity's front line lay in the cosmos. Human Era Year, 1010. The first electromagnetic shield was officially developed. Its emergence completely overturned humanity's weakness in technological defense. Through continuous experimentation, it was successfully miniaturized, allowing every soldier to carry one. Especially on mechs. With the electromagnetic shield activated, they could fully withstand electromagnetic cannon fire. Even a lower-ranked god could not endure more than a few electromagnetic cannon shots, yet mechs had no problem at all. This marked that individual mechs were now infinitely close to lower god strength, even surpassing them in certain aspects. Personal units could also ignore many low-yield artillery shells. Of course, the electromagnetic shield consumed energy. The greater the energy input, the stronger the defense. Experiments showed that powering the shield with a large-scale controlled fusion power plant could fully withstand a small-scale nuclear explosion. As for the more powerful cobalt bomb, it was beyond the shield's capacity. After all, a nuclear detonation releases massive destructive force in an instant. To counter that instantaneous burst, controlled nuclear fusion simply could not supply equivalent energy to the shield in time. If it could not be neutralized, the other side would prevail. The root cause was that controlled nuclear fusion was falling behind the times. Meanwhile, in human era year 1551, nanomechs officially entered service. Lighter armor, stronger defense, once again showcasing the might of nanotechnology. And they were far more portable. With the advancement of nanotechnology, one now only needs to carry a palm-sized device weighing roughly 10 kilograms. When facing combat, activating the command instantly generates a layer of armor that rapidly covers the entire body. In this regard, it bears many similarities to Iron Man. A metallic armor layer merely a few millimeters thick does not diminish its defensive capabilities in the slightest. In fact, it is more than 10 times stronger than before. Coupled with the electromagnetic shield, it transforms the original assassin-type mecha into a humanoid tank, one that deals devastating damage. Capable of both long-range offense and close-quarters defense, it truly embodies the concept of a single individual being an entire army corps. Of course, the electromagnetic shield is not limited to mecha. It can be applied to many war machines, and even defensive fortifications can be equipped with a large-scale device to protect everyone within. Once the electromagnetic shield is activated, external forces cannot penetrate it to attack the interior, and likewise those inside cannot attack outward. This shield lacks friend or foe identification, but once activated it blocks all attacks from both sides. Nevertheless, it proves highly effective for defensive positions. In the year 1680 of the human era, everything progressed steadily. Although technology had seen considerable improvements, it had ultimately entered a bottleneck period. Apart from ongoing refinements to previous scientific achievements and enhancements to their power, progress had stalled. Weaponry saw no major breakthroughs, and the livelihood of the people began to slow down. Even the population, which had once experienced a boom, started to show signs of decline. As society evolved, so did the mindset. By now, every corner of the divine domain bore traces of humanity, reaching a saturation point, and naturally population growth entered a stagnant phase. To continue growing, either expand the planet's area or create another planet for humanity to colonize. However, both options would consume an immense amount of source energy, which was not readily available at the moment, so they were temporarily set aside. With a population of nearly 6 billion, it was sufficient for the current technological civilization. Gazing at the 25,000 points of source energy in his hand, Fang Yan was not in a rush. He pondered which direction to develop next to maximize benefits. Should he continue developing mecha, advancing them into interstellar battle armor with unimaginable power, or develop interstellar warships that could traverse the universe with ease? Alternatively, focus on weapons like the indestructible droplet, the two-dimensional foil, or antimatter arms. In the end, Fang Yan chose antimatter bombs, a weapon hundreds of times more powerful than nuclear bombs. Why this choice? Primarily because of the anchoring point of his divine power. His anchor was the nuclear bomb, and antimatter bombs were an extension of nuclear technology. This would not only enhance the power of the divine domain, but also improve his own strength through the anchoring point. Combining both created a win-win situation, so why not? Antimatter could be used not only as antimatter bombs, but also for further research into antimatter propulsion engines. This energy source was hundreds of times more powerful than controlled nuclear fusion, absolutely clean, and the most likely scientific technology for humanity to master at present. Antimatter bombs were one aspect, energy sources were another. Both were crucial for the current technological civilization. Without hesitation, he drew upon the knowledge in his mind and instantly generated page after page of research materials. From simple to complex, from macroscopic to microscopic, each technology and every research result was described in precise detail. Everything related to antimatter was presented clearly on these pages. Whether it was the principles, production processes, or required mechanical equipment, all data was fully manifested. Humanity only needed to realize it, manufacture it, and ultimately conquer it. Do not underestimate these seemingly insignificant documents. They were fueled by the intense burning of source energy. In a short time, over 20,000 points of source energy were consumed entirely. Fortunately, all the technology had been manifested within the divine domain, and the effort was not in vain. Fang Yan's initial investment and planning were complete. Now it was up to humanity's own efforts. How much time would it take to fully master all the technology? That depended not only on hard work, but also on a measure of luck. Meanwhile, he secretly issued a divine decree instructing his people to stockpile conventional weapons in preparation for the upcoming myriad races arena. The next entry would be a direct assault to break through all races. At the same time, Fang Yan continued to absorb nuclear weapons and convert them into his divine power. As his divine power grew, the speed increased slightly. Originally, it took 3 to 4 days to refine a small nuclear weapon. Now it took less than 2 days. The condensed divine power also continued to increase. In the year 1680 of the human era, humanity received a boon from their god of technology, a complete set of antimatter technology. The entire human race was ecstatic. This was a brand new technology, one that surpassed their era by several generations. If they could manifest it, their technology would advance by at least several centuries. With the imperial machine in motion, countless researchers were thrown into the study of this technology. Despite having complete theoretical data, truly realizing it still posed considerable difficulties. In the year 1700 of the human era, with continuous investment in research, antimatter technology could initially be observed through data, revealing numerous challenges. The technology was so advanced that all existing mechanical equipment fell short of its basic requirements. Even following the materials step by step, they could not fully replicate it. Yet with all the data before them, how could they give up? No matter how difficult, they would tackle each obstacle one by one, eventually overcoming them all. In the year 1717 of the human era, though antimatter technology was not yet fully mastered, some derived technologies had made notable progress, especially in material science. That same year, after countless experiments, humanity finally managed to extract 1 gram of antimatter. Do not underestimate this tiny gram. It marked a giant leap forward for humanity, witnessing the birth of a new form of energy. According to scientists, this antimatter possessed cataclysmic power. If a nuclear explosion utilized only 0.1 of matter's energy, antimatter utilized 100. The explosion of 1 gram of antimatter released energy equivalent to 4,300 tons of TNT, roughly the power of 30 Hiroshima atomic bombs. Such terrifying energy from just 1 gram. What about 10 grams, 100 grams, or even a kilogram? The potential power was unimaginable. Scientists predicted that 100 tons would be enough to blow an entire planet apart. Shattered into fragments of varying sizes, it would vanish completely into the cosmos. If a cobalt bomb could wipe out a planet's life through radiation, an antimatter bomb would directly annihilate the planet itself. The two were fundamentally different. In terms of sheer destructive power, antimatter bombs still reigned supreme. They possessed the capability to annihilate an entire planet. No amount of cobalt bombs, even 10 or 100 times over, could ever obliterate a world. Development pressed on. With the first successful case established, subsequent steps became far simpler. As the 2nd and 3rd grams of antimatter were successively extracted, all of humanity erupted in jubilation. They had finally gained a preliminary mastery over this substance, though the cost remained exorbitantly high, rendering mass adoption impractical. At the very least, possessing even a small quantity of samples would prove pivotal to future scientific research and development. Researchers launched a series of studies centered on antimatter, investing heavily not only in weaponry, but also in power engine technology. Undeniably, antimatter yielded far greater energy than controlled nuclear fusion, with its instantaneous explosive force being nothing short of terrifying. Even before mass production, it had already been designated as the next critical energy source, with priority given to weapons and military equipment. For civilian applications, controlled nuclear fusion was more than sufficient, rendering antimatter wholly unnecessary. In the year 1723 of the human era, the first antimatter bomb was officially unveiled. To test its destructive capabilities, a detonation experiment was conducted that same year. Although it contained merely 100 grams of antimatter, the explosive yield completely surpassed that of the Tsar Bomba. Despite such terrifying power, the entire device weighed less than 10 kilograms. Most of that weight came from the specialized containment vessel. The actual operative component was just the 100+ grams of antimatter within. A mere 100 grams of matter could obliterate a small nation. To utter such a claim would strain all credibility, dismissed as the wildest of boasts. Yet it was the plain truth. Such was the wonder of science and its terror. Alongside these apocalyptic weapons, humanity placed equal emphasis on antimatter power engines. By the year 1800 of the human era, antimatter could be reliably extracted and stored, with annual production reaching a full 100 kilograms. Do not underestimate that 100 kilograms. If entirely converted into antimatter bombs, while it couldn't vaporize a planet outright, it could shear off a full tenth of one. Faced with such horrifying potential, humanity dared not convert all of this substance into explosives. Existing antimatter bombs were generally kept under 1 kilogram. This proved entirely adequate for conventional warfare, and low-intensity conflicts didn't even require such powerful devices. Small-yield nuclear weapons could handle them with ease. Naturally, precautions were taken for unforeseen contingencies. No one knew what kind of enemies might emerge in the future, possibly possessing combat capabilities beyond the norm. Forced to keep a trump card in reserve, humanity stored a single antimatter bomb containing 100 kilograms. Should this bomb ever be detonated, it would instantly kill 1/10 of the population within the Divine Domain. And those deaths would be utterly painless, their victims never even registering the sensation. In the aftermath, the planet itself, deprived of that portion, would trigger a cascade of natural disasters, indirectly claiming countless more lives. Surviving with even 70 or 80% of the population intact would be a stroke of immense fortune. Thus, to prevent any accident, this antimatter bomb was shielded by layers upon layers of protection, locked away within a steel fortress untouched by any individual. The perimeter bristled with guards maintaining an unbroken vigil 24 hours a day. Not even approaching was permitted. No sentient being was allowed within 100 li of the site. Such meticulous protection was born of the dread of mishap. Consequently, the authorization was uniquely singular. Only Fang Yan held the authority to deploy this antimatter bomb. Even the human emperor himself could not touch it without Fang Yan's explicit approval. Meanwhile, the antimatter power engine had shown initial promise. A massive engine apparatus had been developed barely capable of harnessing antimatter energy. Unfortunately, it was riddled with flaws and remained far from operational deployment. Though the antimatter engine project continued in full swing with unremarkable results, antimatter firearms had been successfully manufactured. These guns shared a fundamental principle with laser weapons. Both were energy-based at their core. Machine guns and laser cannons were devastatingly powerful, yet they could only strike a single target. They excelled in individual combat, but proved inadequate in large-scale formation battles. The advent of antimatter firearms, however, remedied this critical shortcoming. Of course, these weapons were entirely a different concept from traditional firearms. Their very appearance had undergone considerable transformation, with the sole commonality being their designation as guns. As for their method of attack, it was beyond comparison. Antimatter firearms utilized antimatter as ammunition set, with a predetermined detonation time or distance, then launched through a specialized mechanism. Upon reaching the designated condition, the projectile instantly detonated, unleashing an annihilation blast that engulfed everything within a radius of several kilometers. The yield could be adjusted at will, determined primarily by the weight of the antimatter launched. Yet a single shot was equivalent to a small-yield nuclear bomb, more than sufficient for individual combat, as any greater power risked harming one's own forces. Thus, antimatter firearms compensated for the deficiencies of laser weapons. In combat, the two complemented each other perfectly, achieving effects beyond imagination. As time marched on, the momentum of technological civilization surged ever more fiercely. Vast quantities of antimatter were channeled into military applications, yielding value beyond all expectation. Meanwhile, Fang Yan's divine power had barely recovered to its previous level. Divine power was a consumable resource. Each sliver spent was a sliver lost, with no automatic recovery. Only through anchors, through continuous conversion, could it be replenished. This was precisely why deities rarely acted personally. To have painstakingly accumulated divine power only to have a single battle wipe it all away would bring tears to anyone's eyes. Of course, with the growth of the divine domain, acquiring divine power had become considerably easier. Had it not been for the demon race's surprise attack, Fang Yan wouldn't have resorted to using divine power so early to open a divine domain gate capable of connecting to the real world. According to intelligence relayed from Tian Li, humanity's inner circle was riddled with holes. Their own Huaxia nation was faring relatively well, but other nations were in dire straits. Leaders of some minor countries had already been subverted. In response, the major powers were poised to unite and conduct a comprehensive purge. The infiltrators from foreign races might well resort to desperate measures, plunging society into turmoil. In such times, one needed a measure of self-defense capability, lest one be taken out unjustly. Thus, the goal wasn't to open a massive gate, just one sufficient to provide effective support. Since it's decided, let's just do it. Fang Yan didn't hesitate, directly using divine power to construct the divine domain gate. It said that only divine power can truly construct such a gate. Gates opened with source power are temporary and consume a great deal of energy. Once opened, it burns source power every second, or it will close immediately, making it highly inefficient. A divine domain gate constructed with divine power is permanent, akin to owning a property with a permanent title. Whenever you wish, you can open a bridge to the real world. Of course, if it's attacked in the real world, it can be damaged, and you'd have to reconstruct it with divine power. With a wisp of divine power invested, a doorframe the size of an ordinary door began to take shape. Perhaps due to its small size, it didn't consume much divine power. Then came further condensation, turning it into a true space-time gate capable of shuttling between the real world and the divine domain. During this process, divine power flowed in, continuously burning rapidly every moment. Fortunately, the gate being condensed was not large, indeed somewhat small, so the consumption remained within manageable limits. Otherwise, with only this amount of divine power, Fang Yan wouldn't have had enough. As time passed, a tangible doorframe appeared before him. The material composing it was unknown, resembling flowing starlight, dazzling and brilliant, forming a narrow border. As for the door itself, at first glance it captivated the gaze, leaving an unforgettable impression. Standing before it felt like facing the entire universe, making one realize how minuscule they are. Like a black hole devouring the starry sky, it was mesmerizing, as if one could be pulled in at any moment. At that moment, the Divine Domain gate was fully completed. With a single step, Fang Yan could enter his Divine Domain world. Of course, outsiders could enter, and those inside could come out. However, this gate was still too small and comparable to the one opened during simulated battles. It could barely fit one person. For Fang Yan, it was more than sufficient. In times of danger, having his people come as reinforcements would be even better, but that wasn't the main purpose. The primary goal was to acquire some technological weapons to enhance his own strength. The strength of a technological civilization lies not in physical prowess, but in science and technology. When the Divine Domain gate was successfully connected, he had already ordered his people in the Divine Domain to craft several items tailored to his needs. With the Divine Decree issued, items began to be transmitted through the gate. The first was a palm-sized triangular object, seemingly small, but surprisingly heavy when held. Estimating its weight, it was at least around 10 kilograms. Fang Yan was of course intimately familiar with this item. He placed it on his chest, tapped it lightly with his finger, and activated the switch. The triangular object immediately emitted a faint glow and adhered to his body. In less than a second, a thin metallic-clustered armor rapidly covered his entire body, encasing him completely. It could effectively protect him in emergencies while allowing him to enter combat status more swiftly. Indeed, as a piece of individual combat mech armor, all technologies had matured significantly by now. Especially with nanotechnology, the cumbersome wearing process was completely discarded, making it so quick. Unfortunately, he couldn't currently test the armor's strength or experience the maximum power of the electromagnetic shield. Data analysis suggested that in frontal combat, it could withstand attacks from upper gods for a short period. Besides the armor, 3 firearms were also transmitted simultaneously. They were an electromagnetic rifle, a laser rifle, and an antimatter rifle. The electromagnetic rifle as an early weapon lagged far behind in power compared to the laser rifle, but it was still formidable. With enough quantity, it could even kill lower gods. But now with better options available, this electromagnetic rifle served as a memento. As for the laser and antimatter rifles, they were for self-defense. Fang Yan had requested these 2 weapons to be custom-made using nanotechnology. When not in use, they could be shrunk into rings for easy carrying and to deceive enemies. Upon activation, they would instantly transform into rifles nearly 1.2 meters long, perfect for daily carry and essential for killing. Such excellent weapons, of course, were equipped first. With these items, Fang Yan at least had some self-defense capability, bringing him some peace of mind regarding potential social unrest in the coming times. Otherwise, with his reputation as a genius at Kyoto Martial University, he wouldn't dare step out of school. He feared that once outside, his handsome appearance would provoke envy among foreign races. As the saying goes, envy disfigures people, leading to attacks at unknown times and places due to his looks. Now it's all good. He no longer has to fear showing off. He can walk through the darkest places, letting foreign races see hope and ultimately experience despair. As long as it's not an attack above upper gods, they wouldn't easily take him down. Of course, Fang Yan wouldn't be so bored as to wander around attracting enemies' attention. His divine power was nearly depleted again, so it was better to stock up. Without divine power, he truly felt insecure. He sent his divine sense back into the Divine Domain this time, choosing not to refine a small-yield nuclear bomb, but a 3-phase bomb. This was far more powerful than a nuclear bomb, and naturally refining it would take longer. After all, a single nuclear bomb provided little divine power, so it was better to target something bigger. As for why he didn't choose a cobalt bomb or antimatter bomb, which were even more powerful, Fang Yan had self-awareness. He didn't know how long it would take to refine a single 3-phase bomb. With even more powerful ones, he might sit in meditation for months without seeing any progress. Fortunately, university had no fixed curriculum, allowing him to focus on secluded cultivation. 10 days to half a month was common, and even a year or more had occurred. As for theory classes, it was enough to learn and understand them when time allowed. What truly mattered would come in the senior year when heading to the front lines. By then, as long as one wasn't foolish, they would spend a lot of time understanding the characteristics of various races. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. For now, the focus was on personal growth speed. During actual combat later, they would naturally learn. As the 3-phase bomb was completely refined, it directly transformed into 10 strands of divine power, surging through his body. It was undeniable that refining larger yield weapons yielded greater benefits. But with greater benefits came longer time consumption. In the following period, Fang Yan never stopped. either observing the development of technological civilization or enhancing his divine power to increase his strength. In the divine realm, the technological civilization's relentless research on antimatter achieved a groundbreaking breakthrough, enabling the creation of a relatively perfect power engine. Compared to controlled nuclear fusion, which had an efficiency rate of less than 0.1 antimatter energy reached a staggering 100. With such a comparison, the disparity between the two is glaringly obvious. Controlled nuclear fusion seemed rather stingy, like an old woman pinching pennies, while antimatter was the profligate wealthy matron, worlds apart in class. Their difference was not merely numerical, but a true chasm in energy output efficiency. For energy sources of the same weight and volume, the power unleashed by antimatter was more than 1,000 times that of controlled nuclear fusion, an absolute dominance in every aspect. In this contest, antimatter was the clear victor. Yet this did not render controlled nuclear fusion entirely useless. Consider this: a single cold fusion reactor aboard a mech could effortlessly supply electricity to an entire city. The energy consumption of a metropolis with millions of residents, a colossal amount, could be fully provided by a device no larger than the palm of a hand. And now something even more powerful than this cold fusion had emerged. This marked another qualitative leap in humanity's energy capabilities, the first being the advent of controlled nuclear fusion. Such a transformation in energy was bound to catalyze other initiatives. The long-planned South Heaven's Gate project was officially moved to the forefront of the agenda. This project was not conceived for mere near-Earth or near-space combat. For close-range engagements in aerospace, carrier powered by controlled nuclear fusion would have sufficed, and humanity already possessed such vessels. So why was this plan not simply named after those? The South Heaven's Gate project was designed for ultra-long-range warfare with combat distances measured in light years. This was the true definition of a star war. Bickering within one's own home planet could hardly be called that. It necessitated battles across star systems and stellar distances, conflicts waged in the vastness of interstellar space. While controlled nuclear fusion could enable interstellar exploration, it fell woefully short for such grand ambitions. This was precisely why the South Heaven's Gate project had been shelved for so long. The Luan Bird mothership, the project's flagship, was a monumental undertaking, a true behemoth. The Luan Bird mothership stretched 4,840 meters in length, 13,680 meters in width, and weighed a staggering 24 million tons. From these figures alone, one can scarcely fathom the sheer scale of this colossal vessel. Before it, an individual would be but an insignificant speck, a mere ant. It housed 888 Xian new main battle starfighters, each one a formidable warship in its own right, with an operational combat radius of at least 1/10 of a light year. A light year, a unit of distance, is the distance light travels in a single year. 1/10 of a light year corresponds to the distance light covers in 36.5 days, or roughly equivalent to 1.5 trillion kilometers. Such an immense operational range placed extraordinarily stringent demands on the power engines. While controlled nuclear fusion posed no issue for short-range cosmic voyages, its energy reserves proved woefully inadequate for interstellar warfare. Antimatter energy now perfectly filled this critical void. In addition to the Xian Nu fighters, the Luan Bird mothership also carried 880 electronic unmanned drones. These drones had a significantly smaller combat radius, their primary mission being to escort the mothership and ensure its safety. At extreme distances, remote operation would suffer from lag. These drones could, however, support the Xian Nu fighters provided the mothership granted the necessary operational permissions, allowing them to join in ultra-long-range sorties. Both the Xian Nu fighters and the drones were manifestations of the Luan Bird's combat prowess, yet its arsenal was far from exhausted. For defense, it was equipped with the standard electromagnetic shield to ward off enemy attacks. Offensively, it boasted 108 ultra-long-range laser cannons and 720 close-range antimatter cannons. Though close-range in cosmic terms, these cannons boasted a firing range of approximately 3,000 kilometers. Beyond these, the Luan Bird featured a main cannon, the Planet Destroyer Cannon, a technology that remained unconquered. This weapon of immense, terrifying power was capable of annihilating a planet with ease. Unfortunately, its technology was so advanced that humanity had yet to master it. There was no cause for worry, however. As long as Fang Yan was present, given sufficient primordial energy, he could whip up the design blueprints in an instant. For now, the technological civilization had its hands full mastering antimatter, which was the most critical task at hand. An arsenal of such magnitude naturally required a crew to operate it. To meet merely the basic operational needs of the Luan Bird mothership, a complement of 10,000 personnel would suffice. After all, with the relentless advancement of technology, the application of artificial intelligence had liberated humanity from many labor constraints. Should an urgent mission arise, however, the vessel could accommodate up to 100,000. The South Heaven's Gate project. This was also the combat plan for Fang Yan's frontline watch. While many of its technologies were beyond humanity's current reach, Fang Yan was in no hurry. Time was on his side and humanity could tackle these challenges one by one. And for anything they couldn't crack, he was there to help. After all, within his mind resided the complete scientific and technological knowledge of a supreme-level civilization. This was his confidence, his ace in the hole for future ascendancy. As time passed, Fang Yan refined more and more nuclear warheads, and the divine power he amassed swelled correspondingly. Only when his divine power reached 50 strands did he cease this monotonous existence. Sensing the divine power within him, Fang Yan realized he had never fought such a resource-rich battle. A full 50 strands, 50. Had it been Li Yunlong, he would have long since taken the Sakata regiment. Fang Yan slowly regained his senses, exhaling a deep, murky breath. Glancing at the time, he was surprised to find that 3 months had passed during this seclusion. The divine realm, progressing at its normal rate, should have reached over 3,000 years, approaching the 4th ascendier mark. Yet that was not the case. When all divine realms reached 2,000 years, the novice period officially ended. Previously, 1 hour in reality had equated to a year in the divine realm, meaning a day was 24 years, and the required energy consumption was minimal. But once the divine realm reached 2,000 years, everything changed drastically. It was akin to transitioning from the novice phase into the official phase. Now 1 day in reality could only advance the divine realm by a single year. The required energy remained unchanged at 24 points of primordial energy per day. The daily consumption was the same, yet the time gained was a full 23 years less than before. This disparity was immense. It was also the reason why Fang Yan could challenge a sophomore senior. Had the old rate of 1 day, equaling 24 years, persisted, no matter how well Fang Yan developed, he could never have contended with a student from a higher grade. Fang Yan's divine realm had now reached the year 2077, and the rapid pace had slowed considerably. For a moment, he found it rather hard to adjust. After all, when one has been developing at such a breakneck speed right in the heat of it all, to suddenly be told that you're spent. It's a jarring change. It was like a fishbone stuck in the throat. An intensely uncomfortable feeling, an indescribable taste. This was why Fang Yan had lost the heart to continue his seclusion. 3 months into the new term, it was time for freshmen to be reassigned to new classes. If one had confidence in their abilities, they could challenge a student in Class 1 and take their place. Of course, this system was not exclusive to freshmen, it applied to sophomores and juniors as well. The strong ascend, the weak are cast aside. Opportunities were given, but it was up to the individual to seize them with their own strength. Many in the upper classes might have already seen the reality of the situation and resigned themselves to their fate. After all, talent was a fixed factor. Those who consistently held their place in Class 1 were all exceptionally gifted, far beyond the reach of ordinary students. Moreover, the longer time went on, the wider the gap became. A single student from Class 1 could sometimes be worth an entire ordinary class. Many upperclassmen had accepted their fates, but the freshmen were different. They had not yet been tempered by the harsh realities of the world, and were unaware of its dangers. Numerous students were eagerly polishing their skills, ready to showcase the fruits of their 3 months of hard work. Of course, entering Class 1 was the aspiration of all. The 3-month period had elapsed, and the Dragon King was to reclaim his throne. It was time to showcase true skill. Fang Yan, however, held little interest in the reshuffling that came with the new term content, as long as he could remain in Class 1. Yet as a new student, his presence was mandatory, a rule set by the academy. Otherwise, if challenged and found absent, one would forfeit the match by default. This also served to prevent individuals from exploiting loopholes to dodge challenges and cling to their class indefinitely. Simultaneously, these battles allowed freshmen to recognize their shortcomings and spur themselves towards greater strength. Of course, this competition was also highly significant. Since awakening their divine realms, the freshmen had rarely sparred with their peers, leaving them woefully short on practical combat experience. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to get to know one another through battle? After a quick wash, Fang Yan followed his memory to his assigned classroom. Were it not for his exceptional recall, he might have struggled to find the location. What kind of freshman, aside from the first day of the term, never returns to their classroom for 3 whole months? Apart from Fang Yan, there was likely no other student in the entire school who could claim such a feat. At this moment, the classroom was already full. Their class teacher, the beautiful mentor Yang Chuxue, had arrived early and was addressing the students from the podium. Upon seeing Fang Yan's sudden appearance, she cast a brief glance his way and said, "Come in." Fang Yan wasted no words, naturally striding into the classroom and scanning the room for an empty seat. The single vacant desks were gone, but a couple of seats remained beside others. Just as he was about to settle into any available spot, a voice called out from not too far away. "Fang Yan, over here. I saved this seat just for you." Bai Shui waved at him, a smile gracing her delicate features, fully revealing her exquisite face. Seeing her, Fang Yan almost instinctively let his gaze drift downwards. He had to admit Bai Shue's legs were truly captivating, adorned with different stockings. They'd certainly offer a distinct allure. Since the beauty had invited him, there was no reason to decline, nor any desire to. Without hesitation, he sat down at the empty desk beside Bai Shue. She lowered her head, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Why are you so late? I kept this spot next to me just for you. Do you know how many guys I turned down for this? As she finished speaking, she even put on a pitiful expression. She was a sight to behold, stirring a protective instinct in anyone. Unfortunately, such tactics were lost on Fang Yan. If she were entirely unclothed, perhaps it might hold a sliver of temptation. Looking at her pretty face, he answered honestly. I was developing my divine realm and lost track of time. That's why I'm late. It's not late, just right. Bai Shue pondered for a moment before continuing. We're heading to the arena soon. I wonder how many of our Class 1 members will be replaced. This so-called class-switching competition was aimed specifically at Class 1. All other classes were ordinary, swapping between them made little difference. Only by entering Class 1 could one enjoy significantly enhanced treatment and hidden benefits. Geniuses must withstand all manner of challenges. If one lacks the strength to hold this position, they should step aside for someone more capable. Fang Yan wholeheartedly agreed. They were currently in Class 1, destined to be on the front lines in the future. If they couldn't even protect themselves, why endure such hardship? Yang Xuxue on the podium spoke briefly before leading all the students downstairs to the competition venue. On the way, many greeted Fang Yan. Yin Gu, just sit tight during the matches today. We'll handle anyone who dares challenge you. With Yin Gu's strength, stepping into the ring would be like using a cannon to kill a mosquito. Overkill. But Yin Gu, you're too famous. Some clueless fools with no real skill and no hope of entering Class 1 will definitely try to challenge you just to take photos, record videos, and post all sorts of content online for attention. Exactly, this happens every year. It's so annoying. They all held genuine respect for Fang Yan, not only for saving their lives, but also for his undeniable strength. Why are you all worrying? With me here, who would dare to challenge him without cause? Bai Shue waved her cute little fist, speaking boldly. If they don't know their place, he'll show them why the flowers are so red. Well said. Fang Yan is the top freshman, and we wholeheartedly accept that. If anyone wants to challenge him, they must first get through us. Tian Li had somehow appeared beside them, speaking with firm conviction. He then nodded politely with a smile, a gesture of mutual respect. Many shared this consensus. They deeply despised those who sought to profit through underhanded means and gain fame from such challenges. If one had the ability, they should challenge based on true skill, not for popularity. Soon they arrived at the vast plaza, which was already filled with students from all classes. As Class 1 arrived, intense fighting spirit gleamed in many eyes. They were all students of Jingdu Martial Arts University, all geniuses in their own right. How could they admit to being inferior? Many who initially entered Class 1 were only slightly stronger than them, not invincible. Thus many were filled with confidence. The Class 1 position seemed within reach. Before all Class 1 students had even arrived, an opportunist appeared. Fang Yan, I've heard you're hailed as the #1 freshman at Jingdu Martial Arts University. I, Wang Kai from Class 9, refuse to accept this and challenge you. The attention-seeker Wang Kai boldly blocked the entire Class 1, trying to position himself as the protagonist. Many snickered, their faces filled with contempt. Wang Kai, a nobody in the entire freshman year, and he dares to challenge the #1. Where does he get the nerve? Is it the Academy's mandatory dual rule that's gone to your head? Although students from other classes are required to accept challenges from Class 1, there's a preceding mandatory rule. Bai Shue stepped forward, taking the lead. Student Wang Kai, I, Bai Shue, challenge you. Ha ha ha. Facing Bai Shue's aggressive challenge, the entire plaza erupted in laughter. They knew of Bai Shue, beautiful and formidable. As for Wang Kai, he was some unknown figure who popped out of nowhere with no real ability to challenge Class 1, only a desire for fame. Despite this, many students looked on with gossipy curiosity. After all, such a beautiful girl stepped forward to shield Fang Yan. Faced with Bai Shue's counter-challenge, Wang Kai was completely stunned. He also knew the school rules. Regardless of who initiates, Class 1 always holds the right to challenge first. Wang Kai stammered, no wait. I'm challenging Fang Yan, not you. His words were flustered and incoherent. Bai Shue smiled sweetly, but I'm challenging you. Her coquettish tone made Fang Yan's skin crawl. And truly many men were into that kind of charm. Facing the challenge, Fang Yan remained unmoved, casting only a faint glance at his opponent, as if it had nothing to do with him. After all, even if a dozen of them were bundled together, they would be no match for him, let alone someone who issued the challenge merely for fame. Since that was the case, he might as well give him the fame he craved. Fang Yan gently patted Bai Shue's shoulder, signaling her to step back. Though he was grateful for her protection as a man of honor, he would never cower behind a woman. Most importantly, he was about to show off. You want to challenge me? Fang Yan glanced sideways at Wang Kai, his voice devoid of any emotion. Then sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he declared, anyone else who wants to challenge me, step forward. I, Fang Yan, accept all of you today. Faced with Fang Yan's provocation, many were eager to try, but the thought of his strength quickly dampened their spirits. It wasn't that they couldn't challenge him, but rather that challenging others offered better odds. As the renowned five-star General MacArthur once said, a wise man adapts to circumstances, and good steel must be used on the blade's edge. Those hoping to secure a spot in the top class naturally wouldn't waste their precious challenge opportunities. However, those without hope or those looking for a lucky break, their eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Since Fang Yan says so, count me in. I too would like to test the true strength of our cohort's number one. If you're challenging, then I will too. Exactly who's afraid of who? Within mere seconds, at least 1,000 students had expressed their desire to challenge Fang Yan. The entire freshman class numbered only 4,000, and this group accounted for a quarter of them. Fang Yan smiled. Back when they were being bullied by the sophomores during registration, only a few had the courage to step forward. Yet now so many dared to face him. It was quite unexpected. It showed just how little they thought of him. At the same time, the title of number one in the freshman class at Jingdu University carried significant weight. Since they wanted this head show them what true terror meant. All right. Fang Yan said 3 times, his tone calm. With this many people going one by one would take all day. So I will challenge all 1,000 of you at once. He uttered the most arrogant words in the calmest voice. Boom. The entire square erupted like a drop of water hitting a pan of hot oil. If anyone was arrogant, it was Fang Yan. Challenging 1,000 people single-handedly. If this got out, it would be a topic that defined an era. Arrogant. Indeed it was. Yet despite his audacity, every single one of the 1,000 challengers wore a grim expression. Which of them hadn't witnessed his battles? Who wouldn't be terrified by his world-shattering attacks? At that moment, someone gathered the courage to speak up. Classmate Fang Yan, as long as you don't use that terrifying explosive attack, we're not afraid of you. That's right, your attack is too monstrous. Without it, any one of us could fight you to a standstill. They still vividly remembered the cobalt bomb from before. Even the senior students couldn't withstand its terrifying power for more than a few seconds, so how could they possibly endure it? Throughout all his displays, Fang Yan had only showcased long-range attacks and nuclear weapons. They naturally assumed that without the nuclear bomb, his combat effectiveness would drop by at least half. The idea was sound, but they severely underestimated the power of technological civilization. Fang Yan didn't waste any words and nodded. Fine, I can forego the cobalt bomb. Any other requests? They hadn't expected Fang Yan to agree so readily, leaving them momentarily stunned. If he retained that attack, even if he couldn't win, he could at least take them all down with him. Against such overwhelming numbers, a draw would be a victory. Bai Shui, standing nearby, grew anxious upon hearing Fang Yan's easy agreement and urged him to retract his words. But Fang Yan ignored her as if he hadn't heard. Spilled water cannot be gathered, and once said words cannot be easily taken back. Moreover, against this group of weaklings, why would he even need the cobalt bomb? Refreshing. Our number one truly deserves the title. Since you're foregoing your terrifying explosive attacks, then we'll also hold back our long-range attacks. Right, we'll abandon our long-range attacks. Clearly there was a hidden agenda. It wasn't enough for Fang Yan to give up the cobalt bomb, they wanted him to give up his long-range attacks entirely. The hallmark of technological civilization was precisely its ultra-long-range, Bayan visual range attacks. This was an unchangeable trait of technological civilization and their most formidable method. Fang Yan sneered, fully aware of their little scheme. Wasn't it just long-range attacks? He could do without them. Fine, I also agree to forego long-range attacks. We'll only engage in close-quarters combat. Anyone who violates this rule will kneel on the arena. If they wanted to play, they'd play big. So what if he gave up technological civilization's greatest strength? It wasn't as if he lacked other means of attack. Can we start now? Start. We must start immediately. 1,000 faces broke into victorious smiles, each rubbing their hands in anticipation of crushing Fang Yan. Teacher, let's begin. It had to be said, Jingdu University, as a top-tier institution, could easily accommodate 1,000 participants in a single competition. As everyone was ready, they linked their optical computers and entered the battlefield. Despite the large number, it was only 2 opposing sides, so the battlefield wasn't very large. This also served to better control the arena and ensure a swift conclusion. Almost simultaneously, 1,000 divine domain gates opened. They were so densely packed that one could see dozens of gates within close proximity with the naked eye. At the same time, countless different races emerged from them, filling the entire battlefield. If one were to look down from above, they would see a chaotic, disordered battlefield. And these were all on the same side. They were facing only one person, Fang Yan. 1 against 1,000. Such an overwhelming number. Who else among the freshmen would dare to do such a thing? After all, no one else had such confidence in themselves, nor possessed such immense strength. But Fang Yan was different. He was filled with self-assurance. After this competition, no one would likely bother him again. His position in the top class would no longer be challenged. Settling it once and for all. Why not? Before Fang Yan even opened his own divine domain, he was already surrounded by numerous gates from his opponents. Over 1,000 figures materialized on the battlefield simultaneously. As they all flung open their domain gates, the sight was one of breathtaking grandeur. Since the battlefield itself had not expanded, one could spot dozens of these gates with the naked eye at every interval clustered together. Within a defined area, remaining concealed was an utter impossibility. At this moment, it was no exaggeration to say that Fang Yan was completely surrounded with enemies and their activated domain gates encircling him on all sides. Since stealth was futile, he chose instead to stand in the most conspicuous spot, drawing the attention of every adversary. Boom! In an instant, a colossal domain gate erupted into existence upon the battlefield, and its position was none other than high in the sky. So blatant, so ostentatious, who could possibly miss it? Facing these pathetic weaklings, Fang Yan saw no need for caution. They thought a few paltry agreements could limit his power. Absurd. Even restricted to cold weapons, he could cleave them all down. Immediately, many noticed the gate hovering in the air and began to converge upon it. Yet they were instantly dumbfounded. With him suspended in midair, and with ranged attacks forbidden, how in the world were they supposed to strike him? The very agreements meant to restrain Fang Yan now blatantly suppressed their own offensive capabilities. What were they to do? None of those nearby possessed flying units, and for a moment they were at a complete loss. Without ranged attacks, how could they possibly hit a target in the sky? If they were to break their prior agreement, Fang Yan would be perfectly justified in deploying his so-called cobalt bomb, and no one present could withstand its terrifying force. Frustrating. Maddening. Staring at the enemy, so close yet untouchable, they milled about in a panic. On Fang Yan's side, however, as the domain gate swung open, one mech after another strode forth. They did not fall, instead their thrusters ignited, holding them steady in the sky. Simultaneously, reconnaissance satellites were launched into the heavens. Though long-range attacks were forbidden, knowing the enemy's precise movements was still essential. This would allow for a more efficient slaughter. Indeed, slaughter. Over 1,000 challengers reduced to victims of a one-sided massacre, such a tale would make them all the laughingstock. Meanwhile, the mechs that had already arrived on the battlefield drew the alloy cold weapons strapped to their backs. A mech is the king of infantry. In close combat, they feared no one. Observing the nearby domain gates, they noted the warriors already amassed around them. Though they couldn't attack from a distance, they could wait at their leisure, fortify their defenses, and await Fang Yan's approach. However, these students gravely underestimated Fang Yan's power and the mech's might. Or perhaps they simply overestimated their own strength. 5 mech warriors each selected their target, stepping forth to engage a single domain gate on Yin-Energy. It was just like the start of the semester when a senior student had single-handedly swept through the opposing domains. Now history was repeating itself. Damn it. Is he mocking us? Sending only one against each of us. He's asking for death. Does he think we're still the undeveloped newcomers from the start of the term? We'll make sure he never leaves. We'll show him who we really are. In response to Fang Yan's arrangement, the nearby enemies seethed with fury. They acknowledged Fang Yan's strength, but this was a blatant insult. As the mechs hurtled towards their people, everyone assumed defensive stances. Everything was prepared, waiting for the enemy to walk right into the trap. Would it be a chick seeking death or a tiger descending the mountain? The answer was about to be revealed. Boom. The moment they clashed, the mech's immense kinetic force sent countless warriors flying. Bodies were flung about, limbs scattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. With that single simple charge, countless lives were extinguished. The mechs, however, protected by their electromagnetic shields, emerged completely unscathed. Not even their metallic armor was scratched. After just a few reckless charges back and forth, any semblance of a defensive formation was shattered, leaving only the wails of the wounded and the terror-stricken survivors. But would the mech warriors simply let them be? Obviously not. Their orders were to annihilate all who dared to invade. Every single life had to be ended. They swung their alloy blades relentlessly, reaping life after life. These students believed they had grown stronger over the past 3 months, unaware that Fang Yan had grown far more powerful. Cutting down their strongest domain warriors was as easy as slicing a watermelon. None could put up a fight, not even for a single exchange. They were outclassed not only in strength, but also in weaponry. The alloy weapons wielded by the mech warriors were far more than simple alloys. Every molecule within them had been meticulously rearranged. Like the water drop, their surfaces were perfectly smooth and utterly indestructible. This was why nothing could withstand a single cleave from their blades. Against weapons with perfectly aligned molecules, even the gaps between superparticles seemed vast. 5 mech warriors, 5 domain gates. It was a massacre, a naked one-sided slaughter. From beginning to end, the inhabitants of those 5 domains couldn't block a single attack. Holy crap! How is this possible? How is Fang Yan this monstrous? Unbelievable. Inconceivable. Whether it was those who initially challenged Fang Yan or the onlookers from afar, the outcome was a one-sided rout from the very first strike. They too were supposed to be geniuses, yet they were being beaten as badly. The shame was unbearable. Many secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't joined this group in challenging Fang Yan, or they would have been the ones suffering. Perhaps a honor versus 1,000 battle truly had a chance of succeeding. If that came to pass, how could these 1,000 people ever hold their heads up high at the academy again? There was sorrow for some and joy for others. Witnessing Fang Yan's dominant display by Shui watching from the side couldn't help but smile with gratification. As expected of the man she had chosen, truly formidable. The duel raged on with cold fusion reactors providing an endless supply of energy. The mech warriors tireless swung their great blades again and again, claiming life after life. With every passing second, several, or even dozens of enemies fell, turning into lifeless corpses on the ground. Against the mech warriors, they were slower, their reactions were too sluggish, and their weapons couldn't even leave a scratch on the mech's armor. One had to ask, how could they possibly fight this battle? Other than being slaughtered, what else could they do? It was brutal, a sight too horrific to behold. Those challengers were filled with nothing but regret. Why on earth had they thought to challenge Fang Yan? It was pure foolishness born of a hot head. Now they were utterly dejected. Fight! How could they continue? The two sides simply weren't on the same level. They couldn't even touch the enemy, so how could they fight on? Furthermore, the number of mechs in the sky was still increasing, now nearing 1,000. They couldn't handle even one, let alone this many. Indeed, Fang Yan, who had utterly defeated the senior students, was far from simple. Even without the cobalt bomb, and even with ranged attacks forbidden, he could rely on these mechs alone to hack them all to death. Slaughter. A sheer massacre. The mech warriors charged straight into the enemy's ranks as if entering uninhabited territory. Beasts, magic elements, and formidable Batliki warriors. All were cut down with a single stroke. No need for 99 editing, just one clean slice, and they were gone. They wanted to resist, to annihilate the mechs that had breached their lines, but they were hopelessly outmatched. The gap between them was too vast. So immense that numbers were meaningless, so decisive that this was destined to be a feast of carnage. Swift, ruthless, and precise. Every action spoke of the mech warriors' overwhelming might. Their sheer kinetic speed alone was enough to eliminate all foes, even those on guard. Add to that their indestructible weapons, electromagnetic shields that repelled attacks, and self-repairing nanoscale armor. Combined, they might not surpass the upper-tier demon god subjects in raw power, but they could certainly hold their ground for a considerable time. And when several mech warriors coordinated, enhancing their firearms and long-range attacks, they could already pose a threat to those upper-tier subjects. This was all benchmarked against the data of the upper-tier demon god from before. And now facing Fang Yan were these 5 opponents. The strongest among them was merely at the demigod level, perhaps even weaker. With such strength, how could they possibly contend with the mech warriors? If you're not slaughtered, who would be? It's over, completely over. Watching their subjects dwindle, they knew all hope was lost. It was truly finished. Victory was impossible. They couldn't even manage to take down this single invading enemy. If the slaughter continued, not a single subject would survive. After a long internal struggle, someone finally initiated a surrender, directly withdrawing from the simulated battlefield. It had reached a point where surrender was the only option. To continue would leave nothing but a bare divine domain gate, with nothing left to fight with. It was clear to anyone that this was a lost cause, so there was no point in persisting. Their investment was just the beginning, not the end. The 5 closest to Fang Yan, facing the cold-blooded massacre of the mech warriors, were all ejected from the battlefield, becoming the first batch of defeated contestants. Those slightly further away had not yet been reached. Seeing the divine domain gate hovering in midair, they began to rally their forces for battle. Little did they know their every move was already laid bare before the technological civilization. Every location on the battlefield where a divine domain gate was opened was exposed to the reconnaissance satellites. Counting them, there were nearly 1,000 gates, not one more, not one less. At this moment, they were like exposed maidens awaiting brutal violation. And how could Fang Yan make them wait too long? He had initially planned to let them consolidate their forces. But this was taking too slow. It was better to take the fight to them. All units attack. Leave no survivors, annihilate all enemies. At the command, the highest order was given. The mech legion, which had just emerged from the divine domain gate and was hovering in the sky, suddenly sprang into action. Cold fusion reactions ignited and thrusters spewed brilliant beams of energy. In an instant, the mechs turned into blurs. Guided by the reconnaissance satellites, they flew directly towards their targets. Flying through the air, they took the most direct route. Those that were close reached the enemy's positions in mere seconds, catching them completely off guard. As mech warriors descended from the sky, some students were caught completely unawares, instantly stunned into confusion. Fast. It was too fast. They only caught a glimpse of a blur in the sky before something unclean invaded their ranks. What the hell is that? It's like a giant rat suddenly got into the camp. In an instant, chaos erupted. Countless subjects lost their lives before they could even defend themselves. They died without even knowing who their enemy was. Only after the mech warriors had made several rapid charges and slowed down slightly did they get a look at the intruders. Is this Fang Yan's ironclad soldier? At the same time, many recognized the origin of their enemy. But how could it be this strong? It defied all logic. Fang Yan was formidable in long-range combat, possessing attacks like wholesale forbidden curses and even weapons capable of destroying the entire battlefield. But they never imagined his melee capabilities were also this devastating. What kind of divine domain was this being so all-encompassing? Long-range melee and devastating power. Any single aspect would be top tier for a divine domain, yet all were concentrated in one person, leaving everyone feeling suffocated. Even so, they didn't take the charging enemy too seriously. After all, it was 1,000 against 1. The advantage was theirs. Even if he had started strong, they believed their numerical superiority would secure a win. But that thought didn't last long as they watched their subjects being slaughtered, and their faces turned pale instantly. What kind of monster had they challenged? Were they sure Fang Yan had awakened his divine domain at the same time as them? The moment they made contact, they realized the gap between them was just too vast. Some still refused to give up, continuously deploying troops in a desperate attempt to overwhelm the mech warriors with sheer numbers. But it was useless. No matter how many they sent, they couldn't break through the defense. The entire simulated battlefield was a one-sided rout. Of course, a few performed admirably, at least managing to withstand the first wave of Fang Yan's assault. That was to be expected. With so many people, having a few with real strength wasn't surprising. But the vast majority were beginning to crumble. As the number of surrenders grew, waves of gasps echoed across the square. So strong, too strong. They're nothing but bullies, and they thought they could challenge the big shot Fang Yan. A pipe dream. Huh. They tried to restrict his attack methods at the start, and now they've lost all face. Weren't they looking for fame? Well, they got their wish. All 1,000 of them are now famous. The front page headlines tomorrow will be all about their glorious deeds. Faced with this situation, no one showed any sympathy. It was all pure mockery. After all, with their strength, these challengers had almost no chance of getting into Class 1. Since they were destined to be unknown, they might as well make a scene by challenging the top-ranked student. They just never expected Fang Yan to be such a freak. If only they had known this would happen, they wouldn't have started. Within just 10 minutes, at least half had already withdrawn. Around 500 were still struggling to hold on, either because they were far from Fang Yan or possessed some real skill. Satellite reconnaissance showed at least 100 were quite capable. Some even managed to suppress the mech warriors with special tactics for a time. But completely destroying them was a different matter. Even with full power output, the outer electromagnetic shield could withstand their attacks for a while. So their most effective tactic was to limit the mech speed. But did Fang Yan have only this one? Trying to match the technological civilization in numbers was a lesson in terror they'd soon learn. Being constantly suppressed was not a viable option. Then, calling headquarters 23 kilometers northeast, encountered a relatively powerful enemy requesting support. Calling headquarters 30 kilometers due west, encountered a relatively powerful enemy requesting support. Requesting support. Since they were being overwhelmed, why not call for reinforcements? If one wasn't enough, head bring 10. If 10 weren't enough, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Never challenge a technological civilization in numbers, because you simply cannot compete. Such mecha suits had a standard reserve of about 50 million. The active-duty mecha warriors numbered 10 million as well. At any need, within a few short days, the army could surge to 50 million. The 1,000 or so dispatched to the battlefield were merely a small battalion. A drop in the bucket, utterly negligible. What a technological civilization feared least was a contest of numbers and war potential. You have something, ooh, I have more and stronger. When the distress signal was received, the human command immediately dispatched massive reinforcements. Since they had called for help, sending 100 more to each location was not excessive. Instantly, they turned into streaks of afterimages racing toward the destination at tremendous speed. Almost there, keep pushing. Kill them. Their defenses are about to break. Victory belongs to my lord. We must fulfill the oracle given by my lord. A mecha warrior was caught in layers of encirclement, half his body, trapped by an unknown mud, unable to break free, preventing him from taking off and escaping the battlefield. Facing relentless attacks and being immobilized, he could not dodge and had to endure everything. He was on the verge of perishing right there. At that moment, over 100 identical mecha warriors appeared directly in the sky. Rescue arrived within mere tens of seconds. What? How is this possible? Seeing the sudden appearance of mecha warriors in the air, everyone showed disbelief. Dealing with one had already exhausted all their efforts. Now 100 appeared at once. Wasn't this sending them to their doom? How could they fight this battle? Before the enemies on the ground could react, the mecha warriors drew their battle blades and launched the attack. Like wolves among sheep, they took one life after another. The local people had some skills and decent strength. One mecha warrior could not defeat them, even dragging them into the mire. Given enough time, they could certainly wear down their opponent. But If one was not your match, what about 100? Even a one-sided massacre could not capture the speed at which the mecha warriors were killing. It was faster than mowing grass. Close to 5,000 enemies were all dead or wounded in less than a minute. In the face of absolute power, everything was futile. With the arrival of the second wave of mecha warriors, the entire battlefield held no more suspense. A very few performed well, but the other students under the steel tide of the technological civilization all met their end. At that moment, the technological civilization went berserk. They slashed at anyone they saw, killed anyone they met. As long as they encountered a living creature, they would even stomp ants to death and split caterpillars vertically in two. The remaining half of the students were rapidly dwindling. 400, 300, 200, 100. Now fewer than 50 remained. And this number was still decreasing. Every moment someone was being eliminated from the battlefield. The further along, the stronger the survivors. Otherwise, they could not have withstood the first wave of mecha attacks and the second wave of reinforcements. After all, Jingdu Martial Arts University was the top-ranked institution in China, enrolling only students with exceptional talent. Those who were eliminated were not weak. It was Fang Yan who was too strong. Had they been placed in an ordinary martial arts university, they would have been the overlords who crushed their peers. But this was Jingdu Martial Arts University, a gathering place of the finest talents. You are strong, but there are those even stronger. Facing the second wave of mecha attacks, some began to counterattack. Though casualties were heavy, Fang Yan's losses were also considerable. Through the system, watching the number of mecha losses, Fang Yan murmured to himself, I truly underestimated the talents of the world. How many mediocrities could enter Jingdu Martial Arts University? Facing the second batch of over 100 mecha warriors, they held nothing back. If they held back any longer, they would be eliminated with no chance even to cry. One by one, they revealed their trump cards, taking down mecha after mecha. Some even annihilated all the mecha warriors and began gathering power to launch a counteroffensive. But would Fang Yan give them that opportunity? Clearly not. If long-range attacks and nuclear weapons were not prohibited, he would have taken them out with a single shot. Since they had agreed beforehand, he naturally would not break the agreement, nor did he need to. If 100 mecha could be handled, then he would directly dispatch 10,000. In terms of numbers, he had never feared anyone. Moreover, now only 10 people remained on the battlefield, who among them the vast majority were barely holding on, and only 2 had annihilated all incoming enemies. The 2 seemed to be in decent condition, but only they knew the true state. Given this, he would overwhelm with sheer numbers, delivering an utterly crushing force. As for other close combat means of the technological civilization, Fang Yan did not intend to reveal them further, for now the mecha were more than sufficient. 100,000 mecha appeared on the battlefield once more through the divine realm gate of vast dark sea. As the saying goes, when people exceed 10,000 they stretch beyond the horizon, when they number 100,000 they cover the sky and earth. This scene perfectly validated the adage. The sky was filled with mecha warriors covering the entire heavens. The crowd in the square, seeing Fang Yan deploy such a massive number of mecha warriors, all showed astonishment. Damn, he has so many. One alone could slaughter me beyond recognition. With this many in unknown combat, he could sweep everything. None among the freshmen could match him. You seem to have forgotten that Fang Yan's strongest attack is not close combat. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, during his match against the sophomore, it was a war beyond visual range. And the attacks he unleashed were all devastating, from fireballs that devoured 100 meters in radius to blasts that turned hundreds of kilometers of simulated battlefield into nothingness. Such attacks were indeed far more powerful than the mecha warriors before them. At least in terms of attack range, the 2 were incomparable. The 10 still struggling to hold on probably could not even withstand a few ordinary fireballs. Though called ordinary, they were anything but. Even their forbidden spells and trump cards could not achieve such effects. A sense of helplessness welled up. The gap was too vast, leaving everyone devoid of any thought to challenge. Some students from Class 1 had originally wanted to spar with Fang Yan. Competitions could reveal one's weaknesses. But after seeing Fang Yan continuously deploy mecha warriors, they lost that idea. Though they were not afraid of facing a few, or even dozens, an endless stream of such powerful warriors was something no one could withstand. And this was not even counting his long-range explosions. As 100,000 mecha warriors poured onto the battlefield, the contest became a foregone conclusion, swiftly drawing to its end. Against Fang Yan's overwhelming numbers and the mecha warriors' fearless injury-for-injury tactics, their trump cards and killing moves now seemed utterly futile. A single mecha could annihilate a divine domain, and one warrior was equivalent to half an upper-tier god. How could they withstand such attrition? Perhaps to emphasize the gravity of the situation or to hasten the contest's conclusion, Fang Yan dispatched 100,000 units against each of the 10 remaining divine gates. This meant each opponent faced 10,000 foes. The 8 who were already barely holding on were instantly overwhelmed. Their subjects fell without putting up much of a fight. Even the two who had performed the best now appeared strained and faltering. After a single charge by the mecha warriors, their fighting strength was halved. Their power dwindled further with each passing moment, and continuing this war of attrition would only lead to surrender. They were at their wits' end. Every trump card, every killing move, and their strongest fighters had all been deployed. Their efforts yielded some results, claiming a few mecha warriors. But there were simply too many. Wave after wave stretching endlessly, they had no idea of the enemy's true numbers. The more they resisted, the more insurmountable the foe seemed, and the more they felt Fang Yan's overwhelming power. Perhaps they should never have challenged Fang Yan from the start. There's no cure for regret, or they would have taken a dose. 1,000 challenging one and being utterly crushed. If word got out, it would be a complete disgrace to the freshmen of the Capital University Martial Arts Academy. However, the one who was challenged was also a student of the Capital University Martial Arts Academy. Oh, well, that makes it all right. It was just a friendly spar between schoolmates. Oh, victory and defeat are common affairs. The academy cultivates prodigies, and prodigies cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Being a tiny bit stronger is perfectly normal. Under the relentless charges of the mecha warriors, the last two remaining opponents could hold out no longer and immediately signaled their surrender. With their capitulation, this utterly mismatched contest came to a definitive end. 1-0-0-0-1. Contrary to everyone's expectations, having superior numbers didn't guarantee victory. Some weren't even qualified to be cannon fodder. Under the savage onslaught of technological civilization, at least half of them were completely incapable of resistance. Another portion put up only token resistance before capitulating. Only a rare few refused to yield to the end. As the saying goes, the more you struggle, the more exciting it gets. Fang Yan simply used his swarm tactics, forcing the final two to surrender. When Fang Yan's divine sense returned, everyone in the square had fervent light blazing in their eyes. Powerful, incredibly powerful. Awesome. Voice cracking, no one knew who shouted it first, but that instantly cracking tone conveyed a raw, heart-wrenching emotion. It perfectly matched the moment, immediately resonating with the entire crowd. Awesome. 1,000 words couldn't express their feelings as clearly as these two. Incredible, absolutely incredible. To defeat 1,000 challengers single-handedly. What formidable strength. Many had previously advised Fang Yan against such arrogance, saying you're strong, but not to that extent. Better safe than sorry. They didn't realize it wasn't arrogance at all. It was pure confidence, absolute faith in his own abilities. Following Fang Yan's victory, news of the event spread across the entire academy within minutes. Only the fourth-year seniors, perhaps far away, would get the news a bit later. But the second and third-year seniors learned of it almost immediately, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? A freshman challenging 1,000 of his peers and winning. How long have they been developing? At most a little over 5 months, just past the beginner phase. The time within their divine domains would be around 2,000 years. With almost identical development time, how could such a vast gap exist to accomplish this impossible feat? When they learned the challenger was Fang Yan, many seniors showed looks of sudden realization. Fang Yan was now famous, and they knew about the attack methods contained within his divine domain. If he could use forbidden cataclysm-level attacks without restriction, it might be possible. However, they didn't know that Fang Yan's victory was achieved purely with cold weapons, one slash at a time. Since they weren't there to witness, it let them harbor their misconceptions. As the cheers in the square gradually subsided, Fang Yan faced the assembled students and asked calmly, "Does anyone else wish to challenge me?" Silence. Still silence. At this point, only someone with a mental defect would consider challenging Fang Yan. Competing against someone of similar strength is the best way to test one's abilities, allowing you to identify weaknesses through real combat. But competing against someone 10, 100, or 1,000 times stronger, you gain nothing but a beating. They were self-aware and had no desire to be humiliated or become famous for being beaten. Seeing no response for a long time, Fang Yan scanned the crowd and said, "If no one wants to challenge me, you'll be on my way. Boss, please leave, this place can't contain you anymore. Who would dare challenge you? That's like looking for trouble in a latrine with a lamp, courting disaster. Boss, get off the stage quickly. I still need to challenge students from other classes, they don't hog the spot." They had absolutely no interest in challenging Fang Yan, but their constant urging for him to leave was a bit too obvious. Fang Yan didn't mind the students teasing and jumped down from the stage. He exchanged a few brief words with the beautiful instructor, said goodbye to his classmates, and departed. Since no one was going to challenge him, there was no point in staying. As for watching others compete to learn limited experience, it was better to gain it through direct combat. Besides, Fang Yan was indeed preparing for real combat. His technological civilization's arsenal was already overflowing, with warehouses bursting at the seams. Some supplies were spilling out, and if he didn't use them soon, they would likely become obsolete. It was also a good time to visit the myriad race's tower again, having been away for 3 months, to diminish the prestige of other races. Of course, he could also earn some extra income on the side. His recent development had consumed a significant amount of source energy, leaving his reserves nearly depleted. In total, Fang Yan now had less than 100 points of source energy, enough for only 4 days of use. If he didn't earn more soon, he wouldn't be able to sustain himself. Without investing resources, the time in his divine domain would sync with reality. If that happened, others might catch up to his strength with just a tiny bit more effort. This was why those who awakened their divine domains typically needed sponsorship. One step behind meant being left behind at every step. Fortunately, Fang Yan didn't need to worry. His 3 months' worth of allowance was still unclaimed, totaling over 2,000 source energy points, enough to sustain his development for a while. Following his memory, he soon arrived at the Myriad Race's tower. Compared to his first visit, it was noticeably more bustling now, with many sophomore and junior seniors lingering there to observe. Perhaps it was because of the start of the semester that it had been so empty before. Through observation, people could be seen periodically emerging from the Myriad Race's tower. Their expressions varied, some joyful, some sorrowful, making the results of their trials evident without needing to guess. Fang Yan wasted no time and strode directly into the tower. With a dizzying swirl, he found himself once again on the vast plaza, countless races appearing before his eyes. Regrettably, he did not encounter any exotic scenery as he had last time. Fang Yan silently gave it a thumbs down. Having been away for so long, he actually missed it, and wondered if those races he had dominated were prepared for his return. At the same time, he murmured inwardly, and a stream of data appeared before his eyes. Name: Fang Yan. Race: human. Divine domain: awakening time 161 days. Battles 17. Win rate 100. Aside from the significantly increased awakening time, nothing else had changed. That perfect win rate remained as conspicuous as ever, and it would continue to be maintained. Challenge. Fang Yan had come to challenge the myriad races of the world, and almost immediately after reviewing his stats, he initiated a match. Opponent's divine domain: awakening 1,000 days. Human Fang Yan versus zombie race butcher. Death is real, please cherish your subjects. Do you wish to participate? Right from the start, he was dealt a harsh blow. He had been directly matched against a zombie race member who had awakened for 1,000 days, which was the absolute maximum time limit for entering the tower. Any longer, and they wouldn't be allowed in. This was utterly unfair. Fang Yan had only awakened his divine domain for 161 days, a difference of more than 6-fold. Of course, the greater the disparity, the more origin power he would gain from victory. If he won this time, he would obtain at least over 900 points of origin power. The reward wasn't the primary concern, though. What Fang Yan really wanted to know was whether this zombie race had any connection to the zombies he knew of. Participate, he murmured, and in the next instant, he was transported directly to the battlefield. What followed was a nearly identical routine: opening the divine domain gate, deploying reconnaissance satellites, and constructing simple defensive fortifications around the gate. Once all this was done, all that remained was to wait patiently. He waited for the reconnaissance satellite to pinpoint the enemy's exact location, allowing for an over-the-horizon attack. By repelling the enemy from afar and avoiding direct contact, casualties could be minimized. It had to be said, this battlefield was noticeably different from previous ones. Based on the satellite's feedback, the area was at least dozens of times larger, if not more. Consequently, the enemy's position couldn't be located immediately. At that moment, an anomaly occurred. The reconnaissance satellite seemed to suffer a fatal blow, losing its signal and plummeting from an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. What's going on? A reconnaissance method that had never failed before had now been thwarted. And it was attacked at such a high altitude. How had the enemy managed that? Fang Yan wore a puzzled expression. Without hesitation, the human side launched 3 more reconnaissance satellites, sending them skyward from different directions. Simultaneously, a large number of reconnaissance drones were dispatched for a sweeping search. Centered on the divine domain gate, an oversized electromagnetic protective shield was activated at full power. Before the enemy could even be located, the human side had already lost a reconnaissance satellite. Though it seemed insignificant, it could very well have exposed their position, forcing the human command to exercise extreme caution. As the 3 reconnaissance satellites once again reached the tens of thousands of meters altitude, their optical telescopes rapidly unfolded to scan the areas most likely to have launched the attack. Found them. As the lenses continuously adjusted, they finally located the enemy's position. However, something was amiss. Before the human side could confirm again, this satellite was also struck and crashed from the sky, though it had managed to fulfill its mission. What happened? What kind of attack did they use? We didn't even notice. Quick zoom in on the footage we just captured. Subsequently, a clear image appeared before everyone's eyes. They saw one of the creatures, as if sensing something, look up towards the sky. Keep zooming and slow down the footage. Finally, the human side noticed a subtle difference and quickly issued orders. Have the other 2 reconnaissance satellites also aim their lenses here. As the satellite lenses rotated, they saw these creatures again. But there was also a corpse on the ground. With the incredibly high resolution, they could clearly see the face, even every pore. Isn't that the one that looked up at the sky just now? He's dead. Just as the humans were bewildered, another satellite lost contact. Clearly, it had also been attacked. However, the last satellite on the human side captured the corresponding footage simultaneously. I understand. One of them exclaimed with excitement, continuing, "These creatures possess a special ability. They can sense when they are being observed, and through a life-for-life exchange they cause the observer, whether person or object, to die along with them." With that explanation, many wore expressions of sudden realization. It all made sense now. This was why the human side lost a reconnaissance satellite, while the enemy lost one of their own. But what a bizarre ability it was. Not only could they perceive being observed, but they could also retaliate without even knowing the enemy's location. This was truly a first, like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Quick, have the last satellite turn its lens away before it gets sensed. The human side reacted swiftly, but it was already too late. The last satellite in the sky also lost contact, and its fate was obvious without guessing. This ability of theirs was special, but it seemed they weren't numerous judging from the feedback received earlier. In that case, the solution was simple: overwhelm them with sheer numbers. Launch 10 more reconnaissance satellites. I refuse to believe they have more of these special creatures than we have satellites. When it came to tech, quantity was its own quality. In less than a minute, 10 reconnaissance satellites were hovering again at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Almost simultaneously, they were all aimed at the enemy's direction. You want to sense things? Go ahead, sense this. One by one, satellites lost contact, but when only 4 remained, the enemy seemed to run out of steam. Clearly, these creatures were insufficient in number and could no longer launch attacks. "Hey, where's their spatial divine domain?" someone asked, pointing out a puzzle based on the high-definition video relayed by the satellites. Normally, there should be a divine domain gate near the race's population. Otherwise, how did these enemies even get here? Despite continuous scanning, they couldn't find it. No wonder something fell off from the start. In previous battles, it was always about rushing in headfirst. Kill all the enemies and victory was assured. Now they were facing an enemy with a completely different approach. This was the first time in Fang Yan's history that he had been unable to quickly locate the enemy's main base. Since there was no divine domain gate, why did such a massive number of enemies appear? According to statistics gathered from satellite feedback data, there were at least 100,000 of them. It was not just vast, it was overwhelmingly colossal. Their appearance bore a striking 7 or 8 out of 10 resemblance to the zombies seen in Fang Yan's recordings, but their strength was undoubtedly greater. Their speed and physical build made their superiority evident at a glance. Combined with the transmitted data, their relative strength could be easily analyzed. Within the zombie horde, aside from a small number that possessed an upright stance, the rest were various animals. Some were quite common, but many more were of species never seen before, bizarre and grotesque in every conceivable way. Continue reconnaissance. We must find their divine domain gate. Not a moment of vigilance could be relaxed until it was located. Moreover, judging by the current circumstances, it was clear the opposing deity possessed formidable intelligence or perhaps strategic cunning. The human command center did not remain idle, swiftly issuing orders. Directive 3: reconnaissance planes to the due north are to fly 50 kilometers ahead. Upon reaching the designated point, they are to release their swarms and initiate a suicide attack. Directive: conduct a sweeping search centered on the point 50 kilometers due north. Since the enemy's lair could not be located quickly, the immediate course of action was to eliminate the first wave of enemies entirely. 100,000 lives lost. One had to wonder if the enemy would grieve for them. If this race reproduced as prolifically as zombies, they likely felt nothing at all. As long as they had enough subordinate subjects, they could transform as many into the zombie race as they wished. 100,000 was a drop in the bucket. Even 1,000,000,000 might merely be a large number to them, a sacrifice that wouldn't even warrant a blink. As for why they didn't simply blanket this group with artillery fire, the command center had its reasons. Setting aside other factors, the mere risk of revealing their own position was enough to stay their hand. With the enemy's lair still unknown, they dared not expose themselves so recklessly. It was akin to the law of the dark forest. Whoever makes the first move may be the first to die. Everything proceeded under a veil of intense, nerve-wracking tension. The reconnaissance planes neared their target, their belly hatches slowly opening. Palm-sized drones were rapidly deployed from within. In an instant, over 100 drones were cast into the air. Such minuscule objects. Who would pay them any mind unless they were specifically looking? Palm-sized, a mere 10 or so centimeters across, they would be nearly invisible from any distance. These newly deployed drones were in a dormant state, their systems inactive, and they began to plummet toward the ground under the pull of gravity. As soon as all 3 reconnaissance planes had finished their deployment, the falling swarm abruptly halted its descent as their propulsion systems activated in a flash. Under the control of the ground crew, they sped towards their predetermined destinations. In an instant, they achieved a terrifying velocity. The naked eye couldn't track them, Only the faint, fleeting sound of their passage through the air indicated that something was there. Within a mere 3 seconds they arrived above the enemy. At that moment the assembled swarm dispersed rapidly. As if pre-programmed, each drone positioned itself 200 meters from the next, layering their paths to form a dense web that blanketed the entire area. Everything was in readiness. Without a moment's hesitation they launched their attack. The swarm, upon receiving the command, descended rapidly. They came to an abrupt halt just 10 meters above the ground. Then a cold glint of light appeared first, followed by boom. Huge fireballs hundreds of meters across erupted into existence, and the violent explosions thundered across the sky and earth. The blinding light was too intense to look at, forcing eyes shut. The instantaneous blast engulfed everything within a 20-kilometer radius. No matter what it was swallowed whole. When the firelight faded, the 100,000 zombie horde that had been there vanished without a trace. Only the searing heat and hardened soil remained. Everything else had been reduced to nothingness, scattered as invisible molecules. Even against a nuclear bombardment the zombie race was found wanting. They couldn't hold on for even a second, utterly annihilated. At that moment the entire battlefield fell into a silent stalemate. The humans couldn't find the enemy's lair, and the enemy, hidden somewhere, watched and schemed, planning its next move. Apart from the reconnaissance planes constantly circling overhead, there was no other sign of activity. A quarter of an hour passed with no further discoveries. What's going on? Where are the zombies? They're a patient race. This is the first time we've encountered such a situation. Continue to intensify reconnaissance efforts. We must not be caught off guard. We must also be patient. If they don't move, we don't move. Here death was absolute, and every action required caution, for the line between life and death was often a razor's edge. As time wore on, the enemy still showed no signs of emerging. The human side had long since constructed a three-dimensional map of the entire battlefield, analyzing it countless times. Yet no matter what method they employed, they could not locate the enemy's traces. It was as if they had vanished into thin air. Even if they had been frightened by the attack and chose to surrender, the system would have sent a notification. But there was no such notification, and they couldn't find the enemy, leaving them with no clear course of action. Even Fang Yan's brows were knit so tightly they nearly met a look of deep gravity on his face. The human command center spoke. This stalemate isn't a solution. Let's all think of ways to force them out. I say we just do a carpet bombing. I refuse to believe they can hide from that. Carpet bombing is too inefficient. Would need cobalt bombs or antimatter bombs. If they're hiding several hundred meters underground, low-yield weapons won't work, and high-yield ones would be disastrous for us too. It's just not worth it. How about we use a three-dimensional simulation model, build a replica of our main base, and make a lot of noise to bait them into attacking? Everyone offered their own suggestions. The more aggressive faction had a one-word strategy: rush and head first. They wanted to use the weapons of their technological civilization to conduct indiscriminate attacks and force the enemy out. Of course, there was also a more strategic faction. In the end, they decided to use the three-dimensional modeling to lure the enemy out, as it was the relatively safer option. If that failed, they would have no choice but to resort to brute force. Subsequently, a black box 1 cubic meter in size was transported through the Divine Domain gate. It was carried by a small transport plane to a location over 100 kilometers away and then deployed. After landing smoothly, the black box received its command and began to transform, morphing into a special mechanical device. It bore a slight resemblance to a projector, yet was fundamentally different. A faint light emanated from it, forming a Divine Domain gate. However, this gate was clearly a fake, appearing as a mere illusion. But as time passed, the illusion grew increasingly solid until it was indistinguishable from the real thing. From a distance, it was impossible to tell them apart. Even up close, without touching it, one couldn't discern the difference. Three-dimensional imaging technology aimed to turn the virtual into the real. Of course, this reality was not true reality, but only a visual semblance. At least it looked indistinguishable from the genuine, making it impossible to tell apart. Why not use a 3D printer to directly fabricate a tangible existence? First, there was no need. The primary goal was to lure the enemy, making them discover the target first and launch a massive assault. Creating an illusory presence was enough. Second, a 3D printer would need to be sized according to the object it printed. The Divine Domain gate was tens of meters in both width and height. Hauling a 3D printer of that scale was an unnecessary trouble. Moreover, the divine essence contained within the Divine Domain gate could never be printed. A real-time virtual projection was far more authentic. As the Divine Domain gate materialized, the human command center subsequently appeared in the open space. Mecha warriors and armored vehicles emerged one after another, ultimately replicating a perfect defensive fortification. From a distance, it looked like a genuine scene. The physical form was present, but it still lacked life. These illusory objects stood motionless, and a sharp-eyed observer could easily tell they were fake. Through manual manipulation, the human figures and machines within slowly began to move. Eventually, they resembled real troop movements pacing back and forth without any flaw. After completing this, a massive electromagnetic shield enveloped everything. This was why only a solid-seeming phantom was needed. Even if the enemy had abilities to discern reality, the outermost electromagnetic shield was real, and if it was real, that spoke for itself. Thus it appeared both real and flawless. All preparations were ready. It was time to stir up commotion and let the hidden enemies know of this location. Several reconnaissance aircraft prepared long ago flew low around the areas, circling and scouting, emitting piercing sounds. At the periphery of the electromagnetic shield, dozens of old artillery pieces were neatly arranged. Almost simultaneously, they fired blindly in all directions. The deafening roar carried for dozens of kilometers. The explosions from the shells landing could also be heard far away, attracting the enemy's attention. If the opponent truly possessed great wisdom, they could deduce the location from the trajectory of the shells. After all, shells propelled by gunpowder explosions had a normal speed of only 1 to 2 kilometers per second. This speed was nothing to races that had awakened the Divine Domain for 1,000 days. With a little observation, they could easily determine the firing point through the principle of the shells. The cannons roared, the reconnaissance planes circled overhead, creating as much noise as possible. Meanwhile, everyone in the human command center held their breath, watching all the images fed back by reconnaissance satellites, hoping to detect any unusual signs and thus locate the enemy. Unfortunately, the projected images showed no significant changes throughout. Still, it remained calm. This continued for a long time. Suddenly, a horde of zombie kind appeared from nowhere, all gathering not far from the false base. The humans immediately detected them. They're here. Haha, the enemy couldn't hold back and sent a massive force to attack the fake base. I thought they'd be cowards hiding forever. On the human side, there was joy of victory. After all this acting, they had finally lured the enemy out. The bait plan was a resounding success. Judging by the scale, the number was no less than 1 million. If this zombie army was wiped out, the enemy would likely choose to surrender. After all, in the 10,000 races Tower Challenge, death was real death. Dragging it out only depleted their own strength. All personnel prepare to evacuate. Repeat, all personnel prepare to evacuate. Facing the sudden assault, the false base had few people, making evacuation simple. By the time everyone had left, the zombies had only just reached the perimeter, blocked by the electromagnetic shield, unable to advance. Before long, the area around the electromagnetic shield was packed with a dark mass. They swung their weapons trying to break through, but it was impossible in the short term. After all, the shield was powered by a high-power controlled nuclear fusion source, making its defense extremely formidable. Unless they could shatter it in one blow and cut off the energy supply, sheer attrition would not wear it down quickly. For every bit of energy they consumed, the shield instantly replenished. Either the power source would be completely drained or the enemy's energy would be exhausted first. In any case, even after the humans had evacuated dozens of kilometers away, the zombies still hadn't breached the shield. Every move here was under human surveillance. Truly a brainless horde. Can't even break an electromagnetic shield. It seems we were overly cautious. These trash aren't even worth a frontal slaughter by our mecha warriors. Faced with the zombie kind's incompetence, the humans grew arrogant. They couldn't be blamed. The enemy's performance was truly disappointing. Is that all? Alright, our personnel have withdrawn to a safe zone. Prepare to detonate the nuclear bomb. The command staff were relaxed, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But then, the entire base suddenly blared with alarms, a piercing sound that penetrated every ear. What's happening? Why is the alarm going off? Did the enemy attack? Faced with this sudden situation, many were startled. But they were the elite among elites, quickly calming down to find out what was happening. Sir, our base is surrounded by a large number of unknown creatures rapidly approaching. They are now less than 5 kilometers from the base. Counterattack immediately. All personnel enter combat status and engage in indiscriminate attack. A classic feint. The enemy had outmaneuvered them. The command had just mocked the enemy's weakness and stupidity, only to be slapped in the face so quickly. Everything before had been the enemy's strategy. Attacking the fake base was a decoy. The real target was the actual base. This was all premeditated, yet no one among them had considered it. Damn it. A lion should use its full strength even against a rabbit, but the humans had underestimated their foe. Such hubris. Perhaps their unbroken streak of victories had led to this outcome. Even Fang Yan let out a frustrated sigh. He had learned a lesson: never underestimate the myriad of races in the vast world. But how had the enemy managed this? Under the constant surveillance of reconnaissance satellites and aircraft, the enemy had managed to reach the edge of the base before being detected. Truly baffling. They seemed to appear out of nowhere. The first wave of nearly 100,000 zombies had also appeared suddenly, without passing through the Divine Domain gate. The second time at the fake base, they appeared out of nowhere. Now again the same. Even a fool would realize that they could evade visual detection and even optical wave scanning. Moreover, the zombie kind had no biological energy signature, making them equally undetectable. Countless zombie hordes materialized out of nowhere, stretching as far as the eye could see. An endless pitch-black sea with no boundary in sight. There were simply too many of them. Even by naked eye estimate, their numbers exceeded 100,000. And beyond that, they extended infinitely, merging with the horizon itself. The sudden zombie assault indeed caught humanity off guard. Yet there was no panic, no trace of fear. Their numbers were vast, overwhelming, but humanity's technological civilization had never feared quantity. Even if the enemy were 10 times or 100 times more numerous, it would make no difference. It was merely a difference between 1 and 0. As the charge bugle sounded, both sides launched their attacks. The zombie legions moved first, unleashing long-range assaults. Countless unknown forms of energy streaked from their rear lines, their speed exceeding the limits of what the naked eye could track. These energies slammed into the electromagnetic shield, triggering violent explosions that sent ripple after ripple of shockwaves across its surface. Under such ferocious bombardment, the shield seemed to teeter on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, it held, barely repelling the zombie horde's first wave. Humanity was not idle either. They recalled reconnaissance aircraft to headquarters to coordinate the next phase, while deploying various offensive weapon systems ready to strike at a moment's notice. The moment the shield dropped would be their time to shine. Meanwhile, countless swarm drones rose into the sky, blanketing the air in a dense, buzzing cloud. They hovered, poised to dive at the enemy in suicidal strikes. Report. The second electromagnetic shield is fully deployed and active within the first. Shall we deactivate the outer shield and commence counterattack? Damn right, hit them back. The zombie legions had been pounding them for a while, and the command center was seething with pent-up fury. Since they could strike back, there was no hesitation. All units, the first electromagnetic shield is about to go down. On my signal, unleash indiscriminate fire on the enemy. I repeat, all units. Every soldier clenched their fists, waiting for the final moment. Fire. The instant the shield deactivated, the antimatter cannons led the charge. A single blast created a black hole-like vortex spanning several kilometers, devouring everything in its path. Any enemy caught within that radius, regardless of strength, was instantly erased from existence. Following close behind, the swarm drones accelerated to their maximum speed, streaking straight toward the zombie legions. At this point, there was no need for designated target routes. All they had to do was reach the enemy's airspace and detonate. There was no risk of missing the target, for the zombies below were so numerous, it was utterly horrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs erupted across the battlefield. Their brilliant glow, like miniature suns, illuminated the entire land. The searing heat raised the battlefield's temperature by several degrees, and at the epicenter of each blast, it reached a staggering 10,000 degrees. At such temperatures, even solid iron would melt into molten slag and instantly vaporize. Under this barrage of large-scale attacks, vast voids appeared within the zombie ranks. Despite their overwhelming numbers, they struggled to fill these gaps, which directly hampered their charge's momentum. The vanguard leading the charge was obliterated into nothingness by the relentless onslaught of weaponry. The nearest zombie, which had been a mere 5 kilometers from the human base, was pushed back to a distance of 10 kilometers after a single wave of attacks. The enemies within that range weren't repelled. They were completely annihilated by humanity's firepower. In this moment, technological civilization bared its fangs in full. Only after tasting pain does one truly learn what suffering means. The zombie legions changed their tactics, abandoning the dense tide-like charge. This time, each zombie was spaced tens of meters apart, creating a sparse formation. Only after adjusting their formation did they resume their assault on the human base. However, this new formation seemed somewhat ineffective during the charge. At the same time, from deep within the zombie rear lines, another barrage of energy attacks was launched recklessly toward the human base, attempting to cover their advancing comrades. In addition to the ground forces, an aerial contingent was also assembling, preparing for a final push. It was clear that the zombie legions were not only vast in number, but also remarkably diverse in composition, a rare sight. They had forces for the skies and the ground, for close combat and long-range attacks, almost everything. But would humanity give them the chance? The surprise attack had already given them a scare. If they let the enemy succeed again, they might as well find a block of tofu to bash their heads in. Antimatter cannons blast the densest clusters of enemies. Swarm drones, all units launch. Fly to their rear lines and give the enemy no chance to catch their breath. Watch out for their aerial units. Don't let a single one through. Move it, get moving. No matter how many enemies there were, could they outnumber the weapons of a technological civilization? Even in a one-for-one trade, they'd wipe them all out. Everyone sprang into action, and the war escalated into a full-blown frenzy. The zombie horde suffered massive casualties, and the more they fought, the further they were pushed back, now over 20 kilometers from the human base. On humanity's side, they were just getting into the swing of things. There was a certain thrill in close-quarters combat, a stark contrast to the previous ultra-long-range engagements, where enemies rarely got close enough to threaten their doorstep. The war raged on, but intelligence gathering never ceased for a moment. As their understanding deepened, it became clear that the zombie legions possessed some creature or device capable of jamming their reconnaissance. The zombies that had been hidden from view earlier now appeared in full on the surveillance satellite screens. Their numbers were estimated in the hundreds of millions. Hundreds of millions of zombies. You really don't mess around starting off on such a grand scale, dispatching your subjects by the hundreds of millions. Many other divine realms, even after developing for the same amount of time, couldn't boast such numbers. Could it be that these weren't the original inhabitants, but rather assimilated subjects? That was highly plausible. In a war against the zombie race, your own numbers would dwindle while theirs grew until everyone you fought had turned into the enemy. Who wouldn't be baffled by that? With such overwhelming numbers, conventional weapons might not cut it. Several dozen medium-yield nuclear warheads were transported through the Divine Realm Gate. When dealing with a race like this, nothing else would do. Nuke them into submission. The reconnaissance aircraft that had been on patrol returned, and upon seeing the sea of zombies below, they immediately opened fire. The swarm drones turned into fireballs engulfing areas over 100 meters wide. Like harbingers of death, they left nothing but scorched earth in their wake, reaping countless lives. While the reconnaissance aircraft drew the zombies' attention, the dozens of nuclear warheads were set up, their coordinates locked. Everything was ready. Ding! The zombie race butcher has surrendered. You have gained 920 source points. Upon hearing the system notification, Fang Yan was completely stunned. What the hell? My subjects were just about to hit you with something big, and you choose to surrender now. He never saw it coming. Never in a million years. Just when he had the beauty pinned down ready to get down to business, you had to go and wake up. Who could endure that? Had already dropped his pants, and then this happens. There is an ancient Chinese saying, a wise man submits to the circumstances. Perhaps the zombie race also realized the gap between them and chose to surrender. But this, not only Fang Yan, but even the entire human command, was nearly furious. They wished they could personally take the field and mow down every last zombie outside. Just when the excitement was peaking, they had to go and end it. Even if he agreed, how could the others? If it weren't for the severe punishment for attacking after a surrender, they would have launched a few nuclear warheads to give them a taste of their own medicine. This is infuriating. Back in the square, Fang Yan grew angrier the more he thought about it, and let out an unwilling roar. Despicable, utterly despicable. They were in the middle of a good fight. No clear victor had emerged, so why on earth did they surrender? From start to finish, he had only annihilated over 10 million of their citizens. Compared to the over 100 million they brought to battle, that was merely a drop in the bucket. No, I can't swallow this anger. I need to find someone to vent on. Continue the challenge. Since he couldn't fight the zombie race anymore, he would have to direct his fury at the next opponent. Opponent's divine domain awakened for 998 days. Human race Fang Yan versus angel race Qi Yin. Death is permanent. Please cherish your respective citizens. Do you wish to participate? Huh. Fang Yan showed a surprised expression, not expecting to be matched against the angel race. This was an extremely powerful race renowned throughout the universe, with few races able to stand on equal footing with them. If it weren't for their extremely scarce numbers, they might have been able to rule the entire universe. Fortunately, they were a relatively peace-loving race with no desire for universal dominion. As the textbooks said, every angel possessed exceptionally formidable combat power. One suppressing an entire race was indeed a reality. In the past, the angel race had helped humanity. They single-handedly suppressed several races, allowing humanity to develop slowly. To this day, humanity boasts 3 supreme gods. The bioengine renowned across the universe was unique to the angel race, using oneself as an engine to continuously provide energy, reaching terrifying levels of power. Although the demon race could contend with the angel race, it was only through sheer numbers. In unknown combat, the demon race wouldn't stand a chance. Since they encountered them, there was no room for timidity. Then let me Fang Yan witness the legendary angel race. I accept. As Fang Yan agreed, the world spun, and he was transported directly to the battlefield. Before Fang Yan could even open his divine domain gate, a brilliant light shone in the sky ahead. The angel race had revealed their position from the start. Just as always, Fang Yan's spiritual sense stirred, and in an instant he arrived at the destination, opening his divine domain gate in midair, just like the angels. Immediately, several figures stepped out from each side. An angel flew over and stood at an angle above the human delegation. She wore silver armor, her golden hair tied back, her exquisite face unforgettable at first glance. Her icy demeanor was like a mountain of frost, keeping others at a distance. The combination created the feeling of an icy beauty. Seeing the few mech warriors emerging from the human side, she finally spoke. I didn't expect a human race awakened for only 161 days to be matched with me. Clearly the tone was not that of a citizen, but the deity behind her. The deity had directly possessed this citizen to converse with Fang Yan. This was a form of divine power application. Of course Fang Yan could do it too. Fang Yan of the human race greetings to Qi Yin of the angel race. Fang Yan showed the opponent due respect. After all, the angel race had historically helped humanity survive several extinction-level disasters. The textbooks detailed this race and instructed that proper respect should always be given when encountered. Human boy, it seems your strength is remarkable, challenging me just 161 days after your divine domain's awakening. I wonder what divine domain you've awakened. Among all races, only humans have diverse divine domains. Do I recall someone once awakened an angel race divine domain? Enough thinking, human, let's have a bout. Suddenly the entire aura of the angel Qi Yin changed. Her previous lazy demeanor vanished, replaced by sharpness and arrogance. Facing Qi Yan's challenge, Fang Yan also wanted to test his strength, but ultimately shook his head. In single combat, few races could match the angels. Even in a group fight, they wouldn't win. Fang Yan was no exception. Seeing the human before her decline her challenge, Qi Yin frowned. What's this, human? Do you look down on me, Qi Yin, and refuse my challenge? Seeing her misunderstanding, Fang Yan quickly explained. No, my awakened divine domain isn't suited for single combat, but rather for using machinery. As he spoke, one of his companions pulled the trigger. Viru. An antimatter rifle instantly fired a beam of energy, which exploded 10 kilometers away, creating an energy black hole nearly 100 meters in size. Qi Yin looked at the black hole in the distance, then flashed and arrived at its edge in an instant. So fast. Even with his smart AI-assisted tracking, he almost failed to keep up with her movements. Such speed rivaled the velocity of an electromagnetic rifle's projectile. So this was the angel race's bioengine, truly formidable. Indeed, no angel was simple. Qi Yin stood before the black hole, gazing at the raging energy within, a deep wariness in her eyes. She wasn't yet capable of withstanding such an attack without injury. No wonder he could be matched with an opponent like her. Just 161 days after awakening, he certainly had some skills. She knew that only through consecutive challenge leaps would one encounter opponents significantly stronger. Then with another flash, she reappeared before Fang Yan. Human, I retract my earlier contempt. You are remarkable. Could I take a look at this weapon? Such a simple request from the angel race posed no problem at all. Antimatter rifles were already mass-produced and standard issue in their military. Taking the rifle, Qi Yin fiddled with it briefly, quickly getting the hang of it, and fired a shot. Viru. The effect was almost identical. Even the knowledgeable angel race was somewhat astonished. It could unleash such a terrifying attack without requiring any cost from the user. Moreover, the weapon carried no energy fluctuations, as if it were a mere mortal tool. How could a mortal tool possess such power? Could this technology be shared with our angel race? Qi Yin didn't beat around the bush or probe indirectly. She asked Fang Yan directly for the technology. Fang Yan showed a hesitant expression. Giving them a few weapons was nothing, but sharing antimatter-related technology was absolutely impossible. Before Fang Yan could refuse, Qi Yin spoke again. I can exchange our angel race's unique bioengine technology for it. What? Fang Yan was astounded. She was willing to trade the bioengine technology, a technology capable of creating gods. He never expected such generosity. Deal, absolutely deal. If his race possessed that technology, everyone could become a superhuman, or even a god. How wonderful. Why is the angel clan so powerful? It's all because of the bioengine, a supreme existence that completely surpasses all cultivation techniques and bloodline evolution. Although technological civilization might eventually unlock genetic shackles, the limitations remain too great, as ordinary flesh and blood have too low a ceiling. Unless one takes the path of mechanical intelligence. The flesh is weak, but machinery ascends. Fang Yan had considered this, but ultimately rejected it. Could a race without physical bodies still be called human? With bodies of metal and bone and a brain that is merely a container, such beings would be better termed the mechanical race, having little connection to humanity. Of course, one could argue they are still human as they evolved from us. So instead of abandoning the physical form, it is better to strengthen it. Fang Yan hesitated, then asked, is it the angel clan's latest bioengine technology? Upon hearing this, the angel Qi Yin looked at Fang Yan with a strange expression. Of course not. How could I give you our latest bioengine technology? Besides, this thing isn't worth that price. As she spoke, she gestured with the antimatter rifle in her hand. However, the technology I'm offering you is still quite advanced with value beyond measure. Antimatter technology was the most powerful thing Fang Yan possessed. But compared to future technologies like dark energy dimensional or black hole tech, it was utterly insignificant. Naturally, he couldn't expect to trade for the best things, which is why he had just asked casually. Even the most ordinary bioengine was something Fang Yan currently lacked. There was no need for haggling. After all, the angel clan not only loved peace, but more importantly, they were extremely fair and would naturally offer a reasonable price. Alright, I'll trade my antimatter technology for your bioengine technology. Deal. The two reached an agreement instantly and exchanged their respective technologies. It must be said the bioengine was truly formidable, worthy of being the Angel Clan's unique core skill. The moment the human research team got their hands on it, their CPUs nearly burned out. It was so magnificent and inconceivable. To think a biological body could be used in such a way was utterly unheard of, truly unheard of. Though it shared similarities with mechs, installing an engine to achieve unexpected results, the bioengine was far more complex and far more incredible. Powerful. Too powerful. All the researchers felt they had gained a tremendous amount just from a cursory glance. Many were even inspired and rushed back to their labs to test their hypotheses. Faced with such epic-making technology, it would be impossible to analyze it all at once. This would be a very long process. As for the Angel Clan, they were also pleasantly surprised after acquiring the corresponding antimatter technology. This antimatter rifle was merely the crudest application. There were even antimatter cannons and antimatter engines built upon it. And of course, how could antimatter warheads be missing? A nuclear warhead containing 100 tons of antimatter could easily destroy a planet the size of Blue Star. What kind of divine weapon was this? Hearing Fang Yan's introduction, Qi Yan's originally cold expression showed a hint of astonishment. She had completely underestimated the true value of this technology. The trade just now had probably tipped the scales of fairness. Initially, she had intended to give this human genius some help, but it turned out she had gotten the better deal. That wouldn't do, wouldn't it tarnish the Angel Clan's reputation? Qi Yan hesitated, intending to offer some compensation. There are a few subordinate beings in my divine domain who have already completed the bioengine replacement. I will leave them with you to help with your research and progress. Such a good deal. Fang Yan's eyes lit up with joy. It was already incredibly rare to acquire the Angel Clan's bioengine, but to also get test subjects for free. This was like a gift-bearing child. If this body of his could beat her, he would have definitely pulled her down and kissed her to express his gratitude. It wasn't because he was taken by her beauty, he was simply overjoyed. I mean, that's truly wonderful, and I thank the Angel Clan for their help to humanity. There's no fool like a fool who passes up a bargain. The angel Qi Yan directly ordered 3 humanoid beings to fly out, gave a few brief instructions, and handed them over to Fang Yan. It must be said the Angel Clan was quite confident in themselves. These subordinate races weren't even bound by any control measures, they had always been free. It was only when they were handed over to Fang Yan that the control methods were revealed. The Angel Clan could afford such confidence, but humanity could not. They were all mere mortals of flesh and blood. How could they possibly be a match for beings who had already undergone the bioengine replacement? It was essential to maintain a firm grip to be able to neutralize them instantly at the slightest sign of trouble. Human, I hope you can master this technology quickly. Once equipped with these weapons, you will have a fatal advantage over most races. Otherwise, with just these lumps of iron, it's like a child wielding a god-slaying weapon. Before you even get a chance to use it, my Angel Clan could annihilate you in an instant. She wasn't exaggerating, it was a real fact. Earlier, the mech's personal AI couldn't even keep up with her speed. If she had launched a full assault, they would have been killed before they could even lock onto her. Although the antimatter rifles could threaten and even harm her if you couldn't lock onto your target, how could you pose a threat? No matter how powerful the weapon, it still needs a person to operate it, and the AI is only there to assist. To this, Fang Yan acknowledged that the human body was weak, but he refused to admit that their technological civilization was inferior. Fang Yan spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. Next time, I guarantee I will astonish you. Keep it up, human. Since you managed to match with me, you must be close to 20 consecutive wins, right? Qi Yan continued seemingly to herself. When that happens, you'll enter the true battlefield of geniuses where the elites of all races gather, each with extraordinary strength. I hope you can last longer there. You'll also find things beyond your imagination. Also, I don't have many days left to enter the myriad races tower. Just as she finished speaking, the angel vanished. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Fang Yan's ear. Ding, the angel Qi Yan has surrendered. You have gained 918 source points. She came suddenly and left just as suddenly. He never expected this match to end without even a fight of victory, so effortless it was hard to believe. But what did she mean by her earlier words? 20 consecutive wins to enter another arena. So all races are currently in the vast plaza, and she made it sound like a place for selecting geniuses. Telling half the story is worse than telling none. She had to be so cryptic, why couldn't she just say it all? Name Fang Yan. Race human. Days since Divine Domain Awakening 161. Battles fought 19. Win rate 100. Glancing at the data, he had now won 19 consecutive battles. Only one more victory stood between him and the 20th. He wondered what kind of existence awaited him after those 20 victories. What did the true battleground of prodigies signify? Speaking in riddles was utterly infuriating. Whether in this life or his past one, Fang Yan despised those who spoke in cryptic terms. How utterly maddening. No matter. One more victory, and the answer would be his. Challenge. Rather than idle speculation, action was the better course. As Fang Yan sent out his challenge, the myriad race's tower swiftly matched him with an opponent. Opponent's divine domain awakened 289 days. Human Fang Yan vs aberrant clan Gui Shou. Death is absolute. Cherish your subjects. Do you accept the battle? Seeing the number of days since his opponent's awakening, Fang Yan felt a momentary sense of unease. His previous opponents had all been awakened for over 900 or even 1,000 days. Yet for this final match, he was matched against someone whose divine domain had been awakened for less than 300 days. Was this some kind of glitch, gifting him a weaker opponent for an easy promotion? But then, the moment he saw the aberrant clan, Fang Yan's brow twitched. If the angel clan was among the strongest races in the universe, the aberrant clan was among the most mysterious. These aberrants were not to be confused with ghosts. They merely shared the same pronunciation, yet possessed vastly different power. Aberrants could not be slain. They did not die. They wielded incredibly bizarre abilities. They were utterly monstrous. Furthermore, only aberrants could truly contend with other aberrants. Throughout the universe, countless races had tried endless methods, yet none had ever managed to exterminate a single aberrant. The best one could do was dismember them, weakening their power by splitting them into separate entities. Alternatively, one could discern their patterns and seal them away. They could not be killed. Absolutely unkillable. They were bizarre and unfathomable. Fortunately, aberrants could not reproduce. The only way their numbers grew was through dismemberment. A dismembered individual, while its strength plummeted to rock bottom, remained unkillable and could only slowly restore its power by gathering its pieces anew. Still, each fragment was a separate entity with its own independent consciousness. Facing such a race was almost an unsolvable problem. Even detonating an entire planet would inflict no lasting harm upon them. Perhaps if a technological civilization developed dimensional weaponry, they might stand a chance. Even if they couldn't kill the aberrants, they could compress them into 2 dimensions, reducing them to a lower state of existence. Lower dimensional beings cannot harm higher dimensional ones, just as 3-dimensional beings cannot touch 4-dimensional existence. The difference in dimensions is akin to the difference between life and death. However, humanity currently had no means to counter this. Their most powerful weapon was merely the antimatter bomb. Even if they bombarded the entire battlefield into oblivion, it would be utterly pointless. Time to make an exit. Let's find another opponent. The aberrant clan was simply too bizarre. There was no need to risk such a challenge. Even the angel clan would rather steer clear of them. While not necessarily fearing them, their strangeness and invulnerability made fighting them a waste of time. Rematching. Opponent's divine domain awakened 996 days. Human Fang Yan vs insect clan Kuan Tun. Death is absolute. Cherish your subjects. Do you accept the battle? Now this felt more normal. Fang Yan slapped his thigh in satisfaction upon being matched with an opponent awakened for 996 days. That was more like it. As for that aberrant from before, whoever got matched with them and had a longer awakening period would be the one in trouble. Because only the party with the shorter awakening time had the privilege to choose. The insect clan. He hadn't expected to encounter the insect clan again after more than 5 months. Compared to before, Fang Yan was a completely different being, his overall strength having undergone earth-shattering changes. He could now easily defeat his past self. And this insect clan opponent would certainly not be at the first rank, but strength was not to be underestimated. Today the two would finally decide their victor. Add to that the racial conflicts and deep-seated grudges, this battle was inevitable. Accept the battle. Without a moment's hesitation, he entered the fray. His vision darkened, and Fang Yan found himself on the battlefield. Surveying the terrain, he quickly located a relatively flat area and opened the gate to his divine domain. A massive gate dozens of meters wide and tall materialized before him. Meanwhile, the humans who were on constant alert within his divine domain marched out and began constructing their base. To prevent a repeat of last time, when the insect clan tunneled directly into the heart of the human camp, the entire ground was hardened and layered with a meter-thick alloy steel plate as a buffer. The plates rapidly melted and fused together into a single solid piece anchored firmly to the earth. If the insect clan tried to break through from underground again, it wouldn't be an easy feat. Of course, other methods couldn't be ruled out. So in addition to the alloy armor, an aerospace carrier was deployed. This was a modest creation of humanity, impressive within a planet's confines, but utterly useless beyond the atmosphere. Compared to the Lawn Bird mothership of the Nanshaman project, it wasn't even in the same league and held no significance in comparison. This battle was on a planetary scale, so it was a suitable tool for the occasion. Moreover, an aerospace carrier was a floating arsenal packed with a vast array of weaponry. It had anti-air systems, ground bombardment capabilities, mechs, and fighters, everything one could need. This single vessel alone was enough to annihilate countless low-tier divine domains. In addition, reconnaissance satellites and drones were launched immediately. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. BZZT. A satellite that had just reached an altitude of tens of thousands of meters was struck by a beam of energy before it could even stabilize, turning into a fireball and vanishing completely. The reconnaissance drones scattered across the area were also within the beam's range. Fortunately, their ultra-high flight speeds allowed them to evade the attack. He hadn't expected the insect clan to detect their aerial units and launch an assault right from the start. Plasma bugs. Anyone with even a basic understanding of the insect clan would recognize the type of creature that had attacked. He hadn't expected them to launch an assault from over 100 kilometers away with no sign of diminished power. Humanity was usually the one engaging in ultra-long-range attacks. Today, it was the insect clan that taught them a lesson. Since both sides had revealed their positions, there was no point in hiding any longer. If they wanted an artillery duel, so be it. He had never feared one. Over 100 electromagnetic railguns on the human side were already primed. Load the shells, calibrate the targeting. Fire. Whomp. Shell after shell arced towards the enemy over 100 kilometers away. Within a second or two, they reached their destination. The shells detonated with a series of thunderous booms engulfing dozens of meters in explosions. However, just before they could hit the ground, they were all blocked, failing to inflict any real damage on the enemy. A faint translucent membrane had absorbed the full force of the bombardment. A protective shield. On the human side, they clearly saw everything through the feedback information. All the shells fired were blocked. At the site of the shell explosions, there was actually a faint light membrane appearing very thin, yet its defensive capability was quite impressive, somewhat resembling an electromagnetic shield. Unexpectedly, the insect swarm also possessed such technology, a large protective shield. A man in the human command center let out a cold sneer, his face showing disdain. So what if they have a shield? Order the soldiers to change ammunition and switch to low-yield nuclear shells. Immediately, all soldiers in mecha suits began bustling about. All units load nuclear shells. Target locked. Fire. Whirring. The entire sequence was executed in one fluid motion without any pause. Calculating the entire process took at most 10 seconds, and the second shell had already been launched. This time the insect swarm was clearly prepared. It seemed the enemy also possessed reconnaissance methods able to clearly perceive the human movements. At this moment, both sides were evenly matched. The instant the human shells were fired, countless electric plasmas suddenly spread across the entire sky, forming an alternative protective shield. Boom, boom, boom. Before the shells even reached their destination, hundreds of fireballs directly appeared in midair, their blinding light illuminating the entire sky and earth. For a moment, both races were somewhat unable to open their eyes. It must be said that this tactic of turning offense into defense was indeed quite effective. Not a single shell managed to break through the blockade and hit the insect swarm's shield. All perished midway, annihilated en route. The human side also hadn't expected that shells could be intercepted in such a manner. They had never paid attention to the anti-electric capability of the shells, causing the metal case shells to be detonated instantly. Immediately use 3D printers to replicate an anti-electric shell casing at a 1-ton scale. The electromagnetic cannons will continue attacking with ordinary shells. Don't give the enemy a chance to breathe. Don't stop, keep bombarding. Immediately, the humans formulated countermeasures. The humans on the other side of the Shinyu Gate also received the news instantly, and the large-scale 3D printer that had been running continuously began operating at full speed. During this period, they cared nothing about energy consumption. As a result, dozens, then hundreds of shells were instantly formed and successively transported to the battlefield. At the same time, the insect swarm did not rest. The first batch of suicide flying units, the explosion mosquitoes, was ready. As the name suggests, the explosion mosquito was a unit similar in concept to the human swarm drones. One might think that because its name contains mosquito, its size would be small, but that would be a grave mistake. Each explosion mosquito was at least 4 to 5 meters in size, far taller than a single-story building. Millions of them rose into the air, blotting out the sun and casting a shadow over the entire ground. As soon as they took flight, they were instantly propelled by a special energy. Continuously accelerating, they eventually reached an astonishing speed, flying toward the human base. Judging by their speed, preliminary estimates suggested they would reach the human base in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes might seem like a lot, but the distance between them was a full 100 kilometers. That time was already extremely short. They were moving at least 1600 meters per second, nearly Mach 5, far faster than any human aircraft in the past. Of course, that was the speed of the past, incomparable to the present. Mach 5 was only slightly faster than a turtle's pace. Against ground targets, the human side couldn't use the antimatter cannon or the laser cannon as they fired in straight lines. Only the electromagnetic railgun could deliver a curved trajectory. Unexpectedly, the insect swarm dared to take to the air. Weren't they just sitting ducks? Prepare anti-air laser cannons. Target the insect swarm's aerial units. Shoot them all down. Almost simultaneously with the command, tens of thousands of laser energy beams were instantly fired. In less than a second, perhaps only 0.001 seconds, the first laser beam had already struck its target. A distance of hundreds of kilometers was negligible at the speed of light. This type of anti-air laser cannon, though small in caliber, had a high rate of fire and was extremely accurate in a straight line. At least tens of thousands of rounds per second. The millions of explosion mosquitoes having just entered the battlefield hadn't even taken a few steps before they were all wiped out. The speed was unimaginable. For a moment, the insect swarm fell into a brief period of silence. It was unclear whether they were shocked by the instant annihilation of the explosion mosquitoes or were preparing a follow-up to launch another attack. In any case, the insect swarm fell still. Since the insect swarm was down, the human side was now up. You weave a giant defense net with electric plasma. Then they'll just use insulating shells. One by one, nuclear-powered insulating shells were delivered to the battlefield. The human side was already ready. Relock targets. Load shells. Fire. Once again, tens of thousands of shells howled toward the insect swarm. Although the insulating material somewhat affected the speed, it was negligible, only about a second slower. Just as the human side made its move, the insect swarm issued countermeasures. A large amount of electric plasma once again filled the entire sky, forming a simple defensive net. Unfortunately, despite all their calculations, they never anticipated that the humans had changed the shell material this time. When the two forces met again, the expected explosion did not occur. This batch of shells passed directly through the layers of electric plasma defense nets and rushed straight toward the insect swarm's defensive positions. Boom, 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 boom. Tens of thousands of shells arrived, almost simultaneously crashing violently against the shield and producing fierce explosions. Fireballs of cataclysmic scale were instantly born, devouring everything. Facing tens of thousands of nuclear warheads, even if they were all low-yield tactical level. The insect swarm's shield couldn't hold for even 3 seconds and was shattered. The fireballs from the nuclear explosions had not yet dissipated, continuing to destroy everything around them. The scorching heat caused the insect swarm below to emit agonizing cries. Fortunately, within a second or two, a second shield was raised, blocking the blazing heat and giving the insect swarm on the ground a chance to catch their breath. Otherwise, under the sustained high temperature, many of the insects wouldn't have lasted long. Since the humans had launched the attack, how could they stop? After an interval of only about 10 seconds, a second wave of nuclear shells descended once more. Unsurprisingly, the insect swarm's shield still proved useless. Some shells even landed directly on the ground, blasting enormous craters. Yet not a single insect swarm perished from this. At some point, the entire ground had become devoid of any insects. They had all burrowed underground to withstand the attack. It was unexpected that the insect swarm was so intelligent, having found a countermeasure so quickly. If we can't intercept, then we won't intercept. The ground itself is a natural shield, isn't it? So how do you break the deadlock? The insect race's countermeasure was admittedly quite effective. Nuclear warheads, no matter how powerful, could only blast a massive crater on the surface, unable to significantly impact the world hundreds of meters below. Clearly, the insect queen had already conducted a preliminary analysis of humanity and thus employed this tactic. Moreover, the underground realm was the insect's domain. The burrowing worms moved with absolute freedom, carving out vast spaces to accommodate the activities of other insect strains. However, they had underestimated humanity. Where could they hide? They might escape today, but they couldn't evade forever. So what if they were underground? We'd blast them out from depths of dozens or even hundreds of meters. Or use antimatter armor-piercing shells to force the insects hiding underground out. Without a dose of advanced technology and sheer firepower, they'd never learn to face us heat-in. As one of the calamities, your offspring are far more formidable than you. They either charge into battle or are on their way to charging. And you. Other insect races would be ashamed to be associated with you. As the shells were converted one after another, the antimatter armor-piercing rounds began their precision strikes. A single shell could blast a crater 100 meters deep. A volley of 10,000 shells fired simultaneously instantly stripped away a layer of the insect's original location, forming a colossal chasm. Standing at the edge and peering down, one would find it utterly bottomless. The hidden insects were startled by the sudden upheaval. Had they not burrowed deep enough into the earth, they would have been reduced to pulp. No, not pulp, molecules. Yet how many more such bombardments could even these deeper depths withstand? Humanity showed no sign of relenting, firing volley after volley. In short, unless the insects emerged, they would be forced out, even if it meant blasting through the entire planet's crust. As the bombarded area grew deeper and wider, the insects, driven into a corner, were compelled to crawl back out from the depths. Countless insects swarmed forth, their numbers seemingly no less than the previous zombie horde. They roared at the sky, expressing their fury. Fury aside, they were still greeted with nothing but artillery shells. Shells hurtled towards the insect base at 50 kilometers per second. But this time the shells were peculiar. A full 5 seconds passed, yet they failed to detonate upon landing. An invisible biological electric field permeated the air, slowing the incoming shells until they hung suspended frozen midair. Numerous massive bald-headed brain bugs emitted unknown fluctuations from their mouths, controlling everything around them. It was they who had intercepted the incoming shells. Perhaps due to overexertion, blood seeped from their enormous craniums. Clearly intercepting these shells pushed them beyond their limits, but they succeeded. Humanity immediately detected the anomaly. The shells were being stopped suspended in midair. Though the method was unknown, the looming danger was unmistakable. The suspended shells began to turn, arcing back towards the human lines. Damn it! The insects are trying to turn our own shells against us. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for aerial defense. Is there any way to detonate them remotely? Witnessing this bizarre turn of events, humanity ceased fire. The more shells we launched, the more ferocious the return barrage would be. Probably not. These are impact detonation shells, we can't control them from this distance. Quick! Use the antimatter cannons to annihilate those shells under the insects' control. The shells were accelerating, they would reach the human base in under a minute. Humanity responded without a moment's hesitation. Dozens of ultra-large caliber antimatter cannons targeted the aerial threats and opened fire. Boom! In an instant, the energy from all the cannons converged. The energies merged and fused, creating a black hole of energy spanning over 20 kilometers directly in the sky. Everything within its vicinity was devoured and annihilated, vanishing without a trace. The shells originally aimed at humanity were caught in it and destroyed. The brain bugs controlling the shells, faced with this unexpected intervention, could endure no longer. Many exploded outright, and those that survived lost their combat capability. But the insect race had achieved their objective. Report. Seismic detectors are picking up underground activity. The insects may be approaching the base through their tunnels. Humanity had long since developed comprehensive detection equipment for the burrowing insects, leaving no opportunity for a surprise attack. The initial soil hardening and the alloy armor on the surface were designed precisely for this. Order all reconnaissance aircraft to launch a full counteroffensive and eliminate every plasma bug in sight. All sky carriers are to be fully activated and ready for immediate launch. If you want to attack from underground, then well play hide and seek from the sky. You have your path and I have mine. We'll see who can last the longest. With the orders given, the reconnaissance aircraft that had been lurking on the periphery moved into an encirclement formation, completely surrounding the insect zone. Simultaneously, swarms of drones were deployed, transforming into harbingers of death, diving towards the encircled insects. Any unit detected as a plasma bug was immediately targeted for suicide attacks without needing further commands, eliminating all threats to the sky carriers. Otherwise, not even an ordinary starship, let alone a sky carrier, could withstand a single plasma blast from them. During this cleansing process, the drone swarms fully embodied their fearless, self-sacrificing spirit. Any insect daring to fight back was sent straight out of this world. For a time, fires raged across the sky. There were counterattacks from the insects and self-destructs from the drones. The insects even launched a special attack, causing over 10,000 drones flying near the ground to lose power and crash. For every drone lost, another 10,000 were immediately deployed to replace them. In a contest of numbers, the insect race was formidable, but humanity was equally resilient. No matter how many drones were destroyed, replacements were provided just as quickly. Moreover, maintaining a swarm of over 10,000 drones was crucial to ensuring absolute security within the insect zone. The moment a plasma bug showed its face, a response could be made instantly to eliminate it. Fortunately, the charging time for a plasma bug's standard plasma attack differed vastly from its charged plasma cannon blast, and the power difference was equally immense. The plasma cannon required a charging period, and it was precisely during this charge time that the drone swarms launched their attacks. Meanwhile, the insect race finally reached the human base, but from underneath. The newly arrived insectoids did not launch an attack immediately, instead waiting in an orderly fashion for their kin to catch up. Since they were planning a surprise assault, they intended to be fully prepared. When the moment came, they would strike with a single decisive blow, leaving the enemy no chance to counterattack. Charging into the human base in scattered groups would be nothing short of seeking their own destruction. It would also alert the enemy, turning a surprise attack into a frontal assault, which would not be worth the loss. However, the insectoids were utterly unaware that the humans above them had long since known everything happening beneath the earth. At this moment, aside from a small number of combat personnel, the vast majority of humans had already retreated to the sky carriers. The engines were already running at full power, and in the event of any unexpected developments, they could rapidly ascend into the sky. Of course, there was no rush for this yet. As long as the insectoids had not fully emerged and entered the traps set by the humans, they could not afford to reveal themselves. The only option was to remain still and conceal their movements lest they arouse the insectoid suspicion. As time passed, the insectoids beneath the earth gathered in greater numbers, and they too were ready. The burrowing worms were the first to unleash their full power, boring upward. Yet what was this? The soil higher up was growing increasingly hard, several times more rigid than mountain rock. Fortunately, the burrowing worms were not to be underestimated. They could easily break through solid rock, and the hardened surface of the human road was naturally no obstacle to their advance. Clang! A burrowing worm diligently carving its path suddenly slammed into a thick layer of steel plating, producing a dull, heavy thud. Unable to stop its momentum in time, the burrowing worm was instantly stunned. What in the world was this? How could there be such a thick steel plate on the ground? If it were thinner, the burrowing worm, with its exceptionally hard head, could have broken through with ease, moving through it as if it were flat ground. But this time it had hit a literal wall of iron. The burrowing worm's iron-hard head had drilled in more than 10 centimeters, yet the steel plate remained utterly immovable, showing no signs of being breached. Instead, its head had become wedged, and it found itself unable to pull free, trapped in a dilemma. The insectoids had originally intended to catch the enemy off guard, but little did they know the humans had long been prepared. It seemed that these humans had done their research on the insectoids. Laying down a layer of steel plating from the very start to defend against attacks from below was indeed a clever move. As the saying goes, since we're here, we might as well stay. Having come this far, how could the insectoids simply retreat? Since a surprise attack was no longer possible, they would have to resort to a frontal assault. Following the queen's command, a giant scorpion pushed aside the swift worms in its way, making its way from the rear of the formation to the very front. Without a moment's hesitation, it stared at the steel plate above. A laser beam instantly shot out from its tail, forming a concentrated ray that continuously bombarded the plate, achieving a cutting effect. It had to be said the scorpion laser worm was truly formidable. The burrowing worms had been powerless against the meter-thick alloy armor, yet the scorpion laser worm could slice through it with ease. Soon a massive section of steel was cut loose. Using its forelimbs, the scorpion laser worm pushed the cut piece upward, and for the first time a sliver of light streamed into the dark tunnel. The bright light caused no discomfort to the insectoids. The scorpion laser worm at the forefront was the first to crawl out of the pit. But the instant it emerged, a barrage of attacks came raining down. Even its incredibly durable armor couldn't withstand a single second. Its head and body were instantly separated, the exposed parts reduced to a mist of flesh dispersing into the air. As for the lower half, still in the tunnel, now lacking support, it collapsed limply to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. The humans had been fully prepared for this all along. Even before the insectoids had breached the steel plate, all weapons had already been set up, just waiting for them to emerge. And so the moment they appeared, all firepower was unleashed, claiming the insectoids' lives. The death of the scorpion laser worm had no impact on the insectoids whatsoever, not even a flicker of emotion. They were born for war, and in the end they would die for war. It was either them or us. The instant the exit was opened, all the insectoids erupted in frenzy. Disregarding life and death, they surged forward in waves, desperate to break through the line of fire and annihilate the enemies outside. But what awaited them was an unending storm of attacks, with firearm weapons pushed to nearly maximum output. Whether on the ground or in the air, there were weapons of every kind. Forget about charging out. The mere act of poking their heads out was enough to get them blasted into a bloody mist. Especially the laser cannons, which were true instruments of death, firing tens of thousands of rounds per second. They could be described as unstoppable, slaying all who stood in their path. Faced with such terrifying firepower suppression, the insectoids had absolutely no way to break out. The already small pit was now piled high with corpses, making it even harder for those behind to move. However, the insectoids were not limited to opening just one hole. As more and more steel plates were cut through, the number of pits continued to grow. From the original single one, it had now reached 10. And this number was still climbing with no sign of stopping. Even with so many more pits and the number of insectoids charging out increasing exponentially, it still wasn't enough. The terrifying firepower of technological civilization made it impossible for the insectoids to even crawl out. If you could show your head and survive, you were lucky. The queen, lurking in the shadows, also noticed this problem and realized that trying to break through the pits was simply not going to work. No matter how many insectoids went up, they were all destined for the afterlife. Moreover, the entire ground was covered by a meter-thick layer of steel, making it extremely difficult to widen the openings. Since sending waves of insectoids up was futile, the only option left was to flip the table and turn this entire area upside down. Countless suicide bombers attached themselves to the steel plate, ignoring friend or foe, and detonated instantly. Boom. The violent explosion sent tremors through the entire steel plate, with some areas shaking more noticeably. Fortunately, this alloy material was tough enough that even under the insectoids' collective detonation, it showed no major cracks and remained as steadfast as Mount Tai. However, the first attack was merely an appetizer. Following that, waves of suicide bombers in a planned and staggered sequence unleashed their most powerful strikes against the plate. Faced with attack after relentless attack, even the thickest steel plate would eventually reach its breaking point. Finally, it reached a critical threshold. Boom. Under the intense explosions, the entire steel plate could no longer hold, shattering into pieces. The massive chunks of blasted steel scattered across the area. At the same moment, the insectoids received the signal and launched a full-scale charge. Regardless of rank or kind, they all surged outward. As long as they captured the surface, they would secure the final victory. There was a fleeting illusion that victory was within their grasp. But when the insectoids charged out, there was not a single enemy in sight on the ground. It was already deserted, leaving behind nothing but a field of ruins. A shadow suddenly blocked the light from the sky, and all the insectoids couldn't help but look up. A colossal sky carrier materialized in the heavens, its silhouette immediately seizing the attention of the Zerg below. It blotted out the sun and clouds, instantly dimming half the light. It was immense, truly immense. This aerial behemoth stretched at least 800 meters in length and 280 meters in width. Countless power engines roared to life, simultaneously spewing long trails of fiery exhaust. It hovered in the sky like a steel leviathan. The Zerg had never imagined that after their arduous journey to the surface, they would find not a single enemy in sight. They had all ascended into the heavens. A thunderous roar erupted from the Zerg horde. Consumed by fury, they screamed at the airborne foe, yet had no means to strike back, their eyes burning crimson with rage. Within mere tens of seconds, the subterranean bugs had all crawled forth, including the giant scorpion laser bugs among their ranks. These were the ranged attack units. Under the direction of the Swarm Queen, they raised their tails in unison, preparing to launch an assault on the sky carrier above. However, humanity was swifter. From the underbelly of the carrier, countless small-caliber laser cannons extended. The sheer number was dizzying, too many to count. In an instant, they unleashed an indiscriminate barrage upon the ground. A cacophony of hums filled the air as countless energy beams like a downpour of light rained from the sky, striking everything on the earth below. One must not underestimate these energy beams. They may seem insignificant, appearing as mere streaks of light with no real power. But in truth, a single shot could pierce clean through half a meter of solid steel. They possessed devastating penetration and searing burn effects. Most importantly, their speed was unmatched. No creature in the early stages could evade such an assault. Facing laser cannons that fired tens of thousands of rounds per second and a sky filled with such beams, the scorpion laser bugs couldn't even raise their tails to counterattack. Even if they managed to fire, their shots would be forcibly knocked back down their throats. The raptor bugs, despite their terrifying numbers, were battered black and blue, suffering hits here and there. Within a mere 10 seconds, billions of attacks had fallen upon an area of 5 square kilometers. Every square meter bore the brunt of at least 100 indiscriminate strikes. Even if one stood still, they would be subjected to such a relentless onslaught. Moreover, humanity's assault did not last merely 10 seconds, but a full minute. Their sole pursuit was stability. Only then could they ensure absolute perfection, and only then did they cease their attack. When the smoke cleared, the entire landscape below was riddled with scars no longer bearing any resemblance to its former self. The very ground had been eroded away by several layers. Not a single Zerg survived, nor any other living creature. Facing such a dense barrage, even an ant could not escape its fate. Above the earth, besides the billowing dust, lay nothing but mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Nearly hundreds of thousands of bugs had perished in that single minute. For a moment, the Swarm Queen was struck silent. What kind of monster was this? Humanity had actually awakened such a terrifying divine domain. In a contest of ranged warfare, the Zerg were utterly defeated. The enemy's flying units were even more numerous, possibly outnumbering her own swarm, and they pinned her down, daring not to move from their stronghold. Their strategies were layered, a trap within a trap, deceiving her at every turn and causing her to sacrifice so many of her children. And this was a power awakened a mere 161 days ago. In such a short time, it had grown this strong. Not only had it crushed her with no chance to retaliate, but it also made her want to retreat. For such a genius to appear among humanity was truly a catastrophe for her Zerg race. Yet she had done all she could. A system chime echoed. Ding, Zerg race Kuan Tun has surrendered. You have been awarded 998 source points. Hearing the prompt, Fang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his thorough preparations, he had still worried the enemy might disregard their own losses, summon more bugs from their divine domain, and order the plasma bugs to fire. Had that happened, humanity would have suffered considerable casualties. Fortunately, the enemy was wise enough to see reason. Of course, everything was under control. Having laid out all the traps in advance, any counterattack from the enemy would have only multiplied their losses. They knew which side their bread was buttered. Gazing at the newly acquired source energy, Fang Yan broke into a delighted smile. After 3 battles, his total had soared past 280 points, transforming his once meager reserves into a veritable fortune. Suddenly another prompt appeared. Ding, congratulations human Fang Yan on achieving a 20-win streak. You have been granted access to the Myriad Races Arena Tower. Will you enter? Access to the Myriad Races Arena Tower. Wasn't he already inside it? What was going on? This must be what the angel Qi Yin had mentioned, the permission granted after a 20-win streak. It would allow him to battle geniuses from all races, promising incredible rewards. But why was it phrased as access to the tower? Could it be? Fang Yan's expression turned puzzled. What did this mean exactly? He typed out a question mark. It was worth noting that with his 20-win streak the system had even gained an auto-reply function. Quite thoughtful indeed. Your current location is not the true Myriad Races Arena Tower, but a minuscule branch of it, which only possesses the battle function. Within this branch, after continuous screening, only geniuses who achieve a 20-win streak are invited to enter the true Myriad Races Arena Tower. So that was it. Fang Yan wore a thoughtful expression. He wondered what wonders the true tower held. It certainly seemed like a higher tier. Since he had come this far, he was determined to see it for himself. Enter. The space around Fang Yan, who was standing in the plaza, suddenly began to warp. After several seconds, he found himself in a place resembling a grand coliseum. At the very center, 2 races were locked in a divine domain duel. The space before him displayed the entire battlefield in perfect detail. If one focused intently on a specific spot, the image would continuously magnify, allowing for a far more meticulous observation of details that might otherwise be overlooked. This feature truly astounded Fang Yan. The battles between students at the Kyoto Martial University could only project a portion of the scene, and even then not with this level of clarity. It simply couldn't compare. Being able to observe the battles of geniuses from various races with such precision was invaluable for learning techniques and gaining experience. Through continuous observation and study, one could shore up their own weaknesses. For this alone, earning a place in the true Myriad Races Arena Tower was well worth it. As for the spectators in their seats, they were impossible to see clearly. They were shrouded in dark silhouettes, making it impossible to tell if they were human or otherwise, effectively protecting everyone's privacy. With that in mind, there was no need to observe the audience. He sat down, finding a relatively comfortable position. At the same time, Fang Yan turned his gaze towards the 2 combatants in the arena. By looking at their respective subjects, he could easily identify their races, for he was already quite familiar with them. The 2 races locked in battle were none other than the Zerg, the ancient nemesis of humanity. As one of the great calamities, they were exchanging fierce blows with their opponent, their forces locked in brutal close-quarters combat. The visceral flesh-to-flesh clashes ignited a fervent excitement in the spectators. Nearly every punch unleashed the full potential of their physical forms of prowess that modern technological civilization had neither mastered nor required. Close combat might be thrilling in the moment, but it often led to a grim aftermath. What could compare to the awe-inspiring spectacle of an armored onslaught? The Zerg's opponent was none other than the Protoss, a formidable race of immense power, one of the few capable of standing toe-to-toe with the Zerg. They had waged devastating wars across the cosmos, and here they were locked in another desperate life-or-death struggle. Observing the entire battlefield, it was clear the 2 forces were evenly matched, both possessing extraordinary prowess. Even Fang Yan, upon reflection, wasn't certain he could secure a swift victory. This was truly the Myriad Races Arena, a gathering place for the universe's greatest prodigies. By studying the various matches, one could discern the strengths and weaknesses of each race, prompting self-reflection on how to counter such tactics. The quality of this particular battle was exceptionally high, the most formidable duel Fang Yan had ever witnessed among his peers. Unfortunately, the battle concluded with the Protoss defeat. Facing the Zerg's endless swarms, the Protoss ultimately succumbed to numerical disadvantage. Fang Yan secretly lamented this outcome, for the Zerg were also humanity's mortal enemies, and their losses were always welcome. Though the Protoss had fallen, the Zerg were far from unscathed. They would likely need a long time to retreat and lick their wounds, recovering from their significant losses in this divine realm. A system announcement echoed congratulations to the Zerg for their victory, awarded 1 resource star. The system notification resounded directly in his mind, repeating 3 times. He never imagined the victor's spoils would be so generous. A resource star. Even the smallest star was an astronomical prize, explaining the ferocity of the preceding battle. With such a reward, even the heaviest losses seemed trivial. They could rebuild and flourish anew, perhaps even surpass their former glory. Fang Yan wondered about the star's size. Converting its resources through primordial energy would likely cost hundreds of thousands of units. Damn it! Fang Yan's eyes burned with envy. If that resource star were given to his technological civilization, humanity could gain a second home. It should have been his Nicholas Zhao. The Zerg were utterly detestable for stealing his fortune, an unforgivable offense. A new system announcement echoed the myriad races arena issues a challenge to defeat the ancient beast. Every race may register one champion to slay the ancient beast from the planet's core, challenge it, overcome it, and ultimately destroy it. The first to slay the ancient beast will be rewarded with 100 points of primordial energy. Death is permanent. Registration fee is 100 primordial energy points. Time remaining 959. As the countdown began, the scene before him warped and transformed. A colossal ancient beast hundreds of meters tall appeared before the gathered spectators. With each step the very ground trembled as if struck by an earthquake. The observant would notice the creature wasn't merely enormous, its sheer mass was equally terrifying. Its entire body was encased in thick organic armor, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. In a word, it was overwhelmingly powerful. The myriad races arena certainly knew how to orchestrate a spectacle. One glance was enough to know this beast was no simple foe. Forget slaying it, mere survival within its domain seemed a daunting prospect. Yet those who had achieved 20 consecutive victories to reach this point were the cream of their race's prodigies, brimming with pride and confidence in their abilities. The registration fee was trivial, a small wager for a potentially astronomical payoff. The arena's understanding of human nature was impeccable. A single lucky victory could mean instant wealth, 100 points of primordial energy. Even Fang Yan felt a surge of temptation. That was 100 primordial energy points. For beings at this stage, it was an incredibly precious resource worth risking everything for. Many understood the underlying game. You sought the arena's rewards, while the arena sought your principle. Thus strength would be the ultimate arbiter. As time ticked by, registrations soared to 10,000, within a minute generating 1,000,000 points in fees. By the final moments, it was estimated that close to 100,000 would have signed up. Indeed, monopolies were the most profitable ventures. By connecting all races in its arena and leveraging its unique position, the arena amassed vast sums of primordial energy, a privilege no other race possessed. Fang Yan muttered to himself and promptly registered lest he miss the deadline. Take a gamble. A bicycle could become a motorcycle, and a motorcycle could become a luxury car. Win and the world is yours, or lose and you are back to the grind. As the final countdown began, Fang Yan quietly marshaled the forces within his divine realm. For this challenge permitted only a single champion. There were significant restrictions. Each participant could carry a maximum of 1 ton of equipment into the arena. For other races this might suffice, even leaving room to spare, but for Fang Yan it was woefully inadequate. He would have preferred to send a warship and settle the matter with a single plasma blast. Alas, with such strict weight limits, humanity would have to meticulously ration their equipment. High-powered offensive weaponry was essential, otherwise slaying the ancient beast would be impossible. And to claim the reward, one had to secure the first kill. There was no consolation prize for second place. As Fang Yan pondered this, the system notification chimed in his ear. Registration closed. Total participants 99700. Entering the battlefield. Prepare yourselves. As Fang Yan had predicted, nearly 100,000 had registered, amassing over 10 million primordial energy points. Compared to the eventual reward, it was a pittance. Yet everyone was eager to participate, each hoping to prove their worth and seize the ultimate prize. Now it was a matter of explosive power and strategy. Slaying the ancient beast would be a monumental task, but with so many prodigies, surely someone would succeed. The arena wouldn't risk tarnishing its own reputation. As the saying goes, you have to spend money to make money. This small investment was necessary. They couldn't afford to scare off the participants. If no one was willing to gamble, where would the profits come from? Fang Yan looked up at the colossal beast looming in the sky, ready and waiting for the moment the battle began. Attention, all challengers. You will each be transported to separate spaces to undertake the trial. The first to slay the ancient beast shall claim all the rewards. Prepare yourselves for the final countdown. 10, 9, 8, 0. As the countdown concluded, the chosen champions from every race were instantly teleported into their own isolated domains. Fang Yan's technological civilization likewise entered its own private space, its representative laden with equipment from head to toe. In an instant they arrived at the trial grounds. A mere glance upward revealed the ancient beast looming over 10 kilometers away. Its sheer enormity was impossible to overlook. Any creature with functioning eyes would find their gaze drawn inexorably towards the colossal form. Its dark brownish biological armor appeared immensely thick, suggesting formidable defensive capabilities. The ancient beast, perhaps sensing the insignificant presence nearby, cast a single dismissive glance in their direction before losing all interest. To its eyes, humanity was no more consequential than an ant. Such a minuscule existence could hardly capture its attention. Going unnoticed was precisely the plan. The human champion laden with gear hugged the ground, flying far away, while striving to avoid drawing the creature's notice. Melee combat was out of the question. It would never be an option until the biological engine was fully understood. For the frail human body was no match for other races in close quarters. Even with powered armor, the strain of intense combat would be overwhelming. Ranged attacks were the eternal way. To vanquish the enemy from 1,000 miles away was to stand above all others. Many divine domains lacked the capability for ranged warfare, not for want of desire. The ancient beast paid no heed to the fleeing ant, merely lowering its head for a brief glance before continuing its own path forward. Its sole purpose was to destroy those who attacked it. Since the humans had not provoked it, they were beneath its notice. Meanwhile, challengers from other races in their isolated spaces launched their attacks immediately. Their initial confidence, however, quickly crumbled upon discovering the beast's utterly monstrous defenses. The mightiest attacks from these challengers served only as an irritating itch, failing to even scratch the creature's hide. Some unfortunate souls were instantly obliterated upon engaging, crushed into pulp. A few, however, managed to trade blows with the ancient beast. Yet these were the rare exceptions. Most found themselves relentlessly suppressed, fighting a desperate losing battle. There was no option to surrender, or many would have conceded immediately to preserve their strength. The trial could only end when one challenger succeeded, freeing all the Divine Domain's subjects from the ordeal. Fang Yan's champion, however, had yet to attack. He retreated a full 50 kilometers before finally halting. Setting down his burdens, he carefully unwrapped a thin layer of packaging, revealing the true nature of his equipment. Before him lay a handheld antimatter cannon boasting an immense caliber of at least 2 inches 20 centimeters across. Compared to the antimatter rifle, the two were in entirely different leagues. The cannon possessed far greater power and devastating destructive force. Additionally, there was a plasma laser cannon. Should these prove insufficient, the ultimate contingency was an antimatter bomb. The champion had long been prepared for the possibility of death. The reward of 100,000 origin units was worth the ultimate gamble. With preparations complete, the human champion ascended into the sky, taking aim at the distant beast. A beam of terrifying energy erupted from the cannon, streaking towards its target with such velocity that it arrived in less than a second. The ancient beast sensed the terrifying aura hurtling towards it, but before it could even react, the attack struck. Boom! The moment the blast connected, a colossal energy black hole materialized. Centered on the beast, the void engulfed everything within a 10-kilometer radius, devouring all in its path. The very core of the explosion bore the brunt of its devastating power. Caught completely off guard, the ancient beast sustained significant injuries from the assault. Yet it was not immediately consumed by the energy vortex. Somehow it managed to withstand the crushing force within. A faint luminous glow emanated from its body, constantly neutralizing the cutting energy from the outside. Fang Yan observed this outcome without surprise. Had the creature been so easily slain, it would not have become the target of so many prodigious challengers. The fact that no one had succeeded thus far spoke volumes about the difficulty. Though the black hole's energy had not yet dissipated, it seemed increasingly unlikely to inflict further harm on the beast. The biological defense energy coating its body was indeed formidable, capable of withstanding a direct hit from an antimatter cannon. But would the human champion grant it a chance to recover? Clearly not. A second, then a third attack followed in rapid succession. Rampaging energy black holes materialized around the ancient beast, pinning it in place. Yet despite the relentless assault, achieving a swift kill remained beyond reach. Seeing the antimatter cannon's limited effect, the champion switched tactics. The plasma laser cannon on his back swiveled to target the beast beginning to charge. The longer the charge, the more devastating the resulting blast. After a full 10 seconds of charging, he unleashed the shot. A brilliant beam of light arced across the sky, striking the ancient beast in an instant. Crash! The tremendous impact sent the colossal creature stumbling back several steps before it could regain its footing. This time its biological armor proved far less effective. The point of impact was blown open, creating a massive hole as the energy beam tore into the flesh beneath. Yet despite breaching the defenses, the wound seemed superficial. Not a single drop of blood was spilled. A faint glimmer of light flashed within the beast's body. Within seconds, the gaping wound knitted itself back together, fully healed. Only the shattered armor served as a testament to the attack. Roar! The ancient beast bellowed in fury, its rage echoing across the landscape. It was utterly unexpected. No sooner had the energy black holes vanished than a beam attack wounded it. This newly arrived ant posed a genuine threat, a truly infuriating turn of events. Its eyes blazed with wrath as it began to charge towards the human's position, intent on crushing the insignificant speck beneath its feet. But it was already too late. As the beast stirred, another volley of antimatter blasts descended upon it. A relentless barrage of 10 consecutive maximum power attacks forced it to halt in its tracks, bracing itself against the onslaught of energy black holes swirling around it. Roar! Pushed to its breaking point, the ancient beast finally erupted. Its biological armor began to harden and harden and harden. The grayish-brown plating turned a deep obsidian black, emanating a brilliant, ominous light as if something was about to burst forth from within. At that moment, it simply ignored the energy black hole surrounding it. The energy black hole generated by antimatter devoured everything around it. The rampant energy, like a terrifying abyss, sent chills down one's spine. At this moment, the threat to the ancient giant beast was becoming increasingly insignificant, as the biological armor on its surface grew darker and shinier. Like a pearl in the dark night, it was impossible to ignore. It achieved an ultimate blackness, possessing ultimate defensive power. The ancient giant beast, which had been suppressed all along, finally moved. Roar! A furious roar resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Being constantly suppressed by an ant was truly laughable. Especially the feeling of being unable to move was extremely uncomfortable. Now it was time to teach it a lesson. Then just kill it outright. The ancient giant beast strode forward, ignoring the various energies attacking it. The biological armor on its body not only blocked the attacks, but also seemed to absorb them, though the absorption was so subtle, it was almost imperceptible. Now the most important thing was to charge toward the human direction, to take revenge and tear the enemy to pieces. With each stride, it covered over 200 meters, covering a kilometer in just 5 steps. The distance between them was about 50 kilometers. Given its speed and frequency, it would probably take less than a dozen seconds to reach its target. Watching the rampaging ancient giant beast, the humans showed no fear and continued their attacks methodically. Since the antimatter cannon was no longer effective, they switched to antimatter bombs. If 1 gram wasn't enough, then 100 grams it would be. If 100 grams wasn't enough, they would go straight to kilograms. For the first attack, to be safe, they used a bomb made of 100 grams of antimatter. Unlike nuclear bombs, antimatter bombs exploded with far greater intensity and power. At this yield, the distance between humans and the ancient giant beast could no longer guarantee safety. Not just the distance between them, but the entire independent space seemed unsafe. Fortunately, preparations had been made in advance. He was not fighting alone, but alongside the wisdom of an entire technological civilization. A complete plan had been formulated before entering. All possible problems that could be imagined were recorded on his personal AI. He just needed to follow the corresponding prompts to make choices. As for the final outcome, there was also an element of luck. But advanced preparations could not be lacking. In fact, they had to be even more thorough. So beneath his feet, a bottomless pit had already been dug. Wasn't this the moment for it? Aim, fire. The movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation, completing all firing actions in one smooth motion. Then, without looking back, he jumped directly into the pit. As for whether it hit, there was no need to worry. With such a massive ancient giant beast, you could hit it even with your eyes closed. Boom! A violent explosion came from the ground, and the cataclysmic energy from the blast instantly engulfed an area of thousands of square kilometers. The range of the shockwave was incalculable. Everything visible and invisible turned into nothingness. The human hiding deep underground felt the earth shaking and the sky spinning dizzy from the tremors. It took a full dozen seconds for things to calm down. Seeing that the time was almost right, the human in the mecha did not turn off the electromagnetic shield. Instead, he maximized it. At the same time, the propulsion system activated instantly, and the powerful thrust launched the mecha upward like a rocket. The collapsed cave from the earthquake could not stop him. Breaking through obstacles along the way, he quickly returned to the surface. What greeted his eyes was a pit, a massive, enormous pit. If not for flying in midair with an excellent view, he would never have realized he was inside a giant crater. The crater at the center was at least 200 meters deep and probably hundreds of kilometers wide. Under such a terrifying attack, the ancient giant beast was not instantly killed. It still had signs of life. But it was not much better off. Its entire body lay prostrate on the ground, motionless. From its appearance, it was completely unrecognizable. One could only rely on memory to recall its former invincible posture. Especially its highly defensive biological armor. It was a complete mess. Broken pieces scattered, some missing. Large amounts of blood and flesh flowed out, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. Where the blood touched, faint smoke rose. Not from corrosion, but from the extremely high temperature. No wonder it was called an ancient giant beast. From the Earth's core, its blood had such a high temperature. Like magma, it made people recoil. Though it seemed on the verge of death, the rhythm of the ancient giant beast's life was actually growing stronger. Its vitality, initially weak, was slowly increasing. The antimatter bomb had indeed injured it severely, but it was actually absorbing the antimatter energy stored within its body. How was that possible? There existed such a creature in the world that could absorb antimatter. Continuous scanning by the instruments along with the data from the mecha's personal AI became increasingly unbelievable. The final conclusion was terrifying. This giant beast had the ability to absorb most forms of energy. This was probably the legendary difference in constitution between individuals. The ancient giant beast's recovery speed was still increasing. As time passed, it would likely regain mobility before long. No more waiting. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. In a life-or-death situation, since the enemy had completely lost mobility, how could it be given time to recover? The electromagnetic laser cannon quickly charged open to maximum, in an instant aimed at the ancient giant beast's head and delivered a fatal blow. This time it charged for a full half-minute, reaching the maximum load of the electromagnetic laser cannon. Viru. A beam like lightning flashed across the sky, hitting the target in the blink of an eye. Thud. The moment they made contact, a violent collision sound erupted. Without the biological armor to block the attack, easily pierced through the giant beast's flesh and finally collided violently with its hard skull. The process lasted for several seconds until the energy of the electromagnetic laser cannon was exhausted, ending the invasion. This also jolted the dying ancient giant beast awake. The attack caused it to howl in pain, and its life force dropped significantly. Truly, the ancient giant beast's skull was incredibly hard. Even the overloaded maximum power of the electromagnetic laser cannon couldn't break through its defense. Damn, what kind of creature is this, so hard to kill? Despite the curse, the attacks never stopped. One after another, they struck the same spot without interruption. Even the antimatter cannon joined the assault, doing its best to suppress the giant beast's recovery. Indeed, under the dual assault, the recovery finally stopped, and its life force began to slowly decline, giving hope. The attacks intensified, aiming to finish it off in one fell swoop. Facing the relentless barrage of attacks, the ancient colossal beast was further wounded. Yet even so, the strikes were akin to mere scraping, failing to deliver a fatal blow. Instead, they caused the beast to reopen its eyes, its furious gaze fixed upon the distant mech. Just as humanity sought to exploit the beast's eyes as a weak point, it suddenly jerked its head upward. A brilliant beam of light shot forth from its maw, streaking towards humanity like a plasma laser. Against an attack approaching near light speed, there was no chance to even react. However, the instant the beast raised its head, the human sensed a thick aura of danger and instinctively dodged to the side. This single small movement was what saved their life. In a flash, the plasma laser grazed past the human's body, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Even so, the human within the mech was not unscathed. The force of the residual shockwave was not to be underestimated. It shattered the armor, instantly cutting into flesh and blood, causing copious amounts of blood to pour out as if it were free. Had a protective shield not been raised in time to block the majority of the attack, even the mere side effect of the blast could have cost the human their mobility or even their life. Fortunately, the ordeal passed without serious incident. Nanoarmor recovered the body, while the internal medical system began healing the wounds. As for the ancient colossal beast, its desperate strike had consumed the last of its dwindling energy. It then lowered its proud head, its condition unknown. Instruments showed its life force rapidly ebbing away, threatening to expire at any moment. After reaching a critical threshold, the decline halted. Something within its chest seemed to be clinging to the last thread of life. It appeared somewhat akin to a biological engine, yet inferior to one with a pitifully low utilization rate. Had it been a true angelic biological engine, perfectly utilizing all energy within the body, its speed could have reached monstrous levels, and humanity would have long since faced defeat. Not just humanity, but all other races combined wouldn't have stood a chance against it. Therefore, it definitely wasn't one. It simply possessed its own unique method of utilizing energy. Unfortunately, its poor efficiency meant it couldn't keep pace with the times and was ultimately destined for extinction. Humanity then unleashed its full power, unleashing a rain of attacks upon the ancient beast. Even if it was just scraping, they would scrape off a layer of its skin. Now, not just skin, but even its flesh and blood were blasted away from its body, leaving only bare bones. Even then, the ancient beast wasn't completely dead. Fine. Since you're so tenacious, I want to see how long you can hold on. The human, wielding an antimatter cannon in one hand and an electromagnetic laser cannon in the other, unleashed a furious stream of firepower upon the ancient beast. As time passed, faint cracks finally began to appear on its bones. Though they were minuscule, it was a promising start. With sustained output, it was only a matter of time before all its bones were shattered and ground to dust. Ding! Congratulations to the human race Fang Yan for being the first to slay an ancient colossal beast. Reward 100000 origin points. Broadcast to all races. Finally, after a grueling 10 minutes of continuous overloading fire that nearly destroyed the weapons, the beast was slain. It was no small feat. A broadcast to all races. It seemed that was why the earlier announcement about the Zerg race acquiring a resource star had rung in everyone's minds. Recalling that memory made Fang Yan's heart race with envy. That was an entire resource star. Since the previous broadcast only mentioned the race, and not a name, there must be a setting for that. Curious, he asked, can I choose to hide my name in the broadcast? Yes. Then broadcast it. Since he could hide his name, there was no need to be overly secretive. If his strength were sufficient, Head proudly proclaimed his name to all races, showcasing his potential to become an emperor. Ding! Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay an ancient colossal beast. Reward 100000 origin points. Ding. Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay an ancient colossal beast. Reward 100000 origin points. Ding. Congratulations to the human race for being the first to slay an ancient colossal beast. Reward 100000 origin points. This announcement echoed in the minds of all beings within the myriad races tower. The broadcast was repeated 3 times, making it known to all races that the first to slay an ancient colossal beast was from the human race. How is that possible? Even our Zerg couldn't defeat the ancient colossal beast. How could the humans have done it? Humph, the insignificant human race dares to steal our demon race's opportunity. How infuriating. To think the humans got there first. Their strength must be formidable. Even our race has only managed to scratch its hide until now. What? It was our human race that claimed first place. Truly a sign that the human race is destined to prosper. Different races had varied opinions on humanity's first kill. However, being the first among countless races to slay an ancient colossal beast demonstrated a level of power that commanded respect. At the very least, they were stronger than all the participating races. Some races had perished within seconds. Those that could withstand the ancient colossal beast could empathize, understanding its sheer might. With Fang Yan securing the first kill and completing the task, many races breathed a sigh of relief. Their subjects who had been struggling to survive could finally exit. These were the strongest individuals of their divine realms, raised with immense resources. Losing them in battle would be a painful blow, potentially crippling their top-tier combat power. Fortunately, they managed to hold on until the end. This battle served as a stark wake-up call for all the geniuses. Those who were once overly confident now realized the immense disparity in strength between individuals. Some were instantly killed, some struggled to endure, some held a slight advantage, and some even slew their opponent. Although some races were not suited for single combat, the differences in capability were still evident. Fang Yan was oblivious to the thoughts of other races. Staring at the 1000 origin points credited to his account, he was overjoyed. Amazing. Utterly amazing. At this moment, no words could express his elation. A full 1000 origin points. He had never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. With this task concluded, he wondered if the myriad races tower had other challenges or missions in store. Ding. The great race war is about to begin. The cycle of life and death continues. We live, they die. A life or death duel among 10,000 races. Defeat your enemies, and the last 10 races standing will earn a ticket to the void. Registration countdown: 99 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Death is permanent. Staring at the information before him, Fang Yan fell into a momentary silence. A ticket to the void, eh? What was that? His theoretical knowledge was still lacking, and he had no idea what it meant. Before he could ponder it further, the number of registrations surged to an astonishing level in an instant. The number of registrations had already soared past the 1,000,000 mark. How much time had passed? In the blink of an eye, not even 10 seconds. In such a fleeting moment, a sea of people had signed up, and the count was still climbing relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. It was clear that the void entry ticket possessed an immense allure, or perhaps offered unimaginable rewards. Did it enhance personal strength, or boost a race's combat power? In any case, it must hold tremendous benefits, enough to make everyone lose their composure. Otherwise, these prodigies were neither fools nor simpletons. Without an overwhelming temptation, how could so many be rallied at once? The registrations had surged to over 1,000,000 in mere moments, yet there were still 100 days left before the window closed. 100 days, neither too long nor too short. Fang Yan did not rush his decision. He planned to investigate first, understand the specifics, and then decide. After all, time was plentiful. There was no need for haste. The myriad races arena tower had gone silent after issuing this task, releasing nothing further. Perhaps it was over for now, and new tasks would only appear tomorrow. Through the system, he confirmed this. However, the tower did not issue tasks daily. It would be a month before such a grand event occurred again. During this period, it typically released anywhere from 1 to 9 tasks. In short, the exact number was unpredictable, known only to those who participated that day. According to the system's prompt, this time it had issued 5 tasks in total, plus a final standalone task lasting 100 days. That made roughly 6 in all. Given this, by the time Fang Yan achieved his 20-win streak and entered the first 3 tasks were already long over. The 4th was just wrapping up. The Zerg race had ultimately triumphed, securing a resource star. From that point on, Fang Yan understood everything clearly, as he was now a participant himself. The 5th task in particular had been a rocket-like ascent, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. But just because the tower had no more tasks didn't mean there was nothing to do. Its very name was arena, wasn't it? Races could continue to compete, the losers would fade away, and the victors would claim rewards. For Fang Yan, with no more tasks to exploit for rewards, continuing to compete was unnecessary. What was he here for? to earn enough origin to meet the development needs of his divine domain. He had already achieved that completely. A single task had netted him a full 100,000 origin points. There was simply no need to stay and challenge other races. Wasn't that just a waste of time? He might as well return and refine nuclear bombs to enhance his divine power. With that, he swiftly exited the myriad races arena tower. Outside, a considerable crowd still lingered, mostly senior students from their sophomore and junior years. They were engaged in animated discussions about various strategies, sharing their experiences, all hoping to clinch a victory inside. They paid little attention to Fang Yan as he emerged, most merely cast a cursory glance his way before losing interest. After all, with so many students at the martial arts university, it was impossible for everyone to know each other. Had they known Fang Yan was a mere freshman, he would have drawn countless stares. As it stood, aside from being handsome, he looked like any other student with nothing particularly noteworthy about him. Fang Yan swept his gaze across the scene and left the tower behind. His primary curiosity now was what the void entry ticket truly was, and what kind of magic it held. Glancing at the time, he figured the freshman competition wasn't over yet, so he decided not to disturb his beautiful mentor. He headed to the library instead, hoping to find relevant information. Following the signs, he quickly arrived at his destination. It was evident that the university valued not only martial prowess, but also the dissemination of knowledge. The 6-story library spanning hundreds of acres was testament to that. It could be said that apart from the dueling grounds, the library was one of the largest structures on campus. Being a first-time visitor, he had no idea where to start. The solution was simple. He asked a pretty senior student for directions to the section on the myriad races tower. He swiped his student ID and entered without any deposit or fee. Following the senior's directions, he quickly reached the second floor and headed towards a corner in the northeast. Since these books weren't particularly popular, they weren't placed in the most prominent spots. After searching for a while, he eventually had to ask the librarian to find the exact location. The sight before him was impressive, nearly half a bookshelf filled with related texts. He hadn't expected there to be so many introductions to the myriad races tower. Titles like Potential Origins of the Myriad Races Tower, The True Death and Analysis of the Myriad Races Tower, and The Essential Difference Between the Myriad Races Tower and the Myriad Races Arena Tower caught his eye. These books were remarkably detailed. Much of the information was new to Fang Yan, revealing hidden meanings he hadn't considered. The authors were clearly individuals of great wisdom. Eventually, he found the knowledge he sought in one particular book. It meticulously documented the number of tasks issued by the Arena Tower each month for the past 2 decades, along with their specific details. The book was exhaustive, even noting the number of participants and the final victors of each event. As he continued flipping through the pages, Fang Yan finally discovered what he was looking for. It contained a very detailed account of all information regarding the void entry ticket. According to the notes, the Arena Tower's task was held roughly once a year with a registration period of 100 days each time. By the deadline, at least 20 to 30 million people would have registered. These were all prodigies who had won 20 consecutive battles, each one a pride of their respective race. The number was substantial, yet when compared to the countless races across the universe, it was actually quite small. During the task, participants were gathered in an extremely vast space. Rarely it would be in the starry void, most often it was on a vast landmass under a round sky. Through continuous battles and eliminations, the final 10 survivors would be awarded the void entry tickets. This ticket was a paper-like object lacking any flexibility, yet it could be folded with ease. This folding was not ordinary. It seemed more like a fold in space-time itself, possessing an indescribable quality. To the touch, it felt incredibly thin, as if it would tear at the slightest pull. But that was far from the truth. Even the most powerful attacks left no mark upon it. Many had fought fiercely over these tickets, yet none could inflict even the slightest damage. Some had tried to destroy them, but all attempts ended in failure. Only its rightful owner could tear it. What was an indestructible object to others was easily torn by the one who held it. What kind of place did the void entry ticket lead to? The book contained detailed accounts from those who had entered, yet their descriptions varied wildly. However, one thing was consistent: every single one of them had gained incredibly powerful benefits. In short, every individual who entered found themselves in a completely unique situation. Their respective fortunes were entirely distinct, differing so vastly that they offered no reference value whatsoever. Yet all uniformly sensed entering a void, a phantasmal unreality that did not exist within the confines of the tangible world. He. All seemed to lack authentic existence. Upon entry, one could not even perceive oneself, and all around was devoid of the very concepts of time and space. It was as if an extra non-existent thread had been woven into the fabric of the cosmos, a unique line perceptible only within the emptiness. It was profoundly ethereal, yet undeniably real. Observing this, Fang Yan furrowed his brows. This felt akin to a lower dimensional being entering a higher dimension, yet one's essence remained that of a lower dimensional entity. Even upon ascending to a higher plane, one could not grasp the concept of that higher dimension. One could only vaguely and ambiguously touch upon its fringes, but to advance further the shackles of one's own being made it impossible to unlock that formidable barrier. For you remained a lower dimensional creature. However, this state allowed a clear perception of one's own deficiencies. It was like a three-dimensional being observing a two-dimensional painting. You can comprehensively appreciate the painting's beauty or flaws, its strengths and weaknesses, and thus make informed choices. Yet the two-dimensional painting could never perceive its complete self, at best only encountering itself along its edges for limited modifications. Fang Yan fell into silence. This was merely his speculation. As for the true reality, even those who had entered couldn't articulate it clearly, so he had no authority to speak. In any case, the void entry ticket was exceptionally crucial. Especially for prodigies whose potential was already immense, a more perfect understanding of oneself could decisively determine how far they could journey. And this was merely one of the opportunities. As for the others, they were too numerous to count. Entry virtually guaranteed a qualitative leap. Sign up, I must sign up. Even if he didn't rank in the top 10, it would serve as an invaluable practical experience. The battlefield of 10,000 races. Just imagining it evoked a sense of its grandeur. Regrettably, each individual could only participate in this mission once in their lifetime. All races fundamentally avoided participating in the early stages of awakened divine realm, as their strength was far inferior to those who had developed for longer periods. Of course, they also couldn't achieve 20 consecutive victories early on, which was a prerequisite to enter the myriad races arena's inner sanctum. In that case, there's no rush to register. Fang Yan suppressed his eager thoughts. The primary focus now was still developing his divine realm. If a situation became untenable, one could appropriately choose to abandon it. The prodigies of other races had compelling reasons to participate, as this might be their final opportunity. Once one's awakened divine realm exceeded 1,000 days, entry into the myriad races arena would be forever barred. Fang Yan had plenty of time. There was no need for haste. He set down the book and glanced at the sky outside the window, realizing it had darkened imperceptibly. He hadn't expected to become so engrossed in reading that he read until nightfall. He exhaled a heavy breath and stood up. He returned the book to its original place and left the library. Arriving at the school cafeteria, he ordered several dishes and ate his fill. Although possessing divine power meant he no longer required sustenance, the pleasure derived from taste remained an indulgence he couldn't forego, especially since it was a long-established habit. After finishing his meal, just as he was about to head back, the spirit communicator in his pocket vibrated. Glancing at the message, he was surprised to see it was from his beautiful head instructor. "Are you there?" Fang Yan pondered briefly, wondering what she wanted, and ultimately replied with a question mark. "The school leadership asked me to gauge your opinion. They intend to use you as bait to lure out spies from various races. Once they surface, we can apprehend them all. As you know, your reputation as a prodigy is quite significant, making you a prime target for those races' attention. What are your thoughts?" "Sorry, instructor, but I'm preparing for a secluded cultivation session to develop my divine realm. I don't have the time." Fang Yan rejected the proposal without a second thought upon reading the message. A wise man does not court danger. How could he possibly agree to something so perilous? Moreover, he would be in the open while the enemies lurked in the shadows. Who knows if some enemy possessed a devastating killing move? Agreeing would be akin to seeking death. Like bait on a hook, it's almost always consumed by the fish. And Fang Yan's own strength was merely that of a minor demigod. How could he withstand attacks from all directions? Yang Chuxue was taken aback by Fang Yan's decisive refusal, so swift and without hesitation. The persuasive arguments she had prepared were rendered useless. Nevertheless, she sent another message. "All right, I'll coordinate with the school leadership later. Also, as a student, your priority should be developing your divine realm and enhancing your personal strength. It's best not to agree to this request." "Understood." With that, he logged off the communication app. He had no intention of placing himself precariously on the edge of danger. That was not his style. Besides, given time, he was bound to become a formidable powerhouse. If he died, then that would be the end. The entire world would cease to concern him. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and headed towards his dormitory. But he hadn't walked far when his spirit communicator buzzed again. This time it was Tian Li, the class monitor of Class 1. He paused for a few seconds before answering. "Head monitor, is there something?" "Are you Fang Yan?" A robust voice came through the receiver. The tone carried an air of unquestionable authority, a habit typically cultivated only by those who had long held positions of power. "May I ask who this is?" Although Fang Yan had a rough idea of the caller's identity, he inquired nonetheless. "I'm Tian Li's uncle. I've already arranged for someone to pick you up. There's an important matter I need you to handle shortly." Upon hearing this, Fang Yan's brow furrowed even deeper. This commanding tone. Who did this person think he was? Was he some supreme ruler? self-important, and presumptuous, trying to order him around. Why should he? Was this guy some kind of clown sent by a monkey? Not interested. He ended the call immediately. If not for Tian Li's sake, he would have hung up at the very first sentence. Who was this person trying to impress with that tone? Fang Yan was not his subordinate. Why should he pay him any mind? No matter how strong or powerful this person was, so what? Could he actually come to the Kyoto Martial Arts University and drag him away? That would be an outright slap in the face to the prestigious institution. Certain fundamental rules still had to be upheld. The moment Fang Yan hung up, Tian Li's uncle's eyes filled with gloom. A mere student from a martial arts university dared to hang up on him. What's more, he completely disregarded him. Fine. Very well. Seeing Tian Zen's grim expression, Tian Li quickly interjected, Uncle Fang Yan is my classmate, and he once saved my life. I hope you won't make things difficult for him. Why would I trouble a junior? Tian Jinhu shot Tian Li a dissatisfied glance, then fell into Tian Jinhu pondered for a long time. In his mind, Fang Yan was the most suitable candidate to be the bait. Whether in terms of strength or reputation, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle among the new students of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Spies from other factions would naturally be well versed in the details of China's prodigies precisely to better assassinate such talents. If they couldn't even uncover such basic information, they were nothing more than small fry insignificant pawns. Such spies were useless. Phishing was meant to lure those with a certain status, or those hidden even deeper. After hesitating repeatedly, he finally picked up the spirit communicator and dialed again. Unfortunately, a busy tone came directly from the other end. What is this? He had been blocked. Tian Li, standing by the side, was dumbfounded, inwardly exclaiming his admiration. Facing his uncle, who had crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, he barely dared to breathe loudly, speaking with utmost politeness, let alone acting presumptuously. The killing intent that inadvertently emanated from the man was enough to make one's scalp tingle and send chills down the spine. Coupled with the habits formed from holding a high position in the military for so long, that tone of unquestionable authority was something few could withstand. He never expected Fang Yan to be so formidable, refusing to even consider a second conversation and blocking him outright. Tian Li secretly gave a thumbs up, unable to help but admire him. Smack! The spirit communicator in Tian Zen's grasp shattered into pieces. He hadn't expected that a junior, someone who had been away from Blue Star for so long, would teach him a lesson, calling him young and ignorant, not knowing his place. Hep! He let out a cold laugh, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, whether in mockery or appreciation was unclear. Little Li, since we have nothing to do now, your uncle will escort you back to the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Before Tian Li could even respond, Tian Jinhu had already placed his hand on his shoulder. With a fluctuation of divine power, the two vanished from their spot. In the next instant, they appeared above the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Tian Jinhu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bathed in moonlight, exuding an aura of an immortal sage. It had to be said, he did carry that certain air. However, his other hand completely ruined the image, holding Tian Li like a helpless chick. Without even asking for his opinion, Tian Li felt utterly miserable and on the verge of tears. Tian Jinhu revealed a nostalgic expression, then muttered softly to himself. It's been a long time since I've been back. I wonder if the bones of those old fellows inside have gotten rusty. After speaking, he pushed Tian Li aside. His entire demeanor shifted abruptly, and a wild, frantic aura burst forth from him. Then a beam of light condensed instantly upon his hands, containing terrifying energy beyond imagination. With a gentle wave of his hand, the energy shot directly towards the Kyoto Martial Arts University below. Just as this energy was about to descend, the entire campus seemed to link together as one, suddenly sensing the external threat. The long-dormant protective formation instantly materialized, forming a transparent membrane, like a barrier emitting a faint glow. Boom! The moment they collided, a violent impact erupted, lasting for dozens of seconds, with booming echoes spreading for dozens of kilometers. Bright light blazed at the point of resistance, turning the dark night sky as bright as day. Enemy attack! Instantly, the entire school sprang into action. Students rushed out of their dormitories, eager to see what was happening. The instructors were even faster, soaring into the air with the aid of their divine power, hovering in midair. Before they could arrive, 3 individuals with youthful faces and white hair had already reached the scene. Many recognized them immediately. Wasn't it the rarely seen principal and the 2 vice principals? They hadn't expected them to react so swiftly to the threat, arriving at the front line before everyone else. Fang Yan, who had just returned to his dormitory, also rushed out to the open area. A ring on his finger rapidly transformed into a plasma laser rifle, ready for battle at any moment. However, before anyone could figure out what was happening, the defensive formation that had just been activated suddenly dissipated. At that moment, Fang Yan felt as if he was being targeted by a wild beast. A beast lurking in the shadows, poised to strike a fatal blow at any moment. It could be said that in that instant Fang Yan moved faster than he ever had before, his mech suit instantly covering his entire body, forming a protective layer. Even so, it didn't bring him the slightest sense of security. The killing intent only grew heavier, almost tangible. What to do? In that instant, countless thoughts raced through Fang Yan's mind, but each one was rejected. To survive, he had to go all out. The mech's thrusters ignited, reaching maximum output almost simultaneously, propelling him rapidly in one direction, trying to escape the other's control range. Unfortunately, no matter how fast Fang Yan was, he seemed as slow as a crawling turtle in the eyes of his opponent. Boom! Before he could fly far, a powerful gravitational force suddenly descended. Its speed and intensity were so overwhelming that one couldn't react in time. It directly crushed Fang Yan down from the air, slamming him heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. He could barely manage to get up, but as the opponent continuously increased the gravitational multiplier, he eventually couldn't move a single muscle. Damn it! Fang Yan, discarding all caution, crazily burned his divine power. In an instant, the temperature within dozens of meters soared by over 1,000 degrees. The area within a kilometer was severely affected. Moreover, the temperature wasn't static, it rose linearly with no sign of stopping. 1,000 degrees Celsius, 2,000 degrees Celsius, 3,000 degrees Celsius. Within just a few breaths, it multiplied several times over. The mech's suit on his body shrank down to the size of a palm, tucked away near his chest. The gravity pressing down on him remained unchanged. Yet he felt noticeably lighter and managed to turn over with great effort. Then he painfully raised one hand, pointing it straight at the sky. Explode. Boom. Instantly, a fireball detonated in midair, expanding rapidly from a point to cover a vast area. Compared to a large-yield nuclear bomb, its power was nothing. It was roughly equivalent to a tactical nuclear weapon, certainly not enough to kill enemies. Its main purpose was to send a distress signal. But before the fireball could fully bloom, it was forcibly suppressed and compressed back. It eventually condensed into a single point and vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. How is this possible? Fang Yan's pupils contracted as he stared at the calm night sky. The nuclear explosion he had just created was cleared away in an instant, so completely that he even doubted whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. What kind of immense power was this to be able to accomplish such a feat? At that moment, Fang Yan felt his entire body lighten. The oppressive gravity that had been pressing down on him vanished without a trace, nearly causing him to lose control and unleash all his divine power at once. It was like the breaking of the Yangtze's banks, an unstoppable torrent surging forth. Quickly withdraw your divine power. Do you intend to vaporize the entire school with this heat? A clear, ethereal voice echoed from all directions, finally coalescing within Fang Yan's mind. The voice sounded vaguely familiar, though he couldn't quite place it. A figure appeared beside Fang Yan in an instant and waved a hand, restoring the ambient temperature to normal. This is the principal. Fang Yan finally understood as the person revealed themselves. That voice wasn't it, their principals. He had heard it several times in school broadcasts. No wonder it felt so familiar. Shortly after, two more figures materialized not far from Fang Yan. Without needing to guess, he knew they were the two vice principals of the Capital Martial University. Though their exact strength remained unknown, there was no doubt they were formidable. Fang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief and called out loudly, "Principal, save me. Someone just tried to kill me." Whether intentional or not, he retreated behind the three principals, positioning himself at the most advantageous spot. No need to worry. That was merely a test arranged by others. One of the vice principals smiled warmly at Fang Yan and offered an explanation. A test? Rage flared within Fang Yan upon hearing this. Are you out of your mind? A test with lethal force? Do you have any idea how heavy that gravity was? If not for my divine power, an ordinary person would have been crushed to pulp. And on top of that, the divine power I painstakingly accumulated to resist that gravity is nearly depleted. I have to start all over again, wasting a tremendous amount of time. At this moment, Fang Yan's gaze was eerily calm, a calm that was profoundly unsettling. If his strength were sufficient, he would have struck down such a provocateur with a single palm. As for anger, yes, he was indeed furious. But what had happened was done. Oh, what use was anger now? Did he not still need to spend time refining divine power anew? Principal Zhang Linghua, a shrewd and seasoned man, discerned Fang Yan's mood. He glared in a certain direction and barked, "Come out. You had no sense of restraint just now. Get over here and apologize." Tianjin, who stepped leisurely out from the darkness, a smile playing on his lips as he observed Fang Yan, who looked as though he had just been dragged from the water. He said flatly, "So you're Fang Yan." The voice was unmistakable. It was the same one that had called him earlier, using spiritual energy from the fields. Fang Yan had hung up on him and blocked his number without a second thought. He never expected the man to actually track him down at the school. To think he had orchestrated this whole charade with the three principals. Fang Yan didn't believe this man possessed the power to truly force the principals of the Capital Martial University into submission. then there was only one truth. The three principles had not stopped him, perhaps wanting to gauge Fang Yan's true strength in the real world themselves. Fine. Three old bastards letting an outsider bully a student of their own university. In that instant, a new resolve took root in Fang Yan's heart. A sparring match was fine, and so was a test. But it should have been communicated beforehand and required his consent. Why should he bend to their whims? He was young, and youth was synonymous with arrogance. As the saying goes, if you're not bold in your youth, when will you be? Wait until you're old. Or perhaps wait until you're decrepit and in diapers before acting bold. Absolutely ridiculous. Fang Yan stared at the man coldly, not uttering a single word. Principal Zhang Lianghua interjected to smooth things over. This is Fang Yan, the strongest freshman at our capital Martial University this year. Today alone he accomplished the insane feat of defeating 1,000 opponents single-handedly, and with a flawless victory. Zhang Lianghua paused for a moment, pondering, then continued. I dare say very few sophomores could match him. Even among the juniors, based on the strength he displayed today, he could secure a respectable ranking. The assessment was remarkably objective. After all, in today's competition amongst his peers, Fang Yan had triumphed purely through close-quarters combat, one of the most underrated methods of attack in a civilization that favored technology. Even so, he was undefeated among his generation. If they had known that Fang Yan had won 20 consecutive battles in the Myriad Race's tower and directly entered its inner sanctum, what would their evaluation have been? Of course, Fang Yan had no interest in enlightening them. At the very least, this incident had drastically soured his perception of the capital Martial University. If things were bad, they were bad. Why force a smile? Regardless of who they were or their reasons, attacking a student directly on school grounds was a gross dereliction of duty for any reason. Fang Yan glanced at the four of them and said with an unchanged expression, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest. Wait. Zhang Lianghua called out, stopping Fang Yan, and cast a look at Tian Jinhu. We were in the wrong just now. Don't take it to heart. We merely wanted to assess your true strength, because there might be a matter we need your cooperation with next. Without waiting for Fang Yan to respond, he continued. This is Tian Jinhu, a captain in the military. He just returned from the front lines for some rest. Unfortunately, his nephew was ambushed by alien spies. Although he wasn't injured, the incident within their family convoy has caused quite a stir. He has thus requested this mission to eliminate the alien infiltrators. Fang Yan nodded as he listened, then glanced at the man and said calmly, I see. Can I go now? He had absolutely no interest in these troublesome affairs. Take your mission and do as you wish, just don't drag him into it. Tian Jinhu finally spoke up. What I mean is, I'd like to ask you, a genius of the Martial University, to act as bait. We'll publicize it, lure them to a designated location, and catch bigger fish. Do I need to repeat myself? Fang Yan stared straight at him, offering no face whatsoever. I said I'm not interested, and am not interested. Did you think this tactic would make me yield? You? Tian Jinhu laughed in sheer disbelief, astonished that this young man was so utterly unyielding. Do you realize this is a contribution to the nation? Rooting out these infiltrators, whether on the front lines or within humanity, would be a significant achievement for the entire country. Do you know how honorable this is? We were nurtured with vast resources. Isn't that all for the purpose of serving our motherland? Well, the man was certainly taking the moral high ground. I know that, Fang Yan replied. But I also know how I will contribute to humanity. And besides, I'm still a student. My priority is my studies. When I'm a senior, I've already decided I will head to the border to defend it. Fang Yan's reply was crisp and unwavering, leaving no room for negotiation. He simply would not go. The mission to serve as bait was fraught with immense danger. If he survived, he might be hailed as a heroic citizen, awarded a small plaque, and perhaps given some money. But if he were to die, he would be nothing more than an insignificant extra. A fallen genius is no genius at all, merely a joke whispered about in who knows what tales. Thus Fang Yan chose to live better, for only by living could he grow stronger. He would advance when necessary and hold his ground when prudence demanded. Seeing the two at an impasse, a vice principal stepped in to mediate. Fang Yan, since the military has taken over, they have surely made meticulous preparations. Your safety is guaranteed without the slightest risk. Furthermore, assisting the military is a duty of every citizen, a contribution to the nation. I've heard they've even offered 500 points of source as compensation for this task. Clearly this man sided with Tian Jinhu, trying to persuade Fang Yan. They even resorted to a moral onslaught, standing on a high pedestal to coerce him. Any naive college student would have been thrilled to agree, eager to serve their country. What young person didn't harbor such aspirations? Unfortunately, Fang Yan simply chose to ignore them. Moral blackmail. If he had no morals, they couldn't bind him. They flaunted 500 source points as a reward. Was that all? How they underestimated him, thinking such a paltry sum would entice him to volunteer. It was nothing short of a pipe dream. He was already rich with over 100,000 source points. Risking his life for such a meager amount was simply not worth it. Fang Yan glanced at the principals once more and said, "It's getting late. They'll head back to rest now." With that he turned and left, ignoring any attempts to stop him. As for Tian Jinhu, he didn't give him the time of day. What did it matter if he was a military bigwig or held the rank of captain? Unless he could crush him with a single slap, right now he'd have to be ready for a retaliatory blow in the future. Though Fang Yan didn't seek out conflict, he held grudges fiercely. He would repay today's grievances tenfold, 100-fold in the future. From the very beginning, he sensed Tian Zen's intention to kill. Had he not been strong enough, he would already be a corpse. Any other freshman would have been crushed by that gravitational pressure. Even Fang Yan still felt a lingering ache. Fortunately, the support of his divine power made him appear as normal as anyone else without a single flaw. As Fang Yan departed, Principal Zhang Lianghua turned to Tian Jinhu. That was a bit heavy-handed. If not for his divine protection, that attack could have been fatal. Don't worry, I knew my limits, Tian Jinhu replied with a faint smile. Looking at the vanished figure, he said, I'd already heard about him from my nephew. That blow was measured out. At worst, it would have laid him up for a fortnight if he was slow. But he reacted quickly. He's a genius not seen in decades, with impeccable strength and battle instincts. A talent like this, how could I possibly use him as bait? I wouldn't have the heart to. He gave a slight bow to the principals. Thank you for your cooperation, gentlemen. We've seen his true character. He knows precisely what to do and what to avoid, which is the most crucial trait for growth. Many geniuses are arrogant, overestimating their abilities, thinking they can charge into enemy ranks and emerge victorious. Little do they know the grass over their graves would be taller than a man by now. Zhang Lianghua nodded in agreement. It was only with their tacit approval that Tian Jinhu could have launched any attack. Their aim was to temper him, to teach him that there are always those stronger, and to prevent him from becoming complacent. After all, Fang Yan's performance today was blindingly brilliant, overshadowing all other freshmen. They couldn't let him lose himself with such power. The principal's intentions were well-meaning. What they didn't realize was that they had already crossed a line. A simple apology later wouldn't suffice. A gem like Fang Yan needed careful polishing, but not this way. Zhang Lianghua joked, Tian Jinhu, you might have made an enemy. Once he surpasses you, he'll beat you until your own parents wouldn't recognize you. Tian Jinhu merely chuckled, his eyes full of confidence. His achievements were won through his own strength, not by anyone's favor. If he can defeat me, I'd be thrilled. It would mean humanity has gained another powerhouse. Fang Yan was unaware of this. He firmly believed, treat me with respect, and he'll repay you tenfold. Harm me, and he'll take 3 times in return. Everything is a two-way street, not a one-sided devotion. Back in his dormitory, Fang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. He checked his injuries, which still ached faintly, but were nothing serious. Since he was fine, he couldn't afford to slack off on the development of the Divine Realm. He sat cross-legged and entered the Divine Realm. It was the year 2077 of the human era. This year, humanity accepted the bioengine technology from the angelic race, along with 3 vassal races that had already mastered it. Initial research sent a massive shockwave through the scientific community. They had never imagined such possibilities. Almost simultaneously, it sparked the imaginations of all scientists, filling lab blueprints with ingenious ideas. Through the bioengine, they accomplished one unimaginable experiment after another. While many failed, many succeeded. As time went on, humanity's understanding of the technology deepened, revealing even more astonishing truths. It was incredible that the angelic race had possessed this technology so long ago. Even with 3 complete specimens to study, the bioengine's complexity was staggeringly, almost horrifyingly profound. Humanity had only grasped a tiny fraction of it, unable to replicate it on any living being. As for humans, that was out of the question. It would be suicide. A superficial understanding was nowhere near ready for clinical trials. Human era year 2088. This year, bioengine technology saw no significant breakthroughs. The primary reason was its sheer complexity, too intricate for any revolutionary progress to be made in just 11 years. As the saying goes, when one side is dark, the other is bright. While bioengines yielded little, the antimatter propulsion system achieved perfect experimental success. Capable of utilizing antimatter energy at 100% efficiency, it could unleash devastating power instantaneously, possessing terrifying thrust. It was truly a groundbreaking creation. At the same time, the first Xuannu space fighter was successfully unveiled. This craft differed greatly from planetary fighters, as its design and construction were entirely dedicated to space warfare. The Xuannu fighter measured 246 meters in length, 141 meters in width, and weighed 2390 tons. These were its standard specifications. In a state of war, the Xuannu fighter could carry up to 7170 tons, reaching an astonishing capacity. Its weaponry included electromagnetic laser cannons and antimatter cannons, both primarily employing energy-based attacks. After all, in space warfare, the distances between adversaries were immense. Projectile weapons could never achieve the required velocities. A single shot might take hours just to reach the enemy's position. It was truly a case of the battle ends while the attack is still en route. Only ultra-fast energy weapons could achieve the desired effect. The electromagnetic laser cannon in particular had already reached sublight speed, covering an astonishing 2700 kilometers in a single second. Yet even this speed was deemed insufficient for the vast scales of future interstellar warfare. Especially when guarding the frontier where distances were measured in light years, the electromagnetic laser cannon seemed slow. Indeed, it was not fast at all. But for now it sufficed. As various data were refined, the Xuannu fighter edged closer to perfection. Meanwhile, the Divine Domain's vacuum zone continued to expand, fully accommodating the Xuannu fighter's high-speed maneuvers. Its maximum velocity had reached 1/10 the speed of light, the absolute limit of the antimatter engine. Normal flight posed no issues, but sustaining this extreme velocity exposed flaws in current technology, which could not support prolonged operation. After 3 minutes, if the speed was not reduced, irreversible damage would be inflicted upon the entire antimatter engine, potentially rendering it completely inoperable. What could be accomplished in 3 minutes? For some it was more than enough time to finish. At this speed, light would travel the distance in 30 seconds, enough to make roughly 12 round trips from Earth to the Moon. 12 round trips in 3 minutes was certainly not slow. Even leaving the solar system would take just over 3 days. For the boundless cosmos, this was by no means sluggish. Humanity's Apollo moon landing mission had taken a full 8 days to complete, while the Xuannu fighter could make 12 round trips in 3 minutes. The two speeds were utterly incomparable, existing on entirely different tiers. Of course, 1/10 the speed of light represented maximum overload sustainable for only 3 minutes. Under normal operation, cruising at 1% the speed of light, the craft could fly continuously for 100 years without issue. Even the exact lifespan of the engine remained unknown to human researchers. Only through sustained use could they measure it. Practice leads to truth. Though this speed was 10 times slower, its endurance was its greatest virtue. Moreover, humanity was not resting on its laurels. Ongoing research aimed to sustain maximum velocity indefinitely, and even surpass it. Only then would it be a truly qualified antimatter power plant. Beyond space warships, the antimatter engine system was also undergoing miniaturization research. If cold fusion provided power for personal mechs, then the antimatter engine was intended for the next generation of cosmic battle armor. Unlike smaller mechs, cosmic battle armor boasted colossal frames that could not be driven without an ample energy supply. While cold fusion could generate substantial energy, it fell short of powering armor dozens or even hundreds of meters tall. Cosmic battle armor had long been in development, and its flaws were well known. In combat particularly, there were moments requiring a sudden sustained surge of energy. Cold fusion could supply it, but intermittent disruptions could cause the armor to stutter or seize. A momentary pause could mean the difference between life and death. Cold fusion was adequate for normal use, but in emergencies demanding explosive output, it clearly lacked staying power. This was where the antimatter engine excelled, delivering energy output hundreds of times greater. As for the exact height of cosmic battle armor, there was no unified standard. It could range from a dozen meters to several hundred. After all, these were instruments of war designed to adapt to diverse battlefields, necessitating various sizes for different models. A standardized size would eventually be established, though its exact dimensions had yet to be determined. As Fang Yan continued to encounter different races, humanity would integrate the feedback received and select the most optimal form. But discussing this was premature. The most pressing priority remained the development of bioengines. Without an extraordinary physique, how could one hope to control such massive cosmic battle armor? Everything circled back to the starting point. Human era year 2102. This year humanity conducted its first bioengine experiment. However, it was not a bioengine in the true sense. The angelic bioengine proved incompatible with human biology, or with most life forms for that matter. Observations from the 3 test subjects revealed that their bodies were fundamentally different, unable to meet the specific conditions required to form a bioengine. The primary issue was that the human body was too frail, lacking any internal supporting factors like transcendent particles. Yet even without such elements could a person be held back by such a trivial obstacle. Ultimately, they settled for a secondary approach, drawing inspiration from the angelic bioengine to forge a new path, the nuclear fusion bioengine. It bore some resemblance to Fang Yan refining a nuclear bomb to produce divine power, yet the two were fundamentally different. The resulting power levels were also vastly disparate. As the test subject, a gorilla roughly the size of a human, was secured in place. Countless intricate mechanisms sprang into motion. Each delicate procedure was executed with precision according to pre-programmed protocols. The gorilla's body underwent slow transformation from cellular structures to genetic fragments. Every passing second yielded unimaginable results. With time, the gorilla's overall physique grew exponentially stronger. This was not a mechanical modification, turning limbs or organs into metal, but a profound biological transformation. It began with the simplest layer, the skin, undergoing gradual, meticulous changes. Beyond that, virtually every cell in the body required special treatment. In short, the process delved down to every single quark. The bioengine modification was an exceedingly protracted endeavor, with its timeline stretching into an indefinite future, far from being achievable in a mere day or two. To completely transform a living organism inside and out from top to bottom, altering nearly every cell, and even each molecule through a radical, unconventional change. To draw an analogy, it resembled the Godzilla of past television worlds, a creature capable of absorbing and digesting nuclear energy through its physical form, harnessing that power to become a terrifying entity impervious even to nuclear bombs. At that point, it might truly become a humanoid behemoth wielding unimaginable destructive force. If combined with technological weaponry and pitted against other races, it would surely wreak havoc effortlessly. However, this technology remained experimental, and its feasibility required further verification. Seasons passed year after year. The bioengine modification continued, and the technological foundation grew increasingly mature. Yet the first modified gorilla had long vanished, surviving only a month in the laboratory before succumbing to genetic decay and losing its life. Nevertheless, humanity gained invaluable experimental data. Its sacrifice was meaningful and swift. That small sacrifice propelled the entire human race forward by a significant stride, playing a pivotal role. Even a month after the gorilla's death, the modified cells still retained considerable energy, as if they were still alive. Remarkably, when these cells encountered nuclear energy, they began to absorb it in an inexplicable manner, storing terrifying amounts of power within each cell. Unfortunately, their host had perished, and without the original Boda's support, how long could they endure? No matter how formidable these cells were, they could not escape their ultimate demise. They persisted for a full year and a half before finally fading away. Yet this gave humanity a glimmer of hope, a chance to achieve transcendence and unlock infinite possibilities. Subsequently, humanity conducted countless experiments. They fought and lost repeatedly, yet persisted through trial after trial, testing various species, from tiny mice to massive gorillas. Several major imperial laboratories were frantically experimenting for this very project. If the technology could be broken through and succeed, it would undoubtedly be a groundbreaking innovation. No, it would completely revolutionize the very essence of human life, transforming them into terrifying transcendent beings. But ideals were rich while reality was harsh. As they delved deeper, one challenge after another emerged before humanity, almost blocking the path forward. Even so, humanity never gave up. The divine realm had received experimental subjects sent by the angelic civilization. Even if they had to replicate every minute detail, they would press on. The lack of major breakthroughs in bioengine technology did not mean humanity had stagnated in other scientific fields. Within the entire divine realm, the number of research personnel reached an astonishing 100 million. These individuals were distributed across the most cutting-edge technological domains. Like sparks of fire, they continuously radiated light and heat, eventually transforming quantity into quality and driving the progress of the entire civilization. Conventional reconnaissance satellites had become somewhat obsolete. Previously, whether against the zombie race or the insect race, these units with long-range attacks would immediately shoot down anything in the sky. Even the simplest minds could deduce the purpose of such objects. Moreover, how many geniuses among the various races were truly foolish? Therefore, to achieve effective reconnaissance in combat and possess formidable defensive capabilities, Fang Yan directly utilized the power of the source to manifest all the data of the water droplet. This scientific technology surpassed all existing technologies of the divine realm. Inevitably, it triggered an intangible and untouchable rule, requiring a vast amount of source power to perfectly replicate. Not only Fang Yan had to pay a steep price, but so did others in the divine realm. To manifest a high-level cultivation technique, the source consumed varied according to its quality. No one could escape the constraints of this rule. As the source burned, a massive amount of data correspondingly appeared on the desk of the human emperor, sheets of paper neatly stacked together. The so-called water droplet was not an actual droplet, but a reconnaissance device capable of traversing interstellar space. Its appearance resembled a water droplet with an elliptical head and a sharp tail measuring 3.5 meters in size. Its surface was extraordinarily smooth, like a fully reflective mirror, clearly reflecting everything around it. The reason for this appearance was that its shell was composed of neatly arranged atoms in rows, achieving absolute smoothness and indestructible hardness. Under the strong interaction force, all molecular motion, both on the surface and inside, was locked, causing the droplet's surface temperature to reach absolute zero. Internally, it was even more astonishing, housing extremely powerful reconnaissance and communication technologies along with a unique artificial intelligence computer. At this stage, it was undoubtedly the most advanced reconnaissance device. Not only could it perform reconnaissance and relay information to humanity in real time, but its indestructible exterior could also instantly become a lethal weapon. Utilizing kinetic energy, it could deliver a fatal blow to enemies. At maximum speed, it could reach nearly 1/10 the speed of light. This velocity was not the droplet's limit, but the upper bound of humanity's current technology. As technology advanced, the droplet would naturally improve as well. This time, exchanging for the complete set of water droplet scientific technology cost Fang Yan a staggering 8,000 source points. The resources he had just obtained were barely warmed in his hands before half of them vanished. Why such a high cost? Because it was the full, detailed technical specifications of the water droplet with nothing omitted. It not only included molecular arrangement technology achieving astonishing hardness under the strong interaction force, but also defied the laws of conservation of momentum and angular momentum, enabling sharp angle turns to attack enemies. An incredibly heaven-defying capability. This technology could be applied not only to the water droplet, but also to future interstellar warships. As for molecular reordering, it was utterly inconceivable in material science, whether for mesh space armor or interstellar warships. Utilizing this technology could grant the outer shell an extremely formidable hardness, enhancing defense. Though the cost was high, the improvement in combat effectiveness was equally remarkable. With ongoing in-depth research, the most immediate application was the rearrangement of molecular structures. Humanity had already glimpsed this technology before initially applying it to cold weapons. Indeed, it proved highly effective, slaying enemies as easily as cutting vegetables leading to instant death. Now, though not fully mastered, progress had been substantial. Especially when applied to the Zuan fighter, it elevated its overall defense to a new level. Even without activating the electromagnetic shield, it could briefly withstand the power of ordinary electromagnetic laser cannons. Even under antimatter bombardment, it could endure for a considerable time. Such a formidable defense was merely the result of a single breakthrough in material science. When redeeming water droplet technology, Fang Yan had initially intended to directly acquire dimensional weapons like the dual vector foil. Such a weapon could collapse the three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional plane. Not just life, but even planets and entire star systems could be flattened into a mere painting. This technology was not only for offense, but could also serve as an impenetrable defense, a dimensional defense barrier. When an enemy's attack was about to strike, it would be collapsed into a two-dimensional existence, becoming a painting. No matter how powerful or fearsome the attack was, it would instantly lose all its potency. Such a defensive measure was vastly superior to electromagnetic shields. However, dimensional science required an immense amount of origin source, and there was little hope of achieving it in the short term. Gazing at the remaining origin source, which amounted to just over 20,000 points, Fang Yan fell into a contemplative silence. The Divine Domain already had several technologies awaiting research and mastery, and the process couldn't be halted. There was no need to invest in new ones. Whether for close combat or long-range attacks, once these technologies were fully understood, there would be an all-around enhancement in capabilities. By the way, since the Southern Heaven Gate project has already been initiated, it's time to put the Star Annihilator Cannon on the agenda. The terror of a weapon capable of destroying a planet with a single shot was beyond dispute. No matter what life form you were, one blast would directly obliterate your entire planet. In the past, the punishment of 9 familial exterminations was already severe, but now it wasn't just your family. It was your entire lineage, with even your planet as a burial gift. Tell me, aren't you afraid? In principle, the Star Annihilator Cannon was essentially an electromagnetic laser cannon amplified countless times over, but with far greater power and penetrative force. An ordinary planet was like a toy before it. A single shot could shatter it into pieces or reduce it to cosmic dust. In a word, devastating. It was perfect as the main cannon for the Lawn Bird mothership, providing a formidable deterrent, but more importantly serving as a primary offensive weapon that would strike fear into any enemy. With that thought, he decided to act immediately. Fortunately, humanity had already gained a preliminary grasp of electromagnetic laser cannon technology, and the more advanced electromagnetic pulse laser technology had also been successfully manifested. The cost wasn't too high, just 15,000 points of origin source to master such immense power. Alright, Fang Yan felt he was getting a bit arrogant looking down on 15,000 origin source points. That amount of origin source was more than some students could accumulate in their entire 4 years of university. Yet Fang Yan had consumed nearly 100,000 points in just a few days. If word of this got out, it would shock countless people. Even some of the less affluent aristocratic families might not be able to produce that much origin source at a moment's notice. Of course, given time to gather resources, they could do it without much trouble. They just typically didn't need to carry that many resources on hand. As time went on, Fang Yan observed the development of the Divine Domain while refining nuclear warheads to enhance his divine power. His divine power, which had been nearly depleted, had gradually recovered to about 30 strands of power through days of continuous accumulation. Although there was still a considerable gap compared to before, with the anchor item switched to the more powerful 3-phase bomb for refinement, the overall potency of his divine power had increased by several levels. Especially in terms of destructive force, it was likely several times stronger. However, Fang Yan didn't allow himself to become complacent, as his benchmark for comparison was Tianjinhu. Through the internet, it was easy to find some basic information about him. He was also a graduate of the Capital Military University, once considered a monstrous prodigy, and now possessed the strength of a main god. That was 2 major realms above a heavenly god, granting him terrifying combat power. Above the heavenly god was the divine king, and above the divine king was the main god. Although it was only 2 realms apart, it represented an insurmountable chasm, as vast as the heavens and the earth. Just how terrifying his true strength was, Fang Yan had no way of knowing, as he had never witnessed such an existence in battle. What was certain was that Fang Yan was nothing more than a small fry in front of him, easily suppressed. Looking at the time in the Divine Domain, it had reached the human era year 2107. In the blink of an eye, 30 days had passed. Meanwhile, 30 years had elapsed within the Divine Domain. Humanity's various technologies were advancing rapidly, yielding numerous achievements. Among them, the fastest progress was in the Star Annihilator Cannon. Perhaps because humanity had already mastered electromagnetic laser cannon technology, many related technologies were quickly understood and applied. Through continuous experimentation and research, they were now able to manufacture a miniaturized version of the Star Annihilator Cannon. Of course, this couldn't truly be called a Star Annihilator Cannon yet. Its power was far from enough to destroy a planet in a single shot. It couldn't even destroy a large satellite. The only things it could destroy were large asteroids. And by large, I mean truly massive. Asteroids with a diameter of over 100 kilometers could be easily shattered and reduced to nothing. At its limit, its power might be even greater, but without actual combat testing, they couldn't very well experiment on their own inhabited planet, could they? Still, it was certainly nothing to scoff at. The asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs was only about 15 kilometers in diameter. Before the Star Annihilator Cannon, it would be as easily handled as a chick. If the dinosaurs had possessed such a Star Annihilator Cannon, they would never have gone extinct. What a pity. Perhaps if they had evolved for a few more tens of millions of years, they might have developed intelligence. At that moment, Fang Yan slowly opened his eyes. 30 days had passed, and a new round of trials in the Myriad Races Arena Tower was about to begin. Fang Yan had no intention of missing this grand spectacle. The rewards included resource planets or 100,000 origin source points. These prizes would make anyone's eyes turn green with envy. At the very least, Fang Yan couldn't treat them with indifference. If he could continue to secure generous rewards, it would undoubtedly provide tremendous assistance to the development of the Divine Domain. At the very least, the 100,000 origin source points from last time had been of great help to him. After a quick wash and tidying his clothes, Fang Yan stepped out of his room. For the past month, he had been completely housebound. Seeing the stream of students coming and going, he felt somewhat disconnected from the masses. Perhaps the strong are destined to be lonely. Seeing that he still had time, Fang Yan headed to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal. He had to admit this place's boiled fish with pickled cabbage and chili was truly excellent, tender, smooth, and with a spicy kick that was utterly addictive. Best of all, the portions were generous. Fang Yan. A crisp voice pulled him back to reality from the allure of the food. Following the sound, he saw that it was Bai Shui who had left a deep impression on him. Bai Shui trotted over on her long, slender legs, smiling brightly as she said, "What a coincidence, I actually get to see the great Fang come out to eat." Fang Yan glanced at her and offered a polite greeting in return. "Yeah, what a coincidence. Care to join me?" "Sure." Bai Shui didn't stand on ceremony and plopped herself down opposite Fang Yan. Then she waved her hand towards someone not far behind her, signaling them to come over. It was only then that Fang Yan realized Bai Shui hadn't come alone. A beautiful woman was also walking over from the distance, though her face wasn't familiar to him. A beauty like her. Fang Yan was sure he would have remembered her if had seen her before. So the only answer was that he had never met her. Seeing Fang Yan silently burying his head in his meal, Bai Shui rolled her eyes and took the initiative to introduce him. "This is my best friend Su Kurson. After the class reassignment a month ago, she's now our classmate too." Hearing this, Fang Yan paused briefly and glanced at her. Since she was able to enter class 1, her strength was undoubtedly among the top of all freshmen. Otherwise, why would she be here? Because she's pretty. Of course, this didn't apply to Fang Yan, as he wasn't in that category. The two weren't even on the same level. One was at the bottom of the abyss, the other in the heavens, a world of difference. Fang Yan wasn't that much stronger than the two present, he was just a tiny bit. Well, maybe a tiny bit more. He glanced at her and said perfunctorily, "Congratulations." Bai Shui shook her head upon hearing this. She had seen perfunctory before, but never this perfunctory. Here were two great beauties right in front of him. Wouldn't a few more glances be a feast for the eyes? Didn't he know beauty was a feast in itself? Idiot. But Fang Yan wasn't an idiot. He knew these two weren't the type to be trifled with, so it was best to stay as far away as possible. This was called risk aversion. Who doesn't like looking at beauties? Fang Yan never blinked when admiring the exotic allure of other races in the myriad races tower. But these two, with their smiling, gentle, and considerate appearances, were definitely thorny roses if you actually got close. They weren't to be touched. Su Kursin also frowned slightly at Fang Yan's dismissive attitude, though she hid it perfectly without showing any sign. Then she revealed a calm smile. "Hello, my name is Su Kursin. I'm very pleased to meet you, senior." Hearing this, Fang Yan almost blurted out without thinking. "You're happy too early." "Sorry, just kidding." Fang Yan stopped himself in time, offering an awkward but polite smile. Then he said generously, "Order whatever you wanted today, it's all on me, mister." Fang, to ease the tension, Bai Shuai clapped her hands. "Then we won't hold back. Today we'll eat you out of house and home, mister." Fang, just as the two were about to order, a violent gale suddenly swept through the entire restaurant. It started out small but grew increasingly intense over time, like a level 9 typhoon, sending tables and chairs flying onto the roof. The once bright restaurant dimmed instantly. Within seconds, visibility plummeted sharply. "What's going on?" Many exchanged puzzled looks while instinctively gathering together, adopting defensive stances. Even without knowing what was happening, maintaining vigilance was paramount. Not far away, a moderately sized divine domain gate suddenly materialized, instantly swallowing one person whole. "Damn it, Wang Ziheo's divine domain is trying to devour its master. How is that possible? Why would domain subjects attack their own deity? Don't they know that even if they succeed, their own space would shatter too? It's a matter of mutual rise and fall. No time to think about that. Quick, send out your subjects to help Wang Ziheo suppress his rebelling followers." As they spoke, several moderately sized divine domain gates materialized rapidly, encircling Wang Ziheo's gate. Then numerous subjects emerged from each gate, attempting to teleport directly through the enemy's portal. Fang Yan watched the scene unfold, a look of disbelief on his face. Normally this kind of thing was absolutely impossible. Subjects would never betray their master. When anomalies occur, there must be a reason. "Let's get out of here." Since the senior students were already getting involved, Fang Yan saw no reason to stick around. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't stand beneath a crumbling wall. Better to flee as far as possible. He grabbed the two girls and sprinted towards the exit, desperate to escape this brewing storm. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Just as they took a few steps, the subjects sent by the senior students to help were sent flying back out of the divine domain gate. Their bodies were shattered and broken. Not a single one remained intact. Forget about life force. Just being alive would have been a miracle. A faint aura lingered on their dismembered limbs. This aura was all too familiar to humans. Demon Qi. It's demonic Qi from the demon race. Wang Ziheo's divine domain was elemental power, so how could it have turned into demonic Qi? Shit, he might have been infiltrated by the demon race all along, and we never even noticed. What an idiot. Utterly stupid. But cursing now was useless. The priority was dealing with the current crisis. In just a second or two, the instructors or school leaders would sense the disturbance and rush over. Meanwhile, a figure stepped out from Wang Ziheo's divine domain. Having been exposed, the demon no longer intended to hide. Its aura instantly surged to its peak, and a towering pillar of demonic Qi flooded the entire restaurant, leaving everyone gasping for air. Without a single word, the demon initiated a massacre the moment it appeared, charging directly at the nearest individuals. There was no warning, just instant arrival. Fast, incredibly fast. Several senior students in the middle were reduced to clouds of blood mist before they could even react. "You beast! How dare you!" Almost simultaneously, everyone snapped out of their shock and unleashed their divine power, attempting to slow the demon down. But the gap in strength was simply too vast. The meager power the students could muster was nowhere near enough to halt the demon's advance. In less than a second, perhaps 0.1 seconds, at least 10 people had fallen silent. Seeing the dire situation, Fang Yan detonated a fraction of his divine power at the demon's location. A fireball nearly 100 meters wide engulfed the demon entirely. However, despite its spectacular appearance, the attack wasn't enough to harm it in the slightest. Fang Yan didn't waste words. He hurled the two women away. Simultaneously, his mech armor rapidly spread and covered his entire body. The moment he finished, he activated his cold fusion reactor to its maximum output. An invisible electromagnetic shield had just formed when the demon's attack arrived. Boom! A violent impact shattered the newly formed shield instantly, but at the same time it absorbed all the force of the attack. Staring at the demon, now right in front of him, Fang Yan showed not a trace of fear. He condensed all his divine power into a single point, emanating a terrifying pressure that made it hard for anyone nearby to breathe. As the divine power reached its peak concentration, Fang Yan lightly tapped the demon with his finger. The explosion he expected didn't happen. Instead, an eerie silence prevailed. It was as if the action had been a meaningless gesture devoid of any power whatsoever. The demon also wore a puzzled expression, then its lips curled upwards in a sneer. Boom! Before the demon clan could even begin their taunts, an explosive force hurled them into midair. The entire process was so swift that no one had time to react. Not even the demons themselves knew what had happened before they were blasted through the cafeteria's ceiling, ascending to over 1,000 meters above the ground. Immediately after, a blinding radiance appeared. A fireball surpassing 100 million degrees Celsius engulfed the demons, leaving them no chance to resist before they were utterly annihilated. Yet the destruction of the demons was not the end. This fireball expanded outward at its limit speed. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Within an instant, its diameter had already reached a kilometer, and it continued to grow with no sign of stopping. If it kept expanding, everyone nearby would be caught in the calamity, embarking on a one-way journey to the netherworld. At that moment, a beam of light enveloped the colossal fireball, halting its expansion and confining it within a fixed area. Even so, the fireball struggled violently. Its brilliant glow was like a small sun, so bright that it was nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Fortunately, no destructive force leaked out, and the immediate crisis was averted. As time passed, the fireball's power gradually waned. Only then did Principal Zhang Lianghua, who had been using his divine power to contain it, act again. He compressed it again and again. Finally, it shrank into a single point and vanished into the sky, leaving no trace of its existence. Even so, the residual heat in the air was unbearably sweltering. Near the cafeteria, temperatures soared to hundreds of degrees. Despite the distance, many people suffered varying degrees of burns from the intense heat. Principal Zhang Lianghua also noticed the abnormal temperature and immediately used his divine power to cool the surroundings. As the temperature returned to normal, everyone sighed in relief. Prolonged exposure to that heat would have cooked them alive. Such a sudden fireball attack was all too familiar to Zhang Lianghua. Wasn't it just a month ago that Fang Yan had unleashed an almost identical attack? But this power was on a completely different level, hundreds of times stronger than before. Previously, he could easily compress the fireball with a slight effort. This time, however, the fireball nearly broke through the barrier of his divine power. Fortunately, he reacted in time, continuously pouring in more divine power to avert a major catastrophe. Had it not been for his timely intervention, the entire school would have been annihilated. These students nowadays have no sense of restraint. Had he not arrived in time to stop it, the whole school would have been lost, and he as the principal would have been a sinner condemned by history. Descending from the sky, he immediately spotted Fang Yan, who had just shed his mech armor. Zhang Lianghua didn't immediately reprimand him. He glanced around, pausing briefly at the sight of severed limbs and scattered blood. He asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened here?" One student spoke with a sobbing tone. It was Wang Zihao. There was a demon in his divine domain. A demon? Zhang Lianghua was taken aback. How could a demon be hidden within a divine domain? The students continued. At first, the senior students thought it was his subjects rebelling and went to help. But then a powerful demon emerged and started killing indiscriminately. In less than a second, at least a dozen people were dead. It was horrific. If someone hadn't stepped in, we would all be corpses now. Many were still shuddering at the thought. If not for Fang Yan's sudden intervention, few in the cafeteria would have escaped. Actually, the demon had struck first. It was clearly self-defense, otherwise Fang Yan would have fled long ago. The demon was so fast that it could have slaughtered everyone in a second or two. There would have been no chance to resist, just to collect the bodies. Listening to the students' accounts, Zhang Lianghua's brow furrowed deeply. He hadn't expected the demon clan to retaliate with such ferocity. It seemed that a full-scale conflict was imminent. Troubled times indeed. Zhang Lianghua sighed inwardly. He then offered a few words of comfort to calm everyone down before instructing the arriving mentors to handle the scene. He walked over to Fang Yan, offered some words of encouragement, and left. He had more pressing matters to attend to. A demon had infiltrated the nation's most prestigious academy of first in decades. This was too significant for him to handle alone. He had to report it up the chain. Amidst the praise of the crowd and the concerned gazes of two beautiful women, Fang Yan resolutely bid farewell and headed towards the myriad races tower. The world was becoming so dangerous, even the capital's Martial University was under attack. Even the most oblivious could sense an ominous undercurrent, or a major upheaval was likely on the horizon. The only way forward was to increase one's own strength. Familiar with the path, Fang Yan arrived at the myriad races tower. As a regular, he knew the procedures well. He didn't pause and walked straight in. With a dizzying whirl, he was transported inside the myriad races arena. Upon entering, he found himself in his designated seat. Looking around, he saw that the seats were already filled with members of various races. They all took the monthly trial seriously, and with such generous rewards, who wouldn't? Any race with a certain level of power would want to try their luck. Who knows, they might just succeed. If they did, they wouldn't have to worry about resources for a long time. As time ticked by, a crisp notification sound finally echoed in everyone's minds. Ding! The monthly Myriad Races Arena is about to begin. All races, please prepare. Entering the final 10-minute countdown. 959. Time slipped away, and the already massive crowd seemed likely to grow even larger. Those who hadn't arrived, yet were still on their way. Even if they weren't participating, they could still come to watch the spectacle. Bored Fang Yan checked on the progress within his divine domain. With nothing else to do, he began to silently refine the three-phase bomb. He had just managed to save up 30 points of divine power, and now it was all gone after that one move. Others could store their divine power throughout college, but he seemed to burn through his every few days. Countdown finished. Ding! The Myriad Races Arena has issued a Mission Ultimate Challenge. As the name suggests, this mission. Ultimate Challenge. From within each race's divine domain, unleash your ultimate strike. The one who deals the highest damage shall claim victory. This is a challenge that poses no risk of casualties. All races may participate, and everyone has the chance to win the final reward. The first place winner will receive a standard planet, which can be placed within their divine domain. This planet has an equatorial circumference of up to 20,000 kilometers. The second place winner will be rewarded with 50,000 points of origin force. The third place winner will be rewarded with 10,000 points of origin force. The entry fee is only 100 points of origin force. You won't get a bad deal, you won't be cheated. Time remaining 959. Finally, the system launched into a promotional spiel, leaving Fang Yan feeling somewhat baffled. Was he sure this was a legitimate system? This task not only posed no risk of casualties, but the top 3 would all receive rewards. If Fang Yan hadn't consulted relevant materials and had some understanding of it, how would he know just how rare this kind of task was? Whether it was a no-casualty task or one with rewards for the top 3, these were extremely rare occurrences. In the Myriad Races arena, such events happened only a few times in a decade. Some individuals might not encounter one, even in 1,000 days. And today, very fortunately, all the races present encountered it. How could the geniuses of each race easily give up this chance? Besides, the entry fee was a mere 100 origin force points. An ordinary person might not be able to afford it, but who were they? Those who had won 20 consecutive battles were at the very least monstrously talented beings within their race. What such individuals lacked was vast resources, not a paltry 100 origin force points. As the official registration for the task began, almost everyone, without a second thought, paid the 100 points with their eyes closed. Since there was no risk of any casualties, who was afraid of whom? The reward didn't really matter. The main thing was to experience the atmosphere. Fang Yan, without any hesitation, also registered for the task, filled with confidence in himself. In terms of personal physical attributes, there might be no suspense. He would be utterly defeated. But in terms of attack power, technological civilization still had a place to stand. Three-phase bombs, cobalt bombs, antimatter bombs. Any one of these was a world-destroying existence. Moreover, the Star Annihilator cannon had now been developed. Although it was a small-scale version, its power was in no way inferior. Its penetrating force in particular was impeccable. If all these weapons were to hit their target once, even the Buddha would shake his head upon seeing it, and the King of Hell wouldn't find the soul. It would blast everything into nothingness. In just an instant, the number of registrants surged towards 100,000. And this number continued to jump, showing no signs of stopping. This task, if not over 1 million participants, wouldn't be far off. Since this task wouldn't involve any casualties, everyone wanted to try it out and see where they stood among the geniuses of all races. As for winning a prize, many had the self-awareness not to even think about it. But witnessing a true genius was a fortunate event in itself. As time passed, fortunately 10 minutes wasn't very long, it entered the final tens of seconds of the countdown. Almost everyone who wanted to participate had already done so, and the registration speed had noticeably slowed down. Finally, it settled at 1,230,000. Over 1 million individuals from various races, all winners of 20 consecutive battles, were considered top-tier geniuses in their respective races. Now the moment had come to see who would claim victory and which race would secure first place in the ultimate challenge. To become the #1 combat prodigy of the new generation in the universe. Attention, challengers of all races. All who have registered for the ultimate challenge will be transported to a shared independent space. Within it, there will be a massive arena to measure the highest value of your attack power. Don't worry about the testing speed. This arena uses multiple spatial imprints and can fully accommodate over 1 million participants testing simultaneously. If willing, all data can be displayed before everyone's eyes within a minute. Task duration 1 hour. Prepare yourselves. You will now be transported to the task grounds. Final countdown 10, 9, 8, 0. As the countdown ended, all registered participants from every race were transported to a colossal plaza. However, everyone was still shrouded in a cloud of black mist, making it impossible to discern each other's race or appearance, effectively protecting everyone's privacy. Communication between races was specially processed so that they could all understand each other. This allowed those near each other to chat about the competition, speculating on which race would ultimately take first place. This alone demonstrated the formidable power of the Myriad Races arena. As for the arena itself, it was completely different from what one might imagine. It was like a phantom projection suspended directly in midair. With just a slight mental command, one could connect to it. To test one's strongest strike, one could simply enter the multi-layered space. The design was very thoughtful. The task time was relatively lenient, one just needed to take the test within an hour. So many races didn't rush to the arena. Instead, they watched from below, wanting to see who would be the first to make it onto the leaderboard. Here it comes. Beast race first to break 1000 combat power, claiming the top spot. Only 1000 combat power. How dare they show their faces in public? Within a single second, this beast race member's combat power was surpassed, left far behind in the dust. They couldn't even be found on the first page of the rankings. Remember, the first page could hold as many as 100 entries. These rankings not only displayed each race's combat power, but if one wanted to know more about a specific individual, they could spend a bit of Origin Force to watch their recorded attack demonstration. The Myriad Races arena didn't keep this revenue for itself. Instead, it was split 30-70, with the arena taking 70% and the participant 30%. After all, using someone else's platform, this distribution method was quite reasonable. At least that's what Fang Yan thought. Having previously benefited from the arena, he gave his full support to all its measures, advocating for prudence. As time went on, the combat power values were pushed to an astronomically high number. First place, Angel Race combat power 53800. Second place, Insect Race combat power 42100. Third place, a Demon Race combat power 41600. Fourth place, Human Race combat power 3000. Looking at the rankings displayed on the arena, unexpectedly the human race had made it onto the board. However, compared to the angel race dominating the first place, it seemed somewhat inadequate. They were a staggering 11000 points ahead of the second place, and over 20000 points more than the human race. The gap between them was immense. But this was still just the initial ranking. Many of the heavy hitters were hiding in the back, so the current data didn't hold much reference value. Boom. Over 1 million. A race has hit over 1 million combat power. Almost instantly, everyone gasped in astonishment. They hadn't expected a race to unleash a strike with over 1 million combat power so quickly. First place, Usher combat power 1.059 million. Seeing this line of data, everyone wore an expression of I see. Any race with the word God in its name was no simple character. The Usher, while not actually powerful among all the God races, was an unreachable existence for most ordinary races. Many people weren't familiar with this race, but if you mentioned one individual, quite a few would definitely recognize the name. Thor, the God of Thunder. He was a member of the Usher. Thor, the God of Thunder, was a name known to all. His reputation thundered through the ages, striking awe into countless races. The sheer might of his power, epitomized by the devastating lightning he commanded, made multitudes tremble. Such a figure was born of the Asgardian race, a lineage destined for greatness from birth. It was no wonder they could unleash attacks dealing millions of damage. Many spent a sliver of their origin to witness how they achieved such feats. Fang Yan was no exception. A single origin point to behold the ultimate killing blow of this race was undoubtedly worth the price. He had to admit they were truly formidable. Harnessing the forces of heaven and earth, they could unleash cataclysmic strikes in an instant, a feat far from simple. Yet before 10 seconds had passed, the record of the Asgardians was shattered. First place, Ugu Clan combat power 1.195 million. With the new record set, everyone again spent a single origin point to watch. No race boasting over 1 million combat power was to be underestimated. If they didn't watch now, they might never again have the chance to witness such might. Besides, was one origin point too much? Sayadaw Emperor is terrifying beyond measure. This Gu clan has something to them. Pity the Gu clan's upper limit is still somewhat low. In the later stages they might lack staying power, but for now they are absolutely top tier. Regarding the power displayed by the Gu clan, many races appraised it with keen interest. After comparing, they unanimously agreed that the clan's potential was limited and posed no real threat. As for their own pitiful combat power of 5, they remained silent. The record is broken again. After the exclamation, everyone turned to the rankings. The first place race had changed once more. It was like a clash of titans, each refusing to yield. No sooner was one record set than another race refreshed it with a new one. Truly, each race held the spotlight for mere dozens of seconds. So far, not a single race had managed to hold the top spot for even a minute. In the fastest cases, a few seconds, in the slowest a dozen or so, and the first place changed hands. Now, with combat power approaching 1.5 million, still no one could hold their position. Indeed, the prodigies of various races were abundant. The strongest strikes displayed by each race would be enough to dominate any peer group of their own kind. Such overwhelming power. Even Fang Yan felt a chill in his heart. His electromagnetic barrier against such an attack probably couldn't withstand even a single blow. Truly, in this gathering of myriad races, geniuses emerged in every generation. It's time. Half an hour had passed, and still no human race had reappeared on the leaderboard. Fang Yan decided it was time to show his true skill. He would restore the human race's name to the forefront. The human race was not inferior to any other. Enter. Fang Yan directly stepped into an independent space. Gazing at his surroundings, it felt like entering a multidimensional world, yet with subtle differences. System: how do I attack? You only need to open your divine domain gate and let your subjects unleash their strongest attack in any direction. This attack will be folded through space and manifest in another dimension without affecting you or your divine domain subjects. Then the myriad races competition tower will calculate the corresponding combat power. I see. A look of understanding crossed Fang Yan's face, and he continued asking, how many attacks can each participant make? As long as it's within the mission's time limit, you can attack freely. We only record the highest value among all your attacks. Since there was no limit on the number of attacks, then, boom. Instantly, a divine domain gate materialized in another space. Immediately after, rows of mechanical constructs emerged from it. Fang Yan directly commanded, start by tossing a hydrogen bomb for fun. As your divine will commands. The human side acted with astonishing speed. In less than 10 seconds, a hydrogen bomb was activated and shot into the sky. 3 seconds later, thunder. A violent explosion erupted in the other space. It had no effect on Fang Yan, nor on his subjects. The multidimensional space technology was truly remarkable. If applied to defense, Fang Yan might not even be able to touch his enemies. In just a few seconds, the myriad races competition tower calculated the corresponding data, and a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the human race Fang Yan for achieving 51000 combat power. Fang Yan was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected an ordinary large-yield hydrogen bomb to deliver 51000 combat power. Not bad at all. If that was the case, a 3-phase bomb might make the list, but not enough to widen the gap with the other races. If he was going to play big, use a cobalt bomb immediately. Upon hearing Fang Yan's divine decree, the human race acted without hesitation. Barely a dozen seconds later, the second attack was launched. Boom. A blinding light blazed in the other space, and the instant it erupted, its power annihilated several multidimensional layers before finally subsiding. This time the calculation took significantly longer, a full 10+ seconds before the data was ready. Ding! Congratulations to the human race Fang Yan for achieving 333 million combat power. Ding! Congratulations. You have taken the top spot. In an instant, Fang Yan's ranking shot to number 1. The previous leader with 1.6 million combat power was immediately knocked down. How is that possible? The first place is occupied by the human race. Why the human race? What are those other powerful races doing? Losing to a puny human race. How infuriating. No, I have to go too. If such an ordinary race can achieve such high combat power, I can't be far behind. Almost instantly, every race stared at the unbelievable combat power, their expressions filled with incredulity. The previous first place had been climbing by tens of thousands, and now it had jumped to millions. What kind of godly combat power was this? Over 3 million. How had they done it? Faced with the human race's ascent, many races refused to accept it. I want to see exactly how strong you are. 3 million combat power. I think the myriad races competition tower made a mistake, didn't it? Countless beings spent a single origin point to witness what kind of attack could achieve such might. As they replayed the record, they found themselves transported to the very epicenter of the blast. Immediately, a fireball formed, followed by a blinding white expanse. Nothing else was visible. Temperatures of billions of degrees Celsius, as real as anything, scoured every cell and molecule of their bodies. It felt as though they couldn't endure even a single second before being utterly annihilated. The terrifying power, like a tidal wave, left no one with the dignity to resist. As the final second ended, all races returned to the plaza. Yet their minds remained shaken, unable to calm. What kind of attack had that been? Overwhelming. Terrifying. Unfathomable. Hiss my eyes. Am I going blind? No, it feels like I'm growing new eyes. Fortunately, the crowd reacted swiftly and averted their gaze from the blinding radiance. Everyone who watched the replay was struck with sheer astonishment. Though they were not facing a physical assault, the visual presentation was so masterfully crafted that it felt as though they had truly been struck by the blow. Facing such an attack, they were utterly at a loss for how to counter it. Overwhelming. Absolutely beyond belief. Whether it was the attacks of the Asir or the ancient clans, their power, while formidable and extraordinary, lacked the profound essence of this one. As for the scope of the attack, there was simply no comparison. This was what humanity called an attack, one that offered the enemy no chance of survival. Especially the vast expanse it covered, which was utterly despair-inducing. Against such an onslaught, there was no chance to flee. The only option was to await death's embrace. The races that had been so stubbornly defiant moments ago fell into collective silence, their clamoring abruptly ceasing. Humanity had truly produced a peerless prodigy. With combat power like this, one could dominate the early stages without a care, This was the capital that true strength provided. In other words, strength was what truly stood as one's backbone. Faced with a combat power of 3333000, every race was left in awe. For most, this was an unimaginably distant number. Some prodigies who had been hiding in the shadows waiting to make a stunning debut at the last moment now dared not remain concealed any longer. Such combat power was something even they couldn't guarantee they could unleash. Forget about shocking everyone. They'd be grateful just to make it onto the leaderboard. Never would they have imagined that such a monstrous talent would emerge so quickly. The prodigies surged onto the arena desperate to claim the top spot. Alas, no matter how hard they struggled, all they could do was push the second place score higher. Yet the gap with the first place remained a staggering difference of over 1 million. Only now could the races truly grasp how terrifying that 33330 combat power was. As for the events unfolding in the outside world, Fang Yan was blissfully unaware. A single cobalt bomb achieving over 3 million combat power was more than satisfactory to him. After all, the cobalt bomb's true lethality didn't lie in the extreme heat of its explosion, but in its nuclear radiation, which could persist for years without fading. It caused genetic necrosis, ultimately eradicating all life on a planet. As for obliterating an entire planet, that was out of the question, utterly impossible. A cobalt bomb couldn't achieve it, but an antimatter bomb was a different story entirely. As long as it reached a sufficient yield, it could fully realize that imagined effect. However, Fang Yan didn't immediately test it. Instead, he checked the leaderboard. Over 10 minutes had passed, and he still held the top spot. It was rock solid, as if welded into place with no one posing any real threat. The second place currently boasted a combat power of 2282000, a distant, unreachable gap. Given that there was no need to deploy the ultimate weapon just yet, why not test the power of the Star Destroyer cannon instead? Even if it was just a scaled-down toy, its destructive capability would be far from lacking. Especially its penetrating power. Was it truly as formidable as claimed? 1,000 simulations, 10,000 simulations could never compare to a single real-world test. Now there was a free platform to gauge its might. Why not put it to the test and see what it was truly made of? Subsequently, the human subjects began bustling about hauling a massive mechanical construct out through the Divine Realm Gate. Even the scaled-down Star Destroyer cannon boasted a length of 50 meters. And this was just a toy. The real one was on a completely different level. One shot to annihilate a star. What an awe-inspiring spectacle. All units, take your positions. Begin charging. Hum. The Star Destroyer cannon emitted a low, resonant hum as all the energy seemed to condense into a single point, awaiting the final moment. At normal load, ready to fire. Fire. Hum. A beam of light shot skyward, hurtling forward. Traveling at a speed nearing that of light, it moved with terrifying velocity. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Hum. The energy projectile raced gleefully through the myriad of dimensions, nothing able to impede its mesmerizing path. In an instant, it pierced through one spatial barrier after another, arriving at the next dimension. These seemingly indestructible spatial barriers were now as flimsy as paper, offering no real defense. Before the Star Destroyer cannon, they toppled like children's toys. Yet with each barrier it broke, the projectile's energy was steadily depleted drop by drop. Finally, the energy projectile, composed of electromagnetic pulses, dissolved into specks of light, dissipating into the air. This time a long while passed without any statistics being reported. It was as if the sheer magnitude of the attack had stumped even the system. After a full 30 seconds, the delayed data finally reached Fang Yan's ears. Ding! Congratulations to humanity, Fang Yan, for achieving a combat power of 6789000. Congratulations on breaking your own record and dominating the leaderboard. That much. Seeing this number, even Fang Yan was slightly taken aback. After all, he had assumed the scaled-down Star Destroyer cannon couldn't compare to the cobalt bomb. The cobalt bomb could wipe out all life on a planet, while this little toy could only instantly annihilate a meteor a few hundred kilometers across. By comparison, the cobalt bomb should have been far more powerful. The gap between them was vast, so why was it reversed? Upon reflection, it made sense. The Myriad Race's arena tower measures the power of your single strongest strike, not its destructive capability or area of effect. With that in mind, it all added up. In terms of single strike power, the Star Destroyer cannon left the cobalt bomb in the dust by several hundredfold. Even at a fraction of its size, the bomb couldn't hold a candle to it. Scoring just over 7 million combat power was almost embarrassing to mention. Boom. At that moment, the entire plaza erupted in frenzy. 3 million combat power was already beyond their reach, and now out of nowhere came over 6 million, nearly 7 million. What the hell was going on? Countless races were left utterly bewildered, wondering what on earth was happening. First, humanity scored 33330 combat power, and now they've scored 6789000. Can we even play this game anymore? At this rate, they were practically disregarding every other race. Oh my god, 678. 9 million combat power. This is beyond what we should be able to wield at this stage. Kid, you can't handle this, let uncle have a go. I've been yearning for this kind of power for ages. Who exactly is it? When did humanity become this monstrous? A big shot, an absolute big shot. As long as they don't fall midway, humanity might just gain another supreme god. As the human race once again shattered the current record, beings from all races wore complex expressions. Some were envious. Some were jealous. Some offered congratulations. Some were indifferent. And some even harbored murderous intent. Fortunately, everyone was shrouded in a dark mist, making it impossible for others to discern their true thoughts. The majority were envious. The universe is vast with boundless space, and many races have never seen the human race in their entire lives, let alone interacted with them. All they could feel was envy. To be able to unleash such devastating power meant their strength was far beyond what they could provoke. Praising them was the only sensible course of action. As for those harboring murderous intent, there was no need to guess. They were undoubtedly enemies of the human race. However, they didn't know which branch of humanity this first-place contender belonged to. Since that was unknown, there was no point in wasting time on speculation. Moreover, with such formidable combat power, who wouldn't want to know the secret? Without a second thought, beings from all races spin a bit of their origin essence to enter the live feed. The moment they entered, before anyone could react, a tremendously powerful beam of light shot straight through their bodies. Before they even felt a thing, the system helpfully notified them, "You have been eliminated." Damn it. I didn't even see anything. How did I die? No way, let's go again. Even before it started, they were completely focused on figuring out just what kind of thing could kill them in less than a second. This time, they were on high alert, watching in all directions and listening for any sound, concentrating with 10,000 times the usual focus. Unfortunately, they received the elimination message once again. No matter how cautious or careful they were, they still couldn't withstand the 1-second death, and they were gone. Some of the more astute races began to slow down the playback, trying to see what exactly it was. Slower and slower still. Eventually, they uncovered the mystery. What killed them was a beam of energy. It was just that the beam was so fast they didn't even have a chance to react. This was why they died before they even got started. But did this energy beam really possess such immense power? Many were skeptical. Speed doesn't necessarily equate to attack power. Light travels fast, yet it carries no destructive force. So why did this particular energy beam deal such devastating damage? Fortunately, the Myriad race's Tower of Trials was quite considerate. Using the data just obtained, it showed everyone a more intuitive scene. A meteor at least 100 kilometers in diameter suddenly appeared in the sky, and immediately, after a flash of energy, light swept past it. In less than a second, the two made intimate contact. Boom. In an instant, the meteor, over 100 kilometers across, was utterly annihilated, scattering into fragments less than 10 meters in size. Faced with such monstrous destructive power, all races were rendered utterly speechless. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the transformation, their faces filled with disbelief. How was this possible? A meteor over 100 kilometers wide falling from the sky could smash through their divine realms and instantly annihilate all their citizens. Even if they managed to survive, they wouldn't be much better off. Yet now a single strike from this energy beam had reduced it to this. It was truly baffling and hard to believe. However, the reputation of the Myriad race's Tower of Trials was well established. It would never resort to deception. This only meant that the attack truly possessed such power. No comparison, absolutely no comparison. Countless races shook their heads, admitting their powerlessness. Such an attack, such combat strength. How could they ever challenge it? Concede, they had to concede. Many races had already abandoned their fantasies. Forget the first place, even the top 100 on the first page had nothing to do with them. They began to honestly assess their own strength to see what level they were truly at. After all, they had spent 100 points of origin essence. They couldn't just stand around in the plaza like idiots. Some gave up, but naturally others refused to accept defeat. Was it just 6 million combat power? Was it just shattering a 100-kilometer meteor with a single strike? If the humans could do it, why couldn't they? Perhaps spurred on by this, the geniuses of various races who had been holding back could no longer contain themselves. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed their strongest attacks, continuously refreshing the combat power values for second place. The numbers changed every few seconds, some increasing by 10 or 20,000, others by over 100,000. In just a short while, the combat power had approached 3 million, nearly reaching the record Fang Yan had set on his first appearance. But even this was to no avail. The gap to first place remained vast and insurmountable. As time passed, Fang Yan remained as steady as a mountain, not even using his ultimate finishing move, while the other races struggled to keep up. A combat power of 6 million was an insurmountable mountain for these geniuses who had awakened their divine realms less than 1,000 days ago. Perhaps in the future they could easily reach such power, even surpass it with a casual strike. But now, with so few days since their divine realm awakening, no one could make another significant breakthrough in combat power. They looked at the rankings. In second place was the new god race with 4 million combat power. This was a race steeped in invasion and bloodshed. If not for their extremely scarce numbers and low birth rate, they could have conquered half the universe. Even so, they controlled dozens of star systems. That race was strong, and their combat power was absurdly high. But what could they do? Compared to Fang Yan at this stage, the gap of over 6 million combat power was an unbridgeable chasm. As for third place, it was the angel race with 3,300,000 combat power. Their strongest strike could rival the explosive power of a cobalt bomb. Whether they relied on their own strength or external aids to achieve such a high combat evaluation, with a single strike, none of them were simple figures. With only a few minutes left, the rankings seemed almost fixed, no longer the scene of fierce back-and-forth competition from the beginning. It wasn't that they didn't want to compete, but that they were powerless to do so. The higher the ranking, the more insurmountable it became, representing the absolute peak of divine realm awakening during this period. Just as everyone assumed the rankings were set and couldn't possibly change anymore. The first place was quietly replaced by another race, a powerful and mysterious race. Holy crap, it's broken, it's broken. What's all the fuss about? What broke? Don't tell me your hemorrhoids burst. No, it's the first place ranking. It's been broken. It was then that all races realized the human race, which had been dominating the top spot, had been pushed down to second place. And the new first place was a race they had never even heard of appearing before their very eyes. Who would have thought that right at the end there would be such a dramatic twist? This trip was worth it, truly worth it. The 100 points of origin essence spent to register, totally worth it. First place, the Spirit Fairy Clan with a combat power of 888 million. The human race, which had held the top spot, was suddenly relegated to second place. This staggering figure left countless beings in shock. How could everyone be so monstrously powerful? The human race's 789 million combat power was already considered an unattainable peak, yet now a power of 888 million had emerged. What kind of beings were undertaking this trial, constantly shattering the highest records? Many races were utterly bewildered, finding it all too incredible. They had tested their own strongest attacks, which only amounted to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands. These numbers were not to be underestimated. Possessing such power already marked them as the pinnacle geniuses of their respective races. Yet when these top-tier geniuses were compared amongst the myriad races, they were utterly crushed. The gap was immense. A combat power of 888 million was something that some might not achieve even years from now. For many ordinary races, such an existence was an insurmountable peak for a lifetime. Powerful. But what exactly was this Spirit Fairy Clan? Why had no one ever heard of them? It wasn't just one or two races, but a vast majority that were clueless. This race was a complete mystery to them, seemingly absent from even the oldest texts. Many were curious, but there was no way to find out. The Spirit Fairy Clan. Could it be them? An uncertain voice reached the ears of the crowd. Everyone immediately held their breath and crowded around, eager to learn the truth. Fortunately, the speaker didn't keep them in suspense and began to explain. According to the records of the Angel Clan, the Spirit Fairy Clan hasn't appeared for over 10,000 years. Their last appearance was 11300 years ago, after which they vanished without a trace. Clearly, the speaker was a member of the Angel Clan. This earned them the respect and admiration of those around them. After all, the Angel Clan's deeds were recognized by the vast majority of races, and even if not fully endorsed, they were deeply respected. After all, the Angel Clan was formidable. A single one was said to possess the power to slaughter an entire race, and this was no idle boast. They truly had that kind of strength. A being who chose to remain anonymous and spoke up. I recall reading in my clan's historical archives about this race. They were described as incredibly powerful. How did they simply disappear? The Angel Clan's records don't provide specific reasons, perhaps due to my clearance level. According to historical accounts, the Spirit Fairy Clan's power was indeed terrifying. During their last appearance over 10,000 years ago, they directly annihilated a massive star system, turning tens of thousands of life-bearing planets into cosmic dust. That's strong. To think they could destroy an entire star system. Hearing such explosive news, countless beings' eyes bulged in disbelief. Destroying a star system, what did that even mean? There were very few races in the entire universe capable of such a feat. Even the mightiest, the supreme gods, could not accomplish this. This wasn't a planet nor a star, but an entire galaxy. The smallest galaxies span 100,000 light-years, while larger ones stretch for millions or even tens of millions of light-years. What a terrifying scale. Yet even so, they could destroy it completely. What kind of entity was the Spirit Fairy Clan? What did their re-emergence after over 10,000 years signify? Now, even the moderately powerful races were deep in thought. Some went as far as to transmit this information back to their home worlds. This was no longer a matter for individual contemplation. It was up to the race's collective wisdom to deliberate and devise countermeasures. It seemed certain the human race would take first place, but to think an unexpected contender would appear. What a pity. Indeed, a monstrous race that hasn't shown its face for 10,000 years suddenly participates in this trial. Is this our fortune or misfortune? What a shame. With the appearance of the Spirit Fairy clan, no one held any hope for the human race anymore. The combat power of 888 million was simply untouchable. How could they possibly compete with that? With their own heads. As the end of the trial neared, the outcome seemed inevitable. All races once again expended a bit of their essence to observe this mysterious clan's attack. However, Fang Yan, still on the arena stage, was taken aback to see his combat power surpassed. The Spirit Fairy clan. What kind of race was that? He had never heard of such a race in his memories, nor was it mentioned in his high school knowledge of the various races. It seemed this was another extraordinary race. A combat power of 888 million was indeed something. But it was only something. Fang Yan wasn't without his own trump cards. He hadn't planned on revealing his ultimate weapon, but it seemed he had no choice now. Fine, no more hiding. He'll show you what true power looks like. Attention, human race. Let's launch a 100-ton antimatter bomb for fun and show them what true terror means. The human side was prepared, awaiting the final divine decree from their deity. An antimatter bomb containing over 100 tons of mass was an incredibly rare weapon. The entire technological civilization had only managed to produce 3. Moreover, since their creation, they had never been used in actual combat. The main reason was their sheer destructive power. There was simply nowhere to test them. A single one had the potential to destroy a planet. Where could the human race possibly conduct an experiment? Unless they wanted to destroy their own homeworld. As the antimatter bomb was deployed, Fang Yan watched it intently, curious to see its full potential. This time the human race wasn't overly confident in their multidimensional defenses, even fearing a backlash. It flew for a full minute before finally detonating. Boom! Instantly, a blinding light flooded the entire space. The annihilating antimatter expanded to a size of tens of thousands of kilometers, erasing one spatial dimension after another. Even Fang Yan, situated in a different space, could feel the spatial tremors. But it wasn't over. The brilliant light of the initial blast suddenly faded into an abyssal darkness, as if the world had been plunged into an endless night with no light at all. It was as if everything around had been completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Rumble. Following that, another violent explosion echoed through all spaces. Even the races still conducting their tests heard the sound. It grew from a distant rumble to a clear, deafening roar. Before they could even comprehend what was happening, they were forcibly ejected from the arena. It wasn't just members of various races who were expelled, but also Fang Yan, who was still in the midst of the trial. This move left Fang Yan utterly bewildered. Why had he been cast out for no apparent reason? The task wasn't supposed to end for some time yet. What on earth was going on? Could they possibly be trying to swindle his reward? That would be a typical move for this kind of competition. It was a whole planet, after all, a celestial body comparable to Mars in size, humanity's second home. Look at the arena in the sky. It's glowing, it's lit up. Wait, no, it's dark again. The arena, which had been connected to multiple dimensions, was undergoing an inconceivable transformation. It was like the moment of an antimatter bomb explosion. Not exactly the same, but almost identical. The entire arena was being severely affected by this cataclysmic change. To avoid unnecessary complications, or even casualties, the remaining few individuals inside were unceremoniously ejected. That was precisely why Fang Yan found himself back in the plaza. What's happening? The arena looks like it's collapsing. Are they putting on a show for us? Who knows? There's only a few minutes left. Maybe they're setting off fireworks. I can't connect to the arena to test my combat power anymore, and the task time isn't even up yet. Indeed, someone had noticed the anomaly and began to voice their doubts. It's true, I can't get in either. The first place has 888 million combat power. Even if you got in, it'd be useless. Maybe the myriad race's tower already knows our level and has shut off the connection. That's impossible. This shouldn't happen until the very last second. There were murmurs of dissent, but they weren't loud. For many, these final few minutes were inconsequential. They had no hope of making it onto the leaderboard anyway. Why bother complaining? They'd rather just watch the changes unfolding in the arena. It was truly a strange sight. The arena, which had remained unchanged for so long, was now beginning to blur, as if it were clashing with something, discharging massive amounts of energy. A full 3 minutes passed before it rematerialized and returned to its original state. It was at that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the human race Fang Yan for achieving 688 million combat power. Ding! Congratulations, you have taken the top spot. Hearing the system's notification, Fang Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all that hard work, he had been terrified they would cheat him out of his prize. This was his hard-earned reward. Looking at the colossal number, he felt confident it was secure. At the same time, the previously bustling plaza fell into a deathly silence. One by one, they stared in disbelief at the combat power displayed next to the first-place name. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, tens of millions. A full 688 million. This, every race felt their mouths go dry, nervously swallowing their saliva. How is this possible? 8 million combat power was already absurd. Now an even more ridiculous number had appeared. It was truly an absurdity beyond absurdity. Over 88 million combat power. What kind of attack could possibly unleash such terrifying force? They couldn't even begin to fathom it. Even in their wildest dreams, they wouldn't dare to imagine it. What does over 80 million mean? Without exaggeration, that level of power could completely obliterate a planet of standard size. This is just too insane, isn't it? They had only been awakened for a maximum of 1,000 days. How could someone develop such combat power in that time? The strong ones of the human race were truly terrifying. They had thought the Spirit Immortal clan's victory was a foregone conclusion, but the tables had turned so swiftly that their faces must be stinging from the slap. It was a real roller coaster of events. At this moment, even the top-tier races were astonished. It would take decades of development to unleash such a devastating blow. How did the human race, such a weak race, manage to do this? Could it be that they had awakened an exceptionally powerful divine domain? If so, that would explain it. Across the entire universe, only the human race could awaken different divine domains. However, the human race was also the worst at development. Even with the most powerful divine domain, without a complete nurturing plan, it was useless. Relying on slow self-discovery, it would take an eternity to develop. This was why other races, though singular in their path, were exceptionally proficient, and their development speed far surpassed that of humanity. Holy crap, 80 million combat power. Tell me, is my eyesight failing? Someone get me some eye drops, so I can see clearly. How is this possible? It's completely impossible. Disbelief, utter disbelief, persistent disbelief. Faced with such a terrifying number, how many people could actually believe it? If Fang Yan hadn't been the one in that position, he probably wouldn't have believed it either. Why is someone else stronger than me, and by such a huge margin? Impossible, utterly impossible. Oh wait, it turns out I'm the one with such terrifying combat power. Well then it's all good. The impact of that 80 million combat power was just too immense, leaving some races' minds completely boggled. They had seen powerful beings, but never one so young. Weren't they all from the same era? How could the gap be so vast? It truly validated the saying that the gap between one person and another is greater than the gap between a person and a dog. And besides, they weren't even the same race, so a disparity was only natural. At this point, no race had any intention of challenging for the first place spot anymore. It was an impossibility, so why bother trying? A combat power of over 80 million was enough to drive all races to despair. This wasn't aimed at any one race in particular, but at all of them present. Wasn't the Spirit Immortal clan just strutting around a moment ago? Where are they now? Maybe they should come out and jump again. Perhaps they could jump a little higher this time. Fang Yan watched the countdown with a satisfied smile. As soon as the time was up, an ordinary planet would be his. Although it wasn't a resource-rich planet, and its value couldn't compare to the one the Zerg had obtained earlier, converting it directly with source energy would cost no less than 500 source points. Its diameter and surface area were significant, and there were strict reference standards for the cost. It wasn't just a number Fang Yan had made up. Finally, the countdown ended. First place, human race Fang Yan, combat power 88. 688 million reward, 1 planet diameter, 2000 cam. Second place, Spirit Immortal clan, combat power 8. 888 million reward, 5000 source points. Second place, Tai Nu God clan, combat power 4. 044 million reward, 1000 source points. For this task, the Myriad Races Tower had invested several 100,000 source points as rewards. Those who received rewards might have felt they made a small profit, but the tower itself was far from losing out. In fact, it was reaping a massive windfall. Over 1 million people had signed up, and with an entry fee of 100 source points each, that amounted to nearly 100 million source points. In fact, it wasn't just 1 million, it was 23 million participants, bringing the total entry fees to 123 million source points. Exchanging such a paltry sum for such a bountiful return. Who could possibly compete with that? As the task concluded, the various races sequentially withdrew from the task space. A silent sigh of satisfaction escaped them, for the journey had been worthwhile. The turbulent and twist-filled contest had driven the atmosphere to a fever pitch, and the final outcome was something no one could have predicted. This event was certain to become a topic of conversation long after the meal was done. The final combat power, which soared to an astonishing 80 million, gave every race a first-hand experience of what true apex-level genius looked like. Fang Yan withdrew with the main force, gazing with delight at the rewards list. There clearly displayed was a planet. It could be exchanged and absorbed into his divine domain at any moment. With this, humanity would gain a second habitable world. However, there was no rush. He would wait until all tasks were completed. Just then, a system notification interrupted Fang Yan's thoughts. Ding! Congratulations to humanity and Fang Yan for obtaining additional gains totaling 68820 origin points in this task. Holy crap! Fang Yan leaped to his feet upon hearing the number. He had worked tirelessly to secure first place only to receive a planet with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, which was worth roughly 500,000 origin points if converted. Yet now the mere bonus from a single task amounted to this much. A full 688,000 origin points. Each race spent 1 origin point per view, and Fang Yan would receive 0.3 points from each. By that calculation, this represented at least 2.3 million views. On reflection, it made sense. Among all the races, Fang Yan had held the top spot on the leaderboard the longest, had broken his own record during that time, and had ultimately unleashed such heaven-defying combat power. This view count was actually on the lower end. Fang Yan inwardly groaned with regret, thinking that had he known, he would have started breaking his own records from the very beginning. That would have attracted more races to watch repeatedly, thereby earning him more origin points. He had been too slow to react, as if he had missed out on a fortune. Instantly, the origin power before him seemed less appealing. But when he looked again at the 10,000 origin power, his eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, like large captivating eyes. How delightful! When had he ever fought such a prosperous battle? The myriad races arena tower was truly his lucky charm, either gifting him origin power or planets. Such a place deserved his staunch support. If anyone dared speak ill of it, he would beat them until even their parents wouldn't recognize them. And if they ever fell on hard times, he would care for their wives and daughters. Ding! The myriad races arena tower has issued a task: survive. Life is harsh, and we are all striving to survive. This is a survival mission. Each participating deity may dispatch a squad of no more than 5 members. All squads will be gathered on a single continent, and after that no interference is permitted until the task concludes. Surviving for 1 month grants a reward, the specifics of which are randomly drawn. Each additional month of survival grants another chance to draw a reward. Those who survive a full year and clear the task will receive the ultimate prize. Do you wish to defy fate? Do you wish to never be inferior to others? What are you waiting for? The entry fee is merely 1000 origin points, and you can restart your life and ascend to the pinnacle. The countdown is about to begin. Time remaining 959. Fang Yan's heart pounded fiercely as he read the system-issued task. Such tasks had appeared countless times before, and they were also known as suicide missions. Forget surviving a year. Even lasting a single month was an achievement that few had managed in the nearly 100-year records of the various races. This was a century of records, and only a handful had survived 1 month. As for those who made it to the 2nd month, the last one was 130 years ago, and no one had ever cleared the task to this day. It could be said that any being who entered this task never came out alive. Despite the 100% mortality rate, countless races swarmed to it every time it appeared. As the system's slogan stated, it was indeed a chance to defy fate. Once a race survived a month and earned a chance to draw a reward, that single draw completely changed their destiny. In just 1 year, they rose from obscurity to become a legendary supreme god. Though this supreme god was the weakest of the weak and could never advance further, they were still a supreme god wielding supreme power and authority. This event drew the attention of many races to the task. Death is terrifying, but to win big with a small stake, how could there be no sacrifice? Subsequently, other races also survived a month and received their respective rewards. While they didn't obtain heaven-defying items to become supreme gods, the rewards were crucial for boosting their strength or developing their divine domains, with short-term increases of dozens of times being quite common. In short, no reward from this task was useless or unremarkable. Faced with this task, all races chose to sign up without a second thought. The worst-case scenario was losing 5 beings from their divine domains, but if they succeeded, they could not only skyrocket, but also potentially multiply their strength dozens of times over. Of course, the enhancement wasn't fixed. It could be personal power or the development of the divine domain. In any case, it was beyond imagination. 1,000 origin points was a lot, but the temptation was immense. They had thought the previous task had a large number of participants, but this one drew even more. In just a short while, the number had reached 1 million. And it was only the beginning, not even a minute in. Fang Yan, after only 3 seconds of deliberation, ultimately decided to join. Since he had encountered this task, it would be a shame not to participate. Defy fate. Who among the young has no dreams? Meanwhile, Fang Yan began instructing humanity to prepare survival supplies. Since they would be living for an extended period, adequate preparations were essential. At the same time, his think tank started brainstorming strategies to minimize the dangers. As the task countdown ended, the final number of participants was fixed at 5. 5 million, more than double the previous task. Perhaps the rewards of the last task weren't enough to entice these geniuses who chose to ignore it altogether. The established races with their legacies spanning hundreds of thousands or millions of years possessed boundless resources. They spared no effort in nurturing their geniuses who lacked nothing. Only newly risen races like humanity faced such resource scarcity. It was likely this task's rewards that caught the eye of these geniuses, prompting them to sign up. The countdown has ended. Participants, please take note, prepare your chosen members, and open your divine domains for teleportation. Task duration, 12 months. Death is permanent. Get ready to enter the task arena. Final countdown, 10, 9, 8, 0. All the races participating in this task followed the system's instructions. In the blink of an eye, the designated beings vanished from their divine domains, transported to an unknown. As the countdown ended within the divine domain of Fang Yan, the 5 designated citizens and their carried belongings vanished from where they stood. When they reappeared, they found themselves upon an immensely vast continent. This landmass, spanning at least 1,000,000 kilometers, was nearly comparable to the diameter of the sun. Though severed from direct connection with his citizens, Fang Yan, as a participant, could observe the entire continent from a vantage point high above. If even this privilege were lacking, the 1,000 points of origin he had spent would have been a waste. Soon he located where his citizens had landed. The unique technology of a civilization was far too conspicuous. A quick scan was enough to spot them. Especially the 5 figures clad in full mech suits and arranged in a defensive formation, deploying small reconnaissance drones. Although the survive task of the myriad races tower had occurred countless times, the dangers faced each time were entirely different. As for this instance, the various races were equally unaware of the specifics. Since everyone started from the same line, being the first to gather pertinent intelligence naturally provided an advantage. The human race acted accordingly, immediately deploying countless thumbnail-sized reconnaissance drones to survey their surroundings and ensure their safety. These minuscule devices were so small that most would overlook them without careful observation, mistaking them for insects or other creatures. Who would have thought they were surveillance equipment? As the citizens of various races arrived on the continent, the once dormant land began to stir. The perils hidden within also started to slowly awaken. The exact nature of these dangers remained unknown for now. However, some races, having been transported in closer proximity, had already made contact. Upon initial contact, without any provocation or reason, they would immediately launch attacks on one another. Uncertain whether the other party harbored malicious intent, they chose to eliminate the threat preemptively rather than engage in mutual suspicion. It was akin to the dark forest law. Either conceal yourself and become the hunter, or gather under the light and become the prey. No race was exempt from this rule, nor could any race alter this fundamental law of survival. To survive, or to thrive, the first principle was to learn to hide oneself. Only then could one endure longer, transcend limitations through the river of time, and ultimately become an existence that others fear. The human faction also detected other races. To better conceal their own presence, they refrained from initiating attacks, knowing that the sounds of battle would attract other races and expose their location. They chose to veer away from the others, maintaining a safe distance between themselves. Although the task was stated to last 12 months, it couldn't possibly be 12 months in real time. Otherwise, all races would be constantly monitoring their citizens' every move. Obviously, that was impractical. Therefore, the entire continent had its time acceleration activated from the very beginning of the task. 1 day equated to 1 year. 2 hours in the real world translated to roughly a month. But despite such a short duration, how many races could manage to survive that long? Only a short while had passed, yet countless battles were already unfolding across the continent below. Within just a minute or two of real time, over 10,000 races had already lost their eligibility. Even at this early stage, the citizens of so many had been completely wiped out. Let alone facing the terrifying entities later on, merely surviving for a few peaceful days seemed a formidable challenge. As time progressed, battles among the citizens of various races grew more frequent, causing countless races to lose their qualification to continue. Yet the true danger had not yet emerged. Until the 3rd day, when the entire continent seemed to fully revive as if it had come alive, preparing to deal with these suddenly invading enemies. Creatures that had been hidden deep within began to surface, crawling out from beneath the ground. Their appearance was grotesque in the extreme. They were not large, roughly the size of a hyena. Resembling common canines, their bodies were entirely encased in a thick layer of scale armor. Their eyes burned with nothing but maddened killing intent, devoid of any trace of reason, their crimson orbs gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. They seemed to possess no intelligence whatsoever, their every action driven purely by instinct. What kind of creature is this? Their sudden appearance sparked speculation among all the races. Though they were similar in size to many animals and walked on 4 legs like others, no known species bore any resemblance to them. It was as if they were an entirely new existence. With each step they took, the ground beneath them hissed and sizzled, turning a glowing red. The very air around them seemed to warp and distort. Fang Yan recognized instantly that this was an illusion of distorted space and time caused by an intense heat current. Even so, the temperature they radiated must have been at least 10,000 degrees Celsius, otherwise the heat waves in the air wouldn't have caused such a significant reaction. He could hardly believe that such small bodies could emanate such incredible heat. Could they be powered by nuclear biological engines? At this thought, Fang Yan's entire body shuddered. His divine domain had been researching this very technology, but without any major breakthroughs so far. Through simple observation, however, it was clear that was not the case. As these creatures emerged in droves across the continent, the ambient temperature skyrocketed. Within a short period, it surged from the initial 10+ degrees to over 50 degrees. And this upward trend showed no signs of stopping. Before long, the entire continent would likely become a blazing furnace. This was extremely unfavorable for ocean-dwelling races or those accustomed to low-temperature environments. At this rate, many races would lose their eligibility before even engaging in battle. When the first race made contact with these creatures, the true test of the task officially began. That's the Beastkin race. Unexpectedly, they had the misfortune of being the vanguard. However, upon the very first contact, the Beastkin race crumbled instantly. It was a physical collapse. Unable to withstand the searing heat, they perished on the spot. It seemed the creatures hadn't even exerted any effort before an entire race was eliminated. How is this possible? How can this be? This task is still as brutal as ever. Many had mentally prepared themselves, yet still found they had underestimated the enemy. These creatures on the continent had only just awakened. Only a few had appeared so far. Even this single type was enough to make countless races hesitate and retreat. In a frontal confrontation, few races could withstand that blazing heat. Since they couldn't fight, their only option was to flee. This was precisely why this task was called survive. Few races could withstand a frontal assault from the mad flame hound. Its body radiated temperatures reaching tens of thousands of degrees, reducing most carbon-based life forms to nothing before they even drew near. In that moment, it scattered numerous races in panic, none daring to engage it heat-in. Oh, this mad dog has run into the angelic race. I wonder if they can handle it. Fang Yan's curiosity was piqued. After all, the angelic race possessed a unique biomechanical engine technology, with every single cell in their bodies containing unimaginable energy. When unleashed instantaneously, their power rivaled or even surpassed that of a nuclear bomb. The searing heat could not harm them. Instead, it could be absorbed and converted into their own energy. Spotting the mad flame hound in the distance, one of the angels gripped her sword of judgment and charged forward. Despite having the absolute numerical advantage with 5 members, the angelic race disdained ganging up on a foe. A battle should be an unknown confrontation. The angels' incredible speed was on full display as they closed the kilometer-wide gap in an instant. Clang! The violent collision produced a thunderous roar audible for dozens of kilometers. The mad flame hound was sent flying back 100 meters by the sheer force of the strike. Where the sword of judgment met its scales, sparks flew, emitting a blinding glare. Yet even such a ferocious attack failed to inflict any real damage on the mad flame hound. At most, it left a faint scratch on its armor, so shallow it would be easy to miss without close inspection. It was hard to believe the mad flame hound possessed such monstrous defensive capabilities. Even without the angelic warrior using her full strength, the weapon-enhanced blow still couldn't draw blood, which was truly baffling. However, the angelic race was not one to give up. As the hound was knocked back, she pressed the advantage, her sword of judgment beginning to emit a soft glow as it entered its strongest mode. Facing the angels' renewed assault, the mad flame hound showed no fear. Instead, it bared its fangs and let out a furious roar. In an instant, the world around it turned crimson like burning flames. Even the very air seemed to ignite. The temperature soared to a terrifying degree. A single touch would reduce any normal creature to ashes, bypassing even the need for an incinerator. This was not just a defensive measure, it was a preemptive offense. It was a counterattack meant to teach the approaching angel a lesson. Unfortunately for the hound, even a several-fold increase in ambient temperature had no effect on the angel. She effortlessly formed a simple energy barrier around herself, effectively isolating the heat. With a flicker, she appeared behind the creature, swinging her sword of judgment. Boom! This time the mad flame hound was not so fortunate. With the sword of judgment at full power, it could cleave not only through defensive scales, but even through space itself. SHHK. A torrent of blood splattered onto the ground, hissing as it made contact. The blood, exposed to the extreme temperatures, evaporated almost instantly, leaving only a dark, dry stain. Fortunately, the mad flame hound reacted swiftly, narrowly dodging what would have been a fatal blow. Otherwise, it would have lost its head. Roar! The mad flame hound was utterly enraged. It couldn't believe this creature had drawn its blood. Now reckless, it spat a condensed fireball of pure energy from its maw, aimed directly at the angel. But alas, its reaction was a fraction too slow. Even as the fireball was launched, its head was already flying from its body, separated forever. Resentment, frustration, and fury. No amount of emotion could change the outcome. It had lost, and in this battle, defeat meant death. The mad flame hound's reliance on instinct was its glaring weakness. With just a bit of cunning it could be easily overcome. Of course this presupposed having comparable strength. Otherwise the beast would simply crush you with its raw power. Witnessing this, Fang Yan nodded in understanding. This creature was not invincible. The angelic race had proven that. Then again the angels made it look easy only because they possessed the strength to do so. Most races were not so capable. The best approach was not to fight heathen, but to avoid conflict altogether. Only as a last resort should one choose to fight, because this was a survival mission, not a hunting quest. Killing more monsters yielded no rewards. The previous battle had concluded in the blink of an eye, but the intense noise had attracted numerous mad flame hounds to the area. Lurking among them were also other unidentified creatures. The outcome of any ensuing conflict was far from certain. The angelic race was powerful, but their numbers were limited to just 5. The mad flame hounds, however, were numerous. At least 20 had gathered, with 30 more on the way, not to mention the other unknown beasts. If the fighting continued and generated more noise, the entire region could be swarmed by these creatures. Once surrounded, escaping would become nearly impossible. From the very beginning, this mission was never about fighting, it was about survival, staying alive. The human race's think tank had reached this conclusion upon first receiving the mission. The 5 human participants were constantly reminded that their goal was not to battle, but to endure. The longer they survived, the more it would aid their deities, with 30 days marking a critical threshold. And so they acted accordingly. Micro-reconnaissance drones had already mapped out a 100-kilometer radius. The locations, directions, and estimated strengths of nearby races were all displayed before the humans synced directly with their mesh's AI for instant access. With the 100-kilometer perimeter fully scouted, they began to extend their reach. The humans deployed more reconnaissance drones to survey farther regions. Along the way, they spotted several mad flame hounds, but chose not to engage, instead positioning drones for remote surveillance before continuing their exploration. Though the humans sought to avoid them, the hound's territory happened to overlap with another race's domain. Calculations suggested the two parties would soon collide. This would provide the humans with an opportunity to observe the creature's combat capabilities. In contrast to the humans' caution, the 5 angels were arrogant and self-assured. Perhaps emboldened by their victory over a single hound, they failed to relocate immediately. They remained in place and now found themselves completely encircled by roughly 20 mad flame hounds. Though the hounds lacked intelligence, they possessed basic predatory instincts. Seeing their numbers were sufficient, and seemingly on an unspoken signal, they all attacked at once, unleashing their ultimate moves. Fireballs were launched, recklessly saturating the area to restrict the angels' movement and slow them down. The tactic did prove somewhat effective. Facing several times their number, the angelic race remained remarkably calm, fully demonstrating their prowess. However, even the mightiest can be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. As the saying goes, a lone wolf is no match for a pack. The angel race was undoubtedly faster than the mad blaze hounds, and by a significant margin. However, faced with overwhelming numbers and the enemy's reckless, self-destructive fighting style, their speed advantage was suppressed to the bare minimum. To make matters worse, other creatures lurking in the shadows would occasionally launch sneak attacks from behind. These seemingly simple ambushes managed to hold back all the angels, preventing them from unleashing their full strength. Gradually, the 5 angels began to falter under the relentless assault of the mad blaze hounds. By now, any attempt to retreat was already too late. In the distance, more mad blaze hounds began to appear, their numbers exceeding 30. They had already completed their encirclement, trapping the angels within and leaving no chance for escape. Even the ability to fly was of little use, for the mad blaze hounds also possessed the power of aerial movement, at least for a short period. As the newly arrived mad blaze hounds joined the fray, the tide of battle shifted decisively, turning into a one-sided massacre. What could the angels do? No matter how powerful their individual combat prowess, facing an enemy 10 times their number, they were ultimately doomed to fall. Escape? Where could they flee? Even if they soared into the heavens, they would be dragged back down and obliterated. This angel squad met their demise because of their own arrogance and pride. Of course, their desperate final counterattack also took down a large portion of the mad blaze hounds. Yet for these creatures devoid of intelligence, such losses meant nothing, nor did they evoke any fear. Driven by an instinct to waste nothing, they simply devoured their fallen kin. Many races observing the battle sighed inwardly at the waste. In terms of sheer power, the angels could certainly rank highly. However, their tactics in this battle were severely flawed. After killing a single mad blaze hound, they should not have remained in place, allowing themselves to be surrounded and ultimately annihilated. That said, since it had already happened, there was no point dwelling on it. On the human side, their reconnaissance drones had spotted the elven race formally engaging the mad blaze hounds. The elves initiated the attack immediately. An elf wielding a staff began chanting a spell at lightning speed, and with each uttered syllable, the temperature around them plummeted drastically. The temperature didn't drop to the original 10 degrees, but it fell to around 30 degrees. The high heat radiating from the mad blaze hounds was now sealed within a 100-meter radius around them. Beyond that boundary, the domain was completely under the control of the elven mages. Simultaneously, an elven archer took a high vantage point. Draw the bow, aim, release. The movements were fluid and decisive without a hint of hesitation. An arrow infused with magical elements shot straight towards the mad blaze hound's head. However, before the elemental arrow could even get close, it ignited and burned up in the air. In less than a second, it was reduced to nothing, vanishing into the void. Impossible. The elf who had launched the attack couldn't believe it. His most powerful strike had just been burned away. Refusing to accept this, he drew a special arrow from his quiver and fired again. This time, augmented by the mage's assistance, its power was doubled. As the arrow entered the 100-meter radius of the mad blaze hound, a subtle change occurred. The arrow's color turned a fiery red, as if it were being tempered in a blazing furnace on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, it held its integrity and successfully struck its target. Ting! The arrow's impact against the hound's scales produced a crisp metallic sound. The anticipated outcome did not occur. Instead, it thoroughly enraged the approaching mad blaze hound. It glanced at the arrow on the ground, then raised its head to look at the elves in the distance. Roar! Its figure vanished from its spot, reappearing 100 meters closer, charging towards these insignificant beings. The mad blaze hound was not slow. Its earlier sluggishness was relative to the formidable angels. Against the frail elves, it was a god of death. Shit! The 5 elves barely reacted in time, their hastily formed magical barrier shattering instantly. The mad blaze hound was simply too fast. The distance between them was a mere 500 meters, a gap it closed in less than a second. No amount of defense could withstand its onslaught. The disparity in power was too vast. In an instant, all 5 elves perished. The humans who had been observing the entire battle wore grim expressions. Their foe was truly formidable. Not only did it possess high-temperature protection and incredibly sturdy scales, but its speed and explosive power were also terrifying. Comparing its overall capabilities, it might even rival their mech combat units. Of course, technological civilization wasn't built on melee combat. Long-range attacks were the eternal truth. How about we test it? Agreed. The proposal was passed with a unanimous 5 votes. They all agreed to probe this creature to gauge its true strength and defensive capabilities. This would allow them to make better judgments and formulate appropriate strategies for their upcoming operations. Of course, agreeing to a test didn't mean the humans would expose themselves. With such an arsenal of long-range weapons, why would they risk revealing their position? That would be foolish. One of them tapped a control, and a tiny object no larger than a sesame seed rapidly transformed using nanotechnology. Within moments, it formed a palm-sized drone indistinguishable from a swarm bee. No, wait. This was a swarm drone designed for suicide attacks. Except they no longer used nuclear warheads. They had been gradually transitioning to antimatter warheads. 1 gram of antimatter possessed the destructive power of 30 Hiroshima nuclear bombs. Just a tiny amount would be enough to blow the enemy to smithereens. A palm-sized swarm drone could carry a considerable payload, keeping the enemy guessing about the exact destructive power of the attack. With a moment of carelessness, it might even be carrying a full kilogram of antimatter. After careful deliberation to avoid compromising their current position, they dispatched reconnaissance drones to search for these creatures over 1,000 kilometers away. And sure enough, as time passed, more and more of these creatures were awakening. Soon the humans had locked onto a target. It was approximately 996 kilometers from their base, far enough that a 1-gram antimatter detonation wouldn't affect them. The swarm drone launched, instantly accelerating to an incredible speed. 1,000 kilometers seemed like a vast distance, but at the swarm drone's speed of Mach 50, it would take less than a minute. To be precise, 58 seconds. In such a short time, it would reach the enemy's location. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance drone began a sharp ascent, climbing to high altitudes to avoid any damage from the impending explosion. Once all preparations were complete, the humans began to wait patiently. Would this suicide drone carrying 1 gram of antimatter be able to deliver a fatal blow to the mad blaze hound? Waiting could be the most agonizing part. Yet a minute can also fly by. Swarm drones, small in size and swift in speed. Flying at high altitudes, they did not attract the attention of the competing races on the continent. Even the gods overlooking the entire continent would not notice this little gadget without careful observation. Moreover, many were focused on their own subjects or the battlefields, who had time to look around. As they approached the target, guided by micro-reconnaissance drones, they dove toward the designated position. At this moment, there was no need for specific aiming. As long as it was within a certain area, it was sufficient. After all, the explosion caused by antimatter was area effect, and an extremely vast one at that. As long as one was in the central zone, the damage received was roughly the same. As for how large the central zone was, it depended on the yield. Suddenly, boom, a massive fireball instantly appeared above the continent. Spreading rapidly from the center where the mad flame hound stood, the explosion reached a range of hundreds of kilometers in an instant, and the expansion showed no sign of weakening. In fact, it grew even stronger. Even the human race 1,000 miles away could see this terrifying spectacle, let alone the other races nearby, or the gods watching over all. Holy shit, what's happening? Such a huge fireball. The power is terrifying beyond measure. Could this be the attack from the human who ranked first in combat power in the previous mission? Many races had spent a bit of origin to witness similar scenes, so they immediately guessed who launched this attack. Unexpectedly, that opponent had also participated in this mission. They had only experienced the power of this attack in simulations. But compared to what they saw in reality, it was completely different. The explosion range was so vast, as if the entire world was engulfed. The surrounding soil instantly melted, turning into black, crystalline matter. At first glance, it was so shocking. A simulation is ultimately a simulation. No matter how realistic, it can never convey its true power. Only witnessing it firsthand can bring the real terror of its destructive force. Incredible, absolutely incredible. I thought it was powerful enough before, but reality is even more so. No wonder they possess such combat power. This was probably just a casual strike, yet it has such terrifying might. This terrifying destructive force continuously expanded outward, directly engulfing a range of hundreds of kilometers. Everything within was completely devoured, even the mad flame hound disappeared. After the violent explosion, the massive fireball began to contract rapidly. Everything around suddenly fell silent, as if the entire world had entered a vacuum state. Even the sound of the explosion could no longer propagate or be heard. Pulling back the fist is only to strike harder and more powerfully. Similarly, an antimatter explosion is no exception. After contracting to the extreme, the entire space was compressed into a single point, and then, boom. This time the explosion was even more powerful, covering an even wider area. Instantly, everything within 300 kilometers turned to nothingness. The shockwave even reached over 1,000 kilometers away. The explosion area was directly blasted into a huge crater. Looking down from above, it was bottomless, with no way to ascertain its exact depth. At this moment, not to mention the mad flame hound, not a single race caught within this range survived. But the human race did not relax. They continued to deploy micro-reconnaissance drones for a full-scale search. In the end, they concluded that there were no signs of life, not even a single living creature. Faced with such a monstrous attack, no matter how strong the mad flame hound's defense was, it could not withstand it, and had to perish on the spot. Only then did the human race breathe a sigh of relief. Since it could be killed, it meant that this creature was not invincible. It could die under a powerful weapon attack. In that case, there was no need to worry too much. The human race's physical constitution was currently inferior to theirs, but there were plenty of high-power lethal weapons in a technological civilization. Moreover, this time to deal with the mission, they had brought quite a lot. After the successful strike, the human race quickly packed up and evacuated in the opposite direction of the explosion. Not only the humans, but all other races made the same choice. An instant explosion with a 300-kilometer fireball and a 1,000-kilometer shockwave. There was definitely great terror within. Their frail bodies were not enough to get involved. The wisest choice was naturally to run as far as possible, fleeing from this place of trouble. As all races fled outward, the native creatures of the continent rushed toward the center of the explosion. For a time, the area within 3,000 kilometers fell into chaos. The human race, by their own strength, had changed the landscape of this place. It was truly a case of one move affecting the whole body. This also increased the chance of contact between various races and the mad flame hounds, triggering countless battles of varying scales. Some races, relying on their own strength, managed to defeat or escape the mad flame hounds' attacks. But the vast majority had little resistance against the mad flame hounds. They either died peacefully or died painfully. This caused many races to directly lose their qualification to continue the competition. On the human side, within a range of several hundred kilometers, they had eyes everywhere. They easily avoided risk after risk and finally escaped over 1,000 kilometers away, only then slowing down slightly. The reconnaissance drones left behind in the nuclear blast zone sent back one image after another. As time passed, at least 1,000 mad flame hounds and dozens of unknown creatures hiding in the shadows gathered here. They arrived at the center of the crater and surprisingly lay together in extreme silence, as if they had agreed on it, each occupying a separate area. Their appearance seemed to be absorbing the free energy in the air. No way. Fang Yan showed a shocked expression. Zooming in for a closer look, it was indeed the case. Fortunately, the antimatter bomb had a 100 explosion rate, leaving little energy in the air, not enough for these creatures to achieve a major breakthrough. If it had been a nuclear weapon instead, who knows how they would react. Even so, the human race detected something unusual. Through analysis, the AI gave several possible explanations, one of which was the most plausible. That was that this creature could absorb energy from the air, Otherwise, given their nature, they would not be so quiet, and certainly would not gather so many while remaining still. If one wished to confirm further, they could also investigate whether this continent was already dead. Because if they could absorb energy from the air, they would not spare the energy from the Earth's core. Only a dead Earth core with no energy supply could cause them to enter a complete dormant state. On the human side, they used optical wave instruments for the most basic detection. It would have been better if they hadn't checked. The results sent chills down the entire human race's spines. Under the ground, there was no magma. The Earth's core had long ceased activity. It was as if this continent had been dead for countless years. And at the very bottom, there was actually a colossal creature. Its form was colossal beyond comprehension. It seemed as though the entire continent rested upon its body. Stretching over 250,000 kilometers in length, even the diameter of the blue star was less than a tenth of its size. Such a notion had never even crossed their minds. A creature could be compared to a planet, and the planet itself seemed minuscule in its presence. What kind of being possessed such terrifying dimensions? Could it have devoured the entire planet's core to have grown to such a size? In an instant, cold sweat broke out on the 5 human cultivators. They hastily packed away their instruments, not daring to probe any further for fear of awakening the slumbering titan. With such a massive frame, even a single sneeze would be a catastrophic blow, reducing all life on the continent to ashes. According to the information provided by their deities, surviving for 1 year would grant the ultimate reward. Could it be that just before the year's end, the colossal beast below would awaken and intervene in this trial, annihilating every living being on the continent? If so, wouldn't that render the task impossible for everyone? A chill ran down their spines at the thought. This was fundamentally an impossible trial, or at least one with a success rate approaching 0. Where could true safety be found? If the creature merely turned over, it would trigger a magnitude 19 earthquake across the entire continent. Dwelling on it was futile. Since they were here, they must make the best of it. The priority now was survival, to endure 30 days and earn a chance to draw a reward. The human group continued moving away from the blast epicenter, finally stopping at a location 2,000 kilometers out. This distance was neither too close nor too far. The native creatures in the vicinity had already been drawn to the explosion, and various races were frantically evacuating outward. This zone was essentially devoid of other beings, ensuring safety for at least a short period. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is often the safest. Though it appeared perilous, this area would be the most secure for the coming days. Moreover, if an emergency arose, they could quickly relocate. With this in mind, the humans sought a relatively concealed spot to set up camp and establish a simple refuge. They employed optical camouflage, making the refuge appear as a large boulder at first glance. Scent, tactile properties, and electromagnetic waves were also specially treated for comprehensive synchronized disguise. From every angle of observation or scanning, it would be indistinguishable from a real rock. Given that the chosen location was surrounded by rubble, who would pay attention to one more stone? As a final measure, they deployed a small electromagnetic shield, completely isolating the humans from the outside world, making it even harder for anyone to detect the anomaly. As time passed, various races realized that direct confrontation was unnecessary. The primary requirement of a survival trial was naturally survival. Thus, each race employed its unique talents, showcasing their racial gifts and extraordinary wisdom through escape, camouflage, and concealment. From the initial massive casualties, the situation gradually entered a calmer phase, with the rate of fatalities slowing significantly. Perhaps this was progress. Meanwhile, the humans' temporary refuge remained well hidden, undetected by any creature. In contrast, the massive crater from the explosion days ago had drawn more and more creatures, now exceeding 10,000. The mad flame hounds were particularly numerous, dominating in sheer numbers. Another creature also appeared in considerable numbers, lizard-like, quadrupedal, swift, and agile, moving with remarkable speed. These creatures possessed a special ability, invisibility. They often used it to sneak up behind other races and launch surprise attacks. Many races were caught off guard, losing countless lives. However, their defenses were relatively weak, and some races could slay them once they closed the distance. The humans dubbed these creatures sneak lizards. After all, they always relied on ambushes and fled immediately if their attack failed. The name was quite fitting indeed. Watching the growing horde in the crater, the humans felt a palpable sense of pressure. If these creatures suddenly went berserk, the humans, being the closest, would be the first to suffer. They might not be discovered, but what if they were? If found, they would be torn apart. To prevent such a contingency, they decided to strike first. Attack was the best defense. Since they had conveniently gathered, they would graciously send them all to the afterlife. As the saying goes, heaven has mercy, may they find peace in paradise. The humans acted with remarkable efficiency, wasting no time. Using nanotechnology, a soybean-sized object rapidly transformed into a swarm drone. As a suicide drone refined over countless generations, it boasted numerous advantages. With the activation of its propulsion system, it instantly reached speeds of 50 Mach. Covering 1,000 kilometers took just 1 minute, and the distance from the humans to the crater was only 2,000 kilometers. At most 2 minutes would suffice. In an instant, a palm-sized object shot toward its target at incredible speed. With a whoosh it vanished from sight, disappearing into the horizon. It was unbelievably fast, far beyond what the naked eye could track. Even some mad flame hounds on the road noticed only a faint anomaly, unable to discern what it was. One hound briefly raised its head, saw nothing, and continued on its way. It was only because this particular hound was still some distance from the explosion site that it was spared. Within 2 minutes the swarm drone reached the epicenter. With no hesitation it dove straight down. Boom! A violent explosion thundered across the heavens and earth. The blinding flash momentarily left the mad flame hounds unable to open their eyes. Those who failed to open them this time, perhaps in the next life they'd remember to take a good look at this vibrant world. Blazing flames reaching temperatures of billions of degrees consumed everything in their vicinity. All 10,000 creatures were annihilated, reduced to nothingness. The attack was so swift that they felt no pain, no sorrow. They simply departed from this world. Detonation successful. Optical scan confirms no survivors, all targets eliminated. Rescanning. Still nothing. Excellent, complete success. The human side erupted in applause, joy evident on their faces. Over 10,000 formidable creatures were wiped out in the blink of an eye. This secured more living space for the humans and laid a solid foundation for the challenges ahead. Alert! Alert! Unknown creature detected at the explosion epicenter. Repeat, unknown creature detected at the explosion epicenter. Flashing red lights signaled impending danger. The five were startled by the sudden alarm and turned to the transmitted images. A creature had survived the antimatter bomb explosion, and it was still moving. Impossible. Almost in unison, the 5 human warriors rose to their feet, their faces etched with disbelief. They couldn't believe it, simply couldn't. How had it survived temperatures of billions of degrees, not to mention the compression attack and the threat of a secondary detonation? Wave after wave of attacks, and still it had not been annihilated. This. Not just the humans, but even the deities watching the competition spotted the figure emerging from the aftermath of the explosion. Their expressions turned grim, filled with incredulity. The human attack was a memorable one, its destructive power terrifyingly abnormal. And yet a creature had survived such an assault. It was utterly baffling. If it possessed such monstrous defensive capabilities, then the other participating races were surely in grave danger. How could they possibly deal with such an existence at their current stage? However, some keen-eyed observers quickly noticed something unusual. This creature was completely different from what they had seen before. It was neither a mad flame hound nor an ambush lizard. Looking at its appearance, it was an entirely new species, a creature that had never revealed itself before. It resembled a great ape, a semi-upright walking being. Its body wasn't covered in normal flesh like other animals, but rather in crystal-like armor that encased its entire form, creating a defensive carapace. Just by its appearance one could tell its defenses were formidable. Roar! It let out a long, furious bellow towards the sky. It never imagined someone would dare to wake it from its slumber. In the instant of its awakening, a wave of searing heat had nearly cooked it alive. Had it not been for the crystal on its body absorbing a vast amount of energy, it would have surely perished. Who wouldn't be enraged by that? Of course, it hadn't been directly in the path of the antimatter explosion. It had been blasted up from deep underground. 99 of the blast power had been absorbed by the earth, and it only bore the brunt of the residual force. Even so, it had nearly cost the creature its life. But of course no one on the outside knew that. Neither the human side nor the deities observing from above had any inkling. They all believed it had survived the cataclysmic explosion completely unscathed. What kind of being could withstand such a terrifying attack without a scratch? It was a great terror. For a moment the human side scrambled to formulate several strategies. The safest among them was simple flee. No, call it a strategic retreat. Facing such an existence, the best course was to put as much distance as possible and absolutely avoid a direct confrontation. Another plan was to launch another attack, this time increasing the yield to 10 grams. This yield was determined through rigorous analysis. It would have minimal impact on the humans' current position, subjecting them to at most some violent shockwaves, which their electromagnetic shields could easily handle. Simultaneously, it would allow them to gauge the limits of the creature's endurance. If it managed to withstand that as well, then from that point on the humans would immediately turn and flee at the mere sight of such a creature. The human side's AI core recommended the second plan. Based on existing data analysis, this creature didn't seem capable of withstanding an antimatter bomb, especially given that it had nearly died upon its initial appearance. How could such a being withstand temperatures of billions of degrees? It was highly likely it had been blasted out from underground by the previous explosion. Why this hypothesis? It was a conclusion drawn from compiling and repeatedly analyzing video footage relayed back by reconnaissance drones. A thorough search of all data found no trace of this creature whatsoever, not even a single hair. This led to the current conclusion. In the AI's logic, data doesn't lie. Of course, the AI was only responsible for analysis and proposing the best course of action. The final decision rested with the humans. As the 5 most elite warriors chosen from humanity, they possessed not only extraordinary combat talent and superior psychological fortitude, but also exceptionally sharp minds. They deliberated continuously and ultimately selected the appropriate plan. Just as the AI had suggested, data couldn't be wrong. They chose to conduct another probing attack. This time they used a full 10 grams of antimatter, a yield more than 10 times more powerful than the previous 2 combined. This wasn't a simple arithmetic progression. When quantity reaches a certain level, it inevitably leads to a qualitative change. The destructive force at the epicenter was amplified by more than 10-fold. Without further ado, the human side moved with exceptional speed, never hesitating or dragging their feet. From the moment of the decision to the swarm drones taking flight, a mere 30 seconds had passed. Simultaneously, the humans prepared themselves for the incoming shockwave. If 1 gram could blanket everything within a 300-kilometer radius, then 10 grams would certainly create an explosion covering at least 3,000 kilometers. Calculating by radius, that's 1,500 kilometers the area the fireball itself would devour. The shockwave would extend even further, potentially causing significant damage another 1,000 kilometers out. And the human's position was right in the most violent path of the shockwave. But there was no need to worry. The electromagnetic shield was more than sufficient to protect the 5 of them. Meanwhile, the swarm drones had already accelerated to their maximum speed, streaking directly towards their target. In the sky above, some keen deities had already noticed this object no larger than a palm. After all, with millions of eyes watching, the proceedings being noticed was only natural. Its incredible speed in particular sent shivers down the spines of the observing deities. It was traveling at Mach 50 times the speed of sound. That translates to roughly 17,000 meters per second. In a flash, it was already 17 kilometers away. Such velocity was truly terrifying. It would cover the 2,000-kilometer distance in under 2 minutes. The crystal ape, meanwhile, remained utterly oblivious to the impending danger, still engrossed in digesting the energy it had just absorbed. It was lost in a moment of blissful oblivion. Its body had been starved for so long, and it had been ages since it last felt such a satisfying fullness. The last time it had this experience was, well, the last time. It had been so long, so very long, that it had almost forgotten the feeling. It never dared to dream that it could finally have its fill now. Where a faint, subtle sound suddenly arose. But by the time it registered the noise, it was already too late. Boom! The instantaneous explosion shot straight into the heavens, forming a colossal fireball that painted the entire sky crimson. Everything within a 3,000-kilometer radius was engulfed in a sea of fire, reduced to nothingness. The intense shockwave radiated outwards, tearing everything in its path to shreds. The effects were felt across a 5,000-kilometer radius. Even further away, the disturbance was noticeable to some degree. This explosion dealt a heavy blow to the entire continent. Its sheer scale and power were almost impossible to comprehend. And the deities watching from on high witnessed the power of humanity once more. Many races had objected during the previous task, but now they were utterly convinced. This was the 3rd such attack, and each one was more powerful than the last. For them, such power was unimaginably distant. But for humanity, it was merely a casual strike. If humanity were willing, they could detonate the entire continent. Do not mistake this for a jest, for the thought was indeed genuine. Had they been able to carry more, they would have brought the remaining 200-ton warheads along, so that everyone could share in the spectacle. Though they had not brought an antimatter bomb of such immense yield, they had carried one weighing 100 kilograms. Should an unexpected crisis arise, this yield ought to suffice. Returning to the matter at hand, the detonation of a 10-gram antimatter bomb directly engulfed everything within a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Viewed from above, it resembled a colossal fireball illuminating a vast expanse. Although compared to the continent, which spanned 1,000,000 kilometers, it was but a sesame seed, utterly insignificant. The blinding radiance nonetheless drew the gaze of nearly every deity. They all turned to look, yearning to know what had transpired. The crystal ape, deemed a being of great terror, had vanished without a trace. Not even a shadow of it remained, let alone a fragment of bone. In that instant of the explosion, it had not lasted a single second before being reduced to molecules dissipating between heaven and earth. Once calm was restored, humanity immediately dispatched reconnaissance drones to scour the area, seeking to ascertain whether the creature could have survived. After a long while, no sign of any living being was found. It seemed as the AI had deduced that the creature had merely been blasted out from the depths of the earth by humanity through sheer coincidence. Only then did humanity feel completely at ease. As for relocating, there was no immediate need. They had, after all, spent several days here without encountering any threats. Moving their stronghold might not prove safer than this spot, and could lead to encounters with other creatures carrying considerable risk. To stay put was to stay put as steadfast as Mount Tai. Following this explosion, more native creatures were drawn to congregate in this area. After many days of observation, the reason had become roughly clear. It was an essence energy. The entire continent had long been drained of all energy, and even the deep recesses of the earth were occupied by a colossal entity, leaving not a shred of energy for these creatures to absorb. Thus, when various races first arrived on this continent, it felt desolate, as if devoid of life. However, this was not the case. The creatures had simply concealed themselves and fallen into deep slumber. This was the most effective way to minimize energy consumption, allowing the energy within their bodies to last longer. The energy unleashed by the antimatter explosion proved to be exactly what they needed. Before long, a great number of native creatures rushed to the site. They absorbed it, refined it, grew stronger, and entered a state of utter frenzy. Fortunately, the crater left by the blast was vast enough to provide ample space for these creatures, so no conflicts broke out among them. Yet as time passed, the area drew more and more creatures. The numbers had long since surpassed the previous count, swelling to over 50,000. And so they passed over 10 days without incident. When the 15th day arrived, all the creatures on this continent began to slowly turn bloodthirsty. Any living thing that came into view, regardless of whether it was of the same kind, was attacked in a fight to the death. The most brutal carnage occurred within the crater itself. Of the nearly 50,000 creatures, only 100 survived within a single day. These 100, after devouring countless corpses, underwent a drastic transformation in power. Each one's strength had increased by at least tenfold. A select few had surpassed 20 times their original strength. Such a development stirred a faint sense of unease within humanity. They had originally planned to continue using the same method to lure these native creatures together, allowing humanity to remain hidden and safe. Who could have foreseen such a sudden mutation? Only half a month had passed, and for unknown reasons these creatures had collectively become so bloodthirsty, even capable of consuming other beings to enhance their own power. It was akin to raising goo. The more they gathered, the stronger the eventual survivor would become. If this continued, they feared that in the later stages a creature immune to antimatter bombs might truly emerge. Seeing that the goo king in the crater was nearing completion, humanity knew this place was no longer safe. Without a word of protest, they packed their belongings and fled towards the periphery. At the same time, they left behind a swarm of drone aircraft standing ready at a moment's notice. With escape and defense prepared simultaneously, they ensured no margin for error. Meanwhile, it wasn't just the creatures near humanity that turned bloodthirsty. The same was happening to all creatures across the entire continent. Moreover, their senses seemed to have multiplied several times over. The various races that had been hiding were quickly flushed out. Escaping this time was no longer so easy. Even if they managed to flee, they would be swiftly tracked down again. Thus, there was no choice but to fight. In an instant, war erupted once more, and no corner of the continent remained safe. The stronger races fared better, able to handle a single mad flame hound with relative ease. They only needed to employ Hitandran tactics, avoiding full encirclement, and they faced no immediate threat. But the weaker races suffered terribly. Confronted by a sudden mad flame hound, they were swiftly overwhelmed, losing their lives and perishing on the spot. Within a single day, 1 million participating races were directly eliminated. It was the highest number of eliminations in a single day in recorded history. Yet this was only the beginning. As time went on, they would face even more formidable foes. Humanity, in comparison, had a relatively easier time encountering no battles along the way. A perimeter of 100 kilometers was already saturated with reconnaissance drones. Any creature entering this range was clearly relayed back to humanity, allowing them to easily circumvent an unwanted encounter. One could say their journey was unimpeded, as if traversing an uninhabited land. As the saying goes, even a horse stumbles and a man errs. Suddenly, a dark shadow blocked humanity's path. They realized it was a mad flame hound that had just crawled out from beneath the earth. Its grotesque face exuded a bloodthirsty gleam. Devoid of any rationality, it did not hesitate for a moment and charged straight at humanity. With incredible speed, it lunged at the nearest person. The distance was so close that humanity had no time to react, taking a heavy blow. Bang! The collision sent the person flying dozens of meters before they came to a stop. Had it not been for the mech suit they were wearing and the active electromagnetic shield, this single strike would have likely crippled them. Having succeeded in its strike, the mad flame hound seized the opportunity and swiftly attacked another target. By this time, humanity had already reacted. Seeing the beast charging at him, the man activated his full power in an instant and flicked his wrists. A solid electromagnetic shield materialized before him, and he braced himself for defense. The other three were not idle, either launching their own attacks. Electromagnetic guns fired tens of thousands of rounds per second, strafing the mad flame hound. However, the mad flame hound was faster. Dodging the laser rifle fire, it lunged in a flash and collided violently with the human before it. A thunderous boom echoed. Contrary to all expectations, with the mech's power at full output, the human merely staggered back a few steps before holding firm. The mad flame hound, however, fared far worse, sent flying backward, its head reeling from the impact. It never imagined that a seemingly thin electromagnetic shield could possess such formidable defensive power, not only blocking its charge, but also rebounding it. As for its searing heat, it was utterly useless against the human. The continuously active electromagnetic shield could insulate against a portion of the temperature, while the mech itself was capable of withstanding tactical nuclear strikes and the tens of millions of degrees of heat generated by explosions. The mad flamehound's meager temperature had no effect whatsoever. The nanomaterial on the mech surface could isolate the vast majority of heat, and combined with the internal temperature control system, it kept the pilot in a consistently comfortable environment. This was the power of technology. Over the course of its development, the mech had undergone countless upgrades, its defensive capabilities multiplied beyond measure. In the past, creatures like the mad flamehound would have been impossible to handle. But now things were entirely different. The times they are Kanjan. As the mad flamehound was sent flying, countless energy beams, as if they cost nothing, blanketed the creature. Even with formidable defenses, could it possibly withstand laser energy, traveling at near light speed? At such speeds, conventional defensive measures were rendered useless. The scales on the mad flamehound stood even less of a chance. In less than a second, it was riddled with holes, its flesh and blood carved away layer by layer. By the time it crashed to the ground, it was unrecognizable, thoroughly and completely dead. In short, it was stone cold. Despite the sudden appearance of the mad flamehound, their swift reaction allowed them to eliminate the threat without any casualties. But it served as a stark reminder to humanity: enemies lurked not only on the surface, but also within the depths of the earth. Even as they slew the mad flamehound, they began to relocate. The sounds of the battle had already attracted several more of the beasts, and if they didn't leave soon, they would face at least 5 or more. And this was just the beginning. More would be drawn from further away. Soon escaping would become impossible, just like the angelic race before them, which was swarmed and beaten to death. Relying on information relayed by their scout drones, humanity managed to evade the encirclement. Meanwhile, they kept a close watch on the changes within the deep pit. As the remaining creatures began to encounter each other, battle was imminent. Without any warning, they clashed, drawing the attention of all nearby creatures. This quickly devolved into a massive free-for-all. Seeing the number of surviving creatures dwindle, humanity did not hesitate. The swarm drones left behind were remotely activated. In an instant, they powered up, transforming from the size of a soybean to the size of a palm. Their power engines ignited, immediately propelling them towards the designated location. At the same time, humanity accelerated their retreat in the opposite direction. They were uncertain of the current capabilities of these creatures. Would the antimatter warhead containing a single gram still be capable of inflicting fatal damage? After all, having devoured so many of their kin, their individual strength had undergone earth-shattering changes. They were no longer what they once were. At this moment, one might say 30 years east, 30 years west. Don't bully the youth for being poor. It was a classic protagonist template. But then a thunderous explosion silenced them completely. Even after consuming so many of their peers, they still fell short against the antimatter warhead by just a tiny, insignificant margin. In less than a second, all the creatures within were reduced to nothing. The Goo King was never given the chance to mature, snuffed out by humanity's intervention. Yet the energy that had been within them did not vanish, but dispersed into the air, making the area's energy even denser. This was precisely why humanity continued to flee the area. The rampant energy would inevitably attract a large number of native creatures. Through continuous selection, a new Goo King could potentially emerge from this very spot. Humanity could suppress it for a time, but certainly not forever. Leaving was the best option. From then on, all races were in constant motion, fleeing. Because if you remained stationary for more than half an hour, the mad flame hounds would unfailingly track you down. It was as if they had a built-in locator, always punctual, and many races paid a heavy price for this. As the saying goes, misfortune is a blessing if suffer it enough times, and your whole family ascends to heaven. Staying in one spot was simply not viable. The only option was to constantly change positions, keep moving, finding safety in movement, and moving within safety. The essence of mobile warfare lay within this principle. Time flowed like water, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Of the original 5 million participating races, fewer than 1,000 remained. With the mad flamehound's relentless pursuit, no race had a moment's rest, not even a chance to stop. A single misstep meant instant death. Furthermore, as the mad flamehounds devoured each other, their strength grew by the day. The weakest among them were now several times stronger than before, and the stronger ones could swat a group of people to death with a single paw. Now in a direct confrontation, few races could match them, often failing to withstand even a single blow. Upon encountering them, the only option was to run as fast as possible, and it was best to scatter to increase the chances of survival for at least some. After all, if only one sacrificed themselves, the others could still continue the mission. If all perished, well, it was goodbye. However, as time went on, the mad flame hounds only grew stronger. At this rate, merely being touched by one would likely spell death. It hadn't even been that long. Only 22 days in total, and it had already turned into a game of cat and mouse. No wonder so few could survive this mission for a month. If they were already this monstrous, now what would come next? Who knew what kind of horrors the next 8 days would bring? While other races suffered, humanity had it comparatively easy. Periodically, they would detonate a small-yield nuclear bomb 100 kilometers away to draw the attention of the native creatures. And surprisingly, it worked quite well. It instantly diverted the attention of the native life forms. Seizing this opportunity, humanity, aided by their scout drones, navigated with ease, avoiding one danger zone after another. This brought them maximum safety, and to this day, they had suffered 0 casualties. Not a single death, not even an injury. They encountered other creatures along the way, but they were dealt with swiftly. The weapons of a technological civilization were not to be trifled with, especially the energy beams whose penetrating power was simply unimaginable. As time wore on, the native creatures of this continent grew ever more bloodthirsty, their strength swelling with each passing day. With only 5 days remaining to reach the 1-month minimum and earn a chance at a lottery draw, the pressure was mounting. Yet these final 5 days were the most harrowing of all. Fewer than 500 races now survived. The original 5-member squads were a distant memory. Barely 3 or 4 remained intact. Many races were reduced to a lonely individual teetering on the brink of elimination. The human race gradually realized their previous tactics were losing their edge. Detonating tactical nuclear warheads could no longer divert the creature's attention. They seemed to lock onto the human position, charging straight for it. Facing such a dire situation, the humans threw all caution to the wind. Anything that crossed within a 300-kilometer radius, no matter what it was, would be met with a suicide drone delivering a taste of antimatter bomb devastation. These devices, compact and portable, were the most abundantly carried weapon in their arsenal. To put it in 4 words, abundant and potent. Centered on the human position, every creature appearing beyond the 300-kilometer mark was accompanied by a blazing fireball. Almost every few minutes another one would erupt. At this moment, the true art of explosion was on full display. Massive fireballs like fireworks scattered across the sky dazzled the watching deities above. This was true spectacle. This was war. Unlike their own tedious brawls, nothing but hand-to-hand combat, with 0 visual appeal. As the fireballs continued to bloom, humanity fully captured the deity's attention. Encased in iron armor, the humans seemed unremarkable at first glance. Aside from their devastating firepower, everything else appeared utterly ordinary. Perhaps without close combat, their true strength remained hidden. But what was undeniable was the sheer absurdity of fireball of such colossal scale triggered by something the size of a palm. And upon further investigation, that palm-sized drone was itself transformed from something no larger than a soybean. What the hell? Upon grasping the full truth, every deity burst into profanity. They were at a loss for words to describe their feelings, resorting to a collective exclamation of disbelief. Were these even humans? Such a tiny thing, several times smaller than a fingernail, could unfold and instantly unleash a fireball that devoured a 300-kilometer radius. Who would ever believe it? Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, not a single deity would have accepted this as reality. Truly, there is always a higher mountain, a stronger hand. This human was formidable, exceptionally so. The mere ability to endlessly deploy these small devices already surpassed the capabilities of countless among them. No, the carrier was small, but the power it held was immense, absolutely immense. One strike, and a 300-kilometer radius was reduced to a dead zone. As humanity was exposed, so too was the Spirit Fairy clan. This was an extraordinarily powerful race, especially in terms of combat prowess. They were tiny humanoid beings measuring only 20 or 30 centimeters in height. Never underestimate them due to their diminutive stature. To do so would be to pay a heavy price. The Spirit Fairy clan had sent only a single member to this trial, yet that one faced the onslaught of the mad flame hounds without the slightest tremor of fear. Every gesture was imbued with the force of heaven and earth. With a slight raise of a finger-tip, the Sanshang thunderbolts would materialize, striking down upon the foes before them. In an instant, the mad flame hounds were scorched to nothing but a wisp of black smoke. And it didn't end there. Under their power, a fireball akin to the solar true flame materialized in the void, its searing heat warping the very fabric of space. It then shot forth, engulfing every creature in the vicinity. In that single strike, all were annihilated. This was a race truly favored by heaven, wielding absolute power. Compared to the Spirit Fairy clan's battle, the deities far preferred watching the humans. The sheer visual impact was staggering. The grand sweeping attacks were endlessly captivating. Fireball after fireball, like resplendent fireworks, bloomed ceaselessly across the continent. The battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights without a moment's respite. Only two races now remained: the Spirit Fairy clan and naturally humanity. They had relied purely on their formidable strength to repel wave after wave of attacks from the native creatures. As for the other races, they were all gone. Such battles demanded an unimaginable intensity of combat, especially those reckless mad flame hounds who would use their very lives to bog you down. Who could endure that? Had any race possessed numerical superiority, perhaps they might have stood a glimmer of a chance. But they didn't. Not only were they few in number, but their combat effectiveness was also inferior. How could they possibly fight? Death perhaps was their most merciful escape. Meanwhile, the Spirit Fairy clan, besieged by hundreds of creatures, began to show signs of faltering. The battle had dragged on for too long, so long that even they had grown numb. Every sweep of a hand had to claim a wave of enemies, or the next attack would land on their own body. The human side was equally strained. They had to simultaneously detonate 10 swarm drones, forming a tight perimeter around their position just to prevent the enemy from breaking through. Relocating was now a pipe dream, for beyond their position lay nothing but enemies. The moment a fireball subsided, the creatures would charge in, recklessly heedless of the searing temperatures within the blast zone. It was a single-minded rush, forward, always forward. Reaching the very heart of the human position meant victory. Besides the enemies from all sides, creatures would occasionally burst forth from beneath the earth. Fortunately, these were all anticipated, and pre-planned countermeasures dealt with them with relative ease. That said, the external assaults never ceased. These creatures were absolute madmen, devoid of any concept of fear, their eyes reflecting nothing but a primal, bloodthirsty gleam. Facing this endless tide, humanity once again adapted their strategy. Did they think they could evade the swarm drones? The humans launched a full-scale bombardment radiating from their position, extending out to 2,000 kilometers. Over 100 swarm drones were detonated simultaneously. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking, a sight to be remembered for a lifetime. In this manner, they cleared vast swaths of enemies, making their advance arduous and buying humanity another day. Calculating the days, only one day remained until the month was complete, and this day was destined to be extraordinary. For some inexplicable reason, all the attacking creatures suddenly halted. They slowly retreated from the battlefield, vanishing from the continent's surface. An eerie silence descended like the calm before a storm. Was a more ferocious assault brewing? The humans did not relax their guard for a second. Having endured this long, with just a single day left, they were determined to hold on even at the cost of their lives. Boom, 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 boom. The earth throbbed and hearts beat in unison. The last day of the first month was destined to face an unprecedented challenge. As the only two remaining races, they heard the incessant sound, their bodies tense and minds razor sharp. Dong! The violent sound made everyone tremble. This sound seemed to come from all directions, continuously pouring into their ears, forming a unique frequency. Here it comes. Through the images relayed by the reconnaissance drone, the human race was the first to obtain a clear picture. A creature about 10 meters tall, resembling a Tyrannosaurus Rex, yet different, standing on two legs. At that moment, it was charging toward the human position. Each step spanned 100 meters, leaving craters several meters deep. From the available data, it was evident that although its volume was not large, its weight was certainly immense. Especially the giant pits it dug with every step made their hearts shudder. It weighed at least tens of thousands of tons, otherwise it could not produce such an effect. The greater its weight, the higher its density, and high density usually implied formidable defense. Just like the giant beast they had challenged before, it possessed extremely strong defensive capabilities. This one was likely no exception. Enemy spotted. Initiate long-range strike immediately. Activate swarm drones and deliver a devastating attack. Keep monitoring it, track every move. The human race took corresponding actions at once. Since the enemy was found, there was no need for courtesy. It was not a dinner party. They directly engaged with weapons. In an instant, several swarm drones turned into streaks of lightning, hurtling toward the target. At Mach 50, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Reappearing above the enemy, they received the command and charged straight down toward the creature below without hesitation. Boom, 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 boom. Multiple attacks detonated simultaneously, turning into massive fireballs that engulfed everything within a radius of 300 kilometers. As the epicenter, it naturally suffered the most violent and terrifying assault. The towering flames made the dreadful power obvious. At that moment, all humans held their breath, waiting for the final answer. As the flames slowly dissipated and the temperature began to drop, the humans immediately sent reconnaissance drones to the blast center to check if the enemy had been destroyed. Before the reconnaissance drone could fly a few steps, dong, 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 the rhythmic sound once again reached everyone's ears. It was almost identical to before, with no change. How is that possible? The human race could no longer remain calm. The antimatter bomb, with such terrifying power, had failed to kill the enemy. Not only the humans, but even the deities watching were showing expressions of disbelief. Such a powerful attack couldn't even break its defense. What kind of horrifying existence is this? No wonder over the years few have survived, even a month. This is only the first month, and the enemy is already this insane. Who can withstand this? It seems the human race is doomed. Wait, its speed has clearly decreased a bit. The attack did have some effect. The deities noticed this, and so did the humans. However, within a few seconds the creature recovered to its original state. The antimatter bomb was not completely ineffective, its effect was just too small, or rather the yield was insufficient to cause fatal damage. Did that mean that increasing the yield would be enough to kill it? The 5 humans exchanged glances, then activated all their mecha engines and flew in one direction, maintaining a relatively safe distance. Under full power the humans were indeed fast. But this creature was not slow at all, it was even closing the distance. This won't do. If it catches up, just its inertia and weight could crush us to death. Keep launching long-range attacks to slow it down. Understood. One by one the swarm drones were activated and launched toward the target. Within seconds fireballs exploded behind the humans, blocking the creature's advance. The violent shockwaves almost brushed the humans' backs. As time passed this effect became increasingly negligible. After enduring the first attack the creature was completely unafraid of the antimatter explosions, which even provided it with considerable energy. For a while it was a chase. One pursued, the other fled. As for the Xianling tribe, it was already nearing its end. Facing such a monstrous creature, even the favored child of heaven was now helpless. No attack could break through the enemy's defense. Not only that, every energy attack seemed to recharge the creature, making it stronger with each strike. Even the Xianling tribe's strongest strike, which had destroyed everything within a 1,000-kilometer radius, failed to destroy the creature. It only inflicted a minor injury, and not a serious one at that. How could the battle continue? Escape? At this point, there was no strength left to flee. After the ultimate strike, the Xianling tribe was like a lamb to the slaughter, utterly drained. In the end it was trampled to death, a death so insignificant. Then it raised its head to the sky. Was it a challenge or utter contempt? Then, as if guided by an unseen force, it charged toward the human direction. However, the humans were also gradually losing their advantage. This creature could absorb the energy from antimatter explosions. Antimatter energy, which could annihilate nearly all matter, was being absorbed, and it was continuously growing stronger. Damn it, could it be any more terrifying? At this rate the enemy would only grow stronger, and the humans would have no means left to decide the battle. Although the final outcome was already sealed, they still wanted to struggle. After a brief exchange the humans decided to split into 2 groups. Dividing their forces reduced their power, but increased the chance of survival. Even if one group was wiped out, the other could still continue the competition. 4 of them continued to attract the creature's attention, while the 5th fled in another direction. The creature also sensed this, but it could not split itself, and could not cover both groups, so it chose to continue chasing the larger group. As time passed the distance between them grew shorter. Now it was less than 100 kilometers. Such a distance was well within the creature's attack range. Seizing the moment, a beam of crimson energy shot toward the humans, a massive pillar of light, threatening to engulf all 4. Fortunately the humans had been on guard. The moment the creature began its attack, before the beam could land, they had already scattered, narrowly dodging it. But if this continued, the humans would eventually be caught. Without any hesitation the 4 exchanged glances. Everything was understood without words. They suddenly stopped hovering in midair and turned to face the approaching enemy. They pressed a switch, activating the metal container strapped to their backs. So the yield was insufficient. Let's see if this is enough. Entering this mission the human race carried an antimatter bomb containing 100 kilograms of the substance. Now it was time to prove its devastating power. The 4 humans stood utterly unflinching, devoid of any fear. At this moment any attempt to flee was already far too late. The blast radius was set to encompass a horrifyingly vast area. Once detonated, no one within it could escape. Even the human who had separated from the group earlier likely failed to flee beyond the explosion's reach. Fortunately, everything had been meticulously arranged, and it was believed that no errors would occur. As the enemies drew ever closer, the 4 humans instead revealed relaxed expressions. Since the day they became warriors, their most glorious duty was to die on the battlefield, securing ample benefits for the entire human race. A worthy death, one that would be immortalized in history. Are they about to engage in close combat? Many deities were astonished to see the humans suddenly halt their retreat. Since humanity possesses such terrifying long-range attacks, their close-quarters combat abilities should presumably be formidable as well. I doubt it. Perhaps they can only unleash extraordinary power by relying on their tools, while their own personal strength is lacking. The latter statement was indeed accurate. Before the success of the bioengine, the individual strength of humans was indeed unimpressive, forcing them to rely on mechs. However, this did not mean they would remain inferior forever. Closer. 50 kilometers. 30 kilometers. 10 kilometers. As the enemy approached the 10-kilometer mark, the humans displayed resolute expressions devoid of regret, and they would never regret this. They were not preparing for close combat, but for mutual destruction. Activate. Boom. In an instant, the entire continent trembled. The explosion produced a blinding light directly covering a radius of 330,000 square kilometers. It was crucial to note that this continent was a plane with a diameter of only 1 million kilometers. The blast radius directly covered an area equivalent to 1/3 of its size. With such a terrifying area, the power was naturally immense. Especially at the epicenter, even space itself began to warp from the blast on the verge of shattering. In a flash, the humans were dissipated into nothingness. As for the Tyrannosaurus Rex-like creature, it surprisingly did not vanish within the first second. Its entire body emitted a radiant membrane shielding itself. But what difference did it make? An antimatter bomb is capable of annihilating all positive matter. No matter how strong that light membrane's defense was, it would be detonated instantly, ultimately dissipating along with everything else. Without its protective shield, it was like a naked beauty thrown into a den of brutes. How could it possibly defend itself? Within a mere 2 or 3 seconds, it too failed to hold on, dissolving into fine molecules. Against a high-yield antimatter bomb, no matter who you were, all were met with impartial nuclear annihilation. The 4 humans were gone, and so were their enemies. As for the final human, he had been prepared long in advance. Within the designated time, he had taken refuge over 10,000 meters underground, where a protective pod resembling a water droplet in shape awaited him. The outermost electromagnetic shields were layered one after another, stacking up to 100 layers. These were all the defensive measures the human race had brought, now concentrated entirely on this one individual. This was also the reason why the other 4 had not activated any protection. Of course, even if they had, it would have been of little use to it. It was better to consolidate all defenses for a single person. Only after completing these preparations did the human lie down inside the water drop pod. It was at this moment that the explosion truly commenced. Even far from the epicenter, 10,000 meters underground, the effects of the terrifying blast were felt. Instantly, half of the electromagnetic shield shattered. After withstanding the initial ferocious assault, the subsequent force became somewhat more subdued. Every second, 10 layers of the electromagnetic shields succumbed to the pressure and shattered once more. In this manner, it endured for a full 5 seconds. Yet even so, the explosion outside continued unabated, its terrifying power frantically devouring everything in its path. Against the extremely smooth surface of the water droplet, the rampant external energies were momentarily held at bay. Even until the end of the explosion, this defense was not breached. Although it was not penetrated, its exterior had already been somewhat deformed, no longer bearing its original pristine form. After all, the pod was merely water drop shaped, a hastily constructed protective tool by humanity, not a true droplet. The disparity in defensive capabilities between the two was immense. However, it was more than sufficient for this purpose. Humanity had survived. On the continent's surface, such a vast attack range and such terrifying destructive power even roused the colossal entity deep within the Earth's core. However, it was not fully awakened. It merely shifted its body slightly before sinking back into slumber. That inadvertent movement triggered an earthquake equivalent to magnitude 19 across the entire continent. The ground was split by fissures dozens, even hundreds of meters wide, tearing through the earth from the center, extending all the way to the horizon. And it didn't end there. The topography of many regions was rapidly transforming as well. Areas that were once lowlying instantly became towering peaks that scraped the sky. Meanwhile, some mountains were flattened into plains. In just a short span, the continent's appearance underwent cataclysmic changes. Concurrently, countless native creatures suffered massive casualties in this brief period. Yet all of this was merely caused by the colossal being at the deepest part of the earth turning over in its sleep, and it remained unaware of the chaos it had wrought. However, the deities in the sky held a different view, unanimously attributing the drastic transformation of the continent to the earlier explosion, a blast that covered a full third of the continent's surface. It seems this is over. Many sighed in regret. The 2 races most likely to have lasted the full month had also perished. No race had managed to survive this mission. It was simply too difficult, especially with that monstrous creature at the end. After a long while, the system's notification still had not arrived. What's going on? Why hasn't the mission ended? Could someone still be alive in there? Wasn't there a human who split off from the main group and fled in a certain direction? That's impossible. That person didn't even escape 10,000 kilometers away. They were well within the blast radius. How could they possibly have survived? I recall that at the end they seemed to have hidden underground. Since the mission was not over, there was only one conclusion: a race still survived. However, whether it was that fleeing human or some other race with special abilities remained a mystery. Almost simultaneously, all the deities, utilizing their god's eye view, began a systematic search across the entire continent, eager to see who it was. Oh, Isn't that the creature that wiped out the fairy spirit race earlier? It seems it was also caught in the blast. Although it's not dead, it's severely wounded and won't be able to move around for a while. Time is running out. Hearing this, all the races realized that there was very little time left before the 1-month mark arrived. Only 3 hours remained until the end of the first month. Enduring this final stretch would grant an extraordinary reward, which was why so many races had poured in relentlessly. Now humanity alone held the last glimmer of hope, all other races having long been eliminated. Time trickled away second by second, and the world seemed to return to its primordial silence. No sound, as if time itself had ceased to flow. The last human, sensing the external threat, had dissipated slowly, emerged from the water droplet's shell. Gazing upon its battered and scarred form, this thing was merely a facade, not a true water droplet. Yet its defensive capabilities were still formidable. The first act of the human upon exiting was to rapidly deploy countless microdrones which spread outward from their center, like a wave scanning for any useful information. The closer to the final moment, the less room for carelessness. To fail at the last step would be a loss far outweighing any gain. The entire continent, in contrast, seemed to have fallen still. The native creatures had all retreated deep underground, sinking into slumber with no intention of awakening. The Tyrannosaurus-like creature was indeed formidable, able to withstand the damage of a 1-gram antimatter explosion. But against 100 kilograms it met its bitter end. The other creature, however, had been too far from the epicenter. It wasn't killed instantly, but was blasted into a bloody mess, severely wounded, and momentarily lost its ability to move. No, this was wrong. The speed of its recovery was entirely abnormal. Just moments ago it had been a mangled heap of flesh, half its body gone. Now it had already regenerated considerably. Its entire form was writhing, mending, and restoring itself at a frightening pace. Though its external armor had not yet regenerated, its flesh had begun to scar over. The creature could now struggle to its feet, though walking remained an immense challenge. Even so, its very existence was nothing short of miraculous. How much time had passed? 3 minutes 5. In such a short span it had healed most of its wounds, and was already standing. Such a terrifying recovery rate was simply inconceivable. Many deities had just assumed that with injuries this severe, it wouldn't be able to rise for days. And now in mere minutes it was standing. No, it had progressed from standing to stumbling forward. Though slow, it was undeniably walking, and its speed was increasing. It started with a hobbling limp, then moved with growing vigor, and finally appeared completely restored, nearly at its former peak. All of this transpired within a mere 10 minutes or so. From the brink of death to full recovery, the journey was remarkably brief. Fast, incredibly fast. Few races could match such a recovery rate, even those that could lack comparable strength. As the creature advanced toward humanity's position, the dispersed reconnaissance drones detected its presence. This is impossible. In an instant, humanity was struck as if by a hammer, nearly paralyzed with shock. Such a massive antimatter bomb had failed to destroy it. Even if it survived, it should at least be wounded. But now it showed no signs of injury whatsoever. When the video feed reached the AI core, a comprehensive analysis was immediately conducted. The final conclusion: this was not the same creature that had been hunting them before. Both in size and appearance, the comparison showed them to be entirely different. Furthermore, an analysis of its external features revealed that this creature had clearly suffered severe wounds in the past. Its entire outer surface was freshly formed, as if just regenerated. The armor that could withstand antimatter blasts was completely gone. All conclusions pointed to one undeniable fact. Its current defensive capabilities were likely less than 1% of its peak, perhaps even lower. The AI's analysis was admittedly thorough and precise. The human had initially assumed this was the same beast as before. Indeed, aside from not being face-blind with one's own kind, all other creatures appeared identical. They all seemed the same. If that's the case. The human, viewing the creature through the drone's feed, wore a sinister smile. Without its armor, it was still this arrogant, truly seeking death. A single gram of antimatter couldn't kill you at your peak, but surely it can deal with your kind now. The remaining 5 swarm drones were activated, shrinking to the size of a palm, and streaked toward their target. After that, all that was left was to leave it to fate. If this failed to completely annihilate the creature, humanity had no other means to stop it. Standard laser rifles and antimatter rifles were utterly useless. Even in speed, they were outmatched. With over 2 hours remaining, even the match speed couldn't ensure escape. Rather than futilely struggle, it was better to hide within the water droplet. At least they could hold out a bit longer before the end. The 5 swarm drones in the air flew in a line devoid of any formation. Their flight speed was at an all-time maximum, hurtling directly toward the target. In less than a minute, 5 massive fireballs materialized simultaneously. As if by design, they converged on a single point, unleashing maximum devastation that rapidly spread outward. Boom! In an instant, blinding light engulfed hundreds of kilometers. Wherever the light touched, terrifying energy ran rampant. This was humanity's final counterattack, success or annihilation. Without its protective armor, this creature was far more fragile than imagined. It didn't last a single second before disintegrating into the air. Though it seemed absurd, it was entirely logical. Its regenerative abilities were already monstrous. If it could also quickly restore its formidable armor, continuing this mission would have been pointless. Humanity might as well have slit its own throat, a swift, painless end. As the explosion subsided, silence fell once more. The creatures beneath the earth began to stir restlessly, but fortunately, they couldn't reach the surface anytime soon. Time crawled by, and the 2+ hours passed without further incident. Humanity had once again created a miracle. Surviving 1 month granted a single chance at a lottery draw. As for continuing to live, that was beyond daring to imagine. The moment the clock ticked past 1 month and 1 minute, the elliptical water droplet was shattered by a creature's bite. It offered no resistance whatsoever. The creature's teeth seemed to possess spatial cutting power. Anything, no matter how hard, was like a sugar bean in its jaws. The human within died instantly. At that moment, the mission was declared a complete failure. This mission has come to a successful conclusion. We shall reconvene at the same time next month. As the system notification sounded, it signified that only 2 missions were available this month. To participate again, one would have to wait until the following month. Ding! Congratulations to the human race and Fang Yan for surviving 1 month in the survival mission. You have earned 1 lottery opportunity. Would you like to commence the lottery? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Yan agreed. Immediately, a colossal spinning wheel materialized before him. It was massive, truly massive. This wasn't just a matter of physical size, but rather a scale that bordered on the conceptual. Even the entire universe seemed infinitesimally small in comparison. Standing before it, Fang Yan felt like a mere speck of dust. Tiny, insignificant. As the pointer began to spin, it seemed to stir certain karmic threads within the unseen fabric of fate. The more powerful and profound the entailed items, the more extraordinary the karmic effects became. Some entities were so formidable that they could directly contend with the wheel itself, rendering them unselectable. It was unknown what terrifying existences those were. The pointer continued to spin, showing no signs of stopping. Yet it couldn't spin forever. Eventually, it came to a halt at a single point. The previously obscured reward began to slowly materialize, appearing clearly before his eyes. What is this? Fang Yan wore an expression of astonishment. A fragment of the river of time. Just by its name, it was clearly something related to time, though its specific purpose remained unknown. He proceeded to examine its description. Within a designated area, time can be accelerated. At maximum, 1 day in reality corresponds to 100 years within the Divine Domain. The larger the area covered, the slower the time acceleration. It can be used continuously without any energy consumption. Upon reading the final part, Fang Yan nearly leaped for joy. This was without a doubt a divine artifact. Especially the last point, no energy consumption whatsoever. It was a true artifact requiring no resources, something anyone would covet. He suppressed the surging excitement within him, striving to calm himself. But the corners of his mouth were already stretched nearly to his ears. The fragment of the river of time, as its name suggested, wasn't the kind of tool that instantly elevated one's power or brought about earth-shattering transformations. Rather, it was sustainable, allowing for slow and steady growth, a continuous climb. The longer the time, the more one could widen the gap between themselves and others. Any race that acquired it would possess an indispensable divine artifact. Given sufficient time, it held the power to change everything. Especially for races past their initial phase, with the acceleration of the primal force, 1 day equated to roughly a year. But with the fragment of the river of time, a localized area could achieve 100 years in a single day. This truly widened the gap. The strong grow stronger, the weak grow weaker. 1 step behind leads to steps behind in everything. This held true for the Divine Domain with its cultivation techniques, and equally so for Fang Yan's technological civilization. It enabled faster research and development of specific technologies, drastically reducing the time for trial and error, shortening the path to success, and accelerating the enhancement of overall strength. Since the all-race arena tower missions for this month were complete, he didn't hesitate and chose to claim his reward. Simultaneously, Fang Yan also collected the reward from the previous mission, an ordinary planet with a diameter of 20,000 kilometers, and placed it within the Divine Domain. Following Fang Yan's plan, he positioned this new planet at a distance of 100 million kilometers. Like twin stars, they echoed each other across the void. Furthermore, from now on, the connection point for the Divine Domain gate would shift from the original Planet 1 to Planet 2. This applied to both the virtual and the real worlds. Everything would be transferred. This was not a random decision, but a strategic preparation for future race wars. Especially for life and death battles, the best way to prevent enemies from counter-invading the Divine Domain was to have 2 bases. Planet 2 would be forged into a war machine. Whether for offense or defense, it would hold a strategically superior position. Planet 1, on the other hand, would continue to focus on population scientific research and sustainable development, providing an endless supply of weapons to Planet 2. As for where to deploy the fragment of the River of Time, after much deliberation, he ultimately chose the bioengine technology. For the human race devoid of any supernatural powers, this was a groundbreaking advancement. Success in its development could directly revolutionize many modes of warfare. Even current mechs could shed many internal protective measures, unlocking overload limits, including those on speed. This way, in the survival missions, those creatures wouldn't even be able to catch a whiff of the human race, let alone catch up to them. It was simply because the human body was too frail. Even with the best protection, numerous overload limits had to be designed. If those limits were removed, a human pilot might not last a few seconds before crushing themselves under the forces without the enemy even lifting a finger. So certain things had to be sacrificed, and those sacrifices represented significant combat power. Beyond that, there was the cosmic war armor. With mechs ranging from tens to hundreds of meters in size, their robustness allowed them to engage in hand-to-hand combat with colossal beasts. All of this required an exceptionally powerful body to support it. Currently, the human race simply didn't meet the necessary standards, leaving many projects shelved. As the fragment of the River of Time began its function, perhaps because the covered biological research base was too vast, the time flow rate didn't reach the maximum of 100 years. It didn't even reach half of that, which was rather unsatisfactory. After all, an area of nearly 2,000 mu was indeed too large. To achieve a faster time flow, he removed some unnecessary zones, retaining only the core areas. Although it still didn't reach 100 years, it achieved 78 years, meaning one day equaled 78 years. In terms of the real world, it would take 78 days to achieve this effect. Now it only required a single day, shortening the time by such a massive factor. The compression of time meant the rate of strength enhancement would also accelerate. Most importantly, all of this required no energy consumption. No wonder it was said that the rewards from such missions, even if they didn't instantly make one a supreme god, could bring about earth-shattering changes to one's power. Now, by stretching the time in the real world, the gap between Fang Yan and others would only continue to widen. Such a change could truly be described as earth-shattering. With everything arranged to his satisfaction, Fang Yan finally left the all-race arena tower. Although he hadn't obtained any primal force from these two missions, he was still quite pleased with the corresponding rewards. Whether it was Planet 2 or the Time Fragment, especially the latter, which offered unimaginable benefits for enhancing strength, Fang Yan had developed a deep love for the all-race arena tower. However, the moment he stepped out of the tower, he found it surrounded by a crowd of people. They didn't look like students from Kyoto University's martial arts department. When they spotted Fang Yan, all eyes turned towards him. But why were so many people gathered here? Fang Yan had some guesses, but he wasn't entirely sure. The atmosphere on site was somewhat eerie. Just as both sides fell into silence, a middle-aged man with a beaming smile stepped forward. The man did not speak first. Instead, he cast a scrutinizing gaze at Fang Yan. That expression was reminiscent of how people appraise goods when shopping. Extremely uncomfortable, almost provoking a desire to swear. Fang Yan furrowed his brow slightly and glanced at Principal Zhang nearby, wondering what was going on. Seeing that the moment was ripe, the man finally spoke slowly. "You must be student Fang Yan, right?" His tone was utterly cold, a stark contrast to the smile on his face. Perhaps his smile was not meant for Fang Yan, but was reserved for flattering superiors. At the same time, his tone carried an air of superiority. The last person who spoke to Fang Yan like that was Tianjin a month ago. To this day, the memory remained vivid. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge 10 years is not too late. If not for insufficient strength, he would turn into a petty man and seek revenge from dawn to dusk. Perhaps sensing Fang Yan's gaze, Principal Zhang hurried forward to introduce. "This is Comrade Li, an official who wants to discuss some matters with you. Of course, follow your own heart. Jingdu Martial Arts University will always be your backing." Upon hearing this, Li Ganz's expression changed noticeably. Yet he still said with a smile, "Principal Zhang, what are you saying? I just want to have a chat with student Fang Yan today. Is it necessary to be so serious?" After speaking, he turned to Fang Yan again. "Student Fang, I'll make it brief. Was it you who successfully survived for a month in the Myriad Races competition tower just now?" The other party pointed this out very clearly with absolute certainty and no hint of speculation in his words. Of course, some observant people could easily connect all this to him alone. After all, the uniqueness of the technological civilization was something other civilizations lacked. It was obvious at a glance. Additionally, many similarities had appeared in the previous school simulation battle. With just a little understanding, one could accurately pinpoint Fang Yan. To this, Fang Yan made no attempt to conceal and admitted generously, "That's right, it was me." "Ha, I didn't expect student Fang Yan to admit it so readily." Li Ganshi laughed heartily, then quickly turned serious, his face stern. "The human frontier is facing severe provocations from other races. Recently, even more." Before he could finish, Fang Yan interrupted directly. Why are you telling me this? You should go persuade those provocative races to surrender and back off obediently. Li Ganshi was choked by Fang Yan's retort, almost unable to catch his breath. He struggled to calm himself, then said with a slightly lecturing tone, "Didn't your parents tell you that interrupting others is a very rude thing to do? Didn't anyone tell you that mentioning parents in front of an orphan also shows low character?" Fang Yan didn't let the man off and shot back directly. Earlier he had only guessed that the man's visit was about the myriad races competition tower, but now he could be completely certain. This was clearly an attempt to reap the fruits without effort, wishful thinking. Obviously the other party had not expected that a young man under 20 could be so articulate, rendering him speechless. Moreover, he had not conducted any investigation beforehand, and failed to anticipate that Fang Yan had no apparent weaknesses to exploit. What to do now? Li Ganshi pondered for a moment. It seemed he had to resort to his trump card. Back to business, student Fang Yan. I hope you will consider the greater good and donate the rewards you obtained from the Survive mission. That way the nation can better select suitable candidates to utilize them and fully exploit their value. Hearing this, Fang Yan sneered. His disdain was written all over his face with no attempt to hide it. Fine words, but everyone knew what he was really up to. Li Ganshi added, of course it's not a free requisition. The state will provide appropriate compensation according to relevant regulations, or you can make some requests. We will be happy to accommodate you. At this, Fang Yan couldn't bear to listen anymore. Was this guy out of his mind? Someone had fought through countless dangers to obtain those rewards, and he just wanted them handed over. Was it because he had a big face? Consider the greater good. The one who said that was definitely part of the greater good. But the one being asked to consider it was definitely not part of it. Since neither of them was in that greater good, why bother? Just consider yourself. Fang Yan laughed loudly. Fine. As long as you come up with 10 billion units of origin power, I'll hand over the rewards I just obtained right now. Li Ganshi never expected Fang Yan to make such a demand. 10 billion units of origin power. Did this kid even know what that meant? Even the entire Huaxia nation didn't have that many hundreds of billions of origin power. What a monstrous appetite. How dare he open his mouth so wide without fear of breaking his teeth? Li Ganshi sneered inwardly. Young people, still young people, not even knowing the basics of bargaining. To quote such a high price right away, was he trying to force the forces behind him to use other means? As for the rewards from the Myriad Races Competition Tower mission, they were determined to obtain them. All races knew the importance, how could they not? Once obtained, it would absolutely bring earth-shattering improvements to one's strength. This was not a coincidence. Every race that obtained the rewards experienced the same. Not having the strength to obtain it earlier didn't mean they had no chance. Now didn't one human obtain it? That was why they were so eager. Before Fang Yan had even left the Myriad Races Competition Tower, they had already arranged for someone to come. The efficiency was astonishing. If only it could be this fast in normal times. It was all about self-interest directly tied to their own benefits. Fang Yan didn't want to deal with the man anymore. He said to Principal Zhang, I'm a bit tired now. He'll go back to rest. As for Li Ganshi, he didn't even spare him a glance. How dare you? Faced with Fang Yan's repeated disregard, even a man would have some temper. Moreover, Fang Yan was just a weak student while he was someone with an official position. The gap in status was vast. He stepped forward and directly blocked Fang Yan. The two men behind Li Ganshi released their divine power, intending to intimidate him, and an overwhelming pressure swept over. The disparity in cultivation levels forced Fang Yan to endure the pressure with sheer will. However, the feeling came and went quickly. Fang Yan wasn't about to let them get away with it. A divine domain gate as large as a room door opened on the spot, and 3 humans in mecha armor strode out rapidly. An electromagnetic shield activated instantly, enveloping Fang Yan and protecting him in the center. At the same time, several 100-kilogram antimatter bombs appeared before everyone's eyes. If they wanted to play, they would play big. Facing the oppressive aura, Fang Yan remained utterly unflinching. He casually produced several formidable treasures and laid them out before everyone. Whether it was a threat or intimidation, he was now directly presenting multiple antimatter bombs weighing over 100 kilograms each. So are you afraid or not? Those aware of the situation knew Fang Yan would never act without reason. The unassuming objects before them were certainly devastating, prompting them to instinctively step back. No one had anticipated Fang Yan's decisiveness, nor had they expected the opponent to construct a divine domain gate using divine power. Although the gate was extremely narrow, barely allowing one person to pass through, it was more than sufficient. Even a small gate could connect to the divine domain, enabling mutual support in emergencies. Principal Zhang was especially shocked that someone dared to release divine power and bully his student right before his eyes. At the moment the opponent unleashed their divine power, he intercepted it on Fang Yan's behalf, simultaneously pressing his own divine might against them. He forced the two assailants to their knees, pinning them in place. Sweat poured profusely from their foreheads, drenching the ground around them. Principal Zhang's formerly languid eyes sharpened, boring into the offenders. He asked calmly, "Secretary Lee, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to start a conflict at the Kyoto Martial Arts University?" Though Principal Zhang was wary of the power behind Secretary Lee, he was not afraid of the man himself, nor would he allow his students to be bullied. Besides, where was this? Kyoto Martial Arts University, his territory. Secretary Lee had never imagined that his attempt to merely call out to Fang Yan would be undermined by his two subordinates who, accustomed to arrogance, dared to make a move here. They had failed to consider where they were and whether they had the right to act freely. Even the faction backing them would need to show some respect. Clearing his throat, Secretary Lee quickly clasped his hands and said, "My two subordinates were out of line. Please forgive them, Principal Zhang. I will discipline them properly upon our return." "Umph." Principal Zhang snorted coldly. His divine power surged, and with a sudden burst he blasted the two men out of the school grounds. "Today I spare you for the sake of your backer's reputation. If there is a next time, you won't be walking out of here alive." "Yes, yes, of course." Secretary Lee nodded repeatedly. He had come with a mission, not to antagonize the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University. He knew well where his priorities lay. Principal Zhang glanced at Fang Yan and continued, "Since my student has stated his terms, if they are met, the reward will naturally be given. Do not harass him any further. Go back to where you came from." Secretary Lee mused for a moment, realizing the task was impossible for now, and wisely replied, "I will take my leave, though I may return another time to bother you." With that he turned and departed without looking back. Since the matter could not be resolved by force, he would have to seek other avenues. Persistence would only backfire, breeding resentment. Seeing the man leave, Principal Zhang urgently said to Fang Yan, "Quickly retract your divine power." He had witnessed this phenomenon twice before. Each time it had been a mere condensation of Fang Yan's divine power, a weak nuclear explosion. Though nuclear bombs and antimatter bombs shared a similar nature, their destructive capabilities were vastly different. He had also obtained a corresponding power level reading from the Myriad Race's Arena's combat assessment. A staggering 8886800 combat power. With such immense power, if left unchecked, it could obliterate the very planet they inhabited. Fortunately, the entire planet was equipped with protective measures. Though the planet might survive, Kyoto Martial Arts University would certainly be in grave danger. Offense and defense were two different concepts. To defend against such power, one would need at least 10 or even 100 times that amount. Principal Zhang, despite his strength, could not withstand such devastation, especially with several of those treasures on display. Fang Yan shrugged, retracting his subjects and the antimatter bombs, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Damn it, everyone was targeting him. It wasn't as if he was some mythical elixir that granted immortality. Was it his fault that his strength was just a tiny bit greater than his peers? Was it wrong to earn rewards through his own abilities? For them to come and try to seize it all, truly shameless. Then again, those in power had never had any shame. They would seize what they could and exploit weaknesses when they couldn't. There were always ways to torment you, and it would always be framed as your own choice, disconnected from anyone else's actions. Fang Yan looked at the principal and said, "If anyone comes looking for me again, I hope you can keep them at bay. I have no interest in dealing with any of them." He was currently in a crucial phase of power growth and couldn't afford distractions. Principal Zhang nodded and said, "Had it not been for an old friend's request, I wouldn't have let them in. Since you've said this, I know how to handle it." Fang Yan took his leave and returned to his residence. Though only a few hours had passed, it felt like an eternity. The benefits he had gained were beyond imagination. But talk was cheap. The priority now was to convert all these resources into tools to enhance his own strength. Otherwise, he would forever remain a tempting target. Anyone would want to take a piece of him. Truly, a widow's home is never short of gossip, and fame always brings trouble. The more rewards he accumulated, the more attention he attracted, and without sufficient power, he wouldn't survive. Bringing his thoughts back, Fang Yan immersed himself in the divine domain once more. His physical body continued to refine the nuclear bomb, converting it into divine power. It was the year 2108 of the human era. This year all technology was flourishing. Star Destroyer cannon technology, droplet technology, antimatter propulsion engine technology, cosmic battle armor technology. Everything was progressing in a positive direction, yet the progress was not significant. In fact, it was painfully slow, almost maddeningly so. When it came to increasingly complex and massive scientific research data, humanity, even with the aid of intelligent computers, was reaching its limits. It was time for artificial intelligence to take a leap forward. Unfortunately for now, humanity had to rely on itself, and he could not help much. There were no major breakthroughs in other technologies, but the bioengine technology, derived from the fragments of the river of time, was undergoing earth-shattering changes every hour. After all, one day outside was equivalent to 78 years inside. The acceleration of time was not just about the passage of life, but also the relentless innovation of technology. In the year 2109 of the human era, bioengine technology finally achieved a breakthrough of epoch-making significance. A mouse was comprehensively modified with all data appearing flawless. Wait, no. It could no longer be called a mouse, it was now a super mouse. After absorbing nuclear energy, it possessed an extraordinarily terrifying physique. Being impervious to blades and bullets was a trivial matter. It could even survive intact near the edge of a small-yield nuclear explosion. Not only could it withstand the force of a nuclear blast, but it could also absorb the residual nuclear energy for its own use. This was starting to feel a bit like Godzilla. And this was Godzilla Mouse, or perhaps Nuclear Mouse. This was a small success for bioengine technology, but it represented a giant leap for mankind.